Chapter 1: The Blind Boy. In a world a millennium hence, rich with legends, humanity has witnessed unparalleled advancements in technology and medicine, alongside significant historical revelations. Throughout this millennium, the Earth has undergone monumental transformations, posing threats to human existence. In response to the drastic changes, nations have united to form a world government, confronting these challenges together, thereby ushering humanity into the interstellar age. However, this united front soon fractured into two dominant powers, the Federation and the Empire, which subsequently engaged in a fierce struggle for resources, igniting the first interstellar war in human history. This conflict lasted for 30 years, birthing countless heroes and legends. Yet it also inflicted severe losses upon both the Federation and the Empire, compelling them to negotiate a peace agreement, delineating boundaries of the Line Star system to allow for mutual development. By the year 3115, in the Summer Federation, lies the verdant greenery star. This exquisite planet, adorned with vast expanses of greenery, appears from above as if draped in a magnificent floral garment, basking in the radiant light of the sun, evoking a sense of enchantment that captivates all who behold it. Historically, Greenery Star has birthed legendary figures. The indomitable Chun Fuxing, the brilliant military strategist Zhuge Changfeng, and the Federation's wealthiest magnate, who rose from humble beginnings. In the Westwater District's Yunyang City, a miraculous urban development has emerged, a transformation from a modest village of barren lands into the largest city on Greenery Star. This remarkable city now commands one-third of the planet's economic exchanges, standing as a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. As the clock strikes 5 in the afternoon, the sun has set, yet the oppressive heat lingers in the air, intensifying the stench emanating from the refuse. Amidst this disallowed waste site, a frail boy, clad in a tattered garment stitched with patches, rummages through the debris. Soon, he discovers a discarded aluminum can and adeptly places it into a black bag he carries, continuing his search, unfazed by the nauseating odors surrounding him. One by one, he retrieves cans until his bag is brimming. Rising to his feet, he strides in a determined direction, carelessly kicking aside refuse in his path, moving in a straight line. Upon reaching a large amount of trash, he halts, glances around as if bidding farewell, then turns back and delves into the refuse, feeling for a soft object. He maneuvers himself through the heap and exits the waste site. Emerging from the garbage dump, he carries the bag filled with cans along a secluded path, making 3 turns before pausing before a small shop. "Limbo, I've arrived," he calls out, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, emerges from within. He is the proprietor of this recycling shop. "Zhang Fan, welcome." Limbo greets him with a smile, which deepens the creases of his weathered face as he takes the bag from the boy's hands. Inside are 20 cans, the boy Zhang Fan informs him. "Then it's 20. I won't count them. Pay race your payment, as per our usual arrangement, 1 by 1 in loose change," Lin Bo replies, producing what seems to be pre-prepared coins from his pocket and handing them to Zhang Fan. "Thank you, Lin Bo," Zhang Fan replies, accepting the money without counting it, well aware of Lin Bo's integrity after years of transactions. "How have things been?" Lin Bo inquires cautiously, studying Zhang Fan's expression. "Everything is fine. I have saved enough money. Tomorrow I will undergo surgery to restore my sight, and I will no longer need to scavenge," Zhang Fan shares, a slight tremor betraying his excitement, which he strives to suppress. Without further words, he turns and departs along the narrow path. Lin Bo watches him leave, sighing as he returns to his shop. As Zhang Fan walks, his heart swells with elation, tightly clutching the money he has just acquired. He has finally saved enough for the surgery to restore his vision. Zhang Fan has been blind since birth, a fate that befell him as an orphan, likely abandoned by a destitute family upon discovering his condition. In this new era, medical advancements have reached astonishing heights. Even the most grievous injuries can be seamlessly repaired, and diseases like cancer are treated with ease. For minor surgeries like sight restoration, the costs are remarkably low. Yet, even these affordable fees represent a considerable sum for the impoverished, and for Zhang Fan, who has known solitude since childhood, this amount looms large. After being abandoned due to his blindness, Zhang Fan was fortunate to be taken in by a kind-hearted elder. However, when he was 6, this guardian passed away, leaving the blind boy to navigate life alone, relying on the meager savings left behind and the occasional charity of others. Growing up, he became adept at managing his own affairs, scavenging for cans to trade for money. The garbage dump, typically off-limits to scavengers, became his private hunting ground after he fortuitously discovered a way in during a fall. Each day, he would collect cans, using part of the proceeds for sustenance and saving the rest for his Surgeria beacon of hope that has sustained him for a decade. Today marks the culmination of his efforts. Tomorrow, he will undergo surgery, a prospect that fills him with exhilaration. Upon returning to his makeshift home constructed from scrap metal, he finds it in a state of disrepair, with rusted sheets and gaping holes. The door is merely a tattered cloth hanging in the doorway, and the surrounding area is cluttered with broken furniture, a testament to the lives of the impoverished who dwell here. After a moment in his home, ensuring no one is watching, Zhang Fan approaches the head of his bed and presses a concealed latch, revealing a hidden compartment left by his deceased guardian. He retrieves a collection of small coins, totaling 100,000 galactic coins. If the other residents of the slum were to discover this, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Zhang Fan counts the money with keen attention, listening intently to the sounds outside. Once he has organized the funds, he returns them to their hiding place and begins to prepare his evening meal. For Zhang Fan, the day consists of only 2 meals, water for breakfast and a small loaf of bread for lunch. Dinner, however, is relatively more substantial, comprising 1.5 loaves of bread and some vegetables. Tonight, he decides to treat himself, celebrating in advance for the success of his surgery with a bottle of inexpensive nutrient solution. With the advancement of technology, nutrient solutions have been developed for convenience, addressing the challenges of food transportation and efficiently sustaining the human body's energy needs. These solutions have become commonplace, readily available in various forms. On the only piece of electronics in his home is a small, antiquated tape recorder that has long been obsolete, containing but one song. Zhang Fan finds his treasure. Skillfully, he presses the play button, and a soft, melodious voice fills the room. He closes his eyes, savoring the music before commencing his meal. Zhang Fan's simple dinner takes on an air of significance as he opens the bottle of nutrient solution he purchased on his first outing, tentatively tasting it. Bitter, he grimaces, expressing his discontent, yet he cannot afford waste. With each bite of bread, he takes a sip of the nutrient solution. Thus, his hearty meal unfolds over the course of half an hour, the song replaying 6 times. After finishing his dinner and tidying up, Zhang Fan steps outside. In the only passageway leading from his home, a few neighbors gather to cool off in the heat, engaging in conversation or lost in thought about the day ahead. As usual, Zhang Fan stands at his door, stretching and moving through a series of exercises taught to him by his late grandfather. These movements, also promoted by the Federation government as a means to enhance citizens' health, are simple yet effective in fortifying the body against illness. The onlookers are accustomed to Zhang Fan's routine and pay him no mind. In this new era, the physical resilience of humanity has significantly improved. To promote public health, the Federation has established fitness requirements for various occupations. Thus, the strong have an advantage in securing employment, leading many to adopt the government-endorsed exercise regimens. Chapter 2. A Twisted Fate in the Ward of the Yunyang 3rd Hospital. Zhang Fan, clad in a patient gown and with his eyes covered by a white bandage, sat by the window. Relishing the cool morning breeze, his disheveled short hair danced in the wind, and at that moment, Zhang Fan felt an unusual sense of joy, for soon he would discover what the world truly looked like. 2 days prior, he had arrived at the hospital with a bag filled with 100,000 galactic coins, each worth a mere 1 yuan. After exchanging the money amidst the incredulous gaze of the cashier, he underwent surgery and had since been recuperating in the hospital. Today marked the day the bandages would be removed. With eager anticipation, a doctor and a nurse soon entered Zhang Fan's room. Informing him of the impending removal of his eye bandages, the nurse carefully peeled away the layers of the bandage. Zhang Fan felt an increasing brightness around him. Finally, when the last layer was removed, he anxiously awaited the doctor's instructions. Now, slowly try to open your eyes. It may feel a bit uncomfortable at first, the doctor advised. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan cautiously opened his eyes, allowing a sliver of light to enter. Feeling disoriented, he quickly shut them again, only to attempt another opening. Gradually, vague figures began to materialize before him. Two individuals clad in long white coats stood before him, observing intently. Noticing Zhang Fan's eyes had opened, the doctor waved a hand in front of his face. Instinctively, Zhang Fan blinked at the sudden movement. The doctor nodded and remarked, "Given your current reaction, it seems you have regained your sight. Once your eyes adjust, you will be just fine." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Fan exclaimed, "Thank you, doctor. Thank you both." However, the doctor's face bore a hint of regret as he replied, "There's no need for thanks. It is our duty. Ahem, there is one more thing. Xiao Yun, you can explain it to him. I'll return to my office." As he spoke, the doctor abruptly paused and turned to the nurse beside him. Nurse Xiao Yun nodded in understanding. And after the doctor exited the room, she handed a file to Zhang Fan. Holding the blue folder in his newly regained sight, Zhang Fan curiously inquired, "What is this?" "This is your medical examination report." Nurse Xiao Yun replied softly, her expression mirroring the doctor's earlier regret as she observed the youthful boy's joy at regaining his vision. She then composed herself and continued, "During your surgery, we conducted a routine physical examination and discovered that you have a serious illness." "Illness? What illness?" Zhang Fan, still caught up in the euphoria of his regained sight, absent-mindedly flipped through the report, struggling to decipher the unfamiliar characters. "You have a disease known as Hofkogen's disease." Nurse Xiao Yun continued gently. So far, only 3 cases have been documented, and you are the 4th. At this moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Fan as he lifted his gaze to the delicate nurse, asking what happened to the other 3. "They died. It is a terminal illness, and those afflicted do not live past the age of 25. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was rendered speechless, the joy of his newfound sight evaporating entirely. The atmosphere in the room grew cold as he stared at his calloused hands, recalling the decade of hardship he had endured. After painstakingly saving enough money to restore his vision, he now faced the cruel reality that he would not live to see his 25th birthday. Was this some sort of jest by fate? No, he thought, he could not resign himself to such a fate. His grandfather had wanted him to live. He could not succumb to despair. Zhang Fan suddenly raised his head, his eyes locking onto Nurse Xiao Yun's. The newly restored sight in his eyes gleamed with determination. "Is there a way to treat this illness?" "I don't know. You would need to consult Dr. Chun about that," Xiao Yun replied, shaking her head. "Where can I find Dr. Chun?" Zhang Fan pressed on, a hint of stubbornness in his tone. "I in the office. Can you take me to him?" After a moment of hesitation, Nurse Xiao Yun nodded. "Dr. Chen's office, Dr. Chun. Is there truly no way to help me?" Zhang Fan beseeched, his eyes filled with yearning. "Unfortunately, no. This disease is exceedingly rare and is one of the 3 great peculiar ailments. No one has been able to cure it," Dr. Chun replied, pausing as if he had more to say. Zhang Fan, sensing the weight of the moment, quickly pressed, "Dr. Chun, is there any other possibility? Please tell me." "Well, it's not entirely hopeless. Although it is one of the 3 great peculiar ailments, there is a legend about the sacred fruit of Atlantis that may hold the key to curing your disease. However, Atlantis is merely a myth, and the existence of this sacred fruit is uncertain," Dr. Chun concluded, shaking his head, clearly skeptical that Zhang Fan could ever find something so elusive that he merely wished to offer the boy a glimmer of hope, allowing him to savor his newfound sight in a world so full of wonders before the shadows of despair returned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The sacred fruit. "Atlantis," he whispered, committing those words to memory. Slum returning to his humble abode, Zhang Fan was taken aback as he stepped inside. The room was in disarray, belongings were strewn about, and many items lay shattered on the ground. Even the secret compartment where he had hidden his money had been pried open and ripped apart, leaving a chaotic mess of broken dishes and debris. Observing the scene before him, Zhang Fan could only manage a wry smile. He recalled the strange glances from those around him on his way home. It was clear they had learned about his surgery and assumed he had wealth to spare. It seemed some unscrupulous individuals had invaded his home, hoping to find money. The disheveled state of his dwelling only deepened Zhang Fan's already low spirits. Yet he managed to suppress the anger that threatened to surface, choosing instead to sit quietly in a rickety chair. Lost in contemplation until nightfall, the moon illuminating the sky above the it was only when his stomach began to grumble that he snapped back to reality. That moment, he felt a surge of resolve. The sacred fruit, I will find it, he declared to himself. Chapter 3. The four unusual individuals in Yunyang City. On a bustling street corner, a throng of people gathered, each individual a reflection of diverse lives and stories. Zhang Fan, with a tattered backpack slung over his shoulder, clutched a piece of paper left to him by his grandfather before his passing, but he stood before a small door marked by a wooden sign inscribed with ancient Chinese characters that read Chun Residence. Zhang Fan knocked on the firmly shut door, and after a moment, it creaked open. A disheveled man in his 40s, sporting an unkempt beard and appearing as if he had just awoken, leaned against the doorframe. He regarded Zhang Fan, dressed in patched clothing, with evident annoyance. "What do you want?" "You're disturbing my sleep. That is Chun Biao residing here?" Zhang Fan inquired politely. "Chun Biao?" The man squinted at Zhang Fan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Zhang Fan nodded in response, meeting his gaze. "What do you need him for?" the disheveled man questioned. "Why, grandfather sent me to find him," Zhang Fan replied. "Your grandfather? Who is that?" The man's demeanor shifted. His interest peaked as he straightened up, awaiting Zhang Fan's answer. My grandfather's name was Zhang Luoshan, Zhang Fan stated truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, the man's expression changed, and he said, "Come in." He stepped aside, allowing Zhang Fan to enter. Once inside, an overwhelming musty odor hit Zhang Fan. He surveyed the cramped space, which barely spanned 50 square meters. The sparse furnishings consisted of a table, a few chairs, and a large bed, all accompanied by an assortment of dusty clutter. "Make yourself comfortable. You can leave your things anywhere, and no one will steal here," the man said, pouring water from a kettle into 2 bowls, given the state of the surroundings. Zhang Fan hesitantly asked, "Are you Chun Biao?" "Yes. Now, tell me what your grandfather wanted you to discuss with me." Chun Biao replied, handing one of the bowls of water to Zhang Fan before taking a sip from his own. 10 years ago, my grandfather passed away, leaving me only your address and instructing me to seek your help if needed at all. He has gone. Huh. Well, given his age, it's no surprise he lived a full life. Chun Biao reflected for a moment before turning back to Zhang Fan and continuing, "Since he sent you to find me, tell me what you need help with. But let me be clear. I can't offer much assistance. Only minor favors, depending on the situation. I'm looking for a job." Zhang Fan responded earnestly. "A job? Huh. Do I look like someone who can offer you employment?" Chun Biao chuckled. "I'm not doing anything myself. How could I find work for you? However, I might have a little money I could spare in light of your grandfather's memory." Zhang Fan continued, and then there came a series of knocks at the door. Seeing this, Chun Biao waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Fan to act freely, and then he went to open the door. Upon opening, a middle-aged man appeared, donning sunglasses, sporting a handlebar mustache, and exhibiting a rather portly figure. Chun Biao immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "Ah, Master Li, what brings you to my humble abode?" "Please come in, come in." However, the man referred to as Master Li retorted, "Do not call me master. Just step aside and tidy up the place." After saying this, he moved aside and bowed to the person behind him, saying, "Miss Han, please come in." At this moment, Chun Biao noticed that several individuals stood behind Master Li. One was a striking woman clad in a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, causing Chun Biao to swallow hard. Following her were 3 uniquely dressed men. One donned a green long robe, clutching 2 iron beads, wearing a serious expression. Another sported a trendy, hip-hop style with sunglasses and a sun hat, beaming with a smile, while the last appeared quite ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. The woman referred to as Miss Han stepped inside, casually surveying her surroundings, upon spotting Zhang Fan standing to the side. She glanced at him and inquired with Chun Biao, "And this gentleman?" "This is my nephew, who just arrived today," Chun Biao promptly replied, then turned to Zhang Fan, instructing, "You rascal, why are you standing there? Hurry and prepare some tea." Oh, Zhang Fan nodded, seemingly just coming to his senses. In that case, I shall speak plainly," Miss Han said, removing her black gloves and stating, "I hear from Master Li that you discovered a cave at Fengming Mountain outside the city and nearly lost your life inside." Chun Biao was taken aback and glanced at Master Li, who shrugged in response. "Yes, it was a month ago. That place is quite eerie. Once you enter, it can disorient you completely. Had I not stepped on some sharp stones that pierced my foot, I might have perished without realizing it." Upon hearing this, Miss Han's eyes sparkled, and the three individuals behind her simultaneously fixed their gazes upon Chun Biao, an imposing aura descending upon him, rendering him breathless and soaked with sweat. A light cough from Miss Han dissipated the oppressive atmosphere. My apologies, she said to Chun Biao, who quickly shook his head, indicating there was no offense that we seek your guidance to that location. The remuneration is 100,000 galactic coins. However, there is one stipulation. You must not disclose this matter to anyone else, for the consequences could be dire. Miss Han concluded her statement. A chilling aura enveloped Chun Biao, leaving him rigid. While Zhang Fan also sensed the frigid tension. Of course. When shall we depart, Miss Han? Chun Biao stammered, intimidated by her presence. There is no need for such fear. Here, she said, tossing a card onto the table. This card contains 100,000 galactic coins. The password is 4 nines. Consider it in advance. Prepare yourself. My people will come to collect you tomorrow morning. With that, she rose to leave, but Chun Biao suddenly interjected. Miss Han, may I bring someone along? At his words, Miss Han turned to glance at the quiet Zhang Fan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Feel free, she replied, and with that, she departed with her companions. Once the trio left, Chun Biao collapsed onto the floor, wiping the sweat from his brow, and looked at Master Li. You have put me in a precarious situation. This is not my fault. I assure you I have not uttered a single word to anyone else. They somehow managed to trace me and revealed what you shared. They merely requested that I lead them, Master Li explained in one breath. Hearing this, Chun Biao regarded Master Li, recognizing the truth in his words. Very well. I hope all will be well. That he then turned to Zhang Fan, who still wore an expression of oblivion. You will accompany me tomorrow. There's strength in numbers that I will share 10,000 with you. As he spoke, he pocketed the card. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, and seeing that his involvement was concluded, Master Li took his leave. After a while, Chun Biao instructed Zhang Fan to tidy up the house before stepping out alone. It was not until evening that he returned, carrying a large sack in one hand and several takeout boxes in the other. Zhang Fan had thoroughly cleaned the entire house, and upon seeing the transformed space, Chun Biao's spirits lifted, prompting him to invite Zhang Fan to dine. After the meal, while Chun Biao picked at his teeth with a toothpick, Zhang Fan approached him and asked Uncle Chun, "Is that place truly dangerous?" The address uncle was something Chun Biao had requested during dinner. Chun Biao paused his actions and, after a moment, replied, "It is not inherently perilous. Simply avoiding entry keeps one safe. However, that place is quite uncanny. It compels one to step inside." Zhang Fan, puzzled by this, inquired further, "What kind of people are they? They seem so terrifying. For a moment, I felt as if I were confronting death. Those people, they are individuals far beyond our reach. Do not dwell on it. Just prepare the items as I instructed earlier. Bring everything tomorrow. Relying on others may not yield results. If trouble arises, they may not come to our aid. Those items could be our lifeline." Chun Biao advised earnestly. Zhang Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Chapter 4. The mysterious tomb outside Yunyang City, foaming mountain in a secluded forest devoid of paths. Chun Biao led the way, carrying a large backpack and wielding a machete, clearing branches as he walked. Zhang Fan followed closely behind, also equipped with a large backpack and dressed in a green mountaineering outfit akin to Chun Biao's. Trailing behind them were 6 individuals, 4 the same ones who accompanied Miss Han to Chun Biao's residence earlier. The group, led by Miss Han, followed closely behind Zhang Fan, while 2 others, seemingly of lower status, carried specialized equipment and brought up the rear. Throughout the journey, the group remained largely silent, exchanging few words aside from breaks for water and inquiries about the distance. Zhang Fan assumed the role of a helper, while Chun Biao occasionally engaged him in conversation to alleviate the monotony. After approximately 3 hours of trekking, Chun Biao halted in a clearing, signaling the others to stop. That he then approached a large tree nearby, using his machete to clear away the underbrush before inspecting the area and returning. "Miss Han, we have arrived," Chun Biao announced, bowing respectfully. Miss Han surveyed the surroundings and, finding only trees, questioned, "Are you certain this is the right place?" "Absolutely, I marked it when I last visited. It must be here," Chun Biao assured, though uncertainty flickered across his face as he scanned the vicinity, seemingly searching for something. Catching Chun Biao's demeanor, Miss Han smirked and asked, "Are you having trouble locating the cave?" Yes, it's peculiar. It was definitely here, right next to that tree. Where could it have gone?" Chun Biao replied candidly. Exactly that if we found it, that would indeed be strange. Come, show us the location where you discovered the cave last time. In response, Chun Biao promptly led the group to a tree and pointed at the hillside beside it, stating, "This is the spot. The cave was located right here." Miss Han examined the area and then turned to the two individuals carrying equipment. Upon meeting her gaze, they nodded and proceeded to set up their instruments. Zhang Fan observed from the side and, seeing that Chun Biao was preoccupied, approached him and whispered, "Uncle Chun, what is this?" Chun Biao glanced over, furrowing his brow in contemplation before a realization struck him. Could it be? Miss Han, noticing his expression, interjected with curiosity, "Did you discover something, Mr. Chun?" "Ah, it's nothing. Just an idea that came to me," Chun Biao replied with a chuckle. "Oh." Miss Han's interest piqued. Chun Biao continued, "The cave could be a tomb, and the entrance's sudden disappearance might be due to some skilled individual tampering with it, causing the entrance to appear sporadically in different locations." Such a concept, Zhang Fan murmured to himself, perplexed by the unfamiliar phrase. "You need not ponder too deeply. It is an ancient term, its origins lost to time." Chun Biao reassured him that, "Mr. Chun, your knowledge is impressive." "It seems you are quite remarkable," Miss Han remarked playfully, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Please, spare me the flattery. I merely learned of such things from my mentors. As for their true meanings, I confess my ignorance." Chun Biao humbly responded, waving his hand dismissively. Ms. Han glanced at Uncle Chun a few times before falling silent. Awaiting the results from the two operators of the instruments, an hour later, it appeared that the devices had yielded results. And the operators approached Ms. Han, stating, "Miss, we have located it. 7 miles to the east." Ms. Han nodded in acknowledgement and instructed the two to pack up the equipment before following the group heading east, with Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun trailing behind. Uncle Chun walked beside Zhang Fan, murmuring, "These individuals seem intent on grave robbing, and not just any ordinary tomb." Zhang Fan listened attentively, prompting Uncle Chun to continue. "We shall follow them inside and see if we can acquire some valuable items. If danger arises, we will retreat and let them take the brunt." Zhang Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. Soon, the group arrived at the eastern location, where they quickly discovered a cave concealed by overgrown weeds. The entrance, about the size of an adult, was obscured by numerous vines, making it easy to overlook without careful searching. Zhang Fan gazed into the cave and noticed a strange azure light, which rapidly intensified and blinded him. Then he beheld a remarkable sight: golden structures encircling a grand altar, upon which rested a gleaming fruit. Captivated by the divine fruit, Zhang Fan approached it step by step. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, and the vision vanished, leaving only the dark entrance of the cave. "You little rascal, how quickly you fell for it," Uncle Chun scolded, revealing his yellowed teeth as he chastised Zhang Fan, who noticed that Ms. Han and the others were also watching him. Realizing he had been ensnared in an illusion, Zhang Fan comprehended that everything he had seen was but a mirage. "It's fine. Let us proceed inside," Ms. Han ordered, prompting the others to spring into action. At this point, one of the two operators responsible for the instruments handed Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun black sunglasses. These glasses would shield their eyes from the cave's peculiar beams and also possess night vision capabilities, with a button located on the side of the frames. After donning the sunglasses, Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun found their vision transformed into shades of gray. Following Uncle Chun's lead, Zhang Fan trailed behind Ms. Han and the others as they entered the cave. Once inside, the pitch-black environment was illuminated under the night vision goggles, allowing Zhang Fan to inspect the surroundings. There was nothing particularly remarkable. The ground was littered with stones of various sizes, and the echo of their footsteps reverberated throughout the cave, indicating its considerable depth. As they ventured deeper, Zhang Fan gradually noticed scattered white bones and variously shaped skeletons lying about. "Be cautious," Uncle Chun whispered, patting Zhang Fan's shoulder. Acknowledging the warning, Zhang Fan continued to follow closely behind. As they walked, he observed one of the operators trailing behind, sprinkling an unknown white powder on the ground. Curious, Zhang Fan inquired, "Uncle Chun, what are they doing?" Marking the path to prevent getting lost. "And remember, less talk and more observation," Uncle Chun explained, concluding with a reminder. Zhang Fan, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further questioning and maintained his position at the rear. Before long, the group reached the cave's end, where they encountered a peculiar wall adorned with intricate carvings. Through his night vision goggles, Zhang Fan discerned an image of a bearded man seated in meditation, with several individuals kneeling before him in reverence. The two operators swiftly copied the wall's design and uploaded it to their portable computer, while Ms. Han and the others observed the wall with an air of leisure. Although their demeanor appeared relaxed, Zhang Fan noted the glint of excitement in Ms. Han's and the other two individuals' eyes, contrasting with the ordinary appearance of the fourth person. After a brief moment, one of the personnel approached Ms. Han, reporting, "Miss, the wall's design matches the records." Ms. Han nodded and instructed, "Proceed." Retreating to a perceived safe distance behind Ms. Han, Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun took their positions while Ms. Han and her team paid them no mind. The two operators retrieved 4 small black explosive devices from their bags, affixing them to the 4 corners of the wall before stepping back to a safe distance. One of them pressed a button on a remote control. With a resounding boom, the entire cave shook and the stones on the ground trembled violently. In that instant, both Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun instinctively covered their ears, yet the overwhelming noise reverberated through the narrow cave, causing their eardrums to ache and leaving them slightly dizzy. After what felt like an eternity, the cacophony subsided, and they gradually regained their composure. Upon looking at Ms. Han and the others, Zhang Fan realized they had emerged unscathed, lacking any protective gear or earplugs. Once the echoes of the explosion faded and the swirling dust settled, Zhang Fan followed Ms. Han and the others closer to the wall. The wall had transformed into a door, leading to an unknown dark passage. Ms. Han then declared, "We have arrived. You have 2 choices. 1. Return the way you came, or 2. Venture inside. However, your fate will no longer concern us, for we will not accompany you. Rest assured, we are not malicious and will not harm you. But remember our agreement. Do not disclose what transpires here." Without awaiting Zhang Fan and Uncle Chen's response, she led her group into the door, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 5. Betrayal. Zhang Fan looked to Uncle Chun, awaiting his decision. It was Zhang Fan's first encounter in such a place, and he felt utterly lost. Thus, he deferred to Uncle Chun, knowing that an experienced individual would possess greater insight into the appropriate course of action in ancient tomb. "After all these years, I have stumbled upon one, and it bears the style of ancient China." Uncle Chun mused, gazing into the abyss. "What do you mean by ancient China?" Zhang Fan inquired, seizing upon a particular term. Ancient China refers to a nation that existed prior to the Federation, even before the establishment of a global government. By lineage and surname, we could consider ourselves a part of ancient China, as our ancestors were once its people, Uncle Chun elaborated. Though Zhang Fan grasped the essence of the explanation, it left him somewhat bewildered. Yet he committed Uncle Chen's words to memory. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Fan pressed further. "Uncle Chun, are you familiar with Atlantis?" Atlantis, a realm steeped in legend, perpetually sought yet never discovered. Nonetheless, some historical findings seem to hint at Atlantis, though they have been debunked as fabrications. Uncle Chun replied casually. This response ignited a spark in Zhang Fan's eyes. If it had been pursued for so long, it must exist, merely eluding discovery. This thought filled him with hope for his own plight. History. I must uncover historical clues. Perhaps I can find some indication of Atlantis. Zhang Fan's excitement swelled within him, as he envisioned Atlantis not as an unattainable dream, but as something he would surely uncover, all in the name of survival. Meanwhile, Uncle Chun remained indecisive about entering, oblivious to Zhang Fan's fervor. "Let us take the plunge. It would be a regret not to enter an ancient tomb after such a fortunate encounter." Uncle Chun finally resolved, clenching his teeth. He called to Zhang Fan, "Take out everything from your bag. Let us prepare before we proceed." Acknowledging his words, Zhang Fan opened his backpack to retrieve the items. On the pitch-black path, Uncle Chun and Zhang Fan secured themselves together with ropes around their waists, donning the night vision goggles that Ms. Han had not confiscated, each wielding a flashlight and a machete, illuminating the path ahead while remaining vigilant for potential threats. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived at a grand door, and as they stepped through, the formerly dark space suddenly illuminated, surprising them both. They removed their night vision goggles to survey their surroundings. Zhang Fan looked up to find several large, luminous orbs embedded in the ceiling, casting light throughout the space. Within this chamber, 4 stone doors stood, each adorned with inscrutable characters that evoked a sense of unease. Uncle Chen scrutinized the area, his astonishment growing with each glance. "Goodness, these stones alone could fetch a fortune if sold. This place is a treasure trove," he exclaimed, brandishing his machete as if to strike one of the stones, only to hesitate at the last moment. Wait, I can't destroy it. That would be catastrophic. He quickly set down the machete. What is the matter, Uncle Chun? Zhang Fan questioned, puzzled. This is an ancient tomb, undoubtedly equipped with various mechanisms. The items here must not be carelessly damaged. Doing so could lead to considerable trouble. Uncle Chun cautioned. He then gazed at the inscriptions hanging above the 4 doors, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Life, death, young. Uncle Chun murmured several words, shaking his head as if unable to recognize the character on the 4th door. What does this mean? Zhang Fan inquired, leaning closer to him. I'm not entirely sure. I cannot identify the 4th character. But I speculate it should be yin, a term from a particular ancient Chinese doctrine, Uncle Chun replied. Which door should we take now? We should choose this one. There are footprints in front of it, likely belonging to Miss Han and her companions. Let us follow in their footsteps and see if we can procure some valuable items. Moreover, since they lead the way, any potential danger will be encountered by them first. Uncle Chun concluded, pointing to the door marked with the character for life. The 2 men then proceeded cautiously through the door of life. As soon as they stepped inside, the door behind them slammed shut, and they immediately turned back. However, the door was now firmly closed, flush against the wall. Exchanging glances, they decided to press onward. Before them lay a corridor, with small luminous orbs embedded at intervals along the walls. Their light dim yet sufficient to cast a faint glow throughout the passage. The serene stillness added an unsettling chill to the atmosphere. Uncle Chun, look! Zhang Fan suddenly exclaimed, noticing 2 corpses within the corridor. Crossbow bolts pierced their bodies, blood staining the ground beneath them. Upon further inspection, he saw several skeletal remains scattered throughout the passage, indicating the perilous nature of this route. Isn't that one of the 2 technicians accompanying Miss Han? Uncle Chun recognized the bodies by their clothing and the discarded equipment nearby. This path is treacherous. You see the tiles on the ground? We must step on them in a specific order to pass. Uncle Chun observed, his expression troubled as he pondered how to navigate the corridor. Without the bodies of Miss Han and her team, they must have passed through here. How did they manage to do so? Zhang Fan pondered, scanning the area. They're not like us. We are merely ordinary people, while they are not. Uncle Chun stated, pulling out a cigarette and placing it in his mouth that he paused before lighting it, reconsidering and putting both the cigarette and lighter away. Ordinary people, Zhang Fan queried, intrigued, yet Uncle Chun chose not to elaborate further, instead focusing on the corridor in search of a way to proceed. Understanding his reluctance to discuss, Zhang Fan refrained from asking more questions and began to observe their surroundings. I think I have a solution for how we can get across, Zhang Fan suddenly declared, his eyes brightening. Oh? Uncle Chun turned to him, eager for further explanation. Instead of stepping on the ground, we can traverse above it. Look, the distance to the other side is only about 50 meters. We can shoot an arrow with a rope attached to it to the top on the opposite side. Then secure the other end to our wall and traverse along the rope, Zhang Fan detailed, his enthusiasm growing as he spoke. Uncle Chin's eyes lit up with realization. Young people are indeed clever. Let us proceed with that plan, Uncle Chun agreed, setting down his backpack as he and Zhang Fan prepared for action. Meanwhile, in the Yunyang City Security Bureau, a young man perused a report from his subordinate. His brow furrowed in concern. What brings Miss Han to Yunyang City? Shouldn't she be attending to the ailing Mr. Han? He murmured, glancing at the documents on his desk, which included reports on Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun. Just then, another report was delivered to him, and he briefly scanned it, noting that Miss Han and her group were headed to Fengming Mountain. Within a secret chamber of the ancient tomb, Miss Han had sustained several tears in her form-fitting attire, exposing her fair skin. Her left shoulder bore an injury, and she leaned against her right arm, sweat glistening on her face as she displayed a look of anger. Before her stood an ordinary-looking attendant, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with fury directed at the 2 individuals before them. A stern man in a green long coat holding an iron ball and a young man dressed in trendy attire, sporting sunglasses and a sun hat. The young man in sunglasses grinned at Miss Han. Miss Han, comply with us and rest assured, we will not take your life. His gaze lingered on the exposed skin, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. Zoda, what is the meaning of this? Miss Han demanded defiantly. Why? You know our profession. However, we were hired by someone before you had the chance to engage us. Our task is to follow you and obtain that item. Fear not. Our mission does not involve your demise. If you cooperate, we can coexist amicably, Zoda replied, adjusting his hat with an air of confidence. Humph, without me, you would not be able to obtain that item, Han Xing retorted, her expression unwavering as she glared at Zoda. Miss, the ground below is hollow. It should lead to a passage. I will create a distraction while you escape through this passage. A voice whispered in Han Xing's ear. Upon hearing this, Han Xing suddenly called out, and at that moment, Uncle Fu sprang into action. The seemingly ordinary Uncle Fu suddenly exhibited immense strength, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the ground beneath him, propelling him towards Zoda and his companion. As Zoda's eyes widened in shock at the sudden assault from Uncle Fu, he recalled the earlier ambush and realized that this unassuming attendant was not to be underestimated. Look out! Miss Han has vanished! The man holding the iron ball exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation just as Uncle Fu charged forward, his face contorted in determination, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks to prevent Zoda and his companion from advancing. Chapter 6. 3 Withered Corpses in the Tomb. Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun successfully navigated the corridor and entered a vast burial chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size. The walls of the chamber were adorned with countless carvings of phoenixes in various poses, some rising from the ashes, others in harmonious flight, and some dancing alone. In the center of the chamber lay 3 stone coffins, their lids propped against the sides. Within these coffins were 3 withered corpses clad in unusual attire, while 4 eternal lamps illuminated the room. Uncle Chun, what kind of creatures are these? Zhang Fan inquired, examining the intricate carvings on the walls with curiosity. If I am not mistaken, these are ancient mythical beasts known as phoenixes. Uncle Chun replied, equally captivated by the chamber's decor as thoughts of the phoenix and foaming mountain raced through his mind. What should we do now, Uncle Chun? Zhang Fan asked. Indeed, there must be mechanisms at play. Miss Han and her team likely escaped through one of them. We should search for clues, knock on the walls or the floor to see if anything reveals itself, Uncle Chun suggested, though he himself was preoccupied with studying the 3 empty coffins. 3 coffins, 3 flowers atop. Could it represent the 3 talents? Uncle Chun murmured to himself. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he approached the front of the coffins and scrutinized the heads of each, noticing Uncle Chun's intense focus. Zhang Fan joined him, peering at the stone tablets atop the coffins. Without thinking, he reached out and turned one, and with a grinding sound, a stone door appeared in the wall. Excited, Zhang Fan repeated the action with the other coffins, resulting in 2 more stone doors materializing in the adjacent walls. 3 doors now stood before Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun. Which door should we choose? Zhang Fan asked, seeking Uncle Chun's guidance. Uncle Chun scrutinized Zhang Fan, impressed by his ingenuity in navigating the initial corridor and now discovering 3 doors. These should represent the 3 talents, each leading to different locations, yet each location likely holds treasures of equal worth. Given that this is an ancient tomb, over 1,000 years old, we cannot ascertain whether those treasures still exist. Uncle Chun reflected as he gazed at the 3 doors. A creaking sound echoed within the tomb, instantly alerting both Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun. They turned their gazes towards the source of the noise, and their pupils dilated in shock at the sight before them. The sound emanated from 3 stone coffins, from which a skeletal hand emerged, seemingly attempting to claw its way out. The grinding of bones grew louder, prompting Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun to retreat hastily. I could see that moment. The coffin from which the skeletal hand had protruded revealed the upper half of a desiccated corpse, its skull facing Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun, hollow eye sockets emanating a ghostly blue light. A chilling roar erupted from the skeletal head, and as it did, the lower half of the body, still ensconced within the coffin, suddenly sprang to life, lunging toward Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun. Run! Seeing the horrifying scene, both Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun wasted no time and dashed towards the door behind them, the corpse in pursuit. Before long, the other 2 coffins released their own corpses, which lingered momentarily in the tomb before each disappeared through separate doors. In another chamber, Zada spat onto the ground, his coat tattered and sunglasses shattered, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. His sleeves were frayed, exposing his muscular arms, and in his hand, he gripped an oddly shaped dagger. Before him lay a man, a gaping hole in his chest with blood pooling around him. None other than Uncle Fu, who had previously obstructed their exit with Miss Han. Are you all right, Zada? A companion holding 2 small iron balls approached, his voice raspy. His condition was equally dire. His green robe was in tatters, revealing deep claw marks that exposed bone, and his face was pale, The iron balls in his hands had crumbled to dust. "I'm fine. I didn't expect this seemingly silent fellow to be so formidable. Had we not been injured earlier, we might have met a grim fate," was what Zada replied, straightening himself and heading towards the shadowy spot where Han Xing had vanished. "Stay here. I'll go after her." Zada looked back at his companion, Chang Chun, who nodded in agreement, realizing he needed to tend to his own injuries. After a brief exchange of caution, Zada jumped down to pursue Han Xing. In the passage of the tomb, Zhang Fan and Uncle Chun sprinted desperately, drenched in sweat, while eerie howls echoed behind them. "Faster! Faster!" Uncle Chun shouted as they remained tethered by a rope, alternating their pace to keep each other moving. "That it's gaining on us, Uncle Chun!" Zhang Fan yelled, glancing back at the approaching corpse. Uncle Chun's face was etched with urgency as they neared a fork in the path. "Break the rope and run separate ways. Whatever happens next, we leave it to fate," Uncle Chun commanded. And Zhang Fan, understanding the necessity, complied without protest. Swiftly, they reached the fork, exchanged a nod of camaraderie, and dashed in opposite directions. The pursuing corpse halted at the fork, sniffing the air before choosing to chase after Zhang Fan. As Zhang Fan ran, he kept vigilant of the creature behind him. Its ghastly howls reverberated through the passage. Sensing the distance closing, Zhang Fan pushed himself to run faster, desperate to escape the undead pursuer. Reaching the end of the corridor, he spotted a set of gates and a handle beside them. Summoning all his strength, he accelerated, breaking through his limits, and widened the gap between himself and the corpse. Upon reaching the gates, he gripped the handle and pressed down, causing the gates to slowly rise. As he anxiously awaited their ascent, he noticed the corpse drawing nearer, sweat dripping from his brow, just as the gates had risen to a sufficient height. Zhang Fan dropped to the side and slid through. He quickly reached back to pull the handle, slamming the gates shut just as the corpse collided against them, its head pressing against the barrier as it let out a terrifying roar. Relieved to have barricaded himself, Zhang Fan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. He wiped his sweaty forehead. He felt the fatigue in his legs, as if all his strength had been drained. The corpse continued to batter against the gates, its nostrils flaring as it sought him out. Suddenly, Zhang Fan noticed the creature maintaining its position, its nostrils aimed directly at him. Could it be tracking him by scent? No, he mused, it must be something else. What are the dead most sensitive to? His grandfather once told him a peculiar tale. What was it? Zhang Fan racked his brain, trying to recall the stories of his childhood. Life and death, breath. Yes, the breath of the living. An epiphany struck him. A cracking sound resonated, and with a loud crash, the gates were splintered open by the relentless corpse. It let out a howl, then fell silent, its head swiveling as if searching for something. Zhang Fan pressed himself against the wall, holding his breath, watching as the corpse failed to locate him. After standing still for a moment, it sprinted down another passage, seemingly having found a new target. Once assured it was gone, Zhang Fan exhaled deeply, astonished at his own luck. He pushed himself up, but as he did, the ground beneath him caved in, opening a gaping hole that swallowed him whole. Chapter 7. The mysterious book. Thud, thud, thud in the pitch-black void. Zhang Fan's body collided with hard surfaces as he curled into a ball, cradling his head to protect himself from injury. Yet, each impact sent waves of pain coursing through him. Fortunately, the tumult was brief, and he soon landed with a thud on the solid ground. He cried out in agony. His left arm had broken upon impact, the searing pain overwhelming his senses. Time blurred as he endured the ache. Eventually gritting his teeth to sit up, his left arm bore a deep gash, exposing bone. With determination, he tore off a piece of his jacket, fashioning a makeshift bandage for his injury. Once attended to, Zhang Fan took stock of his surroundings, searching for an exit. The space was confined, a lavishly adorned chamber of less than 50 square meters. A large luminous orb adorned the ceiling, while the walls were intricately carved with vibrant phoenixes. Their lifelike forms seemingly alive. In the center of the room stood a stone table, upon which lay a book. A book? Zhang Fan winced but stood, steadying himself with his right hand as he approached. Indeed, it was a book, appearing to be made of paper, but crafted from a peculiar material, as it would have disintegrated into dust after a millennium in this tomb. That he flipped through the pages, each displaying 10 lines of an incomprehensible script, identical to the inscriptions on the 3 doors of the previous chamber. After examining the room and finding only the solitary book, Zhang Fan placed it into his backpack and began to search for any hidden mechanisms. Having learned that the switches were often concealed in the walls, though uncertain, the likelihood remained high. Soon, Zhang Fan fortuitously discovered a movable block on one side of the wall. He pressed it down to the bottom, causing a small door to appear on the adjacent wall. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan stepped through the doorway, leaving the tomb chamber behind. Upon exiting the tomb, he found himself in a labyrinthine network of passages, each leading to an unknown destination. Choosing one at random, he walked slowly, supporting his injured left arm while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The passageways twisted and turned like a maze, and Zhang Fan lost track of time and direction. But fortunately, the corridors posed no immediate danger. Suddenly, a crisp metallic sound echoed through the corridor. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating the source of the sound before deciding to follow it. Upon reaching the origin of the noise, he discovered another tomb chamber, but this one lacked a floor. Below, a row of sharp, pointed spears jutted ominously upwards. At that moment, Miss Han was precariously perched on the edge of the trap, desperately holding on her dagger to prevent herself from falling. Zhang Fan noticed that Miss Han was in dire straits. Her complexion had drained of color, her clothing was torn, revealing crimson wounds beneath, and she was exerting every ounce of strength to grip the dagger while using her other hand to strike the nearby wall. Hoping to attract attention, without hesitation, Zhang Fan crouched down and grasped her hand with his only functioning right arm, attempting to pull her up. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Han Xing's eyes lit up with relief, and she grasped his hand with her other hand. With Zhang Fan's assistance, the lithe Han Xing was swiftly pulled to safety, where she gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling dramatically, exposing her fair skin marred by wounds, a strikingly vivid scene. Zhang Fan, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but swallow hard and quickly averted his gaze. After a brief moment of recovery, Han Xing turned to Zhang Fan and spoke, "Thank you. Where's Uncle Chen?" Zhang Fan glanced at her, then replied, "I separated from Uncle Chen." Han Xing did not press further, but observed Zhang Fan's condition, his injured hand, tattered clothing, and the numerous scars marring his face. Her brow furrowed slightly as she remarked, "Uncle Chen must have told you that this is an ancient tomb, and indeed, it is an exceptionally ancient one." Zhang Fan nodded in affirmation. This was the legendary tomb of the Phoenix Taoist, though he was unfamiliar with the identity of said Taoist. However, the tomb was said to contain a miraculous elixir known as the Nine Phoenix Life-Extending Pill, capable of restoring anyone, regardless of the severity of their injuries, to full health. After a brief glance at Zhang Fan, Han Xing continued, "As for why I'm telling you this, I need your assistance in obtaining the Nine Phoenix Life-Extending Pill. You may name your reward." Zhang Fan understood her intent and responded, "How do we find this elixir? There are countless passages, and it feels akin to a labyrinth." Han Xing reassured him, "You needn't worry. I can sense it. Just follow my lead." However, her response left Zhang Fan perplexed, prompting him to ask, "If you can find it, why do you need my help?" Just as Zhang Fan finished speaking, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Upon hearing the sound, Han Xing's expression sharpened, and she urgently instructed, "We must leave this place at once." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fan followed her closely as they made their way out. He glanced back toward the source of the footsteps and saw the trendy young man who had been accompanying Han Xing. The moment their eyes met, the young man accelerated his pace. Zhang Fan quickly deduced that he too sought the Nine Phoenix Life-Extending Pill, which explained the rift between him and Han Xing. In the twisting passages of the tomb, Han Xing relied on her instincts, maneuvering through the chaotic corridors while Zhang Fan closely trailed her. Meanwhile, the young man, Zhuda, pursued them with relentless speed, closing the distance rapidly. As they fled, Han Xing spoke, "Now you understand why I need your help, that I cannot handle Zhuda alone. I require your assistance. Although it may seem futile, it is better than facing him alone. Your task is to draw Zhuda's attention and buy me some time." Zhang Fan, following closely, felt a chill in his chest. It was clear he was being used as a decoy. Anger surged within him, but he quelled it, realizing he had no other choice. Turning back, he encountered Zhuda, who would likely eliminate him instantly. For now, he had no option but to aid Han Xing in finding an opportunity. Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated through the corridor, causing both Han Xing and Zhang Fan to halt. Around the corner, they spotted two decaying corpses charging towards them. Zhuda, noticing the halted pair, wore a sinister grin and quickened his pace. Zhang Fan cursed under his breath, realizing the situation was dire. Then, An idea sparked in his mind, and he whispered urgently to Han Xing before dashing towards the approaching corpses. Seeing Han Xing sprint forward again, Zhuo Da's eyes narrowed, and he accelerated his pursuit. The two corpses emitted shrieks as they lunged at Zhuo Da. Initially startled, Zhuo Da quickly regained his composure and, with no retreat, unleashed a fiery fist that struck one of the corpses, sending it flying. However, the other corpse clawed at Zhuo Da's leg, leaving deep, blackened gashes from which dark mist seeped, corrupting the red blood beneath. The searing pain forced a howl from Zhuo Da as he kicked the corpse away. Flames erupted around his wound, attempting to incinerate the encroaching darkness. Seizing the opportunity, the corpses lunged at Zhuo Da once more. Now engulfed in flames, Zhuo Da wore a fierce expression, retaliating violently against the relentless attacks of the corpses, sending them sprawling yet again. Only for them to rise and charge once more down on one side of the corridor. Zhang Fan and Han Xing held their breath, watching the fierce battle unfold. Han Xing remained impassive, while Zhang Fan was filled with astonishment, marveling at Zhuo Da's ability to conjure flames and his prowess in combat against two corpses, a feat he himself could never hope to accomplish. Let us move. The corpses won't hold Zhuo Da for long. We must find the elixir quickly, Han Xing urged, darting towards another passage. Zhang Fan promptly followed her lead. What was that about Zhuo Da being able to conjure flames? Zhang Fan inquired as they fled, relieved to be temporarily out of danger, though they maintained their swift pace. Han Xing, however, did not provide a direct answer, instead stating, "If you gain the ability in the future, you will understand." Zhang Fan fell silent, realizing that this world was far more complex than he had ever known. The dead walked as if alive, displaying ferocity beyond imagination, while Zhuo Da commanded flames, a phenomenon he had never witnessed. He accepted that he would eventually learn the truth, trusting Han Xing's words. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the passage, after what felt like an eternity of twisting and turning. Han Xing brought Zhang Fan before a tomb chamber. "This must be it. I can sense that the elixir lies within," she declared, standing before the tomb's entrance. Zhang Fan examined the surrounding walls, running his hands over them in search of a mechanism to open the door. Yet his efforts bore no fruit. Han Xing joined him, exploring the area until they both reluctantly ceased their search. Returning to the tomb entrance, Zhang Fan studied the engravings on the door, which depicted countless phoenixes, more than he had seen in the previous chamber, each smaller and more varied in type. As Zhang Fan scrutinized the carvings, he felt a peculiar dissonance, a sense of something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Zhang Fan fixated his gaze on every phoenix carved upon the tomb door, scrutinizing each one from top to bottom, observing the intricate details of at least 1,000 distinct phoenixes etched upon the 6-square-meter entrance. Rather than feeling exasperated, he exhibited remarkable patience, meticulously examining each figure in search of that elusive element of incongruity. Gradually, Zhang Fan narrowed his focus, comparing the phoenixes one by one. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes as he leaned closer to the door, his hand resting against one of the smaller phoenixes. Han Xing noticed Zhang Fan's actions, pausing her own search to join him, curious to see if he had discovered the mechanism. "Miss Han, what do you think distinguishes this phoenix from the others?" Zhang Fan inquired, pointing at the figure. Upon hearing his words, Han Xing furrowed her brow, carefully observing the phoenix he indicated. After comparing it with its surrounding counterparts, her eyes widened in recognition. This particular phoenix appeared slightly different. Although subtle, its eyes lacked the vibrant hue of the others. Yet, what significance did this hold? It could simply be a result of time, perhaps paint that had faded. Unlike Zhang Fan, Han Xing did not share his sense of discord regarding the carvings before them. Though her reasoning was not without merit, Zhang Fan remained troubled, convinced that the source of his unease stemmed from this very phoenix. Faded paint, he glanced at the other phoenixes, all of which remained vividly detailed. Why was it solely this phoenix whose eyes had dulled? Contemplating this, Zhang Fan retrieved a black ink pen from his backpack. "What are you planning to do?" Han Xing asked, intrigued by his actions. "I intend to add some color," he replied, as he deftly applied ink to the dulled eyes of the phoenix, restoring its vibrant gaze. Suddenly, as soon as he completed the touch-up, the newly painted eyes blinked, and to their astonishment, the tomb door began to creak open. Witnessing this phenomenon, Han Xing was taken aback. The phrase "the finishing touch" from the ancient tomb's documentation suddenly echoed in her mind. Who would have thought it truly was a case of adding the final stroke to a phoenix? At this moment, she cast another glance at Zhang Fan, marveling at how this young man had unraveled several of the tomb's mechanisms. Had she not personally sought him out, she might have suspected he was the tomb's rightful master, and his luck seemed remarkably fortuitous. "Shall we enter?" Zhang Fan asked, refraining from stepping through the now open doorway. "Yes, don't worry. This chamber is unlikely to harbor any traps," Han Xing assured him, leading the way inside. Within the chamber, a 3-meter-high platform of blue stone stood prominently at its center, emanating a faint golden glow. As they stepped inside, Zhang Fan was enveloped by a delightful fragrance that invigorated his senses. Strangely, he noticed a shift in his body. The persistent pain in his previously injured left arm had mysteriously subsided. He marveled at this unexpected relief and turned to observe Han Xing, whose expression mirrored his astonishment, albeit tinged with joy. As they gazed upon the gentle golden light atop the stone platform. Zhang Fan surmised that the source of their inexplicable sensations lay within. Han Xing swiftly ascended the platform steps, and Zhang Fan followed closely behind. Out on the platform, 2 golden orbs, resembling quail eggs, floated, radiating a soft golden hue. "These are the 9 Phoenix life-extending pills," Han Xing exclaimed with delight. Producing a jade box, she had prepared to safely store one of the pills, which she concealed discreetly on her person. Then, she retrieved another box. Though it appeared far less remarkable than the first, I had presumed such a treasure would exist in singularity. To discover, too, is quite unexpected, she murmured as she prepared to secure the second pill. Zhang Fan, observing her intent to claim the second pill, felt an intense yearning welling up inside him, battling the urge to seize it. However, he recognized that Han Xing remained vigilant, and any attempt to snatch the pill could lead to dire consequences. Just as Han Xing secured the second pill, a burst of crimson flame erupted, striking her hand and sending the box flying. Zoda appeared, enveloped in swirling flames, leaping onto the blue stone platform and lunging for the airborne box. Reacting swiftly, Han Xing hurled her dagger at the box, attempting to destroy it. "Humph!" Zoda scoffed, effortlessly casting 2 flames. One deflected her dagger, while the other struck Han Xing, sending her sprawling. Zhang Fan, observing Zoda's entrance, sensed impending doom. Realizing that Zoda had dispatched the 2 corpses, he began searching the chamber for potential escape routes. Suddenly, he noticed a raised square where the pills had been placed. Without hesitation, he approached and forcefully pressed down on it. A door materialized behind the stone platform, and he promptly pulled Han Xing along as they dashed inside. In the air, Zoda seized the box, opening it to reveal a single pill glowing with golden light, exuding a fragrant aroma. His eyes sparkled with delight as he stowed the box, casting a sinister smile toward the exit Zhang Fan and Han Xing had just taken. In the passageway, Zhang Fan and Han Xing sprinted desperately. But Zhang Fan suddenly halted, retrieving a small black object from his backpack. Recognizing it as the explosive device used to breach the tomb entrance, Han Xing quickly grasped it, swiftly assembling it for detonation as they resumed their frantic escape. Zoda had already entered the passage, pursuing them with alarming speed. With a sharp crack, the device detonated, followed by a thunderous explosion. The ensuing collapse of the passage overwhelmed Zoda. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan and Han Xing raced through the crumbling tunnel, the debris falling faster and closer behind them. As they neared the exit, the light ahead grew brighter, and with every ounce of strength, Zhang Fan propelled himself forward, while Han Xing surged ahead of him. Just as Zhang Fan approached the threshold, the collapsing debris closed in, mere inches from engulfing him. With a primal roar, he summoned every bit of energy for one final push, launching himself forward. Dust clouded the air as he landed. While behind him, chaos erupted in a cacophony of collapsing rubble. Chapter 9. Between life and death amidst the scattered stones, Zhang Fan lay covered in dust, agony etched across his face. His previously broken arm throbbed intensely after the explosion, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Han Xing, regaining her composure, surveyed the chaotic scene ahead and, noting Zhang Fan's condition, approached him to help him sit up. Grasping his injured arm, a unique energy flowed from her hands into his, and with a gentle tug, she reconnected the fractured bones with surprising ease. As Han Xing tended to his injury, Zhang Fan felt a warm sensation enveloping his arm, deepening his curiosity about her true nature. "This is merely a preliminary treatment," You'll need to see a hospital for a thorough examination, she stated calmly after finishing her work. Zhang Fan nodded, glancing towards the collapsed entrance, concern for Uncle Chun bubbling within him. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, sending debris rolling in all directions. What is happening? They wondered aloud, bewildered by the quake. Then, with an explosive roar, the blocked exit of the tomb burst open, sending countless stones flying as a massive fireball erupted from the passageway, creating a shockwave that scattered debris and vegetation. Han Xing stared in disbelief at the fiery apparition. As the flames subsided, a figure emerged from the inferno. Zhang Fan's heart raced with unease as he beheld the silhouette. In any flicker of hope, he had vanished entirely. Emerging from the flames was Zoda, his face contorted with rage, his body marred with grotesque wounds, revealing that he, too, had suffered from the earlier explosion. Yet, in his fury, he appeared more formidable than before, his eyes burning with hatred directed at Han Xing, the flames around him consuming everything within a meter's radius. You have reached the second level of ability, Han Xing remarked, astonished. Haha, I owe you this. Were it not for the perilous thrill, I might not have ascended to the second level just yet. Though given my innate abilities, it was merely a matter of time before I reached it. Zoda laughed boastfully, his face radiating pride. Upon hearing Zoda's words, Han Xing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Zoda would prove so resilient and become a level 2 ability user. What more do you desire? You've acquired what you came for, and your mission should be complete. We should have nothing further to discuss, Han Xing continued, contemplating how to extricate himself from this situation. The mission may have concluded. Yet Zoda's tone shifted. Our matters are far from resolved. Our matters? What do we have to discuss? Han Xing's expression changed, and he added, You should know. If you dare to harm me, you'll have to contend with the entire Han family of Xining. Seemingly taken aback by Han Xing's words, Zoda furrowed his brow, momentarily silenced. Sensing that he had intimidated Zoda, Han Xing felt a flicker of triumph. However, this pride was short-lived as Zoda burst into laughter. Haha. Indeed, I cannot afford to offend the Han family of Xining. But if no one knows, what matter is it? Even if they do, it would only be known that I perished in the ancient tomb alongside the young lady of the Han family. His gaze fixated upon Han Xing with a lascivious gleam in his eyes. Humph, do you think the Han family are fools? You need not worry about that. Just obediently wait here while I deal with that annoying little brat. Then I shall properly educate you. Zoda chuckled, casting a glance at Zhang Fan, who stood behind Han Xing. Zhang Fan felt a bitter smile tugging at his lips as Zoda's gaze fell upon him. Facing Zoda, who was beyond his capabilities, Zhang Fan experienced a profound sense of helplessness, as if his fate were entirely controlled by others, and that cursed affliction that a surge of defiance roared within him. He could not resign himself to such a fate. He had to survive. As Zoda advanced threateningly, Zhang Fan bolted, despite the absurdity of his actions in the eyes of Han Xing and Zoda. He knew that Zoda could easily catch him, and escape was futile, yet he refused to acquiesce to despair. Witnessing Zhang Fan's desperate flight, Zoda sneered. Perfect. I can use you to familiarize myself with my newly acquired powers. A flame shot forth from Zoda's hand, swift as lightning, and it surpassed Zhang Fan in speed. Bang! The flame struck Zhang Fan's right foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. Haha, run. Get up and run. Zoda jeered, unleashing another flame that hit Zhang Fan's other foot, extinguishing any hope of escape. Zhang Fan's face contorted in agony as the flames seared him, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from crying out. His eyes burning with a fierce determination to memorize Zoda's visage. Observing Zhang Fan's defiance, Zoda mocked. Humph, quite stubborn are we. With your pitiful state, do you still harbor thoughts of revenge? Allow me to teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. One that will ensure you never see tomorrow's sun again. Go seek your vengeance in hell. With that, Zoda conjured a fireball aimed at Zhang Fan's head. As the fireball sped toward him, Zhang Fan's expression grew increasingly defiant. Was this truly the end? Closing his eyes, despair washed over him, permeating his very being. Boom! A voice interrupted. As an ability user, do you find it honorable to bully an ordinary person? Zhang Fan opened his eyes to see a man clad in a long black cloak standing before him. His back turned, and he noticed a nearby fallen tree, flames licking at its base. Zoda frowned, a look of seriousness crossing his face. He sensed that this newcomer was not to be underestimated. Who are you? Do you intend to meddle? Zoda coldly inquired. Humph, am I not allowed to intervene in my own territory? The man replied with an air of dominance. A territory? Zoda paused in surprise. I am Luo Ho, captain of the 1st Division of the Yunyang City Guard. Han Xing interjected, approaching with an icy demeanor. Seeing Han Xing's arrival, Zoda's expression soured, realizing that she and this newcomer were acquainted. You will not take me away now. Prepare to face the wrath of the Han family, Han Xing declared, her tone frigid. Humph, who says I cannot? It's merely a matter of adding another casualty, Zoda retorted, glaring at Luo Ho. Meanwhile, Luo Ho smirked disdainfully. As if mocking Zoda's threats, Zoda's expression hardened, flames once again enveloping him as he extended his fingers in a gun-like gesture, summoning a deep crimson bullet aimed at Luo Ho. Ha, just a level 2 novice, Luo Ho remarked, his voice low as he suddenly vanished from Zoda's sight. As Zoda's target disappeared, his flames sputtered out. How can this be? My flame shield cannot be broken, Zoda screamed, hastily attempting to mend the breach. Yet a spiraling force pierced through the shattered barrier, crackling with violet electricity. Thump! A powerful strike landed on Zoda's waist, sending him crashing against a tree with a resounding thud. Blood poured from his mouth as he realized he had been defeated in an instant. How can this be? I am a level 2 ability user, he gasped, clutching his chest in disbelief. Even as the pain attested to the truth that IS being a level 2 ability user, so formidable. You are merely newly initiated, Luo Ho scoffed, observing Zoda's plight with disdain. Filled with resentment, Zoda shot a venomous glance at Han Xing before abruptly fleeing. Watching Zoda retreat, Luo Ho made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, turning his attention to the unconscious Zhang Fan on the ground and calling for assistance. Why did you not chase him? Han Xing questioned, a hint of reproach in her tone as she approached. My actions are not subject to your oversight, Luo Ho replied, not even sparing Han Xing a glance. Han Xing seethed, her anger palpable, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Moments later, a flying ambulance arrived, transporting Zhang Fan and the others away. Another exit of Fengming Mountain. A figure emerged. Uncle Chun, who had separated from Zhang Fan during their escape. Unlike before, his demeanor was now grave, his eyes filled with curiosity, and his fingers stained with blood that had yet to be wiped clean. In the secret chamber of the ancient tomb, Zoda's companions lay sprawled on the floor, lifeless, their eyes wide with terror. And 2 fatal claw marks scored their necks. Chapter 10. The vanished book at the first hospital of Yunyang City. In a luxurious private ward, Zhang Fan lay ensconced in thick bandages and high-performance plaster, his face adorned with adhesive strips. Murmuring in his stupor, Zhang Fan gradually opened his eyes. You've awakened. Please wait. I will fetch the doctor, a nurse standing nearby exclaimed before hurriedly exiting. Before long, a middle-aged doctor entered to examine Zhang Fan. Doctor, what has happened to me? Zhang Fan inquired. Oh, not worry. Although your hands and feet are severely injured, you are in good hands. The hospital has methods to treat these injuries, ensuring you will be as good as new. The doctor assured him with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's anxiety eased. I end this era of advanced medicine. Severe injuries, such as amputations, were no longer insurmountable. As long as one lived, any part of the body could be perfectly restored. He assessed his previously fractured hand and the injuries inflicted by Zoda. They had already healed significantly, likely due to the hospital's restorative agents. How long have I been asleep? He asked. 3 days. You've been in a coma for 3 days. The doctor replied, in a few more days, your injuries should heal, and you'll be able to be discharged. That moment, a figure clad in a white dress entered, the neckline revealing a generous expanse of pure white that was hard to resist. Zhang Fan glanced over and recognized her as Han Xing, however. This version of Han Xing bore little resemblance to the one he had previously known. Her demeanor had transformed entirely, yet the former Han Xing exuded an air of aloof elegance. The present one radiated a princess-like charm. Her request. The doctor and nurse exited the room, leaving Zhang Fan and her alone. Hello, I am Han Yun, the twin sister of Han Xing, with a sweet smile. The girl who called herself Han Yun spoke to Zhang Fan. Miss Han's twin sister. Zhang Fan was taken aback. They looked remarkably alike. Even their voices were nearly indistinguishable. Noticing Zhang Fan's sudden astonishment, Han Yun stifled a giggle. When Zhang Fan regained his composure, he politely nodded and said, Hello, I'm glad to see you awake. I'm here on behalf of my sister. She said she could grant you a modest request. I'm here to inquire about what you need. Perhaps you require money. After speaking, Han Yun looked at Zhang Fan, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan lowered his gaze. Was this a form of compensation? After some contemplation, he realized that having aided Han Xing significantly in the ancient tomb and secured the 9 Phoenix revitalizing pill for him was a considerable favor. The Han family in Xining appeared to be quite prominent. Otherwise, someone as formidable as Zhude wouldn't be wary of them. Reflecting on this, Zhang Fan raised his head to meet Han Yun's gaze and replied, I haven't thought of anything yet. May I let you know once I have? Han Yun regarded him with a special smile and gently said, Of course. Here is my contact information that if you think of something, just give me a call. After handing Zhang Fan a card, she felt there was nothing more to discuss and took her leave. With Han Yun's departure, Zhang Fan found himself alone in the hospital room, but he looked at the card she had given him, which bore only a single phone number. He then pressed the call button by his bedside, and a nurse promptly entered the room. Excuse me, where is my backpack? Zhang Fan inquired. Your backpack is on the cabinet beside you, the nurse replied, moving to retrieve it. She placed it by the bedside at Zhang Fan's gesture. Zhang Fan opened the backpack and inspected its contents, relieved to find everything intact. He then dismissed the nurse. From the backpack, he took out a book he had found in the ancient tomb. One he could not comprehend that it was his sole prize from the expedition. Thankfully, it remained with him. This journey had opened his eyes to a world beyond his understanding, revealing the existence of capable individuals. In their presence, he felt incredibly insignificant, as if his life and death were not his own. The memory of narrowly escaping death multiple times left Zhang Fan with an unsettling feeling. The thought of Zhude recklessly controlling his fate ignited a sense of defiance and determination within him. To survive and to seek the divine fruit, he must grow stronger. Zhang Fan continuously encouraged himself. As he held the book, an inkling arose that it might alter his destiny. He opened it, gazing at the unfamiliar characters. Although he could not decipher the text, an inexplicable force compelled him to turn the pages, his eyes scanning each character with an almost instinctual focus. When he reached the final word, Zhang Fan realized he had read the entire book. Sensing something amiss, he scrutinized the book again, only to find it unchanged. Upon closing his eyes to recall what he had just read, the words emerged vividly in his mind, as if engraved within him since childhood. What is happening? Zhang Fan pondered, bewildered by his ability to remember the foreign script so vividly. He opened the book again, only to discover that the text had vanished entirely, leaving the pages blank. Just as his confusion deepened, something extraordinary occurred. The book began to lighten in his hands, gradually becoming translucent and dissolving into a cloud of dust that scattered in the wind. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this phenomenon. Moments later, he shook himself back to reality, rummaging through his backpack in vain for the book, ultimately resigning himself to the truth of the situation. He closed his eyes once more, envisioning the book's contents. And unfamiliar words once again materialized in his mind with clarity. That it seems that the book has somehow been transferred into my consciousness, and once the process is complete, the book itself disappears. Zhang Fan surmised, reconciling this with his encounters with capable individuals and the desiccated corpses, elements of reality that had previously seemed impossible. Clearly, these words were the true treasure, though their meanings eluded him. If only Uncle Chun were here, he would surely understand. Worry crept into Zhang Fan's heart as he thought of Uncle Chun. Despite their brief time together, he sensed the man's kindness, likely stemming from the bond with his grandfather, who had directed Zhang Fan to seek out Uncle Chun. In a way, Zhang Fan had come to regard him as family. Now, Uncle Chun was his only remaining kin, and Zhang Fan fervently hoped for his safety. 3 days later, Zhang Fan had fully recovered, his limbs restored to their original state. After packing his belongings, he returned directly to the Chun residence. Uncle Chun, he called as he stepped through the door, hoping to find him home. However, upon entering, he was greeted by an empty house. The floor, once meticulously cleaned, was now dusty again. Disappointment washed over him. Though he had anticipated this outcome, it still left him feeling low. Observing the untidy space, Zhang Fan set down his belongings and picked up cleaning tools to tidy up. He worked tirelessly until nightfall, even dusting the rafters, and soon the house regained its former luster. After finishing, Zhang Fan lay down on the central table, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the door to the Chun residence creaked open, and a figure entered. Zhang Fan sensed a presence, his eyes snapping open just in time to feel a hand tighten around his throat. Squeezing harder with each passing moment, to his shock, he recognized Uncle Chun, whose face bore an expression of cold indifference. Zhang Fan struggled desperately, gasping, "Uncle." Chun. Upon hearing his name, Uncle Chun paused, loosening his grip momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan broke free. "Uncle Chun, it's me, Zhang Fan," he hurriedly explained, panting heavily. "Zhang Fan?" Uncle Chun furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes. When he reopened them, the previous coldness had vanished, replaced by a familiar warmth. "Zhang Fan, I'm relieved to see you're safe. I always knew you had better luck than most, and wouldn't perish so easily." Grabbing Zhang Fan's shoulders, Uncle Chun shook him playfully and laughed. Zhang Fan, still nursing a sore neck, asked in confusion, "Uncle Chun, what just happened? Why did you choke me? You nearly killed me." "Ah, that was an accident, a misunderstanding. I thought you were a thief," Uncle Chun replied, hesitating as if reluctant to elaborate, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Zhang Fan chose not to press further, but instead inquired, "How did you escape the tomb? I thought you were lost in there." Uncle Chun sidestepped the question, stating, "We can discuss that later. The important thing is that you're back. I have something to tell you." Zhang Fan remained silent, waiting for Uncle Chun to continue to, "I must leave soon," Uncle Chun announced. "Leave? Where are you going?" Zhang Fan asked urgently. "I don't even know where I'm headed. The only reason I stayed this long was to ensure you were all right. Now that I see you're fine, there's nothing more to keep me here, that I've also arranged a job for you. I'll give you a letter shortly. And from now on, avoid coming back to this residence," Uncle Chun instructed. Zhang Fan fell silent for a moment before finally responding, "Uncle Chun, don't worry that I will remember your words and take care of myself." "That's good. Now I can rest easy to, is there anything else you need my help with?" "You know I can assist with many things," Uncle Chun said with a benevolent smile, prompted by his words. Zhang Fan recalled something and retrieved a stack of papers from his backpack, handing them to Uncle Chun. "Uncle Chun, could you help me understand what's written here?" Upon glancing at the papers, Uncle Chun's eyes widened in surprise, his demeanor shifting back to one of seriousness. He regarded Zhang Fan intently for a long moment before speaking in a deep voice, "I never expected you to acquire this. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a book containing information about these characters. Learn it well and translate it yourself," Uncle Chun stated coldly. Zhang Fan felt a chill as he gazed at this unfamiliar version of Uncle Chun. Nodding in agreement. Chapter 11. Ascension Yunyang Academy stands as the pinnacle of education in Yunyang City and is also one of the 10 prestigious academies of Greenery Star. IT has nurtured countless talents of the new era, including the legendary General Zhuge Changfeng, hailed as a hero of the Federation, who emerged from its halls. This esteemed institution holds General Zhuge in high regard, regarding him as an object of admiration and an everlasting pride. This recognition draws a multitude of applicants each year, eager to enroll in Yunyang Academy. At this moment, Zhang Fan has become a part of this illustrious institution, though not as a student. Instead, he serves as a humble gatekeeper at the rear entrance of the academy. To his astonishment, the job arranged for him by Uncle Chun is located within this prestigious school. Moreover, the library is accessible to all staff members, which delights Zhang Fan, for it allows him to seek clues regarding the history of Atlantis. The role of a gatekeeper requires him to monitor the entrance during fixed hours, recording the details of those who pass through, though the rear entrance sees little traffic, rendering the work relatively easy. The remaining hours of his day are free for him to manage as he pleases. Currently, Zhang Fan is engrossed in a book titled History of World Development, which chronicles the evolution of history from ancient Earth to the Interstellar era, detailing the transition from world governance to the Federal Empire's decentralization. Having worked at the Academy for over 2 months, Zhang Fan has dedicated 1 month to mastering the Interstellar Common Language, followed by another month to thoroughly studying a book on ancient scripts gifted to him by Uncle Chun before his departure, with a newfound understanding of the ancient characters inscribed in his mind. Zhang Fan is filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Zhang Fan, it's time for lunch." A wiry man, resembling a monkey and around 30, enters the duty room, carrying 2 large lunchboxes. Zhang Fan looks up and greets him. Recognizing him as his fellow gatekeeper, "It's almost time for my shift. I brought you lunch. Enough for 5. The man gestures toward the boxes. "Thank you, my friend," Zhang Fan replies with a smile, setting aside his book to open the lunchboxes and dig in with chopsticks. As he devours the substantial meal, the man watches in amazement. "Though you're small in stature, Your appetite is extraordinary. I can barely manage 2 portions, yet you consume 5 at every meal. Were you starved in your past life? Thank goodness the school provides free meals. Otherwise, you'd surely starve. Zhang Fan chuckles at the remark, knowing well the circumstances that have led to his increased appetite, since comprehending the ancient texts and practicing the cultivation methods of qi refinement. His hunger has surged, demanding the sustenance of at least 5 adults. He remains oblivious to where all the food goes, yet he feels his physical condition has significantly improved. His senses have sharpened, enabling him to see the details of flying mosquitoes, and his strength has increased remarkably, allowing him to easily overpower his colleague in arm wrestling. Not only has his physique changed, but his memory and intelligence have also seen tremendous enhancement. He reads swiftly and retains information with remarkable clarity. After a single review of unfamiliar knowledge, he can grasp and apply it effectively, as though his mind has been profoundly unlocked. According to the teachings of qi refinement, he is in the first stage of ascension, which signifies a comprehensive enhancement of his overall capabilities, both internally and externally. This elevation necessitates substantial energy, explaining his prodigious appetite. Once finished with his meal, Zhang Fan promptly concludes a shift, allowing his colleague to take over, and heads towards the school library in the interstellar age. While most information is digitized, the use of paper remains, enhanced by the creation of specialized paper with unique properties, fostering the development of printed culture. The Yunyang University Library is a magnificent edifice, spanning 10,000 square meters and rising 16 stories high. It is the second largest library in Yunyang City and is renowned as one of the 10 most beautiful structures on Greenery Star. Despite being the second largest, it houses the largest collection of books in the city, often welcoming patrons from outside the university. As a public library, it permits anyone to borrow books, although general patrons are restricted to the first 6 floors. Access to the upper levels requires specific qualifications. The library's vast collection includes an extensive array of historical texts. Zhang Fan, recalling the morning's reading of History of World Development, which mentioned the ruins of Atlantis on ancient Earth, sets his sights on the section dedicated to ancient Earth history. Soon, he locates the area filled with books on ancient Earth, featuring at least 20 shelves, each with 3 tiers, brimming with volumes. Observing the multitude of books, Zhang Fan feels undeterred, for his reading speed is astonishingly swift. He estimates he could finish a book in approximately 6 minutes, calculating that even 1,000 books would only take about 100 hours, less if he discards the unnecessary ones. He begins at the first shelf, flipping through a thick tome of 3 centimeters with remarkable speed, scanning the content with an almost photographic memory. Within mere minutes, he finishes the first book, committing its contents to memory before moving on to the next. Time passes as Zhang Fan tirelessly reads through the first shelf, but he soon feels a heaviness in his body and a gnawing hunger. Rubbing his head, he glances at the remaining books, recognizing that though his intellect has soared, the strain of such intense reading is taxing on his body. He knows he must pace himself, for overexertion could lead to discomfort. Suddenly, a faint sound breaks the silence of the library. Zhang Fan looks up to see a chandelier, swaying precariously from its hook, on the verge of falling, while a girl nearby remains oblivious to the impending danger. As the hook snaps, the chandelier crashes down. Zhang Fan's pupils dilate, and he instinctively sprints forward with a burst of speed akin to a celestial predator, racing to save the girl. Just as she looks up, she sees a figure hurtling toward her. In an instant, Zhang Fan sweeps her off her feet, sending her crashing against his sturdy chest. The resounding impact echoes throughout the library, startling many patrons, while some staff rush to investigate the commotion. The chandelier lies shattered on the ground where the girl had just stood, and a wave of relief washes over her, realizing she narrowly escaped death. A gentle cough brings her back to reality, and she notices she is in the embrace of a stranger, appearing vulnerable and disheveled. Quickly, she rises, adjusting her tousled hair and clothing. Zhang Fan, feeling the ache in his back, reflects on the near miss. He had intended to save her smoothly, but his speed had caused him to collide with her against the wall. Luckily, his enhanced physique absorbed the impact, sparing him from serious injury. "Are you all right?" the girl inquires softly, her concern evident. Hearing her voice, Zhang Fan is momentarily taken aback, finding it eerily familiar. As he gazes up at her, he replies, "I'm fine." With effort, he props himself against the wall to stand, and she promptly moves to assist him. "Thank you," she says. "I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I might have been crushed beneath that chandelier." Chen Inger pointed to the shattered remnants on the ground. A group of individuals clad in black hurried over, swiftly separating Zhang Fan and Chen Inger. Several among them surrounded Zhang Fan, brandishing firearms and signaling him to remain still, their faces contorted with malice, as if awaiting their leader's command to execute him. The surrounding onlookers were intimidated into silence, and observing the situation, Zhang Fan remained compliant, sensing that the girl was likely from an influential family. Chapter 12. The mysterious website. The elder leading the group inspected Chen Inger's condition and, upon confirming her safety, inquired with concern, "Miss, are you unharmed?" "Uncle Fu, I am fine. Please do not treat him this way. He just saved me," Chen Inger hastily clarified, fearing that her bodyguards might mistakenly harm her savior. Upon hearing her words, Uncle Fu turned his gaze toward Zhang Fan, his brow furrowing slightly. He then gestured for the bodyguards to lower their weapons. The tension in the air eased as the armed guards holstered their firearms. Chen Inger approached Zhang Fan, and the guards parted to allow her passage, with Uncle Fu closely following. "Thank you again for saving me," she said, bowing slightly. "There's no need for thanks. It was the right thing to do," Zhang Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Miss, when you express gratitude, you should accept it graciously," Uncle Fu interjected, his tone stern. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "I saved your young lady, and yet I cannot even receive a polite acknowledgement. This is quite frustrating." He found Uncle Fu's demeanor particularly irksome, reminiscent of the menacing tone of Zwada during his previous encounters, which made him feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing Uncle Fu's earlier remark, Chen Inger paused, calling out. Originally poised to say more, Uncle Fu fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan. Ignoring the scrutiny, Zhang Fan instead assessed the girl before him, perhaps to provoke Uncle Fu further. Now that he paid closer attention, he realized she was indeed striking. Her skin as white as snow, her eyes sparkling with life, and her delicate features seemed to have been sculpted by divine hands. Though her figure was not as voluptuous as that of a famous actress, she nonetheless belonged to the realm of breathtaking beauty, surpassing most he had encountered. Feeling Zhang Fan's unabashed gaze upon her, Chen Inger blushed, uncertain of how to respond, while Uncle Fu's expression darkened at the sight. "What is your name?" Chen Inger finally broke the silence. "I am Zhang Fan, the custodian at the back gate of the school," he replied, providing his occupation, knowing it would soon be discovered regardless. Zhang Fan speculated that the incident with the chandelier might not have been merely an accident. At that moment, the school's administrator arrived. Visibly altered upon seeing Uncle Fu and the others, he profusely apologized, promising to thoroughly investigate the matter. Uncle Fu, however, remained unyielding, approaching Chen Inger and saying, "Miss, we should take our leave." Nodding in agreement, Chen Inger turned to Zhang Fan. "I must leave now. I hope to see you again." With a retinue of bodyguards, she departed, while Uncle Fu cast a meaningful glance back at Zhang Fan, which he caught, sending a chill down his spine. Could this old man possess abilities akin to Zwada? What luck, Zhang Fan thought as he was summoned by the school officials for questioning regarding the incident. Recounting the events truthfully, it was not until late that night that Zhang Fan returned to his dormitory, having long since put the day's events behind him. After all, he had saved her. Surely she would not seek to cause him trouble. Lying on his bed, he pondered the historical texts he had perused in the library. A plethora of historical facts swirling in his mind, that he noted that while some references to Atlantis had appeared, they were cursory, lacking substantial detail. This will not suffice. The pace is too slow if I were to rely solely on historical accounts. Others would likely have the same idea, meaning Atlantis would have been discovered long ago. I must explore alternative avenues or adopt a multifaceted approach, he mused. After a night of contemplation, Zhang Fan rose from his bed, dressed, and exited his dormitory. It was 3:30 in the morning, and the school was enveloped in silence. He made his way to the public media room. Sitting before a light computer, he input a URL that Uncle Chun had provided before his departure. Upon loading the site, a simple interface emerged. "Do you wish to become a dragon-slaying hero?" The background depicted a valiant warrior clad in armor, wielding a great sword against a massive fire-breathing dragon. This, Zhang Fan thought, realizing that most would instinctively close such a page, that he double-checked the URL for accuracy, and, seeing no errors, clicked yes. This prompted an account registration, which he completed according to the instructions. Successfully logging into the website. Although the site appeared rudimentary, its contents astonished Zhang Fan. Filled with information unknown to the average person, strange and bizarre topics that made him feel as though he had entered another realm. Indeed, this world is far more complex than I had imagined. He reflected. He entered ability user into the search bar, and numerous sections on the topic appeared. Clicking on one, he discovered a post from someone calling themselves the Universe Revealer, who seemed credible, as evidenced by the high number of views. The post described ability users as a group emerging in ancient Earth, individuals possessing extraordinary skills across various domains: earth, wind, fire, water, and more, capable of manipulating these powers. The physical prowess of an ability user was tenfold that of an ordinary person, with the capacity to lift objects weighing at least 1,000 kilograms. Upon reading the introduction, Zhang Fan felt a jolt of recognition. He continued to read the post attentively, subsequently exploring other related threads, extracting and memorizing key information. After reviewing nearly a dozen posts, he paused. Having exhausted the information on ability users, he then typed Atlantis into the search bar again, unveiling a multitude of entries that sparked his interest. However, his initial excitement waned as he discovered that the content merely consisted of speculations and theories about Atlantis, lacking any concrete leads or addresses. No, I need to alter my search, he thought, entering Sacred Fruit. The results yielded several golden sections, markedly different from the previous entries. Upon clicking, he encountered a message stating insufficient access level. What does this mean? What level? Zhang Fan queried, navigating to a separate section that inquired for a Hunter ID. Hunter ID, he pondered, staring at the empty field, bewildered. Exiting the page, he searched for Hunter and found a single golden section. Knowing he lacked permission to access it, he refrained from clicking. Despite the inability to uncover additional relevant information, Zhang Fan remained undeterred, for he had found yet another pathway to pursue Atlantis, enhancing his prospects. Suddenly, he felt a tightening in his chest. Since entering the realm of ascendance, his senses had heightened significantly, far more sensitive than those of an average person. In an instant, he sensed a presence observing him. He swiftly exited the site, cleared the browsing history, and left the media room. Upon stepping outside, he glanced towards the direction of the sensation, only to see a darkened area obscured from view. Not wishing to investigate further, he reasoned that if someone was merely watching him, they likely harbored no ill intentions. Returning to his dormitory, he locked the door and fell asleep. While in the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Uncle Fu. Confounded, he mused. Did that boy just detect me? Impossible. An ordinary person without abilities could not possibly sense my presence. That he approached the light computer Zhang Fan had used and discovered the browsing history had been cleared. Scoffing, this boy is quite cautious. There is something amiss. 7. Uncle Fu spoke as a shadowy figure materialized behind him. Keep a close watch on that boy and provide me with all the information regarding him. Instructed the elder Fu. A shadowy figure responded and promptly vanished again. Chapter 13. Mecha Experience at the Mecha Training Ground of Yunyang Academy. Brother Monkey dragged Zhang Fan, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld the magnificent mechas on display, each more imposing than the last. The longing in his expression suggested he wished to climb aboard and touch them. Zhang Fan did not mock him. In this era, mechas had become the primary instruments of interstellar warfare, their formidable presence captivating countless young men. Each boy harbored dreams of becoming a mecha pilot, soaring through the cosmos in a grand exhibition of prowess. However, while aspirations abound, the path to becoming a mecha pilot is fraught with challenges. Today marked the first day of the open week at the Mecha Academy of Yunyang Academy, a venue typically guarded with great vigilance, accessible only to students of the mecha department. This week, however, it was open for all faculty and students, presenting an opportunity for mecha enthusiasts to showcase their skills. Naturally, Brother Monkey, who fervently identified as a mecha aficionado, was not about to miss the chance for a closer encounter with these mechanical marvels. He even arranged for someone to take his place in class, incurring a small cost to indulge in this experience. Look at that one, the Starlight. It's renowned as the fastest mecha. Its razor-sharp blade is forged from the finest metal, capable of swiftly severing an enemy's head during rapid maneuvers, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. And over there, behold the mighty X. Its armor is crafted from the latest designs, having just entered service this year. I can't believe the Mecha Academy possesses such a machine. It truly lives up to Yunyang Academy's reputation. He described each imposing mecha and recounted their illustrious battle records. His identity as a mecha enthusiast was clearly affirmed. Zhang Fan, Gazing at the array of mechas and absorbing Brother Monkey's commentary felt a surge of curiosity. It was his first encounter with genuine mechas. In the demonstration area, 10 mechas executed various maneuvers, eliciting screams of excitement from the students gathered nearby. Some expressed regret at not qualifying for the Mecha Academy. Zhang Fan, over here, called Brother Monkey from the back of the line. Zhang Fan approached, noticing a sign reading Mecha Simulator. Adjacent to it, a large screen displayed videos of 2 mechas engaged in combat. What is this? Zhang Fan inquired, intrigued that it's a mecha simulator. It allows you to experience piloting a mecha and even engage in battles. Wow, it's fantastic. I didn't expect such an attraction this year. In the past, it was merely for viewing. However, the cost is quite steep, 1,000 galactic coins for a session. But if you win, you can continue playing, so it's worth it. Don't think I'm being unfair. I bought 3 tickets, and here S1 for you that I'm off to give a try. Watch me shine. With that, he handed Zhang Fan a ticket and hurried to a less crowded area to queue for the experience. Holding the mecha simulation ticket, Zhang Fan smiled to himself, not wanting to miss out. He looked at the screen displaying yet another mecha battle simulation and decided to join the queue for his turn. Second floor of the training ground captain, that rascal Picasso has gone to the simulator area to stir up trouble. Reported a student dressed in the Mecha Academy uniform to a handsome young man clad in the same attire. That little brat is notorious. He was bullied in the team and now sees an opportunity to take advantage of those less skilled. He wants to pass it up, chimed in a nearby girl, her cuteness making her words more endearing. Laughter erupted among the crowd at her comment. Ignore him. This open week also features an exchange match with the War God Academy. Focus on your preparations. And let me tell you, this match will have big names in attendance, so you must perform well, the captain concluded with a serious expression, emphasizing his point. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with excitement. In this era, having a powerful figure lend you a hand could propel you forward, sparing you years of struggle and leading to a glorious life. Just then, Lin Jingyun spotted the young girl, Chuning in the exhibition hall. His eyes lighting up. You all focus on your tasks. I'm heading down, he announced, dismissing his teammates as he departed. Huan, your Jingyun brother might get snatched away, teased a teammate after Lin Jingyun left. Glancing in the direction he had gone, Huan, the girl addressed, shot him a fierce glare, then turned her attention back to Lin Jingyun, who had approached Chen, her brows furrowed slightly, and the others. Sensing the tension, quietly dispersed, not daring to offend the second most powerful girl in the Mecha Academy at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had just been called for his mecha experience. Entering the simulator, he followed the instructions to step into the cockpit. The setup was unlike what he had imagined. Instead of a multitude of instruments and components, there was merely a helmet and 4 rings. The helmet connected to the mecha through neural interfaces, allowing for operation to as Zhang Fan connected. He marveled at the technology. The mecha essentially magnified the pilot's presence. Would you like to proceed with the basic training mode? An electronic voice inquired once everything was set up. Zhang Fan replied affirmatively into the microphone. This was his first encounter with a mecha, albeit a simulated one, and he recognized the need for guidance rather than relying solely on trial and error. After completing a brief basic training session, Zhang Fan felt equipped to handle the controls and decided to practice with weapons. The arsenal offered a variety of weapon types, and he opted for a laser gun and a long sword for ranged and melee combat practice. Following the weapons exercise, he switched to flight mode, enjoying every moment as he explored the various practice scenarios. As the practice session concluded, an alert sounded. 3 minutes remain until the simulator session ends. Checking the timer, Zhang Fan noted only 2 minutes and 40 seconds were left. He promptly initiated a combat match, recalling Brother Monkey's words about extending his playtime through victories. With all other practice modes completed, engaging in a real battle seemed enticing. Match found. Opponent. 1 rage, 1 smile. Within moments, the screen transitioned to the mecha hangar. Please select the mecha you wish to pilot. Zhang Fan chose the white training mecha, Shadow V, which he had used during practice. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's selection, his opponent's expression faltered. This guy a novice? He can't even choose a decent mecha. This will be another boring match, Picasso muttered. Setting his pre-configured mecha settings as he awaited the match to commence. Select your weapons. Zhang Fan similarly chose a laser gun and a long sword. After final preparations, the screen switched to a desert battlefield, revealing a green mecha opposite him. Zhang Fan quickly gathered information on his opponent's mecha, the Green Lizard X, known for its speed and dual blades. The battle commenced with an electronic signal, and the Green Lizard X surged forward at lightning speed. Inside the cockpit, Picasso grinned at the sight of the novice mecha he was about to dispatch. "Game over, little white," he taunted, as the Green Lizard X charged towards Zhang Fan. Its dual blades gleaming ominously, Zhang Fan's long sword intercepted the attack, blocking the lethal strike. However, the force of the impact sent Zhang Fan's mecha skidding back. Picasso was momentarily taken aback. "What luck? Let's see how much longer your fortune holds." Not anticipating any resistance, he commanded the Green Lizard X to charge again, this time with even greater speed. As the opponent launched another assault, Zhang Fan deftly retreated, sheathing his long sword and raising his laser gun to fire at the advancing Green Lizard X with impressive speed and precision, targeting the mecha's anticipated path. The relentless barrage of laser fire disrupted the Green Lizard X's momentum, forcing it to evade. The previously overpowering aura of the Green Lizard X was swiftly overturned. Unexpectedly clever, Picasso mused, a smirk forming on his lips. He maneuvered his mecha into a peculiar motion, causing the Green Lizard X to vanish from sight. Noticing the sudden disappearance, Zhang Fan ceased his attack, drawing his long sword in a defensive posture. Outside, a crowd had gathered, watching the battle unfold on the screen. That Green Lizard again, using invisibility against a training mecha? How shameless. What's wrong, brother? Have you faced him before? Not just faced him. You can ask anyone here how many times they've encountered that Green Lizard. Just look at his record. It's been nothing but victories. By the way, isn't the guy on the opposite side a bit foolish for choosing a training mecha for combat? Picking a different one would have given him a better chance to last longer. Among the onlookers, Chen Ying-er was also watching the match, flanked by Lin Jingyun and Elder Fu. "Lin, do you think the training mecha can win this match?" Chen Ying-er curiously inquired, observing the battle above. Although the training machine was clearly at a disadvantage, for some inexplicable reason, she felt that this match would yield surprising outcomes. Currently, the Green Lizard X was dominating, and the training machine lacked equipment designed to detect the stealth of the Green Lizard X. Unless something unexpected occurred, the training machine seemed destined to lose. However, judging by the previous attempts to interrupt the opponent's offensive with shooting, the pilot of the training machine evidently possessed some skill. Though the chances of victory were slim, in my estimation, within 3 minutes, the Green Lizard would likely claim victory. Lin Jingyun smiled at Chen Ying-er, while internally he had already deduced that the pilot of the Green Lizard X was his teammate. He was well aware of Picasso's capabilities, particularly as he was piloting the mech he was most familiar with. Upon hearing this, Chen Ying-er nodded and turned her attention back to the screen displaying the match. Chapter 14. An unthinkable counterattack in the desert. Zhang Fan maneuvered his mech, sword in hand, on high alert. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward a location behind him, where the silhouette of the Green Lizard X emerged. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, including Picasso in the cockpit, who was equally astonished. How could this be? When did the training machine acquire stealth detection systems? No, that couldn't be right, Picasso muttered to himself. Yet his movements did not falter as he commanded the Green Lizard X to launch a close-range assault, wielding dual blades to relentlessly strike at his opponent. Zhang Fan's training machine continuously parried with its sword while executing his premeditated countermeasures. Enhanced perception through spiritual elevation allowed Zhang Fan to clearly sense the direction and methods of the opposing mech's attacks, whenever he felt the opponent's strikes exceeded his machine's defensive capabilities. Zhang Fan would deftly maneuver to evade rather than engage head-on. Conversely, Picasso felt increasingly frustrated. Each time he prepared a decisive blow, the opponent inexplicably evaded it, wasting the energy he had painstakingly accumulated. It seemed as though the opponent could predict his attack's trajectory, a sensation akin to being seen through, leaving Picasso feeling uncomfortable at that moment. He no longer held his previous assumptions. The opponent was far from a novice, but rather someone playing the role of a fool to deceive the unsuspecting. Who on earth is so bored as to come to the practice area and bully novices? Picasso cursed internally, oblivious to the fact that he had once been among those who bullied newcomers. After nearly 5 minutes of continuous close combat, far exceeding Lin Jingyun's predicted time frame, his earlier certainty was utterly overturned. Lin Jingyun felt his face flush. Under normal circumstances, he would remain unfazed, but now he was in the presence of Chen Ying. Beside him, Uncle Fu observed Lin Jingyun's expression with a smirk, subsequently ignoring him and focusing on the battle on the screen. Meanwhile, Chen Ying's curiosity about the unfolding match intensified, Zhang Fan maneuvered his mech and the Green Lizard X in a fluid dance of combat, eventually leading it to a dip in the sandy terrain. Suddenly, he hurled his sword at the opponent with remarkable speed, attempting to catch them off guard with a surprise tactic. Picasso's eyes lit up at the sight of the thrown weapon. What an opportunity! Without the sword, how would you defend against my assault? Picasso deftly dodged the flying blade, and in that moment, Zhang Fan swiftly drew a laser gun, firing 2 shots at the Green Lizard X, which had just evaded his sword. He then holstered the laser gun and halted, watching as the Green Lizard X charged toward him. Confused, Picasso wondered what was happening but did not relent. After evading the laser shots, he accelerated towards Zhang Fan's mech, crossing his dual blades, ready to deliver a decisive strike. Game over suddenly. Picasso's screen went black, signaling his defeat. What the hell? How could I have lost? Picasso exclaimed. Outside, astonishment rippled through the crowd as the screen displayed the victor, the training machine. Light Shadow V. Just moments ago, the Green Lizard X seemed poised for victory. How had the training machine triumphed instead? Uncle Fu, what just happened? Chen Inger inquired, prompting Lin Jingyan to feel quite embarrassed. The pilot of the training machine is truly a genius. Having utilized the combination of the thrown sword and laser gun to outmaneuver the Green Lizard X, the key was that the laser shots reflected off the sword, catching the Green Lizard X, which had not perceived the true threat until it was too late. Uncle Fu explained. Reflected? What does that mean? Chen Inger asked, intrigued. Lin Jingyun's expression shifted to one of shock, as if he was beginning to grasp the implications. Yet he continued to dismiss the idea. Observing his reaction, Chen Inger looked expectantly at Uncle Fu for further clarification. The threat lay in a momentary lapse after evasion. The 2 laser shots struck the sword, and the laser was reflected back, striking the unguarded Green Lizard X, specifically targeting its head. A perfect headshot, a lethal blow. Uncle Fu elaborated slowly, his face beaming with admiration, while Lin Jingyun was increasingly astonished. Isn't laser capable of penetrating numerous materials? How could it not pass through the sword? Chen Inger questioned, puzzled. This is precisely the genius of that pilot. The laser can penetrate many objects, but certain materials can reflect it, such as nuclear titanium metal. I suspect that sword is made of a similar material, and such a combination of laser and sword is not something the average person would conceive. Nearby, other students, including those specializing in material science, nodded in agreement, captivated by Uncle Fu's explanation. Consequently, news of the training machine's victory over the Green Lizard X spread rapidly, alongside discussions regarding the combination of laser and sword. Many were eager to try their hand at this innovative approach. In the cockpit of the training machine, Zhang Fan concluded a few more battles before pausing, as the subsequent matches were far too easy, and he encountered several opponents equipped similarly to himself. Lacking the thrill of his initial confrontation, in the practice area, Zhang Fan quickly found Monkey Brother, who was brimming with excitement. Zhang Fan, did you hear? A remarkable miracle just occurred. A genius pilot in a training machine defeated the Green Lizard X using a unique sword and laser gun combination. The reflection of the laser was simply brilliant. Yinyang Academy is truly a place of hidden talents, Monkey Brother exclaimed animatedly. Zhang Fan felt an odd sense of familiarity in his words. It was only upon reviewing the replay of the battle that he realized it was indeed himself. Coming to understand why he had encountered so many training machines later on and why he had inexplicably thrown his sword, it turned out they were emulating him. Zhang Fan chose not to disclose his identity, knowing that no one would believe him, and revealing that it was his first time piloting a mech could lead to unnecessary trouble. Afterward, Zhang Fan accompanied Monkey Brother to explore the real mechs on display, listening as Monkey Brother detailed the various mech capabilities and their strengths and weaknesses. Following his earlier experiences with the training machine, Zhang Fan was eager to experience the sensation of piloting a true mech, though it remained a distant aspiration. Eventually, he pulled Monkey Brother away, who was still reluctant to leave. When dinner time approached in the training department of the Mech Academy, a screen displayed the battle between the Green Lizard X and the training machine, from start to finish, leaving the entire training team in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Picasso awaited Lin Jingyun's admonishment with a troubled expression. Observing Picasso, Lin Jingyun chose not to reprimand him, but instead said, "Today, you faced a skilled opponent that don't take it to heart, but do be more cautious in the future. Avoid the practice area." Surprised that his captain had not scolded him as he had anticipated, Picasso exhaled with relief before exclaiming, "Captain, The maneuver demonstrated in the video is impossible to execute under normal circumstances, right? After reviewing the breakdown of the footage, Su Huan, a skilled mech pilot herself, remarked, while she believed she could replicate the training machine's moves. The myriad factors at play, Picasso's reaction speed, the response after dodging the flying sword, and the surrounding environmental influences, made it exceedingly complex. If any detail went awry, failure was inevitable. Yet, witnessing the training machine's composed retrieval of its weapon suggested a mastery of every nuance. Such extraordinary computational ability, coupled with the innovative combination of nuclear titanium and laser, was truly remarkable. Lin Jingyan contemplated the video for a moment before stating, "Let's leave matters here for now. However, I urge you all to study the combat techniques demonstrated. In a few days during the exchange match with War God Academy, this may serve as an ingenious tactic." Upon hearing this, the others brightened with excitement, responding in unison, "Yes." Chapter 15. The Thorned Empress at the back gate of the school. Zhang Fan was leisurely meditating, focusing on refining his qi and examining his internal condition, that he was confident that he would sense anyone approaching. Though he had long recognized that his qi refinement was no simple matter, it still felt somewhat astonishing. Through the unique meditation associated with qi refinement, Zhang Fan sensed a small whirlpool in his dantian, continuously rotating within him. Faced with the situation, Zhang Fan comprehended through the interpretations of ancient texts in his mind that he had now entered the second stage of qi refinement, known as qi gathering. According to the descriptions, there exists a special substance in the cosmos called qi, which possesses unique energy. Qi gathering refers to the absorption of the wandering qi from the environment into one's own body. Ancient texts record that once the spirit ascends to a certain level, a vortex of qi will emerge within the body, which will autonomously and gradually absorb the surrounding wandering qi. However, this absorption process is exceedingly slow. Therefore, practitioners must actively draw qi into the vortex to enlarge it. The methods described in the ancient text for actively absorbing qi left Zhang Fan somewhat bewildered. The texts state that qi emits light, and through this luminous presence, one can sense and subsequently attract qi into their body. Such sparse words left him unsure of how to proceed. What does it mean by a luminous presence? A lamp? Sunlight? Zhang Fan furrowed his brows, sensing that something familiar was trying to emerge from his mind but remained elusive. Luminous things. Zhang Fan kept murmuring to himself. Luminous, luminous, luminous. Suddenly, he recalled what it was that he had been unable to articulate. Calming his thoughts, Zhang Fan opened his eyes briefly before closing them again. In his inner world, everything turned dark with his eyes shut, yet within this darkness, there were faint glimmers of light. Yes, it resembled the world he experienced before undergoing surgery when he was still blind, filled with darkness. Yet these small points of light accompanied him. With his eyes closed, Zhang Fan appeared serene, akin to an old monk in meditation, remaining utterly still. The flickering lights around him felt so familiar, reminiscent of the dark world he had inhabited for over a decade, where he had no knowledge of the outside world, only a sea of darkness. Fortunately, amidst that darkness, there were these shining points that alleviated his solitude. Zhang Fan attempted to approach those luminous points and discovered it was not as challenging as he had imagined. Whenever he sought to draw near, the light points would effortlessly gravitate toward him, encircling him. It seemed that merely by his intention, these glimmering points would interact with him. Could this be qi? Zhang Fan raised his hand to touch one of the luminous points before him, and upon a gentle contact, the light point settled upon his fingertip, subsequently entering his body through his finger and being absorbed into the qi vortex in his dantian as the light point entered. Zhang Fan felt a warm sensation spreading through his body, a comforting warmth. Relishing the pleasant feeling, he continued to engage with those light points, allowing his body to remember this sensation. Zhang Fan persistently absorbed the qi. The vortex in his dantian began to spin ever more vigorously. Concurrently, within his body, his cells underwent significant transformations, and certain factors within him began to mutate. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Zhang Fan's cultivation. A voice, tinged with a strange allure, broke the silence. "Hey there, slacking off at work is not advisable." Zhang Fan opened his eyes to find a sensually dressed woman before him, her figure accentuated alluringly, with striking features and deep red lips adorned with a faint black mole, enhancing her seductive appeal. Their eyes met, and Zhang Fan felt a momentary dizziness. At that instant, The chi vortex within him surged violently, dispersing the absorbed chi to his head, instantly awakening him. His previously dazed eyes brightened, and the woman, who had been observing him intently, displayed a hint of surprise, evidently unprepared for his swift recovery. "Hello, may I inquire what brings you here?" Zhang Fan questioned, quickly realizing the woman's intentions were not benevolent, though he felt disoriented, having no recollection of provoking anyone, nor did he recognize her. "What could a woman like me want here?" The woman winked at him, her lips curling into a sly smile. "If you have business, please register here." Zhang Fan reached for a nearby device. The woman interjected, "Don't waste your efforts on the alarm. The contact signal in this establishment has been disabled. I'm merely here to ask you to accompany me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan halted, recognizing the truth behind her words as he scrutinized her expression. He inquired, "Where to?" and suddenly lunged forward, throwing a punch at her. The woman merely smiled, unperturbed by his sudden aggression, and conjured a wall of thorns before her, effortlessly blocking Zhang Fan's strike. He was taken aback by her swift reaction, realizing she was an empowered individual. Zhang Fan's body became ensnared by the thorns, and the woman teased, "What are you planning to do, darling? I'm so scared." She swayed her alluring form, exuding an unmistakable charm. Once Zhang Fan was completely immobilized by the thorns, the woman ceased her banter and swiftly led him away. Enveloped in thorns, Zhang Fan peered through the gaps to observe their surroundings. The woman guided him into a desolate forest, and after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a castle enveloped by trees and vines. With a thud, Zhang Fan was unceremoniously thrown to the ground as the thorns released their grip. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, remaining vigilant while scanning for an escape route. "You're quite interesting, aren't you? If I dared to release you, it surely means I have no fear of your escape," the woman remarked, settling into a chair woven from vines. "What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Zhang Fan demanded, his mind still racing with escape plans, undeterred by her words. "What is your relation to Chun Biao?" she inquired. "Uncle Chun." Zhang Fan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Why does this involve Uncle Chun?" "Uncle Chun, it seems you share a close bond. Now, tell me, where is he?" The woman's demeanor turned icy, a menacing aura emanating toward Zhang Fan as this pressure bore down on him. Zhang Fan felt himself nearly collapsing. Yet the chi vortex within him began to rotate fiercely once more, dispersing chi throughout his body to resist the oppressive force. Though he remained bent over, he fought to maintain composure, his expression betraying discomfort. You can endure quite well. Now, where's Chun Biao?" she demanded, her voice sharp. She was taken aback by Zhang Fan's resilience, contemplating how an ordinary person could withstand her sudden surge of pressure without succumbing. "Indeed, like Chun Biao, you are no ordinary individual," she mused inwardly. Suddenly, Zhang Fan felt a release as the oppressive aura vanished, allowing him to straighten up and meet the woman's gaze. She regarded him with a seductive smile. Her long legs crossed enticingly. "Please, tell me where Chun Biao is," she implored, her voice dripping with allure as she leaned closer, her hands caressing his. The abrupt shift in her demeanor left Zhang Fan bewildered, struggling to comprehend what this powerful woman intended. "I do not know where Uncle Chun is. He stopped contacting me long ago after he left," Zhang Fan replied, sensing that her intentions were not malicious, merely driven by some underlying reason. The woman scrutinized him for a moment, ensuring he was truthful before releasing his hands and returning to her chair. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Fan asked, "Do you have any further business?" She narrowed her eyes slightly, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. "Aren't you going to come out? How long do you plan to eavesdrop?" Taken aback, Zhang Fan turned to see someone emerge behind him, none other than the elderly man he had saved in the library. Fu Biot think the esteemed Thorn Queen would be so charming to a mere child. "It's quite enlightening," he commented, a hint of mockery in his smile. "Humph, my affairs do not require your oversight. Even a powerful individual like you resorts to eavesdropping," the Thorn Queen retorted sharply. Zhang Fan remained silent, recognizing the strength of both individuals from their exchange. Chapter 16. The feeling of power. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. The Thorned Empress was momentarily taken aback by the words, then adjusted her long legs and posed. Mr. Fu furrowed his brow, initially believing the incident of the chandelier crashing in the library was connected to her. However, observing her demeanor, he realized she was indeed unrelated. After all, she was a person of royal stature, and there was no need for deceit. If she had been involved, she would have admitted it outright. With that understanding, he felt reassured. Yet he insisted, "This young man shall accompany me." "Huh? Do you think you could just take him away?" The thorned empress laughed heartily, casting a knowing glance at Mr. Fu. "Though I am not particularly formidable, I am confident in my ability to leave with one person unscathed," Mr. Fu declared with conviction. The thorned empress continued to watch him with amusement. Suddenly, a multitude of thorny vines erupted from the ground, causing the entire castle to tremble. Zhang Fan shifted his weight to maintain balance while evading the onslaught of vines shooting up from the earth. Countless thorny tendrils surged toward Mr. Fu's position. A formidable wave, yet he remained steadfast, unaffected by the violent shaking of the ground. As the vines approached menacingly, a column of water appeared before Mr. Fu, sending the attacking tendrils flying. The water then transformed into a fierce, clawed dragon, roaring defiantly as it charged toward the thorny vines, severing them into segments with its watery claws. The vines, seemingly endless, regenerated and continued their assault on the water dragon, but a fierce battle ensued between the two. With the snapping of vines and the dragon's powerful tail thrashing, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. The original structure of the castle was shattered, leading to its collapse. Zhang Fan raced toward the exit, aware that remaining would surely result in his demise, whether by falling debris or the clash of these two monstrous entities. As he escaped, Zhang Fan was filled with awe at the devastation before him. The castle lay in ruins, yet the battle between the water dragon and the thorny vines raged on. Comparing it to his previous encounters with Zoda, he realized how trivial those experiences seemed now. "Let us go," Mr. Fu's voice echoed in Zhang Fan's ear. Just as he registered this, he felt himself being whisked away by Mr. Fu. Roar! The water dragon surged toward the thorned empress, who remained indifferent to its impending attack. Instead, focusing on Mr. Fu and Zhang Fan's retreating figures, her brow furrowed. With a resounding crash, a thorny vine intercepted the water dragon's advance. Deprived of Mr. Fu's sustaining power, the water dragon erupted in a cascade of droplets, nourishing the plants below. "That I never expected to encounter the long-lost water sovereign," the thorned empress mused, then turned and strode away with her long legs exposed, choosing not to pursue to Yunyang Academy. Mr. Fu successfully returned with Zhang Fan. Upon their arrival, Zhang Fan turned to Mr. Fu, expressing gratitude. "Had I known you were not involved in the library incident, I would have been less inclined to rescue you. Stay put these few days and don't wander," Mr. Fu instructed before departing. Watching Mr. Fu leave, Zhang Fan sighed, feeling as though he had been made a pawn. Initially believing he was uninvolved, he now found himself entangled in the situation. What had the Thorned Empress done to provoke Uncle Chun? Nevertheless, since she had chosen not to chase after him, he hoped she would not trouble him again in the near future. Would the mastermind of the library incident target him? Zhang Fan resolved to remain vigilant and dedicate more time to his training. The following morning, as Zhang Fan exited his dormitory, he was swiftly pulled away by Monkey Brother. "Brother, you don't need to work today. I've found someone to cover for you. Come on, let us go watch the match," Monkey Brother exclaimed as they hurried along. Confused, Zhang Fan asked, "What match? You don't even know. It's the mecha exchange competition between our school and the War God Academy. Hurry, or we won't get seats." As they dashed, Zhang Fan recalled the ongoing Mecha Academy Open Week, which included a competition against the War God Academy, another prestigious military institution on Greenery Star, renowned for training exceptional military personnel. A saying on Greenery Star goes, "Literature advances in Yunyang, while martial prowess flourishes in War God." As they approached the entrance to the spectator stands, a group of individuals suddenly barreled out. The narrow passage, originally accommodating only 3 at a time, became chaotic as Monkey Brother was knocked down. Zhang Fan instinctively reached out to prevent him from falling. Once steady, Monkey Brother exclaimed, "Damn, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" His voice echoed loudly in the corridor. The individuals who had collided with him paused and turned, challenging him to repeat his words. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." One of them approached menacingly. Monkey Brother, now infuriated, retorted, "I said you're in a hurry to reincarnate. What is it to you?" One of the 5, fixating on Monkey Brother, declared, "Brothers, this kid wants to reincarnate. Shouldn't we help him along?" The others displayed malicious expressions, and Zhang Fan sensed impending trouble. Before he could react, one of them kicked Monkey Brother in the abdomen, sending him flying. Zhang Fan attempted to catch him, but was blocked by 2 others. Kid, this doesn't concern you, don't seek death. One of them threatened on the ground. Monkey Brother curled up, clearly in pain from the powerful kick. The instigator brandished a small knife, grinning wickedly as he leaned over Monkey Brother. Taunting, you want to reincarnate? Huh? I'll send you off. In that moment, Monkey Brother, clutching his abdomen, suddenly sprang up and headbutt his assailant. Caught off guard, the attacker's nose crumpled under the impact, blood gushing forth. Ah, my nose. Hold him down. I'm going to kill him, he screamed in agony. Witnessing this, bystanders rushed forward to subdue Monkey Brother again, while those restraining Zhang Fan also joined in, with a bloodied nose. Zhao Cheng, one of the assailants, clutched his face with one hand while brandishing the knife with the other, eyes filled with fury as he aimed it at Monkey Brother's abdomen. Just as the blade was about to pierce, Zhang Fan quickly intervened, seizing the knife mere centimeters from its target. Kid, are you looking for death? Zhao Cheng growled at Zhang Fan. Yes, my friend, Zhang Fan replied calmly. Take him down too, Zhao Cheng barked, withdrawing the knife only to thrust it toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan perceived the motion as sluggish, swiftly grasping Zhao Cheng's arm and delivering a kick to his abdomen that sent him flying. This was a deliberate act to exact some retribution from Monkey Brother. The four previously holding Monkey Brother released him and charged at Zhang Fan. Unfazed by the number of attackers, Zhang Fan felt no concern. He was no longer an ordinary person. In his eyes, these assailants were akin to children. Without hesitation, he struck each of them swiftly, each punch delivered with a force beyond their capacity to endure, leaving them groaning on the ground. Observing this scene, Zhang Fan reflected on his past, recalling how he had once been powerless against Zoda's overwhelming strength. Glancing at his own clenched fists, he mused, is this the feeling of possessing power? As Zhang Fan helped Monkey Brother to his feet and prepared to leave, a voice resonated down the corridor. Turning to investigate, he saw a young man, seemingly of similar age, dressed in school attire, sporting black-rimmed glasses, with a proud demeanor that matched his handsome features. Behind him loomed a towering figure, muscular and clad in student garb that seemed barely able to contain his bulk. Zhao Wuji surveyed the sprawled figures on the ground and his brother Zhao Cheng in the distance, his brow furrowing as he addressed Zhang Fan and Monkey Brother. Did you two do this? Zhang Fan remained silent, maintaining vigilance toward the imposing figure behind Zhao Wuji, sensing a formidable aura emanating from him. Noticing Zhang Fan's reticence, Zhao Wuji's brow furrowed deeper as he continued. That's my brother. Zhao Cheng. I am Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing the introduction, Monkey Brother's expression changed, and he murmured, this is bad. It's the Zhao family. The Zhao family? Zhang Fan queried, puzzled. Observing Zhang Fan's confusion, Monkey Brother elaborated. The Zhao family is a prominent clan on Greenery Star, the most powerful among them. Their descendants are notoriously arrogant. I didn't realize that guy was Zhao Cheng. Had I known, I would have backed down. Damn it, brother, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Is the Zhao family really that formidable? We are at Yunyang Academy, under the government's authority. Surely, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly, Zhang Fan mused. Zhang Fan, upon hearing this, began to speak. The more he listened, the more his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that Zhao Cheng could be such a detestable individual. The Zhao family's ability to shield a murderer like Zhao Cheng from consequences spoke volumes about their formidable power. However, having already offended the Zhao family, he felt no remorse, especially now that he understood the true nature of Zhao Cheng. If necessary, he would simply flee. Having made up his mind, Zhang Fan spoke again. He turned to Zhao Wuji's imposing companion, Zhao Gang, and nodded. Very well, this moment. Zhao Gang, standing beside Zhao Wuji, grinned widely, revealing his yellowed teeth in a menacing smile as he approached Zhang Fan, after gently assisting Monkey Brother to the side. Zhang Fan's expression hardened, and he braced himself. Once Zhao Gang was within striking distance, he launched a powerful punch aimed at Zhang Fan's head. Zhang Fan crossed his arms to defend himself. With a resounding thud, Zhang Fan was knocked back several meters. He was astonished at Zhao Gang's immense strength, despite his own body being continuously reinforced since his ascension, allowing him to lift at least 1,000 pounds. Zhao Gang's earlier punch must have carried a terrifying force of at least 1,500 pounds. Although he had managed to withstand it, his hands were now numb. Rubbing his hands, Zhang Fan counted down. Seeing Zhang Fan withstand his punch left Zhao Gang momentarily stunned, but soon excitement flickered in his eyes, and his sinister grin widened. It appeared he was eager to see just how many punches Zhang Fan could endure. Zhao Gang continued to strike, each punch infused with even greater speed and power. Recognizing Zhao Gang's intent, Zhang Fan ceased using his forearms for defense and instead overlapped his palms to absorb the oncoming blows. The tremendous force propelled him further across the ground, and upon inspecting his palms, he found them bloodied and mangled. The last punch had been even more ferocious than the first, and unexpectedly, a wave of scorching energy emanated from Zhao Gang's fist, searing Zhang Fan's palms. Realizing that Zhao Gang was an ability user, specifically a strength type, Zhang Fan began to channel the energy within him, employing a combat technique he had never attempted before. As he enveloped himself in this energy, a nearly imperceptible membrane formed around him. Sensing this newfound power, he turned to Zhao Gang and declared, "Round 2." Zhao Wuji, observing Zhang Fan withstand 2 punches from Zhao Gang, furrowed his brow and mused to himself. Who is this kid? How could he endure 2 strikes from Zhao Gang? Aware that one more round would seal the outcome, he signaled Zhao Gang to not hold back. Yet, Zhao Gang seemed oblivious to his command. Absorbed in the subtle changes taking place with Zhang Fan's, if sensing Zhang Fan's transformation, Zhao Gang's eyes gleamed with fervor, his combat instincts igniting. He ceased his simple punches and took a moment to gather himself. Suddenly, his muscles bulged, tearing his shirt, revealing grotesquely powerful flesh. His breathing grew heavy, and the color of his skin flushed red, as if blood were surging through him. Zhang Fan recognized this as a prelude to a serious assault. He extended his hands, a layer of white mist forming around them, produced by the refined energy from his dantian. Just as he prepared for battle, Zhao Gang bellowed loudly, unleashing a devastating sound wave that surged toward Zhang Fan and affected those nearby. The force of the sound wave sent several individuals crashing against the wall, and Zhang Fan instinctively shielded Monkey Brother from the onslaught. The sheer intensity of the sound threatened to rupture his eardrums. But the energy enveloping him provided some protection. Simultaneously, Zhao Gang closed in, launching a flurry of rapid punches, each swift and heavy. Zhang Fan defended against the barrage, retreating as he countered each blow. It seemed Zhao Gang aimed to exploit Zhang Fan's defensive posture, targeting only the areas he protected. Within 10 seconds, Zhao Gang had unleashed 100 powerful strikes, yet Zhang Fan astonishingly managed to withstand them all. With each blow, Zhao Gang grew more exhilarated, his skin darkening further. Zhang Fan sensed that Zhao Gang was accumulating some form of energy, and each subsequent punch was slightly weaker than the last. Realizing this, Zhang Fan made a decisive choice. He needed to incapacitate Zhao Gang before he could fully harness his power. Gradually acclimating to Zhao Gang's punching speed, Zhang Fan shifted from defense to offense, launching his own strikes wrapped in the energy-infused membrane. Each impact resonated with a thunderous sound. Zhao Gang was caught off guard by Zhang Fan's sudden aggression, his punches becoming more ferocious as he fought back. What is happening? Zhao Gang wondered, suddenly finding himself unable to move his fists. Zhang Fan had crossed his arms around Zhao Gang's and, using the energy to entwine their limbs, attempted to execute a shoulder throw. In a surprising turn, instead of crashing to the ground as Zhang Fan had anticipated, Zhao Gang managed to stabilize himself and seize Zhang Fan's shoulder. "You brat. Perish," Zhao Gang growled, raising his fist, a surge of red energy gathering around it. Zhang Fan's heart sank as he realized the danger. Before he could react, Zhao Gang's fist descended. With a resounding impact, Zhang Fan was flung against the wall. Witnessing Zhang Fan's flight, Zhao Wuji smirked and approached Zhao Cheng. Zhang Fan, Monkey Brother rushed forward, while Zhang Fan slowly regained his footing against the wall, signaling he was unhurt. Seeing Zhang Fan still alive, Zhao Wuji raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhang Fan, pale and clearly injured, yet with unwavering determination in his gaze, addressed Zhao Wuji. 3 rounds have passed. Monkey Brother, let us depart. Monkey Brother, eager to assist, helped Zhang Fan away. Ignoring the ongoing confrontation, are we really just going to let them walk away? Zhao Cheng protested, visibly dissatisfied. Zhao Wuji shot a cold glare at Zhao Cheng. Silencing him instantly, he then fixed his gaze on the direction in which Zhang Fan had departed. His brow furrowed in thought. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if Zhang Fan might obstruct his plans. Chapter 18. The Disadvantage of Yunyang Academy. Zhang Fan, are you truly unscathed? Upon returning to their quarters, Monkey Brother observed that Zhang Fan, who had earlier appeared severely injured, now looked as vibrant as ever. Indeed, Zhang Fan had merely pretended to be wounded. After reassuring Monkey Brother of his well-being, he examined the invisible membrane formed by the energy he had gathered. He marveled at the potency of this technique, realizing that without it, he could have only withstood Zhao Gang's initial punch. Monkey Brother, still processing the earlier events, remarked, "I never imagined you possessed such strength. Weren't you weaker than me before? Monkey Brother, this is my secret. I trust you will not disclose it to anyone," Zhang Fan replied earnestly. Monkey Brother nodded, promising to keep Zhang Fan's secret. However, a frown crossed his face as he contemplated the repercussions of offending the Zhao family. "Originally, I was alone. I could run away. But you have a sister in Yinyang City, don't you? Given Zhao Cheng's vindictive nature, he might pose a threat to your family," Zhang Fan suggested thoughtfully. Monkey Brother's eyes widened in realization. "I have a sister in Yinyang City. If Zhao Cheng seeks revenge, he might indeed target her." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I've made up my mind. I will resign and take my sister away. Will you come with me?" "No, I prefer to go alone. I have little to lose and no one to worry about. Dio not fret. Within Yinyang Academy, he wouldn't dare act too recklessly, and I will remain vigilant in the shadows." "Very well, Zhang Fan. I shall take my leave now. I am somewhat concerned about my sister." At that moment, the Monkey King appeared anxious, hastily departing. After the Monkey King left, Zhang Fan sat on the bed, immersing himself in recollections of ancient texts detailing methods of qi manipulation in combat. Following the methods that surfaced in his mind, a small white light appeared on Zhang Fan's fingertip, resembling the size of a glass bead. Observing the tranquil luminescence upon his finger, Zhang Fan sensed a multitude of qi swirling within, each moving in various directions, akin to a ball of yarn. Is this the application of qi as described in the Yukikian? Zhang Fan pondered. He directed his finger toward a chair in a room, controlling the white light to project forth. With a resounding crash, upon contact with the chair, it was utterly obliterated. My goodness, such power! If this continues, I shall become akin to a supernatural being, Zhang Fan mused. Attempting to replicate the feat, he soon realized he could not summon the light again, discovering that his internal qi was insufficient. It seems this maneuver can only be employed once a day. Despite the limitation, Zhang Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. As a hidden trump card, it was indeed remarkable. Eager to delve deeper, Zhang Fan continued to explore the various methods of qi manipulation within his mind, practicing as he went along, for this was the foundation of his strength. Perhaps one day, he too could attain greatness akin to that of Fubo and the Thorn Empress at Yinyang Academy's Mecha Exchange Arena. The Mecha combat teams from Yinyang Academy were engaged in a competitive exchange with the War God Academy. Though termed an exchange, it was essentially a contest between the two institutions. Historically, while both academies were renowned, Yinyang Academy consistently overshadowed War God Academy in terms of reputation. Despite the inherent differences in their nature, a peculiar phenomenon persisted. With competition comes rivalry. While Yinyang Academy was not a military institution per se, its plethora of talented students often outperformed those from the professional military school, creating a sense of humiliation for War God Academy. Hence, the annual Mecha Exchange event was born. The exchange involved virtual combat, where students connected their minds to mechas for online battles, while spectators observed the skirmishes on large screens. The competition spanned 5 matches, with a best-of-3 format, 3 individual duels, and 2 team battles. Currently, the score stood at 2-1. With each team having won one of the team battles. However, in a surprising turn of events, Su Huan, the second-best combatant from Yinyang Academy, was unexpectedly defeated by a reserve player from War God Academy. Casting a shadow over her teammates in the resting area of War God Academy's mecha team, a member remarked, "Captain, the students from Yinyang Academy are not as formidable as the legend suggests. Aside from Su Huan and their captain, Lin Jingyun, the rest appear rather average. M.O. William, the captain, admonished, "Do not underestimate them. Remember we lost 1 match in the earlier team battle." His words silenced the previously boastful teammate. "Captain, we were simply overconfident. Who would have thought the laser gun could reflect?" It was all thanks to their captain. Lin Jingyun seems quite formidable. The only female member, Alice, expressed her discontent regarding their earlier defeat, prompting nods of agreement from the others, seeing his team in such spirits. M.O. William held his tongue, his mind preoccupied with the earlier battle, where the opposing team had cleverly utilized a reflective laser gun combination. Clearly, Yunyang Academy was brimming with talent, yet their performance was not as alarming as he had anticipated. Captain, I will prepare for the next match, do not worry. I shall not give you a chance to take the field. Alice playfully winked at him, in response. M.O. William cautioned, be careful. While the other members of Yunyang Academy may not be remarkable, do not treat Lin Jingyun as just another opponent, that you've experienced his prowess firsthand, that I understand, that I've analyzed their data. He merely hails from Star Academy, that I shall see just how formidable these Star Academy individuals truly are. Alice retorted defiantly before entering the cockpit. Meanwhile, in the resting area of Yunyang Academy's mecha team, the atmosphere was somber. Lin Jingyun observed his despondent teammates until Su Huan broke the silence, admitting, Captain, it was my fault for being so careless. Lin Jingyun reassured her, winning or losing is inconsequential. Such is the nature of battle. The opposing team is indeed strong, and it seems they have studied us. Keep your spirits high. I shall take the field this time. But if you compete, who will stand against M.O. William afterward? Picasso interjected. That is the strategy of War God Academy. Having been overshadowed for so long, they are employing a conservative approach to ensure victory. The team instructor remarked, his tone grave, War God Academy, truly, so cowardly as to avoid direct confrontation. Picasso scoffed, though his voice dwindled under the instructor's stern gaze. You insolent brat. This is a matter of skill disparity. The current cohort from War God Academy is undeniably strong. You, of all people, who are notorious for your laziness, should be the last to speak. Upon returning, each group will repeat their mecha training 5 times. Otherwise, you shall forego your meals. For every additional word you utter, another repetition will be added. The instructor barked at Picasso. Upon hearing the punishment, Picasso's face turned pale, and he fell silent. Rest assured, I shall handle this match. Lin Jingyun concluded with a smile that in the audience. Chen Inger turned to Fubo, observing the score with curiosity. Fubo, why is War God Academy performing so well this time? In previous years, they were always overshadowed by Yunyang Academy. It is precisely because a professional military academy has been consistently outperformed by a comprehensive academy like Yunyang in specialized fields that War God Academy has harbored resentment in their quest to triumph over Yunyang. They have recruited numerous mecha prodigies, likely the very talents comprising their current team, Fubo explained with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Chen Inger pouted, War God Academy is rather cunning. Why not seek out genuine mecha warriors for the competition? Fubo chuckled heartily at her comment. Do you not wish for War God Academy to win? Winning is of little consequence. However, from a personal standpoint, my grandfather once fought on behalf of Yunyang Academy and triumphed over War God Academy. Naturally, I hope for Yunyang to continue their winning streak, Chen Inger replied. Suddenly, she turned to Fubo, her large, beautiful eyes fixed on him. Could it be that you can influence Yunyang Academy's victory? Fubo contemplated her question. Miss, do you recall the last time we watched the practice match against the Green Lizard X? Upon hearing Fubo's mention, Chen Inger's eyes brightened. Fubo, do you know who that was? Fubo nodded. Chapter 19. The God of War and the Goddess of War as Alice and Lin Jingyun entered their respective cockpits. The large screen displayed their readiness. Lin Jingyun chose a black, all-purpose mecha known as the God of War, wielding a battle blade with an imposing presence in the cosmos. In contrast, Alice piloted a silver, moonlit mecha known as the Moonlight Goddess, brandishing a curved crescent blade, her elegant form poised gracefully in the air, the blade radiating a silvery glow. Alice addressed Lin Jingyun through the public communication channel. I heard you once studied at Star Academy. Taken aback by her sudden address, Lin Jingyun responded politely, Yes, I spent some time there. The admission criteria for Star Academy are reputedly stringent, reserved for those with exceptional talents. You must be quite skilled. I hope you give your all. Alice's soft yet challenging voice resonated within Lin Jingyun's cockpit. I certainly will, Lin Jingyun replied succinctly before closing the communication system, in the battle system. The God of War raised its blade toward the Moonlight Goddess, its engines roaring to life, propelling it forward at astonishing speed as it swung the weapon. The Moonlight Goddess, undeterred, prepared to counter, her crescent blade glimmering ominously. Boom! The two mechas collided with incredible speed, filling the entire screen with the sparks generated from their weapons clashing. The Black War God and the Moonlight Goddess moved as if imbued with life, showcasing a myriad of combat techniques. The Black War God, resembling a true deity of war, wielded his battle blade with remarkable skill, each strike powerful enough to move mountains. In contrast, the Moonlight Goddess executed her moves with the grace of a true lunar warrior. Her crescent blade glimmering like a full moon, embodying elegance and strength. The audience, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding on the screen, looked on in astonishment. Could mechas truly engage in such combat? One student, bewildered, murmured to himself, "Is this really a sci-fi film?" Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the war god, Lin Jingyun was pleasantly surprised by the formidable prowess of the pilot named Alice, a smile breaking across his face. Through a neural connection, he commanded the Black War God to launch another round of fierce attacks against the Moonlight Goddess. Inside the cockpit of the Moonlight Goddess, Alice was sweating profusely, taken aback by Lin Jingyun's strength. The relentless and powerful assault from her opponent was proving difficult to withstand as another forceful strike approached. Alice focused intently, maneuvering the Moonlight Goddess to evade direct conflict, retreating to a distance while raising her crescent blade high. With a flourish, she unleashed the Crescent Lotus Slash, causing her raised blade to erupt into a dazzling white lotus, its silver light blinding. The lotus transformed into a barrage of blade feathers, targeting the Black War God. "Is this what they call mecha combat skills?" A bespectacled student exclaimed in disbelief, while a curious peer beside him inquired, "What are mecha combat skills?" "They are akin to martial arts performed by mechas. In our view, mecha combat is simply mobile artillery, striking wherever they go. In reality, true mecha masters wield cold weapons, treating their mechas as extensions of their own bodies. Each mecha master possesses unique combat techniques." The bespectacled student explained. Others nodded in vague understanding. Though the intricacies remained elusive, as the battle continued, Lin Jingyun skillfully maneuvered the Black War God to counter the Moonlight Goddess's rapid and powerful slashes. Each high-speed strike forced him to retreat further, but he maintained his composure. Alice, sensing her advantage, initiated another Crescent Lotus Slash. With a resounding clash, the crescent blade met the battle blade with fierce intensity. Lin Jingyun displayed no signs of pressure despite the onslaught, his expression unchanged. This time, the Black War God successfully absorbed the impact, but the encounter seemed to affect the Moonlight Goddess. She did not retreat as swiftly as before, for the Black War God had seized one of her feet, preventing her escape. The Moonlight Goddess, momentarily flustered by the interruption, swung her blade again, but it was deftly blocked by the Black War God. With a powerful throw, he hurled her skyward. As he did, his weapon erupted with dark lightning, launching toward the airborne Moonlight Goddess. Alice, realizing the dire situation, frantically urged her mecha to evade. However, the blade, entwined with black lightning, pierced through the Moonlight Goddess, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Victory goes to the Black War God. The screen displayed the triumphant message, accompanied by an electronic voice. In the audience, Zhang Fan stood beside Fu Bo, his face a mask of astonishment. Can mechas truly engage in such combat? He wondered aloud, having been brought here by Fu Bo to witness the match. This is a demonstration of mecha combat skills. It's remarkable that these young pilots can operate their mechas to such a degree, Fu Bo remarked, though his expression suggested he held little regard for these so-called skills. "Do you not appreciate mechas?" "Fu Bo," Zhang Fan inquired tentatively. Fu Bo, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Ultimately, mechas are mere machines. The true strength lies within humanity itself." This statement prompted Zhang Fan to recall his own battle against the Thorn Queen, where an entire castle was effortlessly destroyed. Certainly, dismantling a mecha would take considerably longer. Zhang Fan then asked, "Fu Bo, why have you brought me here? You are proficient in operating mechas, are you not? Do not attempt to deny it." "I am aware of your victory over the Green Lizard X in the training area," Fu Bo observed with a knowing smile. Zhang Fan, recognizing he had been monitored, decided to be forthright. "I did indeed defeat Green Lizard X. But that was my only experience. I suspect you wish for me to represent Yunyang Academy in the upcoming match." Fu Bo's eyes widened slightly at Zhang Fan's quick deduction, impressed that he could connect the dots so swiftly. However, he was even more surprised by Zhang Fan's mention of his first encounter with mecha combat and his insightful thoughts on the nuclear titanium metal's laser reflection. "Oh, not forget, I rescued you from the Thorn Queen. Thus, I am requesting your assistance in representing Yunyang Academy. Winning or losing is of little consequence, though a victory would certainly be preferable," Fu Bo stated calmly. Although he had initially hoped for Zhang Fan to secure a win, he reconsidered, realizing that Zhang Fan would be facing the opposing team captain. After some thought, Zhang Fan replied, I am willing to participate, but if I win, will you answer one question? A question? What do you wish to know? Speak, and if it is within reason, I shall oblige. Fu Bo replied, I simply wish to ask, what is a hunter? Zhang Fan inquired. Fu Bo's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected question. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, very well, if you win, I will tell you. Now go. I have arranged for someone to assist you in the inner arena. Zhang Fan nodded and proceeded towards the designated entrance. Meanwhile, in the rest area of the Yunyang Academy Mecha Combat Team, Su Huan and her teammates were staring at a notification in confusion. Captain, what is going on? Why are we not participating in the final match? Su Huan asked Lin Jingyun, who was reviewing the notice in hand. The school has appointed a substitute to take our place in the 5th match, Lin Jingyun explained, suddenly recalling the individual who had previously defeated Green Lizard X using a training mecha. Perhaps this person could lead us to victory, he added confidently. Although surprised, the other team members remained puzzled by his words. Meanwhile, Mo William was perusing a newly received notification, his face etched with confusion. Why is there a substitute for Yunyang Academy? This wasn't mentioned in the previous reports, he remarked. Could they be seeking outside help? One of his teammates speculated. That is unlikely. The higher-ups at our War God Academy are closely monitoring this match. And the notice bears our school seal, indicating our approval. Why concern is this sudden substitute? Who could they be? Mo William mused, glancing at the scanned information on the substitute, a graduate student in history named Zhang Fan. The final match between the War God Academy and Yunyang Academy was set to commence, with the score tied at 2-2, raising the stakes for this crucial showdown. Zhang Fan found himself in a private room. Equipped with a sophisticated mecha connection cockpit, far more advanced than the previous training area. Once outfitted, the system automatically initiated the connection, guiding Zhang Fan through various operations, upon setting up the combat mecha and weapons, which included the training mecha Shadow V, a laser gun, and a nuclear titanium longsword. A notification appeared on his interface. Mecha combat skill. Instant shadow kill. Would you like to read and learn? Zhang Fan hesitated, realizing this was likely arranged by Fu Bo's astonishment. Fu Bo had generously provided him the opportunity to learn a mecha combat skill specifically tailored for Shadow V. It was evident that Fu Bo was determined to ensure his victory. After confirming his intent to learn, the interface transformed, unveiling new possibilities. You have 1 minute to observe the mech combat technique Shadow Strike. Upon realizing the brevity of this time limit, Zhang Fan could not help but smile wryly, thinking that Uncle Fu truly regarded him as a mech prodigy. If mastering such combat techniques were so effortless, they would be widely known by now, yet most people remain oblivious. Nevertheless, Zhang Fan dismissed any further thoughts. The mech combat techniques were invaluable resources, and a tutorial on such a technique was likely worth a fortune. Since he had the opportunity to learn for free, he could not let it slip away. Upon confirming his intention to watch, a light Shadow V mech appeared on Zhang Fan's interface, wielding a long blade. Surrounded by hundreds of identical mechs, the odds were daunting. 1 against 100, the battle erupted swiftly, with the light Shadow V darting into the heart of the enemy formation, its engines igniting in a flash. Shadow Strike. In an instant, the light Shadow V conjured countless afterimages amidst the enemy ranks, its blade gleaming ominously. With a swift sound of metal sheathing, the light Shadow V returned to its original position, leaving behind a scene of dismembered mechs, each severed into pieces. Following the conclusion of the battle, a tutorial for the Shadow Strike technique appeared, lasting only 1 minute. Zhang Fan focused all his mental faculties on the video. Absorbing the knowledge with heightened concentration, as the video ended, his mind tirelessly analyzed and digested the key techniques. After a moment, Zhang Fan exhaled deeply, marveling at the prowess of Shadow Strike while recognizing the rarity of such mech combat techniques. Possessing such a skill would serve as a formidable advantage in battle, especially when facing numerous foes, making mechs equipped with these techniques exceptionally vital during warfare, as the competition was about to commence. A notification rang out, prompting Zhang Fan to confirm his entry without hesitation. Upon entering the competitive arena, he laid eyes on his opponent, and the details of the adversary appeared on his interface. Name, Mo William. Mech, Black Warlord. The spectators gasped upon seeing both fighters' information displayed. Captain, is Mo William deliberately taunting us by using the Black Warlord? This is an obvious provocation. And Zhang Fan, does he even know how to pilot a mech? He has chosen a training mech. Picasso continued to comment, while his teammates exchanged surprised glances, unsure of how to respond. Su Huanhuan looked to Captain Lin Jingyun, who seemed to anticipate her question and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the observers from the War God Academy were equally astonished. The opponent had chosen a training mech for the competition. Was it confidence or resignation? They recalled that he was merely a graduate student in history, solidifying their belief that Yunyang Academy had sent a random participant to fill the spot in the viewing area. Chen turned to Uncle Fu, astonished. Uncle Fu, did you really bring that person here? Zhang Fan? Could he be the one who saved me? Uncle Fu nodded with a smile. Somewhat surprised, I didn't expect him to select a training mech. This lad truly dares to choose IT. Do you think he has any chance of winning? Chen inquired curiously. Confidence is lacking. After all, M.O. William is formidable. He has been recognized by various military departments for his first place ranking in mech piloting at the War God Academy. He is truly a genius. Uncle Fu reflected. Since arriving on Green Meadow Star, he had encountered numerous prodigies. Lin Jingyun, a master of dominance, and a brilliant mech scientist from Yunyang Academy. M.O. William left him perplexed regarding Zhang Fan. Green Meadow Star was indeed a remarkable planet. Given that M.O. William is so powerful, Zhang Fan's victory seems unlikely. Chen expressed her anxiety. Observing her distress, Uncle Fu gently reassured her, Miss, there's still plenty of time. The outcome remains uncertain. Chen nodded and turned her focus back to the screen, harboring a silent hope for Zhang Fan's success. In the arena, the Light Shadow V was once again struck by the Black Warlord's blade. Suffering significant damage and appearing battered, M.O. William piloted the Black Warlord forward, avoiding the Light Shadow V's laser fire and seizing its heel, mirroring Lin Jingyun's earlier battle with Alice's Moonlight Goddess. The spectators gasped in astonishment, realizing M.O. William appeared to be emulating a previous fight. The Light Shadow V was hurled into the air, while the Black Warlord's blade crackled with dark lightning. Poised to strike that moment, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed, and he maneuvered the immobile Light Shadow V to counterattack. Shadow Strike. The seemingly shattered Light Shadow V suddenly unleashed a multitude of afterimages, launching a surprise assault on the Black Warlord. Shattering the latter's attack, M.O. William recognized the danger and quickly commanded the Black Warlord to evade, activating its energy shield. However, the Light Shadow V's speed exceeded all expectations, and as the afterimages swirled around the Black Warlord, each one left a gash on its exterior, draining the energy shield significantly. When the final afterimage faded, the Black Warlord was left with only a thin layer of energy shield remaining. As the audience watched the unexpected counterattack that evaded the Black War God's lethal strike, the Light Shadow V left them all in astonishment. How could it be possible that such a fatal blow was thwarted? Not only the spectators were taken aback, the members of both the God of War Academy and Cloud Yang Academy shared the same shock. Even Lin Jingyun, witnessing this scene, wore a face of disbelief. Those who had been mocking fell silent, their eyes widened in incredulity at the mech they had just belittled, now launching such a sharp retaliation. However, upon noticing the thin energy shield surrounding the Black War God, a hint of regret washed over the crowd. It was so close, so very close, that the Black War God might have lost. At that moment, M.O. William exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had managed to hold on. He hadn't anticipated that this opponent was such a skilled fighter. Had he not been piloting a training mech, victory might not have come as easily. M.O. William turned his gaze toward the distant Light Shadow V, and at that instant, his pupils dilated in shock. In the distance, Light Shadow V was aiming its laser gun at the Black War God, unleashing a barrage of lasers that rained down like a gentle drizzle upon the energy shield, yet failing to inflict any damage. The onlookers were puzzled as they observed the relentless shooting from Light Shadow V. Sensing a foreboding shift, M.O. William noticed a sudden crack appear in the energy shield of the Black War God, which quickly splintered into multiple fissures before the entire shield shattered. How could this be? Was the laser gun supposed to be blocked by the energy shield? How could it possibly break through? The same question echoed in the minds of the spectators. They then realized that Light Shadow V's lasers had consistently struck the same point on the Black War God's energy shield. And as that point endured repeated hits, it ultimately led to the shattering of the entire shield. With the energy shield in ruins, Zhang Fan took a deep breath and maneuvered Light Shadow V to take the final shot at the now isolated Black War God. The laser struck true, penetrating the forehead of the Black War God in a decisive blow, and the match concluded. The viewing screen displayed the triumphant message of Light Shadow vs Victory, declaring Cloud Young Academy the winners against the God of War Academy with a score of 3-2. As this news spread, the members of Cloud Young Academy erupted in ecstatic cheers after a moment of stunned silence. My goodness, could this be real? Am I dreaming? A training mech has defeated the Black War God. The laser gun can indeed breach the energy shield. Amidst the jubilant celebration for their academy's victory, M.O. William remained quietly seated in the cockpit, lost in thought, replaying the moment of counterattack in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and a faint smile crept onto his lips as he murmured to himself, I never expected such a formidable opponent. Zhang Fan. Was it? Chapter 22. The Interstellar Hunter. After the match concluded, countless people inquired about Zhang Fan's identity, yet no one could provide an answer. The Academy kept the information under wraps. Even those from the Mech Academy were oblivious to who Zhang Fan truly was. In a lavish room, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat before a tea table, brewing tea, while beside him, Uncle Fu also took a seat. As the tea leaves unfurled, a rich aroma filled the air, enveloping the entire room. After pouring the brewed tea into cups, the elderly man turned to Uncle Fu and said, Come, savor my tea artistry. Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu picked up the cup and savored the tea, nodding in approval. The tea leaves are quite good. His subtle critique implied that the tea artistry itself was lacking. The elderly man, seemingly unfazed by the remark, anticipated this response and continued pouring more tea into Uncle Fu's cup, saying, My tea skills aren't tea remarkable. I've simply been idly experimenting due to my old age. However, Xiaoying's tea artistry is exceptional. Ordinary tea leaves transform into exquisite flavors under her care. It's a pity she no longer brews tea. What a loss, truly a shame. The elderly man lamented repeatedly, his tone tinged with deep emotion, and Uncle Fu, understanding the source of his sorrow, remained silent, finishing the tea in his cup. After a prolonged silence, the elderly man resumed, Well, it has passed. Let us not dwell on it. Now, about the individuals you mentioned. You believe this Zhang Fan is quite remarkable. Yes, this victory for Cloud Young Academy hinged on Zhang Fan's pivotal performance. Remarkably, this is only his second encounter with mechs. He has never engaged with a real mech, only interfacing through neural networks. Uncle Fu explained. The elderly man, intrigued by this revelation, expressed his surprise to defeat Mo William, who was sought after by various military factions. On just his second attempt was indeed an impressive feat, however. The lack of genuine experience raised questions. The elderly man pondered aloud. Perhaps Zhang Fan is a gaming expert, treating this competition as a mere game. That is not the case. That I have thoroughly investigated Zhang Fan's background. He has been an orphan since childhood, taken in by his grandfather until the age of 6, when his grandfather passed away. With the help of local residents, he managed to survive, spending a decade saving up for surgery to restore his sight. Uncle Fu succinctly conveyed the details he had uncovered. The elderly man, perceptive and intelligent, grasped the significance of Uncle Fu's words, expressing astonishment. 10 years is indeed a testament to one's perseverance. There's one more thing. Zhang Fan has saved Miss Chun's life. Uncle Fu added. Upon hearing that Ning had almost lost her life, the elderly man's eyes turned icy, and a chill enveloped the room, causing the temperature to drop sharply. Suddenly, he broke into a fit of coughing, which grew increasingly severe. Uncle Fu, witnessing this, rushed forward to administer a medication he carried. After a considerable time, the elderly man stabilized, letting out a soft sigh. Age is catching up with me. My health is not what it used to be. I warned you not to get agitated. Your life is far too precious, Uncle Fu replied. Feeling helpless, he then asked, Is it truly necessary for you to intervene personally this time? It is necessary. For the sake of the young lady, the elderly man replied, his voice both weak and resolute. Seeing the elderly man's condition, Uncle Fu refrained from further objections. Once the elderly man had regained some composure, he remarked, The intelligence could be erroneous. Perhaps these 3 individuals are not the ones we seek. They have long desired my life. Even if the information is false, given their nature, it has now become a reality, the elderly man asserted. Finally, once he was assured of the elderly man's well-being, Uncle Fu took his leave, saying, I shall take my leave now and continue my investigation in Zhang Fan's dormitory. Uncle Fu stood before him. Zhang Fan remained quietly awaiting Uncle Fu's words. They both understood the nature of their conversation, yet Uncle Fu appeared to hesitate. Eventually, he spoke. "I will first address your previous question, and afterwards, I have matters to discuss with you." Recognizing the seriousness in Uncle Fu's tone, Zhang Fan nodded attentively. Uncle Fu continued, "You are aware of the concept of ability users, correct?" Zhang Fan replied. "Those born with the ability to manipulate certain energies are known as ability users." Seeing that Zhang Fan grasped the concept, Uncle Fu elaborated, "The hunters you wish to know about are referred to as interstellar hunters, a unique profession in this world. There are various types of interstellar hunters, such as gourmet hunters, treasure hunters, bounty hunters, and so forth, each defined by their individual preferences. These hunters are exceptionally skilled ability users. Though it is not uncommon for non-ability users to also partake in this profession, to this point, Uncle Fu fixed Zhang Fan with a penetrating gaze before continuing. Interstellar hunters enjoy privileges in various regions, granting them access to information and authority beyond that of ordinary individuals. The most common role for interstellar hunters is to be hired for tasks, and remuneration for each assignment is substantial, as those who can afford to hire them are typically wealthy or influential. Listening intently, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the prospect of such an unusual profession that he inquired, "How does one become an interstellar hunter?" Through assessments. One must pass the examinations conducted by the Hunters Association. Each year, the association holds evaluations, but to participate, one requires a recommendation and registration from an existing interstellar hunter. Only then can one learn the time and location of the assessments. Participants must rely on these details to attend the evaluations, Uncle Fu explained. Noticing Zhang Fan's unwavering gaze, he added, "Don't look at me like that. I am not an interstellar hunter." Zhang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment at this revelation, prompting Uncle Fu to reassure him, "Do not underestimate the assessments of the Hunters Association. They are notoriously challenging. Each year, countless individuals attempt to qualify, yet fewer than 10 succeed in becoming interstellar hunters. The pass rate is less than 1 in 10,000, not accounting for those who perish during the evaluations." Despite Uncle Fu's cautionary words, Zhang Fan remained undeterred. He had already resolved to participate in the hunting assessments and become a hunter. Given the multitude of hunter types, there must be those with an interest in history or Atlantis. Perhaps through them, he could expedite his quest for the sacred fruit of Atlantis. Zhang Fan felt an urgency regarding his illness. Time was of the essence. The doctor had mentioned a limit of 25 years, but such predictions were not absolute. He must survive. He was determined to live, unwilling to face an early demise. Zhang Fan's conviction solidified. A steadfast belief in his heart grew ever stronger and unbreakable. Observing Zhang Fan's current demeanor, Uncle Fu became increasingly convinced that Zhang Fan did not belong to the group he had initially imagined. Along with this realization, a particular thought solidified in his mind. Chapter 23. Mindless Zhao Cheng. Zhang Fan, let us discuss serious matters, Uncle Fu said with a grave tone. At this moment, Zhang Fan snapped back to attention. Noting Uncle Fu's serious expression, which indicated the importance of the matter at hand, he temporarily set aside his thoughts on the interstellar hunters and focused on Uncle Fu, awaiting his words. This time, "You have won the competition for Yunyang Academy and earned the opportunity to be received by a prominent figure." Uncle Fu announced. "A prominent figure?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was taken aback, gazing at Uncle Fu with confusion. Noticing Zhang Fan's reaction, which lacked the excitement he had anticipated regarding meeting a significant personage, Uncle Fu continued, "In fact, this competition was unlike previous ones, attended by many military personnel. Those who performed exceptionally well would receive an audience with one of these distinguished individuals. And you are one of the 3 chosen. In this era, being valued by a powerful figure meant a swift rise to prominence. Though one might not achieve instant fame and fortune, patience would eventually yield success. Power and wealth. At this juncture, Zhang Fan interjected, "The prospect of being summoned by a prominent figure and possibly being recognized by a powerful individual seems overwhelming for someone as insignificant as me. A mere doorman. Perhaps this opportunity has been bestowed upon me due to your influence, Uncle Fu." Zhang Fan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Then he continued, "However, I cannot fathom why you would extend this opportunity to me. Do you have a task in mind? Haha, you truly astonish me. I did not expect your intellect to be so agile, and oh wonder you master the mecha combat technique, Shadow Kill, so swiftly." Uncle Fu laughed heartily. his face beaming with satisfaction at Zhang Fan's cleverness. Let me be clear. This summons is indeed a task. You aspire to be an interstellar hunter, correct? If you can complete this task, I can provide you with the details and timing for the hunter qualification exam. What do you say, future interstellar hunter? Uncle Fu presented an irresistible temptation that Zhang Fan found impossible to decline. Although he sensed that this task would not be straightforward, he understood he had no choice. If he wished to uncover information regarding Atlantis more swiftly, perhaps becoming an interstellar hunter was the quickest path. Even if it was merely a possibility, he could not afford to overlook. Zhang Fan looked at Uncle Fu and stated directly, "Speak, what is it you require of me? Bodyguard, you, Lin Jingyan, and M.O. William will all be summoned at the same time, and your task is to protect the young lady." Uncle Fu replied. Zhang Fan was taken aback. How had the summons become intertwined with protecting a young lady? Sensing Zhang Fan's confusion, Uncle Fu reassured him, "You'll understand in due time. Just remember, if anything occurs, your first priority is to protect the young lady." Since Uncle Fu had said as much, Zhang Fan refrained from further inquiries and asked, "May I know who it is that will be receiving us?" "Chen Fuxing," Uncle Fu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing those three words, Zhang Fan was instantly struck with shock, his heart racing tumultuously. The iron-blooded hero, Chen Fuxing, symbolized an era. It was said that the military genius, Zhuge Changfeng, was his student. The exploits of Chen Fuxing were well known throughout the Federation, with nearly every citizen having heard of or remembered his name, a hero of the Federation. Allegedly, he played a pivotal role in achieving peace during the conflict between the Federation and the Empire. In his youth, Chen Fuxing was bold and decisive, often engaged in politics until his mysterious withdrawal from the public eye, leaving his military position to Zhuge Changfeng. Yinyang Academy? Could it be true that Chen Fuxing was once a student there? Zhang Fan pondered. Simultaneously, he sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Perhaps there was a major operation in the works. Otherwise, how could a figure like Chen Fuxing, who had long been absent, suddenly appear? The potential danger of this task loomed in his mind. Anticipating Zhang Fan's reaction and thoughts, Uncle Fu spoke, "Do not worry. Your task is merely to protect the young lady. The true significant matters will not involve someone of your stature." Suddenly, the door to Zhang Fan's dormitory was forcefully kicked open, startling both him and Uncle Fu. They furrowed their brows as several individuals entered, including Zhao Cheng and others with whom Zhang Fan had previously clashed. Among them was Zhao Gang, a capable individual who followed closely behind Zhao Cheng. Seeing their demeanor and noting Uncle Fu's slightly irritated expression, Zhang Fan smirked at Zhao Cheng and his entourage. In response to Zhang Fan's unexpected smile, Zhao Cheng's suppressed anger flared anew. Ever since being humiliated by Zhang Fan and his companion 2 days prior, he had been seeking revenge. However, after 2 days of searching, the one called Monkey had vanished, so he decided to settle his score with Zhang Fan first. "You dare to smile, kid? This time, I will make you beg for mercy," Zhao Cheng declared. "And you, old man, better scram before I decide to deal with you too." As Zhao Cheng shouted at Uncle Fu, his companions encircled Zhang Fan and Uncle Fu, each wearing mocking smiles. Uncle Fu's expression darkened at Zhao Cheng's disrespectful words. His gaze turned menacing as he fixed it on Zhao Cheng, causing Zhao Cheng to feel an icy chill envelop him. Regaining his composure, he brashly shouted, "Old man, don't think you can intimidate me with that glare. Everyone, take him down, old man included." With Zhao Cheng's command, Uncle Fu sprang into action. The room was engulfed in an instant chill, freezing everyone inside, save for Zhang Fan and Uncle Fu. Zhao Gang, realizing the dire situation, quickly pulled Zhao Cheng away from the room, narrowly escaping the icy fate that befell their companions. Uncle Fu was not done, however. A gust of cold air surged toward the two, sending them crashing to the ground. "My lord, please spare us. We were ignorant of your might. We beg for mercy." Zhao Gang pleaded as he fell. "Spare you? Do you think you can simply ask for mercy?" Uncle Fu responded coldly, "We are from the Zhao family. Today we have offended you, but the Zhao family will surely come to apologize in the future," Zhao Gang continued. "The Zhao family? Humph. Even Zhao Wu dares not speak to me in such a manner." "You are but a junior," Uncle Fu scoffed, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Zhao Cheng screamed as his feet became encased in ice, and Zhang Fan realized that Uncle Fu had frozen them solid. "Today, I will render you legless, so you won't trouble anyone again," Uncle Fu declared coldly. Zhao Gang quickly thanked him. assisting Zhao Cheng as they hastily departed, likely seeking medical attention. To say you will render him legless is no idle threat. Even if he seeks treatment, it will be futile unless he receives mechanical legs. Uncle Fu remarked coldly, observing their retreat. Zhang Fan felt a chill run down his spine, surprised by Uncle Fu's ruthlessness. Looking back at the frozen individuals in his dorm, Zhang Fan realized it was impractical to leave them there. Uncle Fu, perhaps we should let these people go, he suggested. Uncle Fu acquiesced without further comment. Releasing the freeze, those who had been encased in ice tumbled to the ground, their faces pale from the ordeal. After Zhang Fan urged them to leave, they scrambled to exit, barely able to muster the strength to flee. With the unexpected interruption from Zhao Cheng, Uncle Fu saw no point in continuing their conversation. They had conveyed everything necessary, leaving the rest to Zhang Fan, informing him that someone would come to collect him in a couple of days. Uncle Fu departed. Once Uncle Fu had left, Zhang Fan returned to his dorm, secured the door, and sat on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. An uneasy feeling settled in his heart, as if this task would lead to unforeseen complications. Yet he could not pinpoint what they might be. Well, I shall take it one step at a time, he mused with a sigh. He then settled into a meditative position, drawing in the surrounding energy as he practiced the techniques from the chi manipulation section. Zhang Fan concentrated the energy in his eyes, forming an invisible veil. As energy coalesced around his eyes, he discovered his vision had amplified remarkably. He could see a mosquito flapping its wings leisurely before him, its long proboscis seemingly reaching out to poke his foot. This was akin to the function of a magnifying glass. No, it was magnification coupled with deceleration that in a combat scenario, this would render him nearly invincible. Zhang Fan attempted to reach out and catch the mosquito hovering before him, but just as his hand approached, the mosquito had already taken flight. This left Zhang Fan somewhat perplexed. His vision followed the insect, yet his bodily reflexes lagged behind. It seemed that he could only rely on his future training to enhance his physical capabilities. However, he realized that though he could not catch it in time, he could still make anticipatory moves. This thought ignited a spark in Zhang Fan's eyes. He concentrated his energy into his gaze, slowing his vision to track the mosquito's flight path, and once again reached out in the direction it was headed. To his delight, Zhang Fan's palm opened to reveal the tiny mosquito resting in his hand. That a wave of satisfaction washed over him. This energy manipulation was indeed extraordinary. Was it possible that people in ancient times possessed such remarkable abilities? Renewed, Zhang Fan continued to practice, striving to master this newly acquired technique until he could wield it with finesse. He then proceeded to gather energy throughout his body, familiarizing himself with its application until it became an integral part of him. 2 days later, Zhang Fan found himself in the opulent waiting room of the Boston Hotel in Yunyang, awaiting an audience. Alongside him were 2 individuals he recognized. However, he was uncertain whether they were familiar with him. One was Lin Jingyun, adorned in a lavish white suit that accentuated his noble demeanor, while the other, M.O. William, donned a stark black suit, contrasting sharply with Lin's attire. In comparison, Zhang Fan felt somewhat underdressed in his usual clothes and wondered if he was being disrespectful by not dressing appropriately for this summons. The 3 sat in silence, with M.O. William and Lin Jingyun casting curious glances at Zhang Fan. Eventually, Lin Jingyun broke the silence, addressing Zhang Fan directly. "Are you Zhang Fan?" Zhang Fan lifted his gaze and politely replied. "Hello, I am Zhang Fan." "Greetings, I am Lin Jingyun," said Lin, rising to extend his hand. Zhang Fan quickly stood and shook his hand. Their handshake was ordinary, devoid of the challenge Zhang Fan had anticipated. "Thank you for your efforts in the recent competition. Without you, we might not have triumphed," Lin remarked with a smile. Zhang Fan was taken aback, glancing at M.O. William beside him, silently questioning whether Lin was provoking M.O. by making such a statement in his presence. However, M.O. William seemed unfazed, offering Zhang Fan a courteous nod. "You possess such remarkable talent. Why did you not directly join the Mecha Academy?" Lin inquired, his eyes filled with curiosity about Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was caught off guard by Lin's straightforwardness, unsure of how to respond. Sensing his hesitation, Lin quickly added, "I apologize if I seem intrusive. It's merely my curiosity. If you prefer not to share, that's perfectly fine, and no worries. I simply have a keen interest in history." Zhang Fan replied hastily, "What a pity. Why not consider joining our Mecha Academy? You could come by whenever you have the time," Lin suggested, half-jokingly. "Haha, Lin Jingyun, You truly live up to your reputation, wishing to dominate everything in sight. M.O. William chuckled, then turned to Zhang Fan and asked, "May I inquire about your historical studies? My family has connections in archaeology. Perhaps we could exchange insights," realizing that both were eager to recruit him. Zhang Fan mused on his newfound desirability. Since acquiring that book, his life had undergone significant changes, and with his age and innate talent for piloting mechs, it was no wonder he had piqued their interest. Zhang Fan smiled and said, "Currently, I am researching the ruins of Atlantis. If you both are interested, I would be happy to share my findings." Without awaiting their consent, Zhang Fan launched into a detailed discourse filled with obscure historical terminology, weaving connections between events that could extend indefinitely. Initially, Lin and M.O. feigned interest, but soon their attention waned, and they returned to their seats, closing their eyes to rest. Observing their disinterest, Zhang Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had finally managed to escape their scrutiny. As both men drifted into silence, Zhang Fan, too, closed his eyes, allowing the waiting room to descend once more into tranquility. Meanwhile, in another room, Uncle Fu monitored the three through surveillance. Finding amusement in their exchange, he noted Zhang Fan's ability to render the other two indifferent to his presence, which he found quite impressive. Chapter 25. A sudden foe after nearly 3 hours. The door opened, and a group of individuals clad in security uniforms entered. Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the leader, Lo Hua, the captain of the Yunyang City Security Bureau, who had once saved him on Foaming Mountain. Upon spotting Zhang Fan, Lo Hua appeared slightly surprised, but quickly smiled and greeted him. "Hello there, long time no see." Lin Jingyun and M.O. William exchanged astonished glances, realizing that Zhang Fan was acquainted with the renowned Lo Hua. Zhang Fan promptly responded, "Hello, and thank you for your assistance back then." Lo Hua waved a hand dismissively. "No need to mention it. It was the least I could do. Now, my duty is to escort you to meet General Chun. But first, we need to conduct a routine security check that I hope you will cooperate." The trio nodded in understanding and complied as the security personnel conducted a thorough examination. Once cleared, they followed Lo Hua out of the waiting room. As they walked behind Lo Hua, Zhang Fan observed the surroundings. The hotel corridors were heavily guarded, with security personnel stationed every 10 steps, and patrol teams of 3 continuously surveyed the area. Zhang Fan marveled at the intensity of the security measures, wondering if Uncle Fu had truly meant for him to protect the young lady when he had yet to even meet her. Amidst his thoughts, a trio of patrolling guards passed by, and Zhang Fan sensed an unusual presence in that fleeting moment. He felt a strange energy, causing him to turn and focus on the central figure among the trio. As he concentrated, he channeled energy into his eyes and scrutinized the individual closely. What he perceived caused his pupils to widen in disbelief. The corridor was enveloped by a delicate, shifting blue substance that connected everyone in the vicinity, save for himself and his companions, with the focal point being the patrolling guard at the center. Observing the individuals linked by this blue energy, it was clear they were entirely unaware of their predicament. Something was amiss, Zhang Fan concluded silently. He remained vigilant, keeping his observations discreet. Soon, they arrived at an ornate door, and Lo Hua entered a code to unlock it. Turning to Zhang Fan and the others, he instructed, "You 3 follow me inside." Upon entering, Zhang Fan beheld an elderly man leisurely sipping tea, radiating an air of tranquility. Beside him stood Uncle Fu, and as the elder brewed the tea, a rich aroma permeated the space. This the iron-blooded hero, Chun Fuxing. Zhang Fan mused, finding it hard to reconcile the man's ordinary appearance with his formidable reputation. Under Lo Hua's direction, they stood quietly, awaiting the elder's attention. Once the tea was poured, the elder looked up, a warm smile gracing his face. Come, sit down and enjoy some tea." Lo Hua, as if receiving a command, promptly took a seat at the table. "Do not feel so constrained. I am merely an old man wanting to share a chat with you. Come, let me show you my tea-making skills," the elder said, his demeanor entirely devoid of any authoritative air, rendering Zhang Fan somewhat puzzled. Did such a casual conversation warrant such formality? Zhang Fan naturally lifted his cup and began to sip, keenly observing the reactions of those around him. He noted that both Lin Jingyun and M.O. William appeared somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, the elder addressed Lin Jingyun directly. Upon being called, Lin instinctively stood to respond to, the grandson of Lin Lao. Quite impressive to emerge from Star Academy, due to your lineage. How is Lin Laohu faring these days? The elderly man looked at Lin Jingyun and nodded. In response to the elderly man's praise, Lin Jingyun immediately replied, in response to Mr. Chun, my grandfather is well. Zhang Fan, after Lin Jingyun, was called upon by the elderly man, yet he did not react as swiftly as Lin Jingyun. Instead, he simply acknowledged and then stood up. The elderly man squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Zhang Fan for a moment, and then merely nodded to himself, leaving those present somewhat puzzled. Finally, M.O. William was called, and he executed a standard military salute, responding loudly, Present. M.O. William, who broke the historical record of the War God Academy in piloting mechas. A genius in mechanized warfare, the elderly man stated calmly, before brewing tea again, choosing not to elaborate further tea this moment. Zhang Fan was filled with questions. He sensed that the inquiries were rather trivial, as if they were being casually dismissed. Tea wasn't until the elderly man had finished preparing the tea that he spoke again, this time seemingly to himself. How much longer do you intend to wait? My tea is losing its fragrance. Hearing this, Zhang Fan and the others frowned in confusion. Tea that moment. Zhang Fan concentrated his energy in his eyes and perceived blue filaments entering this space from the ground, ready to connect with those present. Observing this, Zhang Fan hastily evaded and called out, Be careful. With his warning, everyone became alert, and an energy shield enveloped them, blocking the blue substances from entering the ha-ha-ha. Mr. Chun, you are still as vigilant in your old age. A voice echoed, followed by the entrance of a man in a security uniform, his face adorned with a sly and sinister smile. Zhang Fan recognized him as the patroller he had previously suspected of wrongdoing. If you haven't died, how could I leave first? Elder Chen Fuxing's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in a detached tone. Did you not anticipate my sudden appearance? Haha, you old fool, for over 20 years. You have hunted me, depriving me of a single peaceful day. Killing you today will free me and simultaneously fulfill the organization's mission. The man replied with a chilling laugh that moment. A multitude of blue filaments appeared before everyone, swiftly enveloping the energy shield. Old Fu also acted, infusing the energy shield with a wave of cold, instantly freezing the blue filaments in place. Ha-ha. Mr. Chun, do you think this will thwart me? The man sneered, suddenly calling out M.O. William's name. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and turned to M.O. William, who displayed a peculiar smile. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a small vial containing blue liquid, which he then crushed in his hand. With a sharp crack, the blue liquid was exposed to the air. Old Fu's gaze sharpened as he attempted to freeze the liquid, but it evaporated almost instantaneously upon contact with the air. Even with his formidable reflexes, he was slightly delayed. Zhang Fan, focusing his energy in his eyes, clearly observed the peculiar blue substance swirling in the air and settling on the bodies of those present. Reacting swiftly, he enveloped himself in energy to prevent contact with the unknown blue material. Meanwhile, with a loud bang, M.O. William seized the opportunity to shatter the energy shield that Old Fu had created. The blue filaments outside surged towards them, but Old Fu, with a cold snort, unleashed another wave of frost, freezing the approaching filaments mid-air. How does it feel? Chun Fuxing, you never expected M.O. William to be on my side. Did you? The man laughed, and at that moment, M.O. William stepped behind him, grinning at the others. Throughout this exchange, Elder Chen Fuxing maintained his gaze fixed on the man, undeterred by M.O. William's presence. Lan Kongmai, do you think you can escape today? I've been waiting for you for a long time, Elder Chen Fuxing stated calmly, his voice laced with icy malice. I have complete control over this building. You know my capabilities, haha. I too have waited long for this moment, replied the man known as Lan Kongmai, his eyes narrowing as he watched Chen Fuxing, seemingly anticipating something like tea that moment. Elder Chen Fuxing unexpectedly began to cough, prompting Old Fu to rush to his side. Why is this happening now? Old Fu exclaimed, perplexed and anxious as he observed Elder Chen Fuxing's previously rosy complexion turn pale. It's the blue liquid. It's the cause, Zhang Fan suddenly interjected, recalling the blue liquid that M.O. William had shattered earlier. A satisfied expression spread across Lan Kongmai's face, as if he had confirmed his suspicions. How does it feel? Do you sense an inexplicable pain in your body? This was specially concocted for you. Knowing you would drink tea, I infused it with tea particles. Upon contact, it rapidly transforms into a lethal poison. I call it tea poison. You should feel honored, he laughed. Elder Chen Fuxing frowned deeply, his face growing increasingly pale as he seemed to endure excruciating pain while speaking. You haven't changed at all. Still so insidious. You came here with the intent to kill me, didn't you? Let us go outside and settle this. With that, Elder Chen Fuxing stood up and walked toward the balcony. Aha. Do you think I would fall for your trick? Wouldn't it be better to kill you here? Lan Kongmai replied. You remain as cowardly as ever. If you wish to kill me, come forth. Elder Chen Fuxing declared, then propelled himself into the sky from the balcony. Seeing this, Lan Kongmai frowned, seemingly unwilling to let Chen Fuxing escape, and ultimately followed him. Observing their flight, Zhang Fan was astonished. What incredible power must one possess to soar through the skies? He then turned to Old Fu and asked, Old Fu, won't you go protect him? Old Fu shook his head, saying, I cannot intervene. Besides, I cannot leave, that if I do, you will be in grave danger. His gaze turned cold as he focused on M.O. William. At that moment, Zhang Fan noticed that two individuals clad in black cloaks had appeared beside M.O. William. Their bodies entirely enveloped in darkness. Farewell, everyone, if you manage to survive, M.O. William said with a bright smile, then turned and left, leaving the two cloaked figures behind. It was evident that the entire hotel had fallen under Lan Kongmai's control. These two were undoubtedly formidable opponents. I'll get you out of here. Go to room 305 in Area B and find the lady. Protect her as she leaves, Old Fu instructed Zhang Fan swiftly. And as he did, a column of water surged up and morphed into a water dragon. Recognizing this technique from Old Fu's earlier battle with the Thorn Queen, Zhang Fan realized that the two cloaked figures were of the same caliber as her. The two cloaked figures also sprang into action, rushing towards them in perfect unison, their hands emanating a chilling black energy that felt ominous and frigid. Break! Old Fu shouted, and the water dragon roared forward to intercept the two assailants. However, the once powerful water dragon was swiftly cleaved in two by the brothers' sharp claws, failing to halt their advance even for a moment. In that instant, Old Fu reacted quickly, conjuring a solid ice wall. With a crash, the ice wall, like the water dragon, was shattered by the relentless assault of the brothers. Unexpectedly, the opponent was suddenly so ferocious. Caught off guard, Uncle Fu's abdomen was slashed by the opponent's sharp claws, and crimson blood flowed forth in an instant. Chapter 27. Another acquaintance bang. A massive sphere of water crashed to the ground as Zhang Fan landed steadily. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a room on a certain floor of this hotel. Upon landing, Zhang Fan did not act immediately. Instead, he swiftly analyzed the entire situation in his mind to make the correct decisions and actions. That it was now clear that the so-called summons was merely a ploy to draw out the so-called Lan Kongmai, who might be a significant leader or a person of great importance to Chen Fuxing. Otherwise, it would not warrant the personal involvement of Chen Fuxing, an individual of high status and great significance to the Federation. As bait, from the dialogue between the two, it seemed that a profound enmity existed between them. Additionally, it was unexpected to discover that M.O. William was actually on the opposing side. A prodigy of note was, in fact, an enemy. The adversary was willing to expose their identity simply to eliminate Chen Fuxing. Through analysis, Zhang Fan quickly reached a conclusion, yet several questions still perplexed him. After a while, Zhang Fan ceased further analysis and began to act according to his predetermined plan. His first priority was to locate the young lady in room 305 of Area T. That moment, he heard footsteps approaching and immediately concealed himself. 3 security personnel entered the room, their expressions somewhat dazed, their movements lacking coordination. Zhang Fan focused his energy and observed that their bodies were covered with an invisible blue substance, confirming Uncle Fu's assertion that the entire hotel staff had been controlled by that Lan Kongmai. After the 3 security personnel conducted a brief inspection of the room, they left for another location. Once they had departed, Zhang Fan emerged cautiously and hurried off to find the young lady. Along the way, he encountered several corpses on the ground, their attire indicating they were guests of the Boston Hotel or their bodyguards. They had presumably engaged in combat with the controlled security personnel. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and upon witnessing such a scene, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, uncertain of the young lady's fate. After 5 minutes, Zhang Fan discovered a map of the Boston Hotel in an office. He compared the map with his current position and the location of room 305 in Area B, relieved to find it was not far away. Currently, he was in area at the boundary with Area B. Having memorized the entire map, he set off towards his destination, skillfully avoiding any encounters with the controlled security personnel to reach his goal more swiftly. After approximately half an hour, Zhang Fan successfully arrived at the vicinity of room 305. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. It was eerily quiet, devoid of patrolling security personnel, and not a single corpse lay on the ground. Had this place been uninhabited? Upon closer inspection, Zhang Fan noticed piles of ashes scattered in various locations. He approached and crouched down to examine them, but could not discern their origin. Puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it further, though he heightened his vigilance, channeling his energy from his eyes to his ears. At that moment, he could only concentrate his energy on one of his senses, and when focused on his ears, his hearing intensified dramatically. Suddenly, a muffled sound reached Zhang Fan's ears. "Let me go, you bastard." Hearing this voice, Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. It was the young lady's voice, indicating she was in trouble. He hurried in the direction of the sound. Bang! A door was forcefully kicked open, and Zhang Fan swiftly entered. The scene before him revealed a man pinning a struggling woman to the bed. It was Chen Inger. Upon Zhang Fan's abrupt intrusion, the man paused and turned to face him. Both Zhang Fan and the man were momentarily taken aback. And Zhang Fan's surprise deepened when he recognized him as Zhuo De, the individual who had nearly killed him on Foaming Mountain. Zhuo De, too, seemed to recognize Zhang Fan, stepping off the bed and ignoring Chen Inger, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Unexpectedly, it's you, you despicable creature." Zhuo De maintained his trendy appearance, but a long scar marred his previously handsome face, rendering it somewhat grotesque. Ignoring Zhuo De's taunts, Zhang Fan remained on high alert, attentively observing Chen Inger's condition. Thankfully, she appeared to be merely disheveled, indicating he had arrived in time. Zhuo De, noticing Zhang Fan's wary demeanor, smiled even wider. "It seems you remain the same. Back then, you were equally cautious before I almost killed you." As he spoke, a thought seemed to cross Zhuo De's mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "I'll let you in on a secret. Luo Ho is one of us. I only learned this after joining the organization and being assigned to this mission." "This is impossible," Zhang Fan exclaimed in shock, quickly denying the claim. Nothing is impossible. Blame the Federation, a bunch of self-serving individuals. Zhuo De spoke. He seemed to recall something. Zhang Fan's expression transformed into one of grim determination. "You think I would easily believe you?" Zhang Fan replied, though internally, his earlier analysis made him somewhat inclined to trust Zhuo De. If Luo Ho were indeed affiliated with them, it would explain many of his previous questions. Yet a part of him hoped this was untrue. "If you claim Luo Ho is one of you, why did he stop you from killing me before?" Zhang Fan inquired. At that time, I had not yet joined the organization. So of course, Luo Ho did not know me. It's surprising that a renowned captain from Yinyang City is, at the core, just like me, pretending to be high and mighty. Given the chance, I will certainly kill him. Zhuo De's expression soured at the mention of Luo Ho, and he then turned his gaze to Zhang Fan. "But for now, I want to kill you first. This is the second time you've thwarted my plans." As he spoke, a fireball appeared in Zhuo De's hand, aimed directly at Zhang Fan. Seeing this, Zhang Fan easily dodged the fireball, which struck the chair behind him, igniting it instantly until it was reduced to ashes. Realizing the reason for the absence of people in this area, Zhang Fan understood that Zhuo De had turned everyone into ash, and the remnants he saw were likely the remains of those who had perished. This thought ignited a surge of anger within Zhang Fan. Zhuo De truly regarded human life as inconsequential. Did he view it as something utterly worthless? Chapter 28. The true first stop. Zhuo De seemed taken aback that Zhang Fan had evaded his attack, his expression betraying surprise as he scrutinized Zhang Fan, that he had assumed a simple fireball would suffice to eliminate this adversary. Yet Zhang Fan had evidently changed since their last encounter. Zhuo De recalled that Zhang Fan had ventured into the ancient tomb. Perhaps that tomb had yielded more than just the precious pill, and Zhang Fan had acquired something extraordinary. Seeing Zhang Fan deftly evade his attack only fueled Zhuo De's intrigue. "It seems you obtained something valuable from the ancient tomb." He ventured, though it was more of a guess. Zhuo De felt increasingly convinced that Zhang Fan possessed something of significance. In response to Zhuo De's inquiry, Zhang Fan remained silent, observing Zhuo De's demeanor. He easily discerned the man's thoughts, from Zhuo De's previous betrayal of Han Xing and his current attempt to violate Miss Chun. Zhang Fan understood that Zhuo De was a despicable, lecherous, and greedy individual. Moreover, Zhang Fan felt considerable pressure. as Zuoda was a second-tier ability user, distinctly more formidable than the first-tier Zhao Gang. Zuoda was also a seasoned fighter with extensive experience, having been in the employment of others for years. This confrontation was Zhang Fan's first true battle, as opposed to the petty thugs he had previously encountered. The energy within Zhang Fan's dantian swirled continuously, and he summoned it throughout his body. Preparing for combat at any moment, this juncture, Zuoda spoke again. How about this? You hand over whatever you acquired. I'll let you leave today. Hearing this, Zhang Fan furrowed his brows, ultimately shaking his head. We may not be well acquainted, but I am well aware of your character. Even if I divulged what I possess, you would simply kill me upon learning it, disregarding any semblance of trust. To you, I am but an insect, unworthy of your consideration, and you wouldn't hesitate to break any promise made. Zhang Fan continued. Furthermore, your proposition merely seeks to avoid the hassle of interrogating me once you capture me. As Zhang Fan spoke, Zuoda's gaze grew increasingly cold, as if Zhang Fan had accurately discerned his thoughts. Observing Zuoda's reaction, Zhang Fan smiled and added, Am I correct? Is it unsettling for you to have your intentions accurately predicted by someone you consider an insect? Suddenly, a fireball appeared, hurtling towards Zhang Fan with remarkable speed. However, Zhang Fan had been vigilant against such an ambush and easily evaded the attack. He remarked, It seems I was right. You've become furious, with a cold snort. Zuoda responded, Just wait until I subdue you. I have plenty of ways to make you beg for mercy. He lunged at Zhang Fan, his hands enveloped in flames, transforming into fiery claws aimed at him. Realizing the futility of confronting Zuoda head-on, Zhang Fan swiftly seized a nearby chair to use as a shield. The chair shattered into fragments upon impact, unable to withstand Zuoda's fiery assault. Unrelenting, Zuoda followed up with a powerful side kick aimed at Zhang Fan's abdomen. Reacting quickly, Zhang Fan raised his arms in defense, but the force was overwhelming, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud, creating a large hole. Coughing, Zhang Fan clutched his abdomen. Despite his attempts to shield himself, he felt the immense impact reverberate through him, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. To Zuoda's surprise, Zhang Fan managed to rise again. That you've grown stronger, but still end up on the ground. Displaying that delightful expression of fear, Zuoda taunted, Stay down. With that, he vanished and reappeared before Zhang Fan. Raising his foot to deliver a crushing blow to his head, Zhang Fan crossed his arms to block, almost losing his balance under the immense pressure. Yet he gritted his teeth and summoned his strength. Having undergone a transformation that significantly increased his power, Zhang Fan was astonished by the sheer might of Zuoda's attack. Nevertheless, he refused to falter, channeling energy into his arms. The spiraling energy within him surged forth, enveloping his hands in layers upon layers of power, allowing him to withstand Zuoda's kick. Zuoda was taken aback. How could Zhang Fan possess such strength? As Zhang Fan pushed Zuoda's foot upward, the latter's surprise turned to fury. He resolved not to engage in a battle of strength any longer. Leaping into the air, he delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Fan's chest, sending him flying against another wall, which crumbled upon impact. Yet unlike before, Zhang Fan swiftly regained his footing, undeterred and with a fierce glint in his eyes. He vanished, mirroring Zuoda's earlier move. Alarmed, Zuoda instinctively raised his hand to block. With a resounding crash, Zhang Fan appeared beside Zuoda, delivering a fierce punch that collided with Zuoda's right hand. Caught off guard by Zhang Fan's sudden surge of power, Zuoda was sent hurtling through a wall. Seizing the moment, Zhang Fan pursued with the speed of a shadow, raising his foot to deliver a decisive kick to Zuoda, who lay on the ground. In an instant, a fiery barrier erupted around Zuoda, thwarting Zhang Fan's attack. Recognizing the danger, Zhang Fan retreated. He had witnessed this tactic before, during the explosion in the ancient tomb passage, and understood that Zuoda had unleashed his full power now that he had attained a higher level of capability. Chapter 29. Bitter struggle inside the fiery shield. Zuoda's face contorted with rage. How could he be forced to this point by someone he deemed insignificant? The flames blazed even more fiercely, reflecting Zuoda's fury. He raised his index finger, conjuring a deep red fireball, aiming it at Zhang Fan. Realizing the threat, Zhang Fan concentrated, enhancing his vision to track the rapidly approaching fireball. Startled, he noted how fast it was. Recognizing that evasion was futile, anticipating its trajectory, he maneuvered to avoid a critical hit. A searing pain erupted in his shoulder as the fireball pierced through, leaving a charred wound. Zhang Fan's body was racked with agony. but he managed to evade a fatal blow. Zoda, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and prepared another fireball, determined to turn Zhang Fan into a pincushion. Zhang Fan calculated that Zoda required at least 5 seconds to conjure each fireball. He resolved to defeat Zoda within that time frame, his determination solidifying. Zoda, sensing something amiss, felt a flicker of fear. Impossible. It must be a fluke, he thought, as he focused on summoning another fireball. Suddenly, the fiery shield trembled under Zhang Fan's relentless assault. With a frenzied expression, Zhang Fan unleashed a barrage of punches against the barrier, enveloping his fists in a protective layer of energy, isolating the flames. The sound of his strikes echoed, each hit resonating with increasing intensity, unsettling Zoda and slowing his fireball's formation. The shield, though robust, began to crack under Zhang Fan's relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, he targeted the fissure with all his might. The barrier shattered, revealing a terrified Zoda inside. In that moment, Zhang Fan launched a punch towards Zoda, but he suddenly felt drained, his strength depleted. No, not now, he thought desperately, collapsing forward. Zoda, initially stunned, understood that Zhang Fan had overexerted himself. The glimmer of relief washed over him as he seized Zhang Fan, conjuring a flame in his other hand, intent on incinerating him. But just then a sharp pain surged through Zoda's head, causing him to stagger. Zhang Fan fell to the ground, while Zoda, now furious, turned to see Chen, trembling and wielding a broken bottle. "You vile creature, I will make you pay," Zoda hissed, blood streaming down his face, intensifying his menacing appearance. Chen Inger retreated, stumbling over debris as Zoda advanced menacingly towards her. "Hee, Chan Fuxing's esteemed granddaughter. I imagine your experience must be quite distinct from that of others. Call for help. Call for help. Your grandfather has likely already fallen victim to Lord Lan, and no one will come to your rescue now. If you serve me well, I may spare your life." Zoda spoke. His expression grew increasingly malevolent, and he began to shed his garments one by one, seemingly relishing the fear and helplessness emanating from his companion. "Grandfather, my grandfather will not perish. Do not approach me. If you dare come closer, I shall take my own life," Chen Inger declared, pressing a sharp edge against her throat. "Haha, go ahead and die. I challenge you to do so. Even if you were to die, I would still take pleasure in your corpse. You are simply too captivating." Zoda laughed heartily, having stripped to the waist, and proceeded to loosen his belt. "You despicable pervert." Chen Inger cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face like a tea that moment. A small orb of light appeared behind Zoda, gliding closer to him as the distance diminished. Zoda sensed something amiss and turned to see the orb. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as an aura of death enveloped him. He attempted to flee from the orb, but it was too late. The light surged forward and made contact with his body, erupting in a dazzling burst. With a resounding explosion, Zoda vanished, obliterated, leaving only a cascade of blood droplets in the air. Chen Inger watched in horror, her eyes wide, before turning to Zhang Fan, who sat calmly. Upon meeting his gaze, a smile emerged on his face, one that would forever linger in Chen Inger's memory. With Zoda truly gone, Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, so much so that he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 30. The aftermath. On a stormy evening, pedestrians hurriedly sought shelter from the rain or made their way home, in a secluded corner. The sound of a baby's cry pierced the air, yet it seemed to go unnoticed, drowned out by the rain. The infant lay in a basket, swathed in thick blankets, with a large umbrella tied above it. It was evident that the child had been abandoned. As the rain continued to fall, the baby eventually cried itself to sleep. That moment, an elderly man discovered the basket. Observing the sleeping infant, he could tell it had been left behind by its family. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave, but just then, the baby began to wail once more. The old man halted his steps, looked at the overcast sky, and muttered to the crying child, "I dislike children who cry. They are too noisy to. If you cease your crying, I shall take you with me." His astonishment, the infant miraculously stopped crying and fell back asleep. The old man, somewhat bewildered, lifted the basket, deciding to honor his word. As the years passed, the baby grew under the old man's care. Many years later, the elderly man lay in bed, his voice weak as he addressed the child beside him. "Live well." "Why, grandfather?" "For yourself and for your parents." Live on no crying. Grandfather does not like noisy children. After speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Grandfather, in a hospital room. Zhang Fan lay on a bed, murmuring the name in his sleep, dreaming of his grandfather, whom he had not seen in years. Now departed from this world. Zhang Fan, Chen Inger, sitting beside him, called softly upon hearing his voice. Gradually, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, and the first sight to greet him was the beautiful face of Chen Inger. "At last, you have awakened. You are finally awake?" she exclaimed, her tone filled with joy. Zhang Fan blinked, allowing his eyes to adjust before asking, "Have I been asleep for long?" "You have been in a coma for 7 days." Chen Inger replied, "7 days? I recall we were." Zhang Fan pondered, confused. "It was Fu Bo who arrived in time, so we were saved. By the way, I have food prepared for you," she said, rising to retrieve it. Zhang Fan examined his body, noting that his wounds had nearly healed completely. With only a slight pain in his shoulder, he clenched his hands, reassured that he was not gravely harmed. "Here, eat this crystal pastry," Chen Inger said, bringing a plate of food, her face alight with happiness. As Zhang Fan glanced up, their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. In that moment, he perceived the tenderness and unspoken affection in her gaze. While she felt herself drawn into the depths of his eyes, a soft cough broke the spell, causing them to turn away, their expressions suddenly awkward. "Fu Bo," Zhang Fan called, scratching his head. "Fu Bo," observing Zhang Fan. Then addressed Chen, "Miss, now that Zhang Fan has awakened, we should make our departure." Upon hearing this, Chen Inger's earlier joy faded, and she responded, "Understood." She then turned to Zhang Fan, softly saying, "Thank you for saving me. But I must leave now. Until we meet again." Zhang Fan nodded, sensing her reluctance mirrored in his own heart. After she departed, Fu Bo stated, "I will ensure that your request is fulfilled." He turned to leave. But Zhang Fan suddenly inquired, "What of Mr. Chen?" At this, Fu Bo paused momentarily before replying, "You will know once you leave." He then exited the room, leaving Zhang Fan alone on the bed. Could something have happened? Zhang Fan pondered, recalling Chen Inger's expression, confirming his fears. 2 days later, upon his discharge, Zhang Fan learned the truth. The esteemed Chen Fuxing had perished, having fought against enemies in a heroic sacrifice. The news reverberated throughout the Green Grass Star, and the implications of his death sent shockwaves across the Federation. Zhang Fan struggled to believe it, but ultimately accepted the reality, silently mourning the loss of Mr. Chen. Along the way, most people discussed the same event. While security personnel patrolled the streets, no doubt influenced by the gravity of Chen Fuxing's demise, the sight of the guards reminded Zhang Fan of Luo Ho. With certain thoughts in mind, he approached a trio engaged in conversation about the incident, listening intently. After they finished, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Has anything happened at the Security Bureau? Given the magnitude of this event, they must be involved, right?" "How could they not be? The Security Bureau is in turmoil. Their captain, Luo Ho, the well-known figure from Yunyang City, has been revealed as a member of the Revolutionary Alliance. If it weren't for him, the Revolutionary Alliance wouldn't have been able to kill Mr. Chen. Now the entire Federation is searching for him, and the Bureau has replaced its personnel," one of them responded. Zhang Fan's heart sank. Zoda's words were indeed true. It seemed that Luo Ho had aided Mo William in evading scrutiny, allowing the latter to smuggle in that vial of blue liquid, leading to the chaos that ensued. All of Zhang Fan's lingering doubts were reluctantly resolved. Why had he done this? Was he truly a villain? Zhang Fan wrestled with disbelief. He had been saved by Luo Ho, and despite their limited encounters, he sensed the man possessed a fundamentally good heart. Chapter 31. The girl who loved chips boarding the city's aerial train. Zhang Fan found a corner seat at the rear and sat alone, processing the myriad of information he had absorbed. As the train made its stops, he sighed and closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, awaiting his destination. Big brother, a child's voice called out, startling Zhang Fan from his thoughts. He opened his eyes to see a small girl standing beside him, dressed in a garment adorned with frills. She appeared quite frail, clearly suffering from malnutrition. In her hands, she clutched a bag filled with packets of chips, gazing at him intently. Zhang Fan observed that the child before him was a beggar orphan, earning a meager living by selling small items on the train. Such individuals often struggled daily to make even a single coin, and he recalled having engaged in similar endeavors himself, accompanying his grandfather in selling trinkets on the city's free public transit. "Brother, would you like to buy a bag of chips?" the little girl asked timidly, her voice tinged with a hint of fear. Zhang Fan smiled and nodded, replying warmly, "Please bring me a bag," upon realizing he genuinely intended to purchase her chips. The girl's eyes sparkled with joy as she retrieved a bag from her possessions and handed it to him. Zhang Fan accepted the bag and, in turn, produced a $100 bill to give to her. When the girl saw the bill, a look of concern crossed her face. Sensing her distress, Zhang Fan inquired, "What troubles you?" "Big brother, I do not have any change to give back to you," she replied anxiously, seemingly unsure of how to proceed. Zhang Fan admired her kindness. If it had been someone else, they likely would have taken the money without a second thought. He chuckled inwardly, pondering that perhaps no one would hand over such a large denomination to a child like her. After a moment, he gently reassured her, "You need not return this 100. I believe your bag of chips is worth that much." But the little girl hesitated, torn between accepting the gift and her sense of obligation. She thought of her mother, who lay ill and in need of funds for treatment. Bowing deeply, she expressed, "Thank you, big brother, but I will repay you when I can. Could you tell me your name? Or where you live, so I can return the favor?" Taken aback by her earnestness, Zhang Fan nodded slowly, saying, "As for where I live, let us skip that, but I can tell you my name. I am Zhang Fan." "Thank you, big brother," she repeated gratefully before disembarking at the next station. Watching her leave, Zhang Fan set the chips on the seat beside him and closed his eyes to rest. Upon reaching his destination, he gathered his chips and exited to transfer to a public sky bus that he had not anticipated that Uncle Fu would send him so far for treatment. This journey had consumed a considerable amount of his time, and now it was already evening, with only a handful of passengers aboard the bus. Finding a seat, Zhang Fan opened the bag of chips and savored a piece. Relishing the flavor, he placed the bag beside him, closed his eyes again, and enjoyed the rare moment of relaxation. After a short while, the bus's departure bell chimed, and it began to move. The number of passengers had increased, and they settled into their seats. With his eyes still closed, Zhang Fan continued to eat chips, but suddenly sensed something amiss. He opened his eyes and glanced beside him, discovering a girl with a ponytail and large glasses engrossed in a book filled with intricate mechanical diagrams. What struck him as odd was that she was methodically taking pieces of his chips and eating them right in front of him. Frowning at this peculiar behavior, Zhang Fan chose to ignore her and leaned back in his seat, continuing to enjoy his snack. Since she seemed to relish the chips, he thought he might as well share. However, the bespectacled girl turned her head at that moment, catching Zhang Fan in the act of taking another chip. How shameless can he be? She thought, irritation flaring within her as she watched him eat her chips. Zhang Fan, noticing her annoyance, glanced her way, prompting her to turn away in anger and return her book, all the while hastily grabbing more chips from the bag. Seeing her enthusiasm for the snack, Zhang Fan decided not to take any more chips for himself, thinking it would be best to let her enjoy them all. The girl, noticing his lack of movement, thought smugly to herself, "Ah, now he knows to feel ashamed." As the bus approached its stop, Zhang Fan prepared to disembark, only to find the girl beside him doing the same. Suddenly, a bag of chips fell to the floor. Zhang Fan instinctively looked down, furrowing his brow upon recognizing it as a bag identical to the one he had just eaten from. The girl also noticed the fallen bag, her expression shifting to surprise as she glanced at the nearly empty bag beside her. After a moment, her pale face flushed a bright red, akin to a ripe apple. Was I eating his chips all along? How utterly embarrassing, she thought, only to find that the person had vanished. No, wait, this can't be mine. The one that fell must belong to him, she reassured herself, bending down to pick up the bag, only to find it bore her own purchase label. Realizing that the chips she had consumed were counterfeit, she seethed inwardly, condemning the unscrupulous vendors who sold such inferior goods, vowing to one day create a device that would eradicate all counterfeit items, ensuring that such vendors could not thrive. Chapter 32. Waiting at Yunyang Academy. After an arduous journey, Zhang Fan returned to his dormitory, only to discover that his room had been occupied by someone else. "What is going on?" he mused, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Has the school expelled me?" "Who are you looking for?" A voice called from within. "Hello, are you the new resident?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Indeed, is there something you need?" The occupant replied, seemingly recalling something. "Are you Zhang Fan, the previous resident?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan understood that he had indeed been expelled. He nodded and turned to leave, but the occupant added, "The academy has instructed that if you return, you should collect your wages and belongings from the finance office." Grateful for the information, Zhang Fan thanked the person and made his way to the finance office. As he walked, he gazed at the familiar surroundings of the academy, reminiscing about the time he had spent there, now coming to an end. Upon arrival at the finance office, he successfully retrieved his wages and belongings, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he discussed the possibility of staying in one of the academy's vacant storage rooms for a few days. As he awaited news from Uncle Fu, the academy, after some deliberation, agreed to his request, allowing him to remain. With his belongings in tow, Zhang Fan settled into the storage room, tidying it up before making it his temporary refuge. During the following days, he remained industrious, frequenting the library to study various subjects beyond history, absorbing knowledge with his remarkable memory and comprehension skills. In the evenings, he would peruse the mysterious website that Uncle Chun had provided, reading about various extraordinary events shared by different forum members. Among the most discussed topics was the rumored death of the formidable Chun Fuxing, with an array of bizarre theories surrounding the incident. Zhang Fan chose to bypass the more outrageous claims, focusing instead on scholarly discussions that, though less popular, featured extensive exchanges among researchers. After 5 days without news from Uncle Fu, Zhang Fan resolved to wait 3 more days. If he received no word by then, he would have to leave, as the academy would not permit him to linger indefinitely. One day, after finishing his studies in the library, Zhang Fan prepared to head to the cafeteria for a meal. His appetite had notably increased. He now required at least 10 adult portions to feel satisfied, though he was fortunate that meals remained complimentary at the cafeteria, allowing him to save some money. He reflected on his earlier decision to negotiate a higher remuneration with Uncle Fu, recalling the generous pay promised to interstellar hunters. Though I am destined to become a future interstellar hunter. As I stepped out of the library, I unexpectedly encountered a girl. Specifically, the bespectacled young lady I'd seen earlier while she was snacking on chips on her way to Yunyang Academy. Just as I exited the library, she was engrossed in her book and, unfortunately, collided directly into me. Upon realizing who it was, Chu Yingxian rubbed her head, her face flushing with embarrassment as memories of our previous encounter flooded back, particularly the moment when I had eaten her chips on the bus. Observing her demeanor, I smiled and nodded. It dawned on me that she must have mistaken my chips for her own, hence the incident on the bus that I prepared to leave when she suddenly called out to me. "May I invite you to dinner? Let us say it's my way of returning the favor for those chips." Chu Yingxian decided to be bold. After all, the awkwardness had already transpired, and her previous rudeness towards me weighed on her conscience. I was taken aback by her forthrightness. Most girls would likely shy away from such a situation, avoiding the topic altogether. It was refreshing to meet someone so candid. When she suggested dining together, I replied with a smile, "No need for that. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. However, if you're hungry, I'm heading to the cafeteria. We could go together to my surprise." She seemed relieved by my response, indicating that I was not as unpleasant as she had initially thought. "All right, let us go then," she said, placing her book in her backpack. She then extended her hand towards me with a serious expression, stating, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Yingxian, a student at the Mechanical Engineering Department." After introducing herself, she scrutinized my expression. "Hello, I'm Zhang Fan," I replied, smiling. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she realized I did not recognize her name, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. "He must be a recluse," she mused silently. Sensing her dismay, I inquired, "Is something the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. Let us head to the cafeteria," she replied. Leading the way, I followed her, bemused but compliant. The cafeteria at Yunyang Academy operates around the clock, but since meal hours had passed, the place was nearly deserted. Observing the sparse clientele, I commented, "It seems you're quite the celebrity at this school." "Not really. I just prefer dining in less crowded spaces. I expected more people here, but it's not too bad now," she explained, though internally she mused, "Do they not realize who I am? Since it's past mealtime, it's understandable that fewer people are around. Come, let me introduce you to some of the best dishes here," I suggested, guiding her to a dining area. Chapter 33, Cafeteria Discussion. Short while later, under Chu Yingxian's astonished gaze, I devoured a mountain of food while she barely touched her meal. The contrast was stark. Her plate looked like a grain of sand beside my mountain. "How can someone eat so much?" she pondered. After finishing, I noticed her astonishment and chuckled. "I hope I didn't embarrass you, Oh, not at all. I'm just curious how you manage to consume so much food when you don't appear particularly large," she replied, scanning my frame as if trying to uncover my secret. I smiled at her quirky demeanor, realizing how playful she was. "Are you full now? Or could you still eat more?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I'm satisfied for now, but I could eat a little more," I answered. "Goodness, are you some sort of bottomless pit?" she exclaimed, quickly adding, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just amazed. It's perfectly fine. I reassured her with a grin. Then, as if a thought struck me, I asked, are you a student in the mechanical engineering department? Yes, didn't I mention that during my introduction? She responded. May I ask you a mechanical question? It has something I'm struggling to grasp, and perhaps you could enlighten me. Sure, go ahead, I might just know the answer, she replied, somewhat surprised that I sought her input. IT pertains to the explanation of the Brooke's mechanical law. I've read various analyses, but still can't comprehend the principles behind curved mechanical forces. Could you elucidate this for me? I inquired, revealing the depths of my confusion after days of intensive study at the library. To my surprise, she appeared taken aback by the complexity of my question, clearly not anticipating such an inquiry from me. Could you share your understanding of curved mechanical forces? It would help me explain it better, she suggested. Certainly, I replied, and I proceeded to articulate my understanding, which took about 10 minutes. As I spoke, I noticed her eyes lighting up with intrigue, her expression transforming into one of astonishment as she realized the depth of my comprehension. Aside from a few minor errors, my grasp of the subject was largely accurate, with those errors being the very nuances that often elude others when applying curved mechanical forces. Once I finished, she paused before asking, is that all? Yes, I've shared everything I understood, I confirmed. Actually, you've done quite well. The areas you find confusing stem from misunderstandings regarding the role of the tesseract force in curved mechanics. It is not used to propel the curved force. Rather, it integrates it. She meticulously addressed each of my misconceptions, producing paper and pen to illustrate formulas that clarified her explanations. She elucidated the intricacies of curved mechanical forces. My initial uncertainties were resolved, and I gained newfound insights. I couldn't help but admire this young lady for her remarkable expertise. She truly excelled in her field. Thank you. I finally comprehend the concepts now. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. I praised it. Oh, it's nothing special. I merely have a solid understanding of this principle, she replied, somewhat bashfully. By the way, are you a student in the mechanical engineering department? I've never seen you before and thought everyone in the department, apart from the professors, were novices. I'm not in the mechanical engineering department, I admitted, surprised by her apparent disdain for her fellow students. Oh, then which department are you from? The War God Institute. But didn't those students leave already? She inquired, her brow furrowing adorably. I'm just a drifter. I'll be leaving in a few days, I replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal anything from her. Did you study mechanical engineering previously? She pressed on. No, I merely have a passing interest, I stated, then interrupted her next question. Since we've met, would you mind helping me with some other queries I have? I would love to seek your guidance on these matters, provided you're not pressed for time. That I was keen to seize this opportunity, as it was evident that this seemingly ordinary girl was an exceptional student. Her explanations had already saved me considerable time in my quest for knowledge. Of course, I'm very interested in your questions. Please, share them with me, and I'll see if I can assist you, she eagerly replied. Chu Yingxian, upon hearing the inquiry, nodded thoughtfully. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the questions posed by the individual before her. Would they delve into the same intricate mechanical principles as the earlier discussion? If so, this person truly possessed remarkable intellect, and perhaps a collaborative research endeavor could be in their future. Thus, the two engaged in an extensive dialogue within the cafeteria, with Zhang Fan initiating questions and Chu Yingxian providing elucidations. Throughout the discourse, Zhang Fan occasionally interjected with his own inquiries, and on those rare occasions when he presented a particularly groundbreaking question, Chu Yingxian would exclaim in excitement, acknowledging that his queries could potentially unveil new avenues for research. Little did they realize that the topics they were exploring would significantly impact the future of the world, affecting countless lives. Chapter 34. Framed as their discussion drew to a close, they were astonished to find that 4 hours had slipped by unnoticed. This duration was immensely beneficial for both, especially for Chu Yingxian, who felt she had gained substantial insights. Although Zhang Fan's foundation in mechanics was not exceptionally strong, he demonstrated an ability to articulate complex concepts and offer perspectives that left Chu Yingxian astounded. By the conclusion of their conversation, Chu Yingxian shared some of her academic queries, seeking inspiration from Zhang Fan. True to form, he presented several enlightening ideas that ignited her eagerness to return to the laboratory and validate them. The two parted amicably in the cafeteria, but upon Zhang Fan's return to his warehouse, he was met with an unexpected presence waiting for him. You are Zhang Fan, the individual stated coldly, scrutinizing him. Zhang Fan nodded and replied, "Yes, I am Zhang Fan. May I ask who you are?" Upon hearing his response, the person produced a small device and scanned Zhang Fan's entire body. The device emitted a mechanical voice. "Identity verification successful, Zhang Fan." After confirming his identity, the individual handed Zhang Fan a sealed envelope and remarked, "This is what you requested." Without further ado, the figure turned and departed, leaving Zhang Fan to contemplate the contents of the envelope, which he surmised contained the information he had long awaited regarding the Interstellar Hunter assessment. Zhang Fan entered the warehouse, closed the door, and ensured no one was around before opening the envelope. Inside, he discovered a special card adorned with a prominent red and black X, as well as 2 sheets of paper, one detailing the time and location of this year's Hunter assessment, and the other a letter of introduction for the assessment. He carefully stored these items, exhaling with relief. "At last, it is in my possession. It's time to make my departure, but I must first plan my route. I did not expect the assessment to take place on Earth. I will soon be leaving Green Grass Star." The following morning, a loud knocking jolted Zhang Fan awake. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who could possibly be at the warehouse at this hour. With curiosity, he rose to open the door, only to be confronted by a group of security personnel. The leading officer stepped forward, presenting an arrest warrant, stating, "You are suspected of involvement in General Chen's assassination. Please accompany us to the security hall to tea." That moment, the normally quiet area was filled with students drawn by the commotion. Upon hearing the accusation against Zhang Fan, incredulity spread across their faces. Upon hearing the officer's declaration, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed, instantly realizing he was being set up. The accusation of involvement in General Chen's assassination was absurd, as he had been one of the individuals protecting the general. However, with the officers brandishing firearms, any attempt at resistance would likely provoke them to fire. Through his heightened senses, Zhang Fan detected a sniper position in the distance, aiming at him. Thus, he remained silent as the lead officer signaled to a subordinate, who approached and handcuffed Zhang Fan. After confirming the handcuffs were secure, the security captain gestured for Zhang Fan to be taken away. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Chu Ingxian. Observing the scene, she called out, but as she attempted to approach, the officers raised their weapons in her direction, halting her advance. "What do you intend to do?" the captain demanded, internally questioning why this girl was involved. Despite the weapons aimed at her, Chu Ingxian displayed no fear, defiantly retorting, "Do not presume that I am intimidated by your guns. Explain why you are arresting Zhang Fan." "Zhang Fan is suspected of involvement in General Chen's assassination. We are taking him in for questioning," the captain replied. Chu Ingxian frowned, clearly disbelieving the claim. "Arrests require evidence. Just because you assert he is involved does not make it so. Produce the evidence for us to examine." The captain dismissed her request, stating, "We are not required to show you anything. Please step aside and do not obstruct our duties." However, he was wary of taking action against her, aware of her significant connections that could lead to dire consequences for him. "Obstructing official duties? Then I shall obstruct them. What of it?" Chu Ingxian retorted stubbornly, unwilling to let Zhang Fan be taken away. At this moment, Zhang Fan interjected, "Do not worry. I will go with them. If all is in order, I will return once everything is clarified." Hearing this, Chu Ingxian's brow furrowed. Her keen intellect allowed her to comprehend that someone was indeed trying to harm Zhang Fan. Moreover, she recognized that whoever had the power to mobilize the security forces must possess considerable influence. If Zhang Fan were taken, the repercussions could be severe. This realization fueled her desire to protect him, as she had finally found a peer with whom she could passionately discuss mechanical theories. "Trust me, I will be fine," Zhang Fan reassured her, hoping to prevent her involvement in the turmoil. Through his heightened perception, he identified Zhao Cheng among the onlookers, the one orchestrating this scheme against him. Zhang Fan cast a chilling glance at Zhao Cheng, who, feeling the intensity of Zhang Fan's gaze, experienced an inexplicable chill. "Zhang Fan, even at death's door, you dare to intimidate me?" Zhao Cheng mused bitterly, his face contorted with malice as he envisioned Zhang Fan's impending suffering. Seeing Zhang Fan's calm demeanor, Chu Ingxian reluctantly stepped aside, resolved to seek assistance from influential figures who would recognize Zhang Fan's extraordinary talent. "Please help safeguard the items in the warehouse." Zhang Fan's clear voice reached her ears just as he was ushered into a vehicle. Chapter 35. The peculiar trio. Once inside the security vehicle, a portly officer affixed a special ankle cuff to Zhang Fan and pressed a button on a remote control. Zhang Fan, sensing impending danger, leaped to prevent the action, But it was too late. The jolt of electricity coursed through the ankle cuff, rendering him numb, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Zhang Fan regained consciousness, he found himself in a cell, dressed in a light blue jumpsuit, devoid of handcuffs but still shackled at the ankles. In the cell with him were 3 individuals, each distinctly different in stature and demeanor, all regarding him with malicious intent. "What is this place?" Zhang Fan inquired, disregarding their scrutinizing gazes. The trio erupted into laughter at his question, the scrawny one with a lewd expression mocking. "Huh, this kid is amusing. He has no idea where he is even after being locked up." The other 2, a tall individual and a hefty one, joined in the laughter. Unperturbed, Zhang Fan remained silent, pondering the nature of his surroundings. "Well, since our guest has awakened, brothers, shall we commence? The warden instructed us to ensure this kid experiences some hardship." The same scrawny individual announced, flexing his fists as he spoke. The other 2 individuals rose at the word spoken, their faces adorned with smiles as they approached Zhang Fan step by step. Observing their demeanor, a chill swept across Zhang Fan's brow, and a formidable aura surged from him. This lad possesses some skills, indeed. Brothers, we must employ our tactics. Otherwise, do not blame me for not warning you when you get hurt." The scrawny man remarked with a lecherous grin, a bone protruding from his palm, morphing into a glimmering dagger. Clutching the bone dagger, his malevolent expression intensified. Meanwhile, the other 2 unleashed their abilities, the stout man bellowed, and his corpulence transformed into solid muscle, each sinew appearing robust. The tall one shimmered, his body taking on a metallic hue. Upon witnessing their transformations, Zhang Fan's heart raced with astonishment. How could they all be endowed with abilities? Could even abilities be captured? What manner of place is this? The trio wasted no time, with the stout man charging forward, launching a powerful punch at Zhang Fan. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Fan activated his spiritual vision, effortlessly dodging the attack, which left a fist imprint on the wall behind him. That moment, the tall figure with the metallic sheen advanced, arms outstretched, blocking Zhang Fan's escape route. He aimed to grapple with Zhang Fan, intending to restrain his movements. The scrawny man, dagger in hand, shifted his gaze, seemingly awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Understanding their strategy, Zhang Fan realized they operated as a cohesive unit. The tall one blocked, the stout one attacked, and the scrawny one sought opportunities to ambush, a perfect synergy. With this knowledge, Zhang Fan refused to remain passive. He could not allow the tall one to capture him. The room was limited, and the tall man's presence had restricted his escape routes. Thus, Zhang Fan resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Gathering energy into his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the tall one's abdomen, exerting all his strength. Since his ascension, Zhang Fan's body had undergone continual transformation, and his strength had exponentially increased. He estimated he could lift at least 5,000 pounds. This punch, delivered with full force, would undoubtedly exceed 8,000 pounds in impact. A resounding crash echoed throughout the room as the tall figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall, leaving a dent in his metallic form, which indeed resembled metal. Ouch, Zhang Fan thought, feeling a throbbing pain in his hand. He hadn't anticipated the tall one's ability to truly render his body metallic, exhibiting extraordinary hardness. Thankfully, he had not shattered any bones. "How dare you strike my brother?" The stout man roared, furious at the sight of his companion being flung aside. He swung his fist toward Zhang Fan. This time, Zhang Fan did not evade. He countered directly, believing the stout man lacked the same indestructible quality as the tall one. Their fists collided with great force, and Zhang Fan was taken aback by the stout man's unexpected strength. His punch had failed to send the opponent reeling. The stout man screamed, relentlessly pummeling Zhang Fan. In the midst of this frenzy, Zhang Fan remained undeterred, exchanging blow for blow, while keeping a vigilant eye on the scrawny man's movements, just as Zhang Fan and the stout man engaged in a flurry of punches. The scrawny man suddenly vanished. Realizing the scrawny man's disappearance, Zhang Fan heightened his awareness. As he continued to trade blows with the stout man, he scanned his surroundings with spiritual vision. In that instant, the scrawny man reappeared behind him, the bone dagger gleaming ominously as it lunged towards him. Last. "You've chosen to strike," Zhang Fan thought coldly, just as the scrawny man believed he was about to succeed in his ambush. Zhang Fan executed a kick backward while simultaneously engaging the stout man in a punch. The scrawny man, taken by surprise, had not anticipated Zhang Fan's awareness, and thus was met with a powerful kick, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. The stout man, witnessing his ally's injury, panicked and was swiftly struck by Zhang Fan, who capitalized on the moment to retreat and evade further conflict. Chapter 36. The Abilities Prison. Seeing that Zhang Fan had ceased to engage him, the stout man turned his attention to the injured, scrawny man, anxiously asking, "Are you all right? How do you feel?" "Cough. I'm fine." The scrawny man coughed lightly, managing to stand with the stout man's support, though he felt a lingering pain from Zhang Fan's kick. Nevertheless, he approached Zhang Fan, stating, "Let us consider this our loss. Shall we cease hostilities? We apologize for our previous actions." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating before nodding in agreement. He had questions he wished to pose, and a cessation of hostilities was indeed welcome. The scrawny man then approached the still reclining tall man, nudging him with his foot. "Get up. Enough with the pretense of being dead. You possess such formidable abilities, yet cower in fear at the slightest provocation. Your potential is wasted." With the scrawny man's urging, the tall man sprang to his feet, seemingly unscathed, the dent in his body restoring to its original form, and his skin color returning to normal. That truly hurt. I nearly lost consciousness," the tall man chuckled, his demeanor now amiable toward the scrawny man. "Really? You were deceiving me all along," the stout man exclaimed. "I was not deceiving you. I genuinely felt faint." The tall man retorted, "Enough of this bickering. You both are foolish in your own ways," the scrawny man interjected, then turned to Zhang Fan. "Brother, we previously failed to recognize your strength. We hope for your understanding." Zhang Fan regarded the trio, eventually nodding in acknowledgement. He opened his mouth to inquire about their location, but the scrawny man preempted him, explaining, "This is the Abilities Prison of Greenleaf Star, a facility specifically designed to confine those endowed with abilities. As for our earlier confrontation, it was at the behest of others. We had no choice but to comply." Zhang Fan's brow furrowed in confusion. Are not abilities rare and formidable? How can they be imprisoned? And what manner of place is this? Thus, Zhang Fan posed his inquiry to the scrawny man, who appeared to grasp the situation. "Ah, I see. You were framed and brought here, weren't you?" Zhang Fan nodded in affirmation. "That explains it. The Abilities Prison is for those who misuse their powers to commit crimes. Abilities may indeed surpass those of ordinary individuals, but they are not invincible, especially against the might of a nation. They become akin to ants," the scrawny man elaborated. "So, you all were captured for your wrongdoings?" Zhang Fan inquired. The scrawny man nodded, adding, "Not everyone here is guilty. Some, like you, may have been wronged." Zhang Fan thought to himself, astonished at Zhao Cheng's influence to have him ensnared in such a manner. "Is there any way out of here?" he inquired. The scrawny man hesitated, and at that moment, the tall man burst into laughter, saying, "Brother, once you enter here, do not harbor thoughts of escape, for there is no way out. The shackles on our feet are quite unique. Unless released by proper means, attempting to force them off will result in an explosion, one powerful enough to obliterate even an ability user. Moreover, disobedience triggers a powerful electric shock from the shackles, which you likely experienced upon your arrival." Zhang Fan's brow furrowed further, beginning to comprehend the management of such a prison. The shackles were indeed a nuisance, but they would not deter his resolve to escape. He had no desire to remain here for eternity, nor did he possess the luxury of time. Upon entering this prison, one could rely solely on personal connections to facilitate an exit or, alternatively, depend on one's own ingenuity to escape. Given Zhao Cheng's disposition, it was highly unlikely he would permit any communication with the outside world. Thus, the burden of escape rested entirely on oneself. The three thin men observed Zhang Fan's silence and assumed he had resigned himself to his fate, unaware that he was already devising plans for his escape. They retreated to a corner. "Brother, this kid is quite formidable," the tall man murmured to the thin one, revealing a crimson bruise on his arm. The thin man gasped upon seeing it. He was aware of his companion's metallic ability that transformed his body into metal, granting him formidable defense. Typically, any injury sustained would vanish upon returning to his original form, an almost unfair advantage. The fact that a mark remained after his transformation indicated the strength of the assailant. Moreover, the ability to hold his ground against the fat man, while also anticipating the thin man's ambush, suggested a high level of skill. It seemed he had been waiting for the attack. The thin man's pupils constricted as he recalled the earlier encounter. After a moment, the thin man approached Zhang Fan again, saying, "Brother, fate has brought us together in this place. I am known as Thin Man. You can see the others' names by their appearances. Fat Man and Tall Man. We share the same dormitory. Should you require assistance in this prison, do not hesitate to ask." Zhang Fan, recognizing the thin man's goodwill, accepted the gesture. He was a stranger in this unfamiliar territory, and having allies could prove beneficial for his escape. He smiled warmly at the trio, responding, "Thank you, I will surely rely on your kindness. My name is Zhang Fan." The thin man grinned, revealing a sly smile. Well said. We are all brothers from now on." At that moment, the fat man and tall man joined in, with the fat man beaming at Zhang Fan. "I'm called Fat Man. You were incredible just now. I nearly couldn't keep up. By the way, what is your ability?" Upon hearing this, the thin man's expression shifted, and he sharply admonished, "Fat Man, refrain from asking too many questions. My apologies, Zhang Fan. Fat Man is rather simple-minded and lacks discretion." Fat Man, feeling slighted, muttered under his breath, "What's the harm? Zhang Fan is indeed impressive. I would have lost if it continued." Chapter 37. The first cafeteria. Listening to Fat Man's incessant chatter, the thin man felt exasperated but turned to Zhang Fan, gauging his reaction. Fortunately, Zhang Fan appeared unfazed, as if he didn't take offense. As the thin man suspected, Zhang Fan calmly replied, "I'm not an ability user." The trio was taken aback. "You're not an ability user? Is that true?" The tall man questioned incredulously, while the thin man and fat man mirrored his astonishment. "Remarkable. I can't believe someone without abilities could be so formidable." The thin man marveled, sensing Zhang Fan's sincerity. The thin man then continued, "Since you've shared, allow me to introduce myself. I am Thin Man. My ability allows me to separate bones from my body, to mold them into various forms. They used to break into homes using this talent before I was caught." He gestured to Fat Man. His ability is enhancement, which strengthens his muscles, transforming his excess weight into solid muscle. After enhancement, his power increases exponentially, though he is somewhat dim-witted and clueless about why he ended up in this prison. Before the thin man could elaborate on the tall man interjected, "I'll introduce myself. Thin Man, just let me handle it." The thin man chuckled. "All right, go ahead. You're just afraid I'll reveal your cowardice." The tall man then spoke. "My ability is metal transformation, allowing me to turn my entire body into metal. Any injuries I sustain during this transformation will completely vanish upon reverting to my original form." Zhang Fan listened intently, astonished by the impressive abilities of the three. Especially the tall man's ability to erase injuries was almost invincible in combat. However, based on Zhang Fan's observations, their combat skills seemed rather mediocre, suggesting they were merely low-level ability users. The thin man had also withheld details about his ability, particularly the sudden disappearance aspect, but Zhang Fan refrained from prying further, understanding that it was too soon to expect complete transparency. "How is it that you willingly divulge your abilities to me?" Zhang Fan inquired curiously. It's hardly a secret. After spending enough time in this prison, everyone learns of each other's abilities," the thin man replied. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Fan acknowledged this insight. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the cell door and a guard in uniform shouted, "Time for meals. Gather at the first cafeteria." The guard proceeded to the next cell to continue the announcements. Two armed guards opened the door, allowing Zhang Fan and the others to form a line to exit. Following the thin man's lead, Zhang Fan joined them as they walked out. As they moved through the prison, Zhang Fan noticed that it truly was a facility for ability users. Each inmate exuded a peculiar aura. However, restrained by the shackles, they offered no resistance. The line was long, with Zhang Fan and the thin man positioned in the center. As they passed through a corridor, an inmate suddenly dashed toward a small door beside the main passage. The guards merely observed, smirking, as the individual fled. Zhang Fan noted the surrounding inmates watching with a mix of intrigue and indifference. This fool is courting death, with those shackles still on. Escape is futile. The monkey's voice echoed in Zhang Fan's mind. Moments later, an explosion rang out, signaling that the escapee's shackles had detonated. Zhang Fan realized that even powerful ability users were as helpless as sheep awaiting slaughter in this place. Before long, Zhang Fan followed the line to the first cafeteria, which resembled a vast plaza filled with an array of peculiar individuals feasting heartily. They queued for meals, and the treatment for the inmates was surprisingly decent, as they could take as much food as desired. the thin man reminded Zhang Fan softly from behind. Nodding, Zhang Fan soon reached the front of the line, where a middle-aged chef with a fearsome scar greeted him. "What do you want?" the scarred chef asked coldly. Zhang Fan glanced at the menu before responding, 10 servings of grilled swordfish rice. The chef paused, eyeing Zhang Fan's relatively slight stature. "Kid, do you know the rules here? Take as much food as you can eat. Otherwise, it won't end well for you." The thin man whispered from behind, "If you can't finish that much, don't order so much. He despises waste and is not to be trifled with." Last time, someone deliberately annoyed him by ordering a mountain of food and barely touched it. The chef force-fed him until he choked to death. Acknowledging the thin man's warning, Zhang Fan replied to the chef, "I can finish it. Please give me 10 servings." The chef scoffed, "If I see even a grain left on your plate, you'll regret it." He turned and began serving Zhang Fan in the astonished gazes of the others. Zhang Fan received 10 servings of grilled swordfish rice and awaited his companions. The chef instructed a nearby assistant, "Keep an eye on that kid, that if he leaves any leftovers, inform me." "Understood," the assistant replied. Once the thin man and the others finished their meals, they found a relatively empty table to sit down and eat. Compared to Zhang Fan's appetite, both Fat Man and Tall Man consumed a considerable amount, which was to be expected given their sizes, while Thin Man ate comparatively less. Observing Zhang Fan's portion, the three expressed admiration for his prowess, remarking on how impressive it was that he could be so strong without any special abilities. Before long, Zhang Fan polished off all 10 servings, finishing just as the thin man and the others completed their meals. As they prepared to leave, 5 tattooed individuals approached their table, their demeanor menacing. The thin man recognized the threat immediately and warned Zhang Fan. "Those 5 are part of a small gang here, ruthless in their dealings, often preying on the weaker inmates. They seem to be looking for trouble with you." Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Zhao Chang must have hired the thin ones to trouble him. "Brother Ming, it seems there's an issue," one of the guards nearby commented, observing the situation involving Zhang Fan. It's nothing. It's been ages since they caused any trouble. Let them make a scene. It's a perfect opportunity to enjoy the spectacle," another replied, chuckling as he produced a pack of cigarettes and lit one, leisurely awaiting the unfolding events. Meanwhile, one of the 5 approaching Zhang Fan shouted, "Hey kid, are you new here?" "Brother Ba, he truly is new," the thin one interjected, eager to please. The man referred to as Brother Ba shot a fierce glare at the thin one, his tone laced with dissatisfaction as he retorted, "I was asking him, you little monkey, keep your mouth shut, or I'll make you eat a fistful." With that, he spat directly onto the thin one's face, which left the latter speechless. "Bully, what do you want?" the stout one interjected, his voice firm as he prepared to confront the aggressors. "Only a fool like you would follow this little monkey that I've told you before. Stick with me, and no one here will dare bully you." "But sticking with this little monkey, every time the locals are in a bad mood, they take it out on you," the bully scoffed, deeming the stout one's combative nature a waste of potential. "That I will never walk alongside you. However, if you dare to bully the thin one, I will fight you with all my might," the stout one declared fiercely, his eyes glinting with menace, while the towering figure beside him remained silent, appearing timid and fearful. "Hey, big brother, this little fatty wants to take us on," one of the group chimed in with a laugh. "Our business is with this kid, and you, little monkey, get lost and don't block my path," the bully commanded, lifting a foot to kick the thin one aside. Just as he was about to connect, Zhang Fan intervened, seizing the bully's foot and halting its advance. With a sudden force, he yanked the bully backward. The bully, already off balance with one foot raised, stumbled heavily toward the table behind Zhang Fan. However, he was no ordinary foe. As he neared the table, he extended a hand to brace himself, flipping over and landing on top of the table, glaring down at Zhang Fan. "I hadn't even come looking for you. Yet here you are, eager for me to deal with you," he sneered coldly. Understanding that they were indeed there to cause him trouble, Zhang Fan did not falter. "If you wish to confront me, just do so directly. I, Zhang Fan, can handle it, but these friends of mine are off limits. Whatever you do to them, I shall return in kind." The bully and his 4 companions erupted in mock laughter, their derision palpable. "Brother, this kid is threatening us. What should we do? I'm suddenly so scared," one of the group jested. "Let me tell you honestly, we're here because you've offended someone outside, and we've been sent to deal with you. The good part is we've been promised a 5-year sentence reduction for this." The bully laughed, revealing the gravity of the situation. Didn't he expect you to have angered someone with such influence? But we will be sure to go easy on you. At least we want you alive to witness our departure, he added with a malevolent grin. Zhao Cheng is truly audacious, thinking he can meddle in matters within this prison. You fools believe that reduction nonsense? Zhang Fan retorted coldly that, oh, don't underestimate it. The wardeness surname is Zhao. Ha, kid, you're in for some good times ahead, the bully replied, reveling in the chaos. Zhang Fan's expression shifted. If the Zhao family truly controlled this prison, it could spell dire consequences. Zhao Cheng had gone to great lengths to have him imprisoned for something so trivial. Mark my words, I will have my revenge once I am free, he thought, but for now he needed to address the five before him. As the confrontation continued, other inmates who had been dining in the cafeteria gathered around, forming a large circle to witness the impending clash, their faces brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing about the potential sentence reduction, many grew eager, some even asking the bully, is it true? If we deal with this kid, we get a 5-year reduction? Count me in. None of your business. Get lost. The bully barked back. Ha, bully, don't assume you're the only tough ones here. Even if you get a 5-year reduction, it doesn't mean you'll leave this prison. Some among the crowd sneered. The bully's face darkened, yet he refrained from responding further. Unable to vent his frustration on others, he directed his anger at Zhang Fan, shouting, Kid, just let us beat you up, and leave you with a hand and a leg. Come and take it if you dare, Zhang Fan replied defiantly, unafraid and ready for battle, his inner energy swirling in preparation. That moment, the stout one suddenly sprang into action, transforming his bulk into solid muscle, charging toward the weakest member of the bully-s group. With a powerful punch, he struck the unsuspecting thug, causing him to spit blood. That you're asking for death. The bully growled, rushing to retaliate against the stout one, but before he could reach him, Zhang Fan stepped in front, launching a punch aimed at the bully's head. The bully raised his arm to block. But Zhang Fan's strength was beyond ordinary. Although smaller in stature, his power was immense, and the bully was forced back by the force of the blow. The bully spat in frustration, and suddenly, his body began to sprout sharp spines, transforming his appearance drastically. His nose elongated, his eyes became slitted, and tusks emerged from his mouth, morphing him into a beastly figure. Beast transformation? I didn't expect his ability to be such, Zhang Fan thought, recalling his research on abilities during his time at Yunyang Academy. The bully had assumed the form of a powerful beast, a cosmic wild boar, significantly larger than before. With a ferocious roar, the transformed bully charged at Zhang Fan, his massive size not hindering his speed. As he swung his sharp tusks and colossal fists, Zhang Fan readied himself, enveloping his hands in an invisible energy shield to meet the beast's onslaught. A tremendous shockwave erupted as their forces collided, leaving the onlookers in awe of the sheer power displayed. Despite the bully's surprise at Zhang Fan's resilience, he quickly regained his composure. Launching himself forward with even greater force, as the crowd began to doubt Zhang Fan's chances, he stood his ground. Closing his eyes, he prepared himself for the impact, his right fist clenched at his waist, his left hand poised. Though it appeared slow, Zhang Fan moved with astonishing speed, gathering energy around his fist, readying a powerful counterattack. In a fleeting moment of collision, the formidable figure of Road Tyrant, propelled by immense force, was on the verge of crashing into Zhang Fan. In a swift response, Zhang Fan unleashed a powerful punch. His right fist, swirling with energy, struck Road Tyrant's body. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Road Tyrant was sent hurtling away by Zhang Fan's blow. The sheer force of Zhang Fan's punch propelled Road Tyrant backward, causing onlookers to scatter in panic as he careened towards them, ultimately crashing into a stone pillar in the cafeteria. However, the pillar, crafted from special materials, remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Zhang Fan was never the type to wait idly for an opponent to recover after being knocked down in the heat of battle. He showed no mercy, seizing the opportunity to inflict further harm on the fallen Road Tyrant. He charged at him, intent on preventing any future complications. Witnessing their leader being sent flying, the blonde-haired second-in-command, Charkis, and the bald fourth, rushed forward to assist. Meanwhile, the fifth member, Li Batian, attempted to join but was halted by the slender figure beside him. The slender man wielded a large knife made of bone, glaring menacingly at Li Batian, while the previously timid giant had transformed, his body now gleaming metallically. Together, they blocked Li Batian's advance, alleviating pressure on Zhang Fan. Are you seeking death? Stand aside. Li Batian roared at the obstruction. Huh. Li Batian. First see if you can get past us, the giant replied. As the slender man swung his bone knife, he exuded an aura of sharpness and lethal intent. Hell, I Batian scoffed. Pretentious. Trash is still trash. No matter how you pose, you cannot match my strength. He then demonstrated his power, causing the ground within a 3-meter radius to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this display, the slender man's eyes narrowed, but he sternly warned the giant. Do not interfere. His ability completely counters yours. The giant nodded in compliance and turned to assist the chubby figure, who was struggling against Lucio. Onlookers were astounded to see Zhang Fan send Road Tyrant flying. Their disbelief evident. They had underestimated this seemingly frail individual, who proved to be a formidable opponent. The sight of the trio, once bullied, now fighting back, was equally shocking, especially as the slender man prepared to confront Li Batian directly, captivating everyone's attention. Meanwhile, as the slender man engaged in battle, Zhang Fan faced a fierce struggle. Road Tyrant is left, I had been brutally damaged, oozing black blood. Enraged, Road Tyrant, flanked by Charcas and the Bald Fourth, launched a coordinated attack. Charcas, now with long, thick hair, manipulated it into a massive fork, launching ranged assaults at Zhang Fan, while the bald adversary charged with a glowing head. Zhang Fan deftly dodged Charcas's attacks, while simultaneously avoiding the bald man's relentless headbutts. The latter's peculiar fighting style, relying solely on his hardened head, rendered Zhang Fan's strikes ineffective, often rebounding back towards him. Roar! Road Tyrant bellowed, rallying his comrades to encircle Zhang Fan. Fueled by rage, he fixated on Zhang Fan, determined to annihilate him. Despite the overwhelming odds, Zhang Fan remained composed, strategizing his escape. Suddenly, a fork attack from Charcas struck, and as Zhang Fan evaded, the bald man lunged forward. Unable to dodge the impending collision, Zhang Fan transformed his punch into a palm strike against the bald man's head, producing a loud thwack, though it caused no real damage. However, danger loomed as Road Tyrant seized Zhang Fan's right leg, applying tremendous pressure as he lifted him off the ground. With a fierce punch aimed at Zhang Fan, Road Tyrant's strength was formidable. Zhang Fan crossed his arms in a desperate defense. The impact was thunderous, propelling Zhang Fan through the air while still ensnared by Road Tyrant. Yes, he soared. The bald man struck again from behind with a powerful headbutt, sending excruciating pain through Zhang Fan's back, causing blood to spill from his lips. Road Tyrant, gripping Zhang Fan's leg, swung him violently towards the cafeteria pillar. With a heavy thud, Zhang Fan collided violently with a pillar, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling on the ground, he gasped for breath, attempting to regain his composure before laboriously rising to his feet once more. The cyclone of energy within his Dantian whirled furiously, coalescing at the tip of his right finger. Meanwhile, the trio of Road Tyrant, Charcas, and the bald man gradually approached Zhang Fan. Charcas' hair flailed like a wild fork. The bald man's head gleamed ominously, and a strange smile curled upon his lips, while the one-eyed Road Tyrant wore a fierce expression, his fists tightly clenched. Observers of the scene recognized Zhang Fan's dire predicament. The reason Road Tyrant's group had maintained dominance in this prison was their synergy, Charcas handling ranged attacks, the bald man drawing fire in close combat, and Road Tyrant delivering the finishing blows. Such a combination made them exceedingly formidable, especially against a solitary Zhang Fan. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention as they turned toward the sound. Gasps of shock escaped their lips. Lucio was being held captive by a giant, his face a mask of terror and his body trembling uncontrollably. The once subdued fatty now lay atop Lucio, his visage twisted with madness as he gnawed at Lucio's flesh, tearing away chunks and staining his mouth with blood. You dare insult my thin brother? I'll make you pay, Fatty screamed in a frenzied state, muttering incoherently after each bite. The giant, sensing something amiss with Fatty, hesitated to release Lucio, instead calling out, Fatty, what's wrong with you? Road Tyrant and the others, witnessing the chaos, rushed to assist Lucio, but Zhang Fan, having regained some strength, intercepted them. Bloodied and visibly injured, he resolutely stood in their path. Get away from me, Road Tyrant bellowed, swinging his fist, while Charcas launched a swift attack, but the bald man, faster than the rest, charged toward Zhang Fan. Anticipating this, Zhang Fan's eyes glinted coldly. A sphere of energy, prepared in advance, manifested at his fingertip and hurtled toward the bald man's head. The bald man, once brimming with confidence, suddenly sensed a terrifying aura that constricted his breath. Realizing the energy sphere was beyond his capacity to withstand, he attempted to evade, but Zhang Fan would not allow it. With a flick of his finger, the energy sphere accelerated, erupting into a blinding white light that forced everyone to shut their eyes. Amidst the brilliance, a scream pierced the air, resonating in their ears. As the light faded, the onlookers were astonished to find the seemingly invulnerable bald man sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his orifices. His body trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, fear gripped all present. They regarded Zhang Fan with a newfound respect. In this world, strength dictated dominance, and Zhang Fan's recent display of power left no doubt of his formidable prowess. Road Tyrant and Charks exchanged anxious glances, contemplating how to subdue Zhang Fan before they could aid Lu Xiao, yet they were wary of the devastating attack he had just unleashed. Fortunately, the arrival of Li Batian, who had been engaged with the Thin Man, shifted the tide. Libation's abilities effectively neutralized the giant, liberating Lu Xiao. With newfound freedom, Lu Xiao let out a roar, grasping the fatty who clung to him and flinging him away. Even as fatty managed to bite down one last time. Just as a new bout of conflict was about to erupt, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. "Everyone down," a guard shouted, brandishing his weapon at the assembled crowd, while a line of armed guards surrounded the cafeteria, aiming at every prisoner present. Seeing this, the inmates complied, crouching submissively, having clearly experienced such situations before. Zhang Fan, observing Road Tyrant and the others also kneeling, followed suit, recognizing that a pause in hostilities might be beneficial, especially since the Thin Man lay unconscious and needed medical attention. Soon, a figure resembling a captain approached, puffing on a cigarette. The atmosphere shifted as the prisoners visibly recoiled in fear. The captain surveyed Zhang Fan and the others, smirking as he addressed Road Tyrant. "Look at you, Road Tyrant, feeling bold enough to cause a ruckus in the sacred dining hall. Haven't you missed the taste of electricity? Perhaps I should give you a reminder." Road Tyrant's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, hurriedly responding, "No, I truly didn't mean it. It was all my fault. I'll punish myself." He began slapping his own face. A stark contrast to the fierce demeanor he had displayed toward Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan offended the Zhao family. Not bad, the captain remarked, turning to the others. "Take them back. Lock them up in the dark room for 3 days without food. Let us see if they dare to cause trouble again." Glancing at the unconscious Thin Man and the now comatose fatty, the captain added, "Take these 2 to the infirmary. It would be a shame if we lost 2 ability users." The guards complied, swiftly escorting the prisoners away. As Zhang Fan was led away, the captain observed him with a peculiar expression. A cold snort interrupted the moment. Turning to see the chef who had previously served Zhang Fan, the captain plastered on a sycophantic smile. "Chef Zhang, how do you do?" Yet, Chef Zhang ignored him, snorting disdainfully before surveying the disarrayed cafeteria and departing. The captain, undeterred, called out, "Get someone to clean up this mess." Soon, Zhang Fan found himself confined within a solitary dark room, a cramped space of merely 4 square meters, devoid of light and imbued with a chilling air. Yet the oppressive darkness did not dissuade Zhang Fan. He had endured such environments throughout his childhood. Instead of succumbing to despair, he began to cultivate his energy, drawing upon it to mend his wounds. Although the healing was minimal, it alleviated some of his pain. After an indeterminate stretch of time, Zhang Fan gathered his energy to activate his spiritual sight, revealing the dim surroundings with startling clarity. Sitting down, he examined his shackles, searching for a means of escape. After a thorough inspection, he shook his head in frustration. The cuffs were crafted from a unique material, impervious to brute force, and he dreaded the possibility of them exploding if broken. Clearly, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. 3 days can seem fleeting, yet for those trapped in a dark room, it stretches into an eternity. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the door. As it creaked open, a sliver of light penetrated the darkness. "Move out," a guard barked, and 2 individuals with flashlights entered, escorting Zhang Fan out. Upon his return to the cell, he discovered the Thin Man and the others had also been returned, though their pallid faces indicated their weakened state. Zhang Fan, curious about their condition, inquired, "What happened to you all? You look so pale." Anyone who comes out of the dark room ends up like this, came the weary reply. The gaunt man spoke weakly. But upon noticing Zhang Fan's seemingly good spirits, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Hearing the gaunt man's words, Zhang Fan was suddenly reminded of an experiment he had encountered on a mysterious website. This experiment aimed to verify the effects on a person confined alone in a dark room, deprived of sensory input, with only their mind remaining active. Ultimately, the individual who posted about the experiment shared their findings and principles, sparking widespread discussion. Being isolated in a dark, enclosed space for varying lengths of time leads to different outcomes. Individuals experience increased anxiety and a profound sense of loneliness, which gradually culminates in incessant fantasies. As time progresses, these conditions worsen, potentially resulting in death. A dark room. I never anticipated that this prison's dark chamber would have such an effect, Zhang Fan mused to himself. He then turned his attention to the three men beside the gaunt man and inquired. Are you all right? We're fine. We'll recover soon, the gaunt man replied. After some contemplation, Zhang Fan resolved to share his intention of leaving this place with them. Initially, he had harbored distrust towards them, viewing them merely as individuals fearful of his power. However, after they aided him in confronting the thugs, Zhang Fan's perception of them shifted. Gaunt man, there's something I wish to discuss with you, but first, I have a question, Zhang Fan asked. Why did you help me deal with the thugs? Weren't you initially sent by Zhao Chang to cause me trouble? Upon hearing this, the gaunt man fell silent for a moment before responding. I've been in prison here for 5 years, during which I played the role of a mere scapegoat. Whenever anyone here felt unhappy, they would take it out on me. On good days, I would merely receive a few blows. On bad days, broken bones were a common occurrence. As you've seen, my abilities are limited, aside from crafting a few items from bones and my occasionally unreliable knife skills. I have little else to offer. Later, these two individuals arrived and seemed to struggle to adapt, possibly facing exclusion from others. They stuck by my side, and their presence has made my days somewhat more bearable, though it merely deterred some from bothering me. Nonetheless, individuals like the thugs still sought to have their fun at our expense. Others watch us as if we were clowns. Yet you are different. You are the first person in all these years to refer to us as friends. I don't know if you said it casually or genuinely, but it was the first time I heard someone call us friends. At this point, the gaunt man paused. Zhang Fan understood and, after some reflection, replied, as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards me, we shall be friends. The moment Zhang Fan uttered these words, a spark ignited in the gaunt man's eyes, and a flicker of joy crossed his otherwise unseemly face. What I wanted to tell you is that I am planning an escape, Zhang Fan then declared, shocking the gaunt man and the others. After a moment, as the gaunt man regained his composure, he looked at Zhang Fan, astonished, and asked, Zhang Fan, are you serious? Zhang Fan nodded and continued, I require comprehensive information regarding this prison to devise a viable escape plan. Upon hearing this, the gaunt man contemplated for a moment before stating, to speak frankly, this prison is actually located on an island. Zhang Fan frowned at this revelation. How do you know that? I worked in the maritime industry before entering this prison, frequently venturing out to sea and visiting many islands that I am quite familiar with the weather patterns of islands. Over the years, I've deduced from the changes in the sky that we are indeed on an island. Moreover, I've observed the daily routines and conditions of all the inmates and discovered a passage that could lead us out of this prison. The gaunt man's words startled Zhang Fan, who fixed his gaze on him and asked, if you have found a way to escape, why not take it? Even if I've found it, the passage is not easily accessible. Given our current strength, we cannot reach it. Additionally, we are still shackled, without removing these shackles. Any attempt to escape would be futile, the gaunt man explained slowly. Zhang Fan nodded in understanding, feeling a surge of optimism. Initially, he had sought to gather basic information about the prison, yet he had not anticipated that the gaunt man harbored similar thoughts and had even devised a plan long ago. What remained was the need for strength. Given his history of being bullied in this prison, no one would believe or assist him, and his character ensured that he would not rely on those who had tormented him. Chapter 43. The Scheme Gaunt Man. Where exactly is that passage you mentioned? Zhang Fan inquired. Below the passage leading to the laboratory, the gaunt man replied solemnly to the laboratory. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Does this prison really have a laboratory? Noticing Zhang Fan's confusion, the gaunt man elaborated. Every inmate is taken to the laboratory once a week, but no one knows what happens there. Upon entering, each person is administered an anesthetic, and when they awaken, They are sent out without any recollection of what occurred. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that this prison was far more complex than he had initially imagined. How do you know that the escape passage lies beneath the route to the laboratory? The large man, who had been listening quietly, asked curiously, "Are you really that dull?" I mentioned that I used to work in the maritime industry, which has made me particularly attuned to maritime elements, especially the topography of islands. Coupled with my abilities, my bones are exceptionally sensitive, allowing me to perceive sounds within a certain range through contact. The passage I speak of is an underground current located beneath the corridor leading to the laboratory. I discovered it while being escorted to the laboratory. I heard the sound of moving water beneath a certain spot along the route. Based on the range of the sound and repeated confirmations using my bones, I am certain that it is a significant underground current on this island, that if we wish to escape this prison, it serves as an excellent passage that I estimate that once we enter the current, we will be swept into the sea, granting us our freedom. The gaunt man articulated his reasoning quietly, yet confidently. I never expected you to possess such abilities that my admiration for you is boundless. Akin to the relentless waves of the sea, the large man exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he lavished praise on the gaunt man. The gaunt man ignored the flattery and turned to Zhang Fan, saying, "Zhang Fan, I recognize your strength, but that place is heavily guarded. With our current capabilities, we cannot reach it. That we need trustworthy allies and a way to remove these shackles if we are to escape." Zhang Fan pondered this for a moment and ultimately concurred with the gaunt man's assessment. Given their present strength, coupled with that of the gaunt man and his companions, escaping was impossible without further assistance. Zhang Fan addressed the gaunt man. "Since you've mentioned this, I presume you have suitable candidates in mind." "Yes, but given my previous status, I cannot approach them, nor would they trust me. However, the situation has changed. With your appearance, you've demonstrated the ability to stand your ground against the thugs. This is a place where strength reigns supreme, and I believe you possess the capability to negotiate on equal terms with them, making it possible for you to persuade them." The gaunt man nodded and continued, "You have fought valiantly against the thugs, and your success is not solely your own. We have aided you in your battles. No. It is your strength that has made a difference. The thugs' dominance in this prison stems from their teamwork, with the bald man's defense and abilities playing a crucial role. That I in this prison, only the three great overlords can break through their defenses. And yet you have done so in their eyes. You now hold a status akin to that of the three great overlords, and no one would dare to provoke you lightly as for what you mentioned about the Zhao family. The warden of this prison has the surname Zhao, that he may realize that he cannot trouble you through the inmates, and might resort to other means instead." Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, knowing that with Zhao Cheng's character, he would not allow Zhang Fan any respite. This only fueled Zhang Fan's desire to find Zhao Cheng after escaping and deliver a lesson he would never forget. Curiously, he then asked the gaunt man, "Who are the three great overlords you mentioned?" "The three great overlords are the three most powerful individuals in this prison, recognized for their strength. Emperor Yin, Spite, who possesses formidable fire control abilities, Water Empress Daji, an extraordinary water manipulator, and Tyrant Oscar, an exceptionally powerful enhancer. Although the Fat Man is also an enhancer, he is not of the same caliber. Of course. You may yet become the fourth overlord," the gaunt man explained. Zhang Fan did not dwell on the prospect of becoming the fourth overlord. Instead, he asked, "Among these three, who do you think would be willing to cooperate with us?" In my perspective, the three individuals could indeed collaborate, as none would wish to forfeit the opportunity to escape this prison. However, their disparate personalities and past grievances complicate matters. Shui Fei Daji and Yin Disibite are akin to water and fire, fundamentally incompatible, locked in a hostile relationship. Meanwhile, the Tyrant Oscar typically maintains a low profile, yet when provoked he erupts like a furious monarch, heedless of the circumstances. That on one occasion, in a fit of rage, Oscar lethally assaulted a prison guard. For reasons unknown, the prison authorities refrained from punishing him, merely rendering him unconscious with electric shackles and confining him to a dark room for several days. The thin man recounted the affairs of these individuals to Zhang Fan, who, upon hearing, expressed curiosity. Is Oscar affiliated with a powerful faction? Otherwise, how could he act with such impunity? This was a point of intrigue for many. However, those who ascend to dominance within such confines likely possess connections to significant forces prior to their incarceration, suggesting a potential collusion between their factions and the prison's personnel. The thin man speculated. After digesting the thin man's insights, Zhang Fan meticulously reviewed all the information in his mind. After some contemplation, he declared, "I shall seek the opportunity to converse with each of them individually. As for the matter of the shackles, I will devise an alternative solution. I'm certain there exists a means to resolve it." Furthermore, he inquired, "When is our next visit to the laboratory? Please describe the location you mentioned so that I may confirm it." The thin man replied, "Tomorrow will be the next visit. As for the concealed passage, allow me to elaborate." Subsequently, he provided Zhang Fan with a detailed description of the secretive route, even sketching a simple map on the ground. Zhang Fan committed the thin man's instructions to memory and endeavored to visualize the environment as described. Once he had pondered all aspects, his remaining tasks were to discover a method to free himself from the shackles, secure allies, and commence action. Chapter 44. Unexpected gains. The following day, as the thin man had foretold, every inmate in the prison was systematically escorted to the laboratory. Aside from mealtimes, the prisoners languished in their cells awaiting the guard summons. The thin man, the stout man, and the tall man were taken to the laboratory before Zhang Fan. When he awaited their return in the cell, it became evident they had likely been redirected elsewhere after exiting the laboratory. Soon after, 3 guards entered the cell to escort Zhang Fan, handcuffs in hand. Observing this, Zhang Fan made no resistance, willingly allowing them to secure the cuffs on him before following them out. Throughout the journey, he discreetly observed his surroundings and the guards, noting that the personnel stationed along the path to the laboratory were more numerous and appeared to be elite. Zhang Fan silently committed all these observations to memory. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the laboratory. After the guards greeted the staff through the transparent glass door, they were permitted entry. Upon entering, Zhang Fan noticed a flurry of activity among the personnel clad in white coats, all engrossed in their tasks, with no one acknowledging the newcomers except for one staff member who guided Zhang Fan into a designated room. There, a female technician, upon seeing them enter, retrieved a syringe from a box and expertly injected it into Zhang Fan's arm. He watched as the liquid was forced into his body, suspecting this to be the anesthetic mentioned by the thin man. At that moment, Zhang Fan activated his inner energy, channeling it to his arm to envelop the injected substance, thus preventing it from truly entering his system. As the technician withdrew the needle, Zhang Fan feigned drowsiness, ultimately closing his eyes while leaving a slight gap to observe the surroundings. Noticing his apparent unconsciousness, a staff member approached and gently lifted his eyelid to confirm his state before instructing the guards. "All right, now remove his handcuffs and assist him onto the bed." Soon, Zhang Fan felt the cuffs being released, and he was laid flat on a bed. He cautiously opened his eyes, finding the room empty apart from the female technician who had just exited. And shortly thereafter, an elderly man in a distinctive white coat entered. Upon his arrival, the technician halted her preparations and addressed him. "Dr. Weiss, this is the new inmate. Subject 1500 here are his records, along with footage of his recent combat against Subject 1006, the Road Bandit, during which he breached the defenses of Subject 1102. The bald man Dr. Weiss reviewed the combat footage and then glanced at Zhang Fan's records, suddenly expressing curiosity upon noticing the designation unknown ability. Indeed, he remarked, "How intriguing. Yes, Doctor, we're preparing to extract his genes for analysis." The technician responded. Dr. Weiss nodded. "Proceed. This is my first encounter with an individual of unknown abilities. I am eager to discern what powers he may possess." "Everything is ready, Doctor. Please remove Subject 1500 shackles to prevent interference with the test," the technician urged. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Fan had not been anesthetized and had been attentively monitoring the situation. Hearing this statement, he felt a surge of hope. Dr. Weiss could indeed unlock the shackles. Dr. Weiss approached the end of the bed where Zhang Fan's shackles were affixed, touching a specific area on them. Suddenly, a light appeared on the shackles, projecting a digital screen. The technician turned away to avoid witnessing the password being entered. It became evident that fingerprint recognition was required, explaining the lack of response Zhang Fan had observed previously. Only specific fingerprints triggered activation. Zhang Fan had activated his inner sight and carefully memorized the password as Dr. Weiss inputted it. Once the password was entered, the shackles on Zhang Fan's feet released automatically. "All set. Let us begin," Dr. Weiss declared. The technician turned back and ushered Zhang Fan into an apparatus within the room, activating the machine that a series of multicolored beams scanned Zhang Fan from head to toe. With data continuously appearing on a display screen, Dr. Weiss scrutinized the data. A look of perplexity crossed his face, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is this? The scan indicates a human physique, yet the physical attributes suggest only those with abilities possess such traits. How curious, he mused. Doctor, the comprehensive report is ready, the technician announced. Read it, Dr. Weiss instructed. The report indicated that Subject 1500 was an ordinary human with the physical constitution of an ability user, exhibiting strength surpassing that of typical enhanced individuals. Preliminary assessment suggests he is an ordinary person who has achieved this through rigorous training. The technician explained, her own confusion evident. How can this be? Shouldn't he be an ability user? How can his physical strength exceed that of those with enhancement abilities? Chapter 45. An alliance indeed. This is peculiar. How can an ordinary human attain such physical prowess? Can an ordinary individual generate energy spheres akin to those of ability users? Dr. Weiss recalled the footage of Zhang Fan unleashing an energy sphere that incapacitated the bald man. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him that isn't my research focused on enhancing vitality, extending life, even achieving immortality. This ordinary man's physique, possessing the strength characteristic of ability users, could very well make him the ideal subject for my studies. Let us extract his blood for analysis and initiate a modification plan during the next assessment, Dr. Weiss proclaimed. Upon hearing Dr. Weiss's words, the female staff member was taken aback. This individual could actually execute the transformation plan. Although doubts lingered in her mind, she understood that certain inquiries were best left unasked. Those who pried often met with unfortunate ends, especially in this place. Yes, doctor, she replied. Subsequently, Dr. Weiss once again shackled Zhang Fan's ankles before departing the laboratory. Soon after, Zhang Fan, drained from having a large vial of blood drawn, was weakly escorted out of the laboratory and into a spacious plaza. The slender man and others, who had been watching the exit, quickly approached to support Zhang Fan, guiding him to a secluded corner. How are you? The slender man inquired. Indeed, as you mentioned. Also, where exactly are we? Why are there so many people? Were we all brought here after leaving the laboratory? Zhang Fan responded, posing his questions. This prison, like others, has designated times for fresh air, allowing inmates to move freely. This occurs every 3 days, and today coincidentally aligned with the laboratory's testing, which is why everyone was brought here after exiting the lab. The slender man elucidated. Nodding and understanding, Zhang Fan then asked, are all the prominent figures here? Are the 3 major overlords present? Yes, however, the Tyrant Oscar has yet to arrive. The Flame Emperor Spit and the Water Empress Daji are already here. Do you see those 2 secluded spots? The individuals occupying them are Spit and Daji. The slender man indicated with his gaze. Zhang Fan glanced over and easily spotted them. The Water Empress Daji was languidly reclining on a step, exuding an air of elegance, while the Flame Emperor Spit sat reading a book. Zhang Fan noted that despite their casual appearances, both exuded an undeniable aura, their presences clashing like water and fire, each pressuring the other. Seeing this, Zhang Fan smiled inwardly, affirming the slender man's words. These 2 were indeed rivals. Zhang Fan, are you certain you wish to approach them? The slender man asked again, his uncertainty palpable despite having already made arrangements with Zhang Fan. After all, these 2 were notoriously difficult to coexist with. Seemingly sensing the slender man's concerns, Zhang Fan replied, you yourself stated that no one can resist the temptation of freedom. Naturally, when they share common interests. They will temporarily cease hostilities that, yes, for the tyrant, I will assess the situation further. For now, I intend to approach those 2 and engage them in conversation. With that, Zhang Fan strode confidently toward them. Who is that? Is he seeking death by approaching the 2 major overlords? Some unfamiliar faces whispered curiously, "Daha, you're clearly out of the loop, that's Zhang Fan, the one who shattered the bald leader's defensive abilities." A prisoner who had previously encountered Zhang Fan in the cafeteria remarked, shattered the bald leader's defenses? Only the 3 major overlords could accomplish such a feat, the onlooker exclaimed, astonished. Now do you understand why he dares to walk toward the Flame Emperor and the Water Empress? He is the new overlord. The prisoner continued, It seems the bald leaders are quite unfortunate. They have offended every major overlord. But it's no surprise, as only an overlord could dismantle their alliance. Haha, he truly is a professional overlord maker. Indeed, a professional overlord maker. Perhaps we should suggest the bald leader change his name to Overlord Creator. At that moment, as the bald leaders passed by, they overheard the conversation. Their expressions darkening, eyes glinting with malice as they considered retaliating against the 2 discussing them. However, they were halted by Charks. What is going on? The bald leader growled, irritation evident. we just had a commotion. If we stir up trouble again, Captain Who will definitely come looking for us, Charks explained. Upon hearing Captain Who's name, the bald leader's expression shifted, and he begrudgingly restrained his anger before departing as Zhang Fan approached. The once oppositional auras of the Flame Emperor and Water Empress surged toward him, seemingly attempting to drive him away. Zhang Fan, witnessing this, summoned the energy within him, enveloping himself in an invisible barrier. He allowed the pressure from both figures to wash over him, maintaining an unflinching composure. The Flame Emperor Spit and Water Empress Daji exchanged astonished glances, surprised that this individual could withstand the combined pressure of their auras. Spit closed his book, while Daji, having shifted from her languid posture, rested her chin on her elbow, a curious smile gracing her lips as she regarded Zhang Fan. Esteemed ones, I come with matters to discuss. Zhang Fan began, his voice uniquely modulated so that only the Flame Emperor and Water Empress could hear. Ditto. Who is this charming young man? Come sit. I will be delighted to chat with you until dawn. Daji cooed, her alluring eyes fluttering at Zhang Fan, radiating warmth and charm. The Flame Emperor Spit scoffed. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate with me? Do not assume that merely breaking the bald leader's defenses grants you equal standing. Unfazed, Zhang Fan replied, then, according to your logic, what must I do to earn your respect and engage in an equitable conversation? What else? Fight. If you're a man, why not settle it with a good old-fashioned brawl? Daji interjected, her tone laced with mischief. Vulgar, Spit glared at Daji before turning back to Zhang Fan. That depends on whether you possess the strength to meet my demands. Sighing inwardly, Zhang Fan realized the situation would not be straightforward. Physical confrontation was inevitable in this place where strength reigned supreme. Chapter 46. Alliance indeed. The Flame Emperor Spit mused, seemingly taken aback by Zhang Fan's formidable presence. Suddenly, a crimson hue emanated from Spit, and with it, his aura intensified, exuding a suffocating pressure directed at Zhang Fan. However, this pressure failed to affect Zhang Fan. Under his protective energy, he found that as long as an opponent's strength was not overwhelmingly superior, their aura could not dominate him. Through this confrontation, Zhang Fan recognized Spit as strength, which surpassed that of Zoda, another fire attribute user he had faced previously. Yet, Zhang Fan had also grown considerably stronger. No longer the same individual he once was, the Flame Emperor's aura seemed to pass through Zhang Fan without effect, causing Spit to furrow his brow in frustration. Just as Spit prepared to escalate, Zhang Fan suddenly withdrew his own aura, smiling at Spit. Do you now believe I am worthy? Spit remained silent, noting Zhang Fan's retraction and following suit, aware that further escalation would be futile against this man. Boring did I ask that it. I expected you would at least manage to incapacitate him or break his legs, Daji commented, her voice teasing. Speak plainly. What brings you to us? Spit demanded that I have come to propose an alliance. Zhang Fan stated directly to his words. Both Spit and Daji were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting confusion. However, they remained silent, waiting for Zhang Fan to elaborate. My intention in forming this alliance is to escape this place. Zhang Fan continued, and with this revelation, both the Flame Emperor and Water Empress felt a jolt of surprise. Being astute individuals, they quickly grasped that Zhang Fan's mention of escape pertained to leaving the prison. However, their brows furrowed in skepticism as they regarded him. After all, he had just arrived, yet he was already contemplating escape. Such audacity seemed exclusive to him. Daji finally spoke. Young man, are you certain you're not jesting? If you are, this is a rather unamusing joke. We are all intelligent individuals here. You know I am not joking, and such frivolities serve no purpose. Allow me to inform you that I possess knowledge of how to exit this place, as well as how to remove the shackles binding us. Zhang Fan's words left both figures astounded, as anticipated. The expressions of the Flame Emperor and Water Empress shifted, displaying intrigue as they absorbed Zhang Fan's declaration. After a moment of contemplation, Spit finally inquired, You're sure you're not toying with us? If you are, you know the consequences. Furthermore, do you genuinely know how to remove the shackles? If so, why haven't you liberated yourself? The last question revealed Spit's true concern regarding the shackles. We will need proof from you, such as a demonstration of how to free us from these restraints, Daji added, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Fan. You will discover everything in due time. For now, I simply seek to forge an alliance with you, motivated by a mutual desire to escape this prison. My own strength alone is insufficient. Hence I require your partnership. I trust you both wish to leave this place as well. Zhang Fan concluded, falling silent. Having stated all he needed to now, he awaited their response. After a moment, Daji chimed in, her laughter light and teasing. Young man, you were already certain we would join you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached us with this proposition, would you? However, are you not concerned that your assumption might be misguided? I could very well decide not to participate and inform the guards of your intentions. I excel at such matters. Indeed, in response to Shui Fei's words, Zhang Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, since I have sought you out, it is only natural that I am certain of your participation. After all, you have lingered here for quite some time, and with the shackles binding your feet, the mere prospect of freedom upon our exit must be enticing. You have triumphed. I trust you have devised a plan. Pray tell, how shall we make our escape? Yendi Sibi Te inquired. Upon hearing Yendi's words, Zhang Fan turned to Shui Fei, awaiting her response. Come now, do not gaze at me in such a manner. I might become bashful, Shui Fei teased. Did you not say you desired freedom as well? Moreover, these shackles are rather unsightly. I have long wished to rid myself of them, though I confess, I fear death. Shui Fei playfully feigned shyness. Seeing both had acquiesced, Zhang Fan grinned. Since you have pledged your allegiance, we now only require the tyrant. The tyrant? You wish for him to join forces with us? I advise against it. He will not agree, Shui Fei remarked. Why is that? Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. The tyrant was sent here by his family, whose influence is vast that if he desired to leave, it would be a trivial matter. However, you mentioning him has piqued my curiosity. Why is he yet to arrive? Shui Fei mused, glancing towards the entrance just in time to spot an individual entering it. Ah, how amusing! We were just speaking of him, and here he appears. She chuckled, that moment. Zhang Fan remained silent, his brow furrowed. According to Shui Fei, it seemed the tyrant would not be joining their alliance, and alternative methods or allies would need to be sought. You might consider approaching him, Yin Di suggested. Really? Zhang Fan responded, casting a doubtful glance at Yin Di Sibi Te. Are you certain he can be approached? Rest assured, he has never shown any interest in the affairs of this prison. Even if he learns of them, he will not disclose our discussions to the guards, Yin Di Sibi Te assured him. After contemplating Yin Di's words, Zhang Fan ultimately resolved to take a chance. At that moment, the tyrant, Oscar, wore a grim expression, causing those around him to keep their distance. Zhang Fan, along with Yin Di and Shui Fei, approached Oscar. Leave? Oscar barked without raising his head, his voice laced with menace. Ah, it appears the tyrant is in a foul mood today, that I wonder what has transpired to incite such anger. Shui Fei remarked coyly. Leave, Oscar repeated curtly. Yet as he uttered this command, a powerful shockwave erupted, causing the entire square to tremble. That a palpable aura of malevolence surged from Oscar, sweeping toward Zhang Fan and his companions. Alas, this fellow has lost his temper. Yin Di and Shui Fei gasped, startled by their ill fortune in encountering him at such a volatile moment. However, Oscar's fury left no room for contemplation. A tremendous sonic wave erupted from his mouth, crashing toward Zhang Fan and his companions, rendering them unable to evade its reach. Yet, Zhang Fan and his companions were far from ordinary individuals. They swiftly employed their abilities to counteract the unexpected sonic assault. Zhang Fan enveloped himself in a protective aura, easily withstanding the force. Yin Di Sibi Te created a fiery illusion, vanishing from sight. While the sonic wave dissipated upon contacting the flames, Shui Fei, on the other hand, conjured a resilient bubble that shielded her from harm, proving impervious to Oscar's attack. Why shout? Is volume all you possess? If you have the ability, shatter my bubble. Shui Fei taunted from within her protective sphere, her tone reminiscent of a spoiled child. As the sonic wave subsided, Oscar did not escalate his assault further. Instead, he sat with his head bowed, muttering, I have no time for you. Begone. Humph. Do you think we wish to seek you out? Were it not for this Zhang Fan, I would have no desire to converse with a dullard like you. Shui Fei retorted as she withdrew her bubble. Last. Oscar raised his gaze toward Zhang Fan, his brow furrowing. Who are you? Your affairs are of no concern to me. Leave. Unperturbed by Oscar's brusque dismissal, Zhang Fan candidly stated his purpose. I come to extend an invitation for you to ally with us in our escape from this prison. Whether you accept is entirely your prerogative. I approach this matter with a spirit of experimentation that I have heard that your family's influence is substantial, thus you may not require our assistance. Nevertheless, I seek your aid, as our resources are limited. After articulating his proposition, Zhang Fan awaited Oscar's response. While Shui, Fei, and Yin Di remained lost in their thoughts, to their surprise, Oscar fell silent, a reaction that left Yin Di and Shui, Fei momentarily bewildered. Convention would suggest he would retort with another dismissal. Yet the current circumstances were unusual. Moments later, Oscar unexpectedly lifted his head and declared, "I shall join." This response left the trio in astonishment. What could have prompted this change? Oscar continued, "I have just received news that my sister has perished. I must escape to avenge her, and my family will no longer support me. Hence, I shall align with you that I hope you will not deceive me. For if you do, I will take your lives." His tone turned icy as he concluded. Upon hearing Oscar's explanation, the three finally understood the source of his earlier rage, relieved that it was but a fleeting moment. Their alliance successfully forged. Zhang Fan signaled to the thin man observing from a distance, and upon noticing the gesture, the thin man's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems I have chosen wisely." Meanwhile, others in the square had noticed the interaction. Yet due to their distance and the discreet nature of Zhang Fan's communication, none understood the substance of their exchange. They merely observed the apparent confrontation that never escalated, stirring curiosity, yet evoking trepidation in those who dared not inquire. Subsequently, Zhang Fan detailed his strategy and the timeline for their next actions before returning to the thin man. With Zhang Fan's departure, the three dominant figures retreated to their respective domains. Upon returning, they found the period of freedom had come to an end, and were promptly escorted back to their cells. Once the guards had departed, and assured that no one lingered outside, Zhang Fan turned to the thin man and asked, "Do you know where Dr. Vis typically resides? I require precise information." The thin man, understanding the gravity of the inquiry, pondered briefly before responding, "The personnel in the laboratory usually remain within its confines. I overheard some guards mention that this laboratory is engaged in significant research. Its staff seldom vacate the premises. There are individual rooms for them to rest, and it is rare to see anyone entering or exiting the corridors leading to the laboratory, that I believe Dr. Vis does not leave the laboratory." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan recounted his recent discoveries within the laboratory. "I have identified a method to release ourselves from these shackles. They employ a fingerprint recognition system, requiring specific prints to unlock them, alongside a password. Based on my deductions, certain fingerprints correlate with specific passwords that I am aware that Dr. Vis possesses the means to unlock the shackles and knows the designated password associated with his fingerprints." The thin man's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Zhang Fan would acquire such crucial information from a single visit to the laboratory. This revelation indicated that the issue of how to remove the shackles was nearing resolution. "If we can locate Dr. Vis, we can proceed with our escape plan," he thought, his heart racing with anticipation. Observing the thin man's excitement, Zhang Fan understood his feelings. After all, the thin man had yearned for freedom for many years. Once the thin man regained his composure, Zhang Fan continued, "In the coming days, try to discern Dr. Vis's routines and see if you can leverage that knowledge. Additionally, take note of the positions of the guards stationed at the laboratory entrances. This information will prove invaluable." The thin man nodded resolutely. "I will ensure it is done." He then inquired, "Have you devised a plan?" "The plan is simple. Create a disturbance. The greater the chaos, the better. If possible, we shall incite a riot throughout the entire prison, granting us the opportunity we seek," Zhang Fan replied, a glint of determination in his eyes. "That a disturbance?" the thin man questioned, perplexed. "There are daily altercations within the prison. It seems unlikely to yield any opportunity. What I mean is a riot involving the entire prison population. When that occurs, the guards will be overwhelmed, and we can set fire to the prison," Zhang Fan asserted, presenting an idea that left the thin man speechless. "Fire? How do you propose we ignite a blaze? We lack the means to do so. Outside, we could easily procure flammable substances, but within this prison, such resources are non-existent. You cannot possibly expect the Flame Emperor to set the prison ablaze. Such a feat is beyond his capabilities," remarked the thin man, perplexed. "Rest assured, none of this is a concern. You will understand in due time," Zhang Fan replied nonchalantly. Chapter 48. The operation commences 3 days later, Once the Thin Man had gathered all necessary information, Zhang Fan unveiled his comprehensive plan and instructed him to relay it to the Flame Emperor, Water Fairy, and Tyrant. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's strategy, admiration shone brightly in the Thin Man's eyes. The plan was scheduled for execution during dinner 3 days hence, timed according to Dr. Weiss's routine, as a thorough inspection of the entire prison was set for the following day. It was understood that Dr. Weiss would retire early to be well rested for the inmates' examination. Thus, he would likely be in the adjacent break room. 3 days later, in the first dining hall, Zhang Fan consumed 10 portions of grilled fish bucket meals. After finishing, the Thin Man discerned it was time to initiate the operation. He set down his bowl and signaled to the still-eating fatty and the giant to follow him. Zhang Fan approached the 5 ruffians at their table, remaining silent as he delivered a swift kick to one of them. The ruffian, taken aback by the sudden attack, sidestepped and angrily questioned, "What do you think you are doing?" with a cold snort. Zhang Fan retorted, "What does it seem like? You troubled me before. Now it's my turn." He then leapt high, delivering a fierce kick towards the ruffian. That moment, the bald thug intervened, using his abilities to redirect Zhang Fan's attack towards himself. Zhang Fan's kick struck the bald thug's head, while Chuck's sharp hair spike shot toward Zhang Fan, forcing him to retreat. As Zhang Fan instigated the conflict, onlookers paused their meals, drawn in by the spectacle. Curious to see how the new tyrant would handle the ruffians who had previously offended him, that a throng of prisoners, some who had never witnessed Zhang Fan's prowess, gathered, eager to observe his capabilities. The ruffians, now in a combative state, were a formidable force, as Zhang Fan faced 5 instead of 3. Lu and his brother, the ruffian, both possessed beast transformation abilities. However, Lu transformed into a different interstellar beast, an aggressive werewolf, manifesting 5 sharp claws from his hands. Meanwhile, Li Batian unleashed a powerful magnetic force, attempting to restrain Zhang Fan's movements. The 5 worked in perfect harmony, Chuck attacking from a distance, the bald thug defending, Li Batian restricting movement, while the ruffians surrounded Zhang Fan for a combined assault. If it were an ordinary person, they might easily succumb to such a coordinated attack, but Zhang Fan was aware of their tactics and had anticipated this provocation. As he evaded their encirclement, he seized another prisoner nearby and hurled him towards the ruffians. "Hey, don't involve me in your fight," the thrown prisoner exclaimed, only to be met by a fist from the ruffian, sending him flying. Zhang Fan then grabbed his second prisoner and tossed him towards the ruffian again. This time, having learned from the previous encounter, the ruffian held back, but upon realizing the second prisoner had previously spoken ill of him during free time, his expression hardened and he unleashed a brutal punch. Another prisoner was sent reeling, prompting the surrounding crowd to recoil, fearful of being the next victim of Zhang Fan's throws. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the crowd. Zhang Fan seized another prisoner, tossing him towards Lu, who immediately clawed at the prisoner's foot. Remarkably, the prisoner managed to evade serious injury. "Stop pushing." Amidst the turmoil, confusion ensued as 2 individuals began to brawl. Mirroring the larger conflict, the once solitary clash between Zhang Fan and the ruffians escalated into a cacophony of chaos within the dining hall. As the battle intensified, more prisoners were thrown into the fray, igniting further skirmishes. The guards, realizing the severity of the situation, were overwhelmed by the spectacle of powers clashing. "What? The second and third dining halls have erupted in chaos as well," a guard exclaimed, receiving reports of the unrest spreading. Desperately, another guard shouted, "Everyone, cease this madness," brandishing a firearm to intimidate the combatants. Just then, an object flew through the air, knocking the guard's weapon from his grasp. The Thin Man, having mysteriously appeared behind a guard, hurled him into the fray. "Help!" cried the guard as he tumbled into chaos. Other guards, seeing the mayhem, attempted to shoot, but were met with an enormous table lifted by Fatty, forcing them to flee to the kitchen. The cooks observed the turmoil, unsure of how to respond. The Scarface chef, having previously served Zhang Fan, coldly surveyed the scene before contacting Captain Ku. "Want to intervene?" the chef inquired. "Intervene? What is happening?" "I have no idea what has transpired with Master Zhang," who corresponded, astonished. With a dismissive snort, the Scarface chef ended the call. Meanwhile, Huku, comfortably seated in his office with a drink, found the incessant ringing of his communicator irritating. He silenced it, revealing a sly smile. Chapter 49. The Inferno in the first dining hall. Zhang Fan, amid the chaos, continued to evade direct confrontations with the ruffians, Deliberately moving towards the exit, a luminous orb of energy began to coalesce in his hand. Once it reached a sufficient form, he hurled it at the rushing Liu. The onlookers gasped, rushing to pull Liu back, but it was too late. The orb collided with him, resulting in a deafening explosion accompanied by a blinding flash of white light that engulfed the dining hall. All visual perception was consumed by this overwhelming radiance, plunging the world into a blinding whiteness. Some, seizing the opportunity, began to strike at those nearby. Without mercy, the chaos resumed. Zhang Fan, along with the Thin Man, Fatty, and the Giant, seized the chance to escape the dining hall, with guards preoccupied inside. The exterior was left unguarded. The Thin Man and his companions were elated. Zhang Fan, that was exhilarating. I've longed to confront those arrogant guards. That was immensely satisfying, the Giant exclaimed. Zhang Fan and the Thin Man exchanged bemused glances. Despite the Giant's timid demeanor, he had actively engaged with the guards. Now, let us proceed with our main objective. The chaos in the dining hall will soon be quelled. We must capitalize on this moment to stir things up further. Did you gather the red flower pollen as instructed? Zhang Fan inquired. Of course, we collected as much as possible, dedicating our time during designated activity hours to gather the pollen you mentioned. It is hidden in the corner ahead, the Thin Man replied, leading Zhang Fan to the stash. Upon discovering 5 large bags of pollen, Zhang Fan examined them closely and nodded in approval. What purpose do these flower pollens serve? The Giant asked, curiosity piqued. The pollen in question originates from a plant known as the insect repellent flower. As its name implies, this flower serves the purpose of warding off mosquitoes, suggesting that the prison cultivated it to deter the pesky insects that plague the island. Intriguingly, this flower is also referred to as the burning rose. Due to its pollen's propensity to ignite easily, a mere pinch of this pollen can ignite an area of up to 10 square meters. Just imagine the extent of territory we could set ablaze with this pollen. Especially with the capabilities of Tyrant, Flame Emperor, and Water Goddess, one could surmise they have gathered even more of it. If the plan unfolds as intended, the entire prison could go up in flames. Zhang Fan remarked. The 3 thin men listened. Their eyes gleamed with realization. They had never considered that the commonly seen insect repellent flower could serve such a purpose. Let us hasten to scatter this pollen in the designated locations as planned. Once the time is right, we shall ignite it, Zhang Fan continued, seizing a bag of pollen and sprinting in one direction. The other 3, inspired by his actions, similarly took up their bags of pollen to execute the plan. Before long, bursts of flames illuminated the sky above the prison. Alarmed, individuals soon discovered that a fire had broken out, and inexplicably, flames erupted in various other sections of the prison as well. Once the fire ignited, chaos ensued. Nearly all the guards rushed to extinguish the flames. Coupled with the earlier skirmishes that had erupted in the dining halls, many guards found themselves overwhelmed and disorganized, in the warden's office. A series of loud knocks interrupted the atmosphere. The sudden intrusion startled the 2 men present. Damn it, it's that scoundrel, one man muttered in displeasure, then angrily slapped his own pale backside a few times before donning his clothes and stepping outside. Warden, there's trouble, a guard shouted incessantly from outside the door. The warden opened the door and, without hesitation, slapped the guard across the face, bellowing, "What is all this noise? You're ruining my business, if what you have to say is trivial. I swear I'll skin you alive." Stung by the unexpected blow, the guard seethed inwardly but dared not show it, his face betraying urgency. "Warden, a major incident has occurred. It's quite serious. Speak. What has happened?" The warden, noticing the guard's demeanor, began to suspect that something was indeed amiss. Otherwise, the guard would not have interrupted his affairs. There's been a riot in the dining halls, and many guards have been injured. Simultaneously, numerous buildings within the prison are ablaze, and the fire is spreading rapidly, the guard relayed hastily. Taken aback, the warden's eyes widened as he absorbed the gravity of the situation. How could such chaos arise? And why am I only hearing about it now? He exclaimed, smiting the guard once more. Just moments ago, you claimed I was disturbing your good work. Now you blame me for the delay in notification. You will pay for this. Seething internally, the guard maintained his composure. What is the current status? Where's the guard team? The warden inquired further. The riot in the dining hall has temporarily subsided, but many of our men have sustained injuries. As for the fire, all available guards have gone to combat it. Yet the flames are fierce, and we are short-handed, the guard promptly answered, keenly aware that should the warden strike him again, he would retaliate. Fortunately, The warden refrained from further violence. After hearing his subordinate's report, he swiftly ordered, if manpower is lacking, summon personnel from other areas. Bring some guard from the laboratory to assist. But warden, aren't the guards at the laboratory off limits? After all, it's a critical area. The guard hesitated. I said to bring them. Why are you questioning me? Am I the warden, or are you? Just recall half of them. The rest will remain on guard. Now go. Though the warden was irate, he ultimately relented, deciding to only transfer half of the guards. Understood. I will see to it immediately, the guard replied, eager to leave the warden's presence without delay. Once the guard departed, the warden furrowed his brow, pondering how a fire could erupt so unexpectedly. However, a sudden noise shattered his thoughts. Chapter 50. The battle in the passage at the entrance to the laboratory passage. Zhang Fan, the three thin men, the flame emperor Spit, the water goddess Daji, and the tyrant Oscar had gathered. Upon noticing that Zhang Fan had brought the three thin men along, the flame emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Seemingly surprised that others accompanied them apart from the expected trio. Understanding the unspoken concerns, Zhang Fan clarified, the escape route was discovered by the thin man. He is the greatest contributor and thus deserves to leave. As for the tall man and the stout one, they're my friends, so I trust their presence poses no issue. Hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, the Flame Emperor offered little resistance, merely stating, as long as it does not hinder our escape, it is acceptable. The seven of them stealthily entered the passage. Utilizing Zhang Fan's enhanced vision, they swiftly assessed the situation within. The number of guards present was notably diminished, likely due to their deployment to manage the fire. Their immediate priority was to eliminate the remaining guards and locate Dr. Weiss to remove their shackles. The seven charged towards the laboratory, no longer concealing their presence. The guards on patrol quickly noticed them, and their instinctive reaction was to open fire. However, this could not deter Zhang Fan and his companions. Tyrant Oscar, bolstered by his enhanced abilities, shielded the group from the bullets, as more guards, armed with various weapons, converged upon them. One guard shouted, "Halt! Advance any further and we will open fire." The warning fell on deaf ears as the group pressed on. Positioned behind Oscar, water goddess Daji delicately tapped the ground, causing water to surge forth and envelop the feet of the guards before them. Let them taste the sensation of suffocation. Daji taunted as the leading guards found themselves ensnared by the sudden onslaught of water bubbles. Struggling futilely within. "Fall back, activate the energy shields, and prepare to fire," commanded one of the guard captains amidst the chaos. The guards swiftly obeyed, erecting a massive energy shield in front of Zhang Fan and his companions while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of laser fire. Faced with the laser onslaught, the group adeptly evaded the attacks. As Oscar quickly maneuvered to avoid the densest areas of fire, the others exhibited their own talents to evade the oncoming shots. In this moment, Flame Emperor Spit, while dodging, conjured a colossal fireball, cascading down like a waterfall towards the guards. The impact of the fireball against the assembled energy shield resonated with a thunderous boom. When the flames dissipated, Zhang Fan observed that the guard's energy shield remained intact, remarkably sturdy, considering the Flame Emperor's prowess. Discontented by his attack's ineffectiveness, Spit knitted his brow. Flame Emperor is not as formidable as he seems. "Watch my prowess," Daji smirked, seizing the opportunity to undermine Spit while channeling her own abilities. A towering wave surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of crashing water, hurtling towards the guards. Unfazed, the guard captain issued commands. "Maintain defenses. Team 1 initiate laser fire. Team 2 commence a bombardment with scattershot." Following the captain's orders, the guards swiftly complied, switching weapons to unleash artillery fire upon Zhang Fan and his group, targeting their entire vicinity rather than any individual. The collision of the massive wave with the energy shield produced a resounding crash. Yet as the wave receded, the shield remained steadfast, mirroring the outcome of Spit's earlier attempt. Dissatisfied with her own attack's lack of impact, Daji huffed in frustration. Observing the similar results of their assaults, Zhang Fan scrutinized the situation. He discerned a pattern among the guards responsible for the energy shields. Every trio formed a triangular formation to establish their shields, interlocking them seamlessly. Notably, he noticed that each guard possessed a unique device absent from the others, interconnected to their energy shield apparatus, complete with a meter displaying readings that had surged after repelling Daji's attack. Upon recognizing this detail, Zhang Fan quickly deduced, their energy shields likely possess the capability to absorb energy, which explains why our energy-based attacks have been ineffective. They are being absorbed, thereby enhancing the shield strength. The air was filled with the resounding roar of countless artillery shells raining down upon the gathered crowd, accompanied by sweeping beams of laser fire. Faced with such a relentless barrage, the trio, Skinny, Fatty, and the Tall One, who were not particularly known for their speed, found themselves caught in the widespread damage caused by the explosions, while Fatty and the Tall One fared relatively well, thanks to their inherent defensive abilities. Skinny was sent reeling, blood gushing from his mouth. "Is Skinny all right?" Zhang Fan immediately inquired. Concern etched on his face that "I'm fine," Skinny managed to reply, albeit with great difficulty. Observing Skinny's condition, Zhang Fan turned to Fatty and commanded, "Fatty, carry Skinny on your back and follow closely behind me. Wherever I take cover, you shall follow t." That moment, Zhang Fan expanded his spiritual sight to its maximum capacity, constantly predicting the impending attacks. He then addressed Tyrant. "Tyrant, is there any way to disrupt their formation?" Tyrant Oscar furrowed his brow at the question. Suddenly, his muscles swelled with power, veins bulging across each muscle. With a fierce roar, he raised his fists high and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire corridor to tremble violently, akin to a seismic shock. The guards in front were momentarily unsteady, their triangular formation disrupted as they staggered back. "Humph, absorb energy. Let us see if you can absorb my chi." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Fan concentrated his chi into his feet, and in an instant his speed surged. Meanwhile, a small orb of light, fully condensed, appeared in his hand, taking advantage of the brief pause in the enemy's fire. He launched his attack. Chapter 51. The hidden strong enemy. The orb of light collided with the energy shield, but this time, Zhang Fan did not merely throw the orb as before, he pressed it directly against the shield. The orb not only contained his chi, but also bore the weight of his immense strength. As the orb made contact with the shield, it became evident that the enemy's device could not absorb his chi. Cracks began to form in the energy shield. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered under the orb's assault, unleashing a blinding flash of light that dazzled everyone present. The already unstable formation of the guards, disoriented by Tyrant's earlier tremor, completely collapsed under the force of Zhang Fan's strike. Firestorm. Waterfall of flame. At this moment, both Water Fairy and Flame Emperor seized the opportunity to strike. Massive fireballs cascaded down like a torrential waterfall, while waves of energy surged forth, rampaging like ferocious beasts toward the guards. The two elements intertwined, creating a tempest of water and fire. "Quick, re-establish the energy shield." "Hurry," the guard captain bellowed, but it was too late. The tempest swept over them, drawing everyone into its chaotic embrace, where they endured the relentless onslaught of water and fire. Wails of anguish echoed from within the storm until, at last, the cries faded, signaling the storm's cessation. When the tempest cleared, Zhang Fan and the others were taken aback to find a single figure standing amidst the chaos, his upper garments torn to shreds by the elemental fury, revealing terrifying muscles that appeared even more formidable than Fatty's enhanced physique. This individual was none other than the captain of the guards, now vastly different from his previous commanding demeanor. His body was adorned with intricate green patterns, which seemed to be an inherent part of him rather than mere tattoos. "Romas," Flame Emperor suddenly remarked, his brow furrowing. "Ha, I never imagined someone would recognize me," the captain replied with a chuckle. Rumors had circulated about two captains in this prison. One, Huku, who was frequently seen, and the other, Romas, who seemed to exist only in whispers. It is said both captains possess unfathomable strength. "Since you have survived, you might indeed be the elusive Romas," Flame Emperor speculated. "Your analysis is quite astute, but do not compare me to Huku. That man is obsessed with power and authority, always scheming to ascend the ranks. He likely knew of your movements tonight long before. Yet it appears he chose to remain uninvolved, possibly plotting something else. Otherwise, reinforcements would have arrived by now," Romas replied, his tone revealing a hint of disdain. Hearing Romas's words, the group fell silent. If what Romas said was true, it would be utterly astonishing. This plan was known only to a select few. How could Huka possibly be aware of it? Noticing their expressions, Romas continued, "Do not dwell on it. Huku is exceedingly cunning. No one can predict his thoughts. However, this is not the time for idle chatter. I initially believed the guards and their energy shields would suffice to thwart you, but I did not anticipate your ability to shatter both the shield and their formation." With a meaningful glance at Zhang Fan, He added, "Now is the time for true combat. Are you prepared? It has been some time since I displayed this form. I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, a fierce battle intent ignited in Roma's eyes in an instant, he vanished from sight, his fist appearing before Zhang Fan with astonishing speed. "How swift!" Zhang Fan gasped. Despite having enhanced perception, he could only catch a glimpse of a shadow as Roma's moved. Boom! Roma's fist struck Zhang Fan's face with tremendous force, sending him flying. In that same moment, Roma's vanished once more, reappearing in front of Flame Emperor. Foreseeing the impending strike, the group, not comprised of weaklings, activated their defenses. A flame shield materialized before Flame Emperor just as Roma's powerful fist collided with Roma's fist met the flame shield. The flames instantly leapt onto his hand, rapidly transforming into a conflagration that threatened to engulf him. In response, Roma's paused, inhaled deeply, and exhaled with such force that the flames were extinguished. Seeing this, Flame Emperor's pupils dilated in shock. His attack had been so effortlessly dismissed. That moment, he felt true pressure for the first time. As Roma's proved to be as formidable as the legends foretold, be cautious. Flame Emperor, Water Fairy suddenly called out. Snapped back to reality by her warning, Flame Emperor realized he was in the midst of battle and had momentarily lost focus. At that instant, Roma's, having extinguished the flames, charged at him once more, his massive fist closing in. Boom! Two equally powerful fists collided, with Tyrant Oscar intervening at the last moment, utilizing his enhanced abilities that Oscar struck. Roma's was momentarily taken aback, surprised that anyone could match him in a direct contest of strength, a feat that had not been accomplished since he attained this form. You truly embody the title of Tyrant. I sense a tumultuous power within you that you have been suppressing, Roma's remarked. Indeed, as Roma's observed, Tyrant Oscar had long been restraining the power within himself. Unleashing it would result in uncontrollable rage. Amplifying his strength at the cost of his sanity, was this very rage that had led to his imprisonment, after he had violently retaliated against those who bullied his sister. Chapter 52. The Savage Primitive Battle, Release Your True Power. Roma's urged nonchalantly that Oscar's face was a mask of madness, his eyes bloodshot and wild, as the raging power within him yearned to erupt, yet he struggled to contain it, his crimson gaze returning to normalcy. Oomph! With a disdainful snort, Roma's vanished once more, reappearing behind Oscar. A heavy fist struck Oscar's back with brutal force, propelling him against the corridor wall. The wall, which had withstood the earlier artillery fire and gunfire unscathed, now bore deep cracks, revealing the ferocity of Roma's recent attack. The Tyrant Oscar, having endured the assault from Lomas, collapsed to the ground after crashing against the wall. That moment, Lomas refrained from attacking anyone else, for he deemed the remaining individuals unworthy of his effort, believing they would surrender willingly in due course. Instead, his attention was drawn to Oscar, who now appeared more intriguing to him. Lomas swiftly approached the fallen Oscar, placing his foot disdainfully upon his head, and remarked with a sneer, "It seems I spoke too soon. The title of Tyrant does not suit you. I recall now that you belong to the Chekhov family. Sent here for killing a member of a prominent family in defense of your sister. You seem quite concerned about her. Unleash your power, or I shall find your sister, and you can imagine what I might do to her." At that moment, Oscar's fingers twitched, and soon his entire body began to convulse. Gradually, he pushed up against Lomas's foot, seizing it with one hand, and, to Lomas's astonishment, lifted him effortlessly. With a primal roar, Oscar wielded Lomas like a whip, slamming him against the corridor walls, which once again yielded to the impact. Following this, Oscar grasped Lomas's foot and forcefully struck him down against the ground. A thunderous sound echoed as a massive fissure split the hard floor, extending outward. Witnessing Oscar's ferocity, both Shui Fei Daji and Yin Disibite were deeply astonished. They had not anticipated that the tyrant could unleash such overwhelming strength, far surpassing their expectations. They had initially believed their capabilities could rival his, but the realization struck them that they had been overly presumptuous. Oscar's eyes transformed into a deep crimson, the chaotic power within him fully awakened by Lomas's provocation. In Oscar's heart, his sister held paramount importance. Since hearing the news of her death, he had been suppressing his rage, eager to return home and seek vengeance. Yet now, Lomas dared to threaten her before him, pushing Oscar over the edge into a frenzy of wrath. With this explosive anger, Oscar truly embodied the essence of a tyrant, his abilities heightened, his strength overwhelming, an unrivaled monarch of fury. With a furious roar, Oscar approached Lomas again, lifting him once more, preparing to hurl him away. However, Lomas suddenly seized Oscar's arm, an excited grin spreading across his face, eyes ablaze with fervor. It had been years since he felt such exhilaration, such a yearning for battled pa. You're quite the fighter. Let us engage in a glorious clash. The spectators were taken aback to learn that Lomas had yet to unleash his full potential. It seemed he was indeed a battle fanatic, having long sought an opponent worthy of his prowess. Now, the enraged tyrant stirred within him a long-dormant desire for combat. As Oscar's enhanced abilities surged forth, his muscles and strength were amplified to the utmost degree, his stature visibly expanding. Lomas, already a muscular figure, now bore strange azure patterns that glowed ominously, spreading across his body and eventually enveloping his face in a bizarre mask. The two titans clashed head-on, their combat primal and raw, exchanging blows without hesitation, relying solely on their physical might in a test of sheer resilience. The sound of their strikes echoed loudly through the air, each punch exchanged amplifying their ferocity as they sought to overpower one another through the most elemental means. As they continued to pummel each other, wounds began to appear on both bodies. Oscar's eyes, once a fierce red, deepened to a darker hue, exuding an aura of chaos, while Lomas's excitement grew with each impact. Reveling in the thrill of the fight, his azure patterns becoming even more unsettling with every grin. Let us first locate Dr. Weiss in the laboratory. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's voice pierced through the chaos, prompting everyone to turn and gaze at him. His complexion was notably pale. Zhang Fan, are you all right? The others expressed their concern upon seeing him. Zhang Fan shook his head. I can hold on. Our priority now is to find Dr. Weiss and unlock these shackles. The two are now locked in a frenzied battle, and we cannot intervene until one of them falls. This moment, Shui Fei and Yan Di exchanged incredulous glances at Zhang Fan. It was evident that he was not an enhanced individual. Surviving a direct hit from Lomas was nothing short of miraculous, suggesting his strength was far beyond mere appearances. Zhang Fan was indeed gravely injured, having taken Lomas's explosive attack head-on, without any chance to defend himself. Fortunately, he had been enveloping himself in energy, which mitigated some of the force he endured. Still, Lomas was a master, and despite the reduction in strength, the remaining force was beyond Zhang Fan's capacity to bear. His eardrums had ruptured from the impact, leaving him with impaired hearing, relying solely on his energy to enhance his auditory senses, while his spiritual vision had become unusable. Chapter 53. Successfully unlocking the shackles under Zhang Fan's directive. The group hurried towards the laboratory. Lomas made no attempt to stop them, seemingly preoccupied with the battle against Oscar. They traversed the corridor until reaching the laboratory door. Bang, bang, they knocked on the door. And a staff member, hearing the commotion, approached to peer through the transparent panel. Finding the area empty, he felt perplexed and opened the door to investigate. The moment the door swung wide, Zhang Fan and his companions seized the opportunity, grabbing the bewildered staff member while the others hurried inside. Where is Dr. Weiss? Speak, or you shall perish. Yan Di gripped the staff member's throat, his tone icy. The staff member, clearly intimidated, trembled and feared. I'll tell you. The doctor is in the rest area, he stammered. What about the others? Zhang Fan surveyed the laboratory, noting the absence of anyone else, prompting his inquiry. Tomorrow is the testing period. Everyone else has gone to rest. I'm just on duty, the staff member replied hastily, terrified of any delay in his response. Take us to Dr. Weiss, Sibite commanded, releasing the staff member and tossing him to the ground. The staff member cried out in pain, but quickly rose to his feet. Leading the group toward Dr. Weiss's quarters under the looming threat from Yan Di. Dr. Weiss is inside. Please, let me go. I am just a duty staff member. The man pleaded desperately. Humph. Observing the staff member's pleas, Yan Di scoffed before delivering a swift blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Zhang Fan mused silently. It seems Sibite is not a bloodthirsty individual. As they pushed open the door, they found Dr. Weiss lying in bed, asleep. Sensing the presence of others, he opened his eyes and was startled to see several unfamiliar faces in his rest area. Though he felt a twinge of fear, he forced himself to remain composed. Who are you? Yan Di, Shui Fei. And you. He suddenly recognized Zhang Fan. who was scheduled to initiate the modification plan the following day, having recently reviewed his blood examination data. Dr. Weiss, it's been a while. I've missed you dearly, Daji cooed sweetly. Though her expression betrayed a deep-seated animosity towards him, I could see the mention of her name. Dr. Weiss's heart skipped a beat, recalling some unpleasant memories. That Dr. Weiss, we are not here for idle chatter. We simply need you to unlock our shackles, Yin D stated coldly. Upon hearing Sibite's request, Dr. Weiss pondered silently. How did they know I could unlock the shackles? Despite his doubts, he did not confess and instead replied, I cannot unlock your shackles. You have mistaken me for someone else. Are you certain you will not assist us in unlocking these shackles? Zhang Fan pressed on. Humph. How would I know how to unlock your shackles? This is classified information. Only the warden knows the method. I have no knowledge of it. Dr. Weiss stubbornly refused to acknowledge the situation in his mind, as long as the shackles remained on those individuals. They would not dare to harm him, but he believed he merely needed to endure until help arrived. Meanwhile, he subtly moved his hand behind him. Don't move. Are you attempting to press the button to call for help? At that moment, the Flame Emperor noticed Dr. Weiss's furtive actions and swiftly seized him, throwing him to the ground. Given Dr. Weiss's advanced age, he could hardly withstand such a fall, letting out a pained cry upon impact. Observing that Dr. Weiss still would not confess, Zhang Fan smirked and approached him. He grasped Dr. Weiss's hand and pressed his index finger directly onto a specific spot on the shackles, with a simple touch. The shackles scanned successfully, projecting a numerical screen. How is this possible? How could you know this? Dr. Weiss exclaimed in shock at Zhang Fan's actions. Zhang Fan did not respond to Dr. Weiss's incredulity. Instead, he proceeded to input the password that Dr. Weiss had previously used to unlock his own shackles. With the final digit entered, a resounding click echoed as Zhang Fan's shackles fell away. Everyone, you all witnessed that, right? The rest is up to you, Zhang Fan declared to the onlookers. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily sprang into action. In no time, all shackles were removed, and a collective sense of relief washed over them. Zhang Fan, Oscar hasn't been freed yet. The thin man interjected. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and replied to the large man. Go check if their fight is over. If it is, they should be too exhausted to move. Bring Oscar back. Why go through all that trouble? Just chop off this old man's hand and bring it to help free Oscar, Daji suggested, her gaze fixed menacingly on the fallen Dr. Weiss. Try to avoid unnecessary harm if possible, Zhang Fan urged. Upon hearing this, Daji let out a cold laugh and retorted, this old man is no innocent. Countless lives have perished at his hands. With that, she waved her hand, severing Dr. Weiss's right hand. Ah, my hand, Dr. Weiss screamed in agony. Zhang Fan's expression grew icy as he witnessed Daji's sudden brutality. Although he disapproved of her actions, he refrained from escalating tensions, choosing instead to address the thin man. Thin man, take them to the escape route and open the ground. Big man, use your hands to swiftly free Oscar and bring him back. And you? The thin man inquired, I currently lack the ability to assist you in opening the passage. Whether it opens depends on your efforts. I will take this opportunity to investigate what this laboratory is truly researching and will soon reunite with you, Zhang Fan replied, urging everyone to act quickly before he dashed deeper into the laboratory. Seeing Zhang Fan take independent action, the others did not linger and promptly set to work. Having reached the final step, they only needed to open the passageway. Once they entered the dark current, they would be free from this prison. As for Zhang Fan, his escape would depend on his ability to reach them in time. Chapter 54. The abyssal beast deep within a laboratory, Zhang Fan meticulously observed each room. Since hearing Dr. Weiss's intentions regarding his transformation plan, he had felt something extraordinary was afoot. Soon, he arrived at a door marked no entry. Ignoring the warning, he entered, only to be met with a shocking sight. Rows of large, transparent glass tanks lined the room, each containing a corpse adorned with bluish patterns reminiscent of those on Lomas. Frowning at the sight of the glass tanks, Zhang Fan wondered if these were subjects of human experimentation. Were these individuals alive during the experiments, or had they been subjected to such horrors post-mortem? The answer had long been apparent to Zhang Fan. Dr. Weiss had once intended to use him for transformation experiments, and this was likely the fate that awaited him. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's gaze fell upon one of the tanks, and fury ignited within him. The body within was that of an infant, seemingly just born. Could they be so devoid of humanity as to subject even newborns to such cruelty? Zhang Fan recalled Daji's words. While he had previously resented her for harming innocents, he now found himself wishing to take vengeance on those responsible. The inhumanity displayed in the name of experimentation was intolerable, even towards the most vulnerable. Zhang Fan quickly located the laboratory's control console, where a holographic interface was continuously updating various data. He clicked on a folder labeled Transformation Plan. A torrent of descriptions and experimental results regarding the transformation plan flooded his vision, and with each line he read, his astonishment grew. This so-called transformation plan aimed to bestow ordinary individuals with powers comparable to those of evolved beings. Utilizing the genes of formidable creatures, the term beastification sprang to mind. The document revealed that this plan had been in progress for many years, with Lomas being the most successful subject. What? Lomas was a product of the transformation plan. Zhang Fan gasped, incredulity coursing through him that Lomas's strength was unparalleled. Was this the power bestowed by the transformation plan? The implications were terrifying. Zhang Fan continued to sift through the document, but most of what followed were tedious data entries. Lacking any authentic experimental results, he swiftly opened other files within the holographic system while inserting a data storage card into the console to copy all files. Upon completion of the transfer, Zhang Fan destroyed the console. The destruction triggered alarms throughout the laboratory. Zhang Fan hurriedly left, heading toward the dark current passage, hoping it had been opened by his companions. That he mused that the passage, constructed from special materials, was incredibly resilient. The fierce battle had left it unscathed. It was no wonder the guards dared to fire their weapons within it, barring Oscar and Lomas, whose powers were beyond comparison. Before long, Zhang Fan arrived at the dark current's entrance, where he found a 3-meter-wide opening in the ground. Just as he arrived, the big man was seen carrying Oscar, while the thin man and the fat man were also present. Noticing the absence of the Flame Emperor and Water Lady, Zhang Fan looked at the thin man, who seemed to anticipate his question. The Flame Emperor and Water Lady have already descended, he stated. Why didn't you leave first? Delaying even a moment could prevent your escape, Zhang Fan admonished. Unlike them, I'm not selfish. Besides, you all have arrived now, so we can leave together, the thin man replied with a grin. Feeling warmth in his heart at this display of camaraderie, Zhang Fan turned to the big man, puzzled. Why are you only just arriving? It was this guy's fault. When I returned to the battleground, it was a complete mess. Lomas had been taken down, and after that, this fellow went berserk, tearing Lomas's body apart. He nearly scared me to death when he charged at me, but luckily he calmed down and passed out. After freeing his shackles, I ran back. That we need to hurry. I heard many footsteps approaching, the big man hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan promptly organized their escape. Fat man, take the thin man down first. The big man should carry Oscar. You all descend first, and I'll follow closely behind. Nodding in agreement, they swiftly jumped into the opening. Splashing sounds echoed as they disappeared into the depths, just after their departure. A squad of guards arrived, only to realize the chaos before them. One of them barked orders. Initiate the first security alert. Report to the prison warden. In the wake of the ensuing pandemonium, the prison, which had already faced a crisis, spiraled into unprecedented chaos. Once more, an escape had occurred, something unprecedented in this facility designed for evolved beings. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, the repercussions of his planned escape would soon lead to a political upheaval on Greenfield Star, resulting in the downfall of countless officials within the system. Zhang Fan and his companions navigated the numerous branches of the dark current. They unwittingly stumbled into the lair of an abyssal beast. The slumbering mammoth fish was roused by their intrusion, and panic surged through Zhang Fan. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a creature. Upon witnessing the mammoth fish, the slender man felt a rush of alarm. With years of experience in maritime endeavors, he possessed a considerable understanding of the bizarre creatures lurking beneath the waves. Among these, there existed a definitive list of 10 formidable sea beasts that one must never provoke, with the mammoth fish ranked 6th, an imposing predator in the water. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly gestured to his companions, urging them to swim upwards, assuring them that reaching the surface was their only hope. The mammoth fish, fixated on Zhang Fan and his comrades, opened its colossal jaws and lunged towards them, creating a tumultuous wave that surged in their direction. Chapter 55. The Escape. The massive wave engulfed Zhang Fan and his companions. Impeding their escape, the mammoth fish drew nearer. Zhang Fan resolved to confront it, his fist clenched in determination, intending to buy time for his friends. Taken aback by his bravery, the others immediately swam upwards. After all, if Zhang Fan was willing to take such a risk, they had no choice but to honor his sacrifice. Zhang Fan's fist collided with the mammoth fish's black, horned head. However, submerged in the water, much of his force was dissipated, rendering the impact ineffective. With a powerful swish of its tail, the mammoth fish sent Zhang Fan hurtling through the water, releasing a flurry of bubbles. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the depths of the ocean, followed by the emergence of a massive shadow. As it approached, the true nature of the shadow became apparent. It was yet another sea beast, adorned with a thick shell and possessing 3 fearsome serpent heads. With the arrival of this 3-headed creature, the previously aggressive mammoth fish abruptly turned, charging at its newfound adversary with fierce intent, suggesting a deep-seated enmity between the two. The mammoth fish barreled forward, its horn aimed directly at the central head of the 3-headed beast. Evidently familiar with the mammoth fish's tactics, the creature deftly maneuvered, and its central head unleashed a jet of black liquid, creating a water column that surged towards the charging fish. Both beasts roared in fury, their combined vocalizations reverberating through the ocean depths, causing the water to churn into whirlpools that drew nearby objects toward their centers. In their desperate bid to escape the fray, the Slender Man and his companions found themselves caught in one of these whirlpools, tumbling helplessly within its grasp on the silent beach. The only sound was the rolling of the waves. Suddenly, a head broke the surface near the shore, followed by several others. It was the Slender Man and his companions, having been ejected from the whirlpool. Upon spotting the beach, they hurriedly swam ashore, collapsing onto the sand. Gasping for breath, "Finally out!" exclaimed the Slender Man, his heart racing with exhilaration as he gazed at the unfamiliar sky, feeling an exhilarating release from their prior constraints. That moment, the Stout Man pointed toward the sea. Exclaiming, "Look over there!" the Slender Man turned to see, and upon closer inspection, he shouted, "Quick, over there! That's Zhang Fan." Without hesitation, he dashed toward the figure in the water. Soon, Zhang Fan was dragged onto the beach by his friends. Zhang Fan, the Slender Man called out, performing rudimentary first aid by pressing on Zhang Fan's chest to expel the seawater. With a few heaves, Zhang Fan began to cough up the water, gradually opening his eyes. Upon recognizing the Slender Man, the towering figure, the Stout Man, and the fallen tyrant, Oscar, Zhang Fan smiled. Relieved to be freed, he was grateful for their good fortune. They had narrowly avoided becoming the mammoth fish's next meal, thanks to the timely intervention of the 3-headed beast. After resting briefly to regain some strength, Zhang Fan inquired of the Slender Man, "Do you know where we are?" "I'm not sure, but look over there. There's a dock with boats. There must be people nearby, and this doesn't appear to be a deserted island. We should search for signs of life," the Slender Man replied, shaking his head. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, and shortly after, the Slender Man instructed the towering figure and the Stout Man to take turns carrying Oscar as they set off in a particular direction. Before long, they arrived at a bustling market filled with fishmongers selling various types of seafood. The Slender Man skillfully approached a vendor to inquire about their whereabouts, ultimately discovering that they were on an island known as Fisher Island, a hub for fishermen. The Slender Man noted that he had visited similar islands during his previous maritime ventures. He learned that every morning, there's a long-distance bus leaving the island to depart. "We have 2 options. Either we possess our own means of aerial transport, or we take the bus," he elaborated. Acknowledging the Slender Man's information, Zhang Fan glanced at the still unconscious Oscar and suggested, "You must have also gathered information about accommodations. Let us find a place to rest first, and we can discuss our plans afterward." Under the Slender Man's guidance, they found a modest inn, securing 3 rooms. One for Zhang Fan, one for the Stout Man and Oscar, and one for the Slender Man and the towering figure. As they entered their rooms, exhaustion washed over them. After enduring such perilous experiences, they finally had the chance to rest in silence. They succumbed to sleep, each relishing the comfort of the beds after such a long time. However, not all found slumber easily. Zhang Fan, despite his desire for rest, felt a significant transformation occurring within him. The energy swirling in his dantian underwent a remarkable change, condensing into a small transparent sphere emitting white vapor. As he contemplated the transformation, Zhang Fan realized that he had ascended to the 4th level of energy refinement, golden elixir. Though still nascent with only faint golden streaks, he understood that complete transformation would require the sphere to turn fully golden. Current levels of energy refinement: 1. Spirit elevation, 2. Energy gathering, 3. Energy manipulation, 4. Golden elixir. Chapter 56. Return to Yunyang. As Zhang Fan observed the sphere in his dantian, he pondered the distinctions between it and the prior energy whirlpool. He surmised that it likely retained similar functions. Moreover, he noticed that upon the formation of the golden elixir, his physical condition had markedly improved. The injuries sustained from the mammoth fish had mysteriously healed. Astonished, he picked up a cup of water to quench his thirst, only for it to shatter in his grasp, due to his newfound strength. Realizing he needed to acclimate to his enhanced abilities, he acknowledged the necessity of careful handling. The following morning, the group convened in Zhang Fan's room. Oscar had regained consciousness and sincerely thanked Zhang Fan for his efforts. Zhang Fan accepted the gratitude with a smile, attributing their survival to Oscar's bravery in confronting Lomas. Zhang Fan, what are your plans now? Where will you go? The slender man inquired. Understanding the underlying concern, Zhang Fan shook his head. I have my own matters to attend to, and it would be unwise for you to accompany me. As for my destination, it remains uncertain. I need to return to Yunyang first to resolve some issues before departing Greengrass Star. Hearing that he could not accompany Zhang Fan, the thin man did not insist on following Zhang Fan. He addressed him, saying, I might take the fat man and the tall one with me. As for what we will do afterward, we shall see. It is likely that I will no longer stay on Greengrass Star. If the opportunity arises, I believe we will meet again, that I must return home first to investigate my sister's death. At that moment, Oscar also spoke up. With Oscar sharing his own destination, Zhang Fan remarked, I hope you can manage your emotions well. Also, wait until your injuries have healed before you proceed, that I believe your sister, were she alive, would not wish for you to risk your life. Lastly, take care of yourself. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's advice, Oscar pondered for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the group, they all departed, while Zhang Fan prepared to leave on the long-distance sky bus from Fishing Island after an hour. Once aboard the bus, Zhang Fan observed the number of passengers. There were not many. Just over a dozen, comprising men, women, and children. He chose a window seat at the back, sitting alone. During the journey, Zhang Fan did not remain idle. He held a small coin in his hand, from which a thread of energy began to materialize. This energy thread connected to the coin, wrapping around it in spirals until it was completely enveloped, transforming the coin into a transparent object, imperceptible to all but Zhang Fan himself. After completing one, he retrieved another coin and repeated the process. Once both coins were finished, he placed them against the wrists of his hands, where an invisible energy thread bound the two transparent coins tightly together. Upon completing this, Zhang Fan focused his mind, drawing energy from his dantian to act upon the thread connecting the two coins. In an instant, his wrists firmly pressed together. Observing this, Zhang Fan smiled slightly, surprised by his success. This technique was designed to help adapt to the sudden surge of power that came with entering the golden core stage of energy cultivation. The energy thread, empowered by his energy, gained remarkable elasticity, effectively pulling the two coins closer together and adhering his hands as well. Subsequently, by harnessing his newly amplified strength, he could gradually stretch the thread apart, allowing his hands to move freely, though these simple movements required significantly more effort than usual. Throughout this process, Zhang Fan practiced separating his hands. Initially, it was somewhat laborious, but with a bit more force, he managed to extend the energy thread, creating some distance between his hands. Continuing to exert effort, he engaged in simple movements until his arms began to ache from overuse. Nevertheless, he refrained from releasing the energy thread. If he felt overwhelmed, he would simply rest by overlapping his hands for a moment. The bus's destination was Port Town, where, as the thin man had informed him, there was a station for the Sky Train. Zhang Fan intended to take the Sky Train directly back to Yunyang City. The journey was long, and most passengers passed the time by sleeping, whereas Zhang Fan spent his time performing slow, deliberate movements with his hands. Y7 in the evening, the bus finally arrived at its destination. As Zhang Fan disembarked with the others, he gazed at the now darkened sky and decided to find a place to rest for the night before departing the next day. After casually selecting a hotel in Port Town, Zhang Fan spent the night there. The following morning, he boarded the first Sky Train to Yunyang City and arrived by noon. After disembarking, he found a spot to contact someone using his communication device. Hello, this is Han Yun. A soft female voice responded on the other end. Chapter 57. Revenge on Zhao Cheng. At the Aston Hotel in Yunyang City, Zhang Fan sat at table, consuming a large amount of food. Across from him, Han Yun, dressed in a white dress, looked on in astonishment as Zhang Fan devoured plate after plate of food. Only after he finished everything did she speak up. "Are you still hungry? If not, you can order more." Zhang Fan replied softly, "I have had enough. I hope Miss Han does not find this amusing." Han Yun chuckled, "You can certainly eat, but are you sure I'm Han Yun? It is possible that the person you contacted is Han Yun, and the one sitting before you is Han Xing." Zhang Fan shook his head. "If it were Miss Han Xing, she would not speak in such a manner. Besides, I can still differentiate between the two of you." Upon hearing this, Han Yun did not pursue the matter further and said, "Let me think about what you need from me. After all, my sister owes you a favor." The situation on Green Grass Star is quite tumultuous, especially in the political sphere. Following the massive riot at the Ability Prison, many abilities have successfully escaped, and the federal government has dispatched officials to investigate. The Zhao family has suffered severe losses, reportedly losing control over the Ability Prison. Additionally, several corrupt officials on Green Grass Star have also been implicated during this investigation, leading to a significant upheaval. Among those responsible for this chaos is a main inmate named Zhang Fan. She spoke. Han Xing's bright eyes remained fixed on Zhang Fan. In her heart, she found it hard to believe that this man was the cause of such events. Had he not contacted her out of the blue, she might have nearly forgotten him. Now, with such a major incident occurring and a person named Zhang Fan involved, it seemed too coincidental. Zhang Fan, upon hearing Han Xing's words, was equally surprised, realizing that his escape had caused such a significant stir. However, the Zhao family's substantial loss was a welcome turn of events. Zhao family, we shall see what happens next. He thought. Despite his surprise, Zhang Fan did not show it on his face. Although he suspected that Han Yun was aware that the Zhang Fan in question was indeed him, he maintained an expression of ignorance and looked at Miss Han Yun, asking, regarding the promise to fulfill my request, "Is it still valid?" "Of course. The Han family in Xining is not the Zhao family. We honor our word, so what do you seek?" Han Yun replied calmly. Zhang Fan, not wishing to mince words, directly stated, "I need a new identity, but I won't elaborate on the reasons." Han Yun smiled sweetly. "That is feasible. I can arrange it by tomorrow. Is there anything else you require?" "This is a minor matter. Finding someone in the underground world to assist is quite simple. You may request something more." Zhang Fan shook his head, indicating he needed nothing further. He understood that Han Yun was trying to win him over. But he had his own matters to attend to and was not inclined to entangle himself with powerful factions, particularly with the Zhao family already keeping him busy. After discussing the location to collect his new identity documents for the next day, Zhang Fan departed without further conversation. Seated at the table, Han Yun watched Zhang Fan leave, pondering something with a glimmer of curiosity in her gaze. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, how could he have escaped from the Ability Prison, a place from which no one had ever successfully fled? After leaving the Aston Hotel, Zhang Fan donned a hat and scarf to disguise himself, as the public broadcast was displaying a wanted notice for him. He then made his way to Yunyang Academy. Returning to this familiar place, Zhang Fan felt a wave of nostalgia, though it lasted only a moment. He could not afford to linger, especially since the entire Green Grass Star was seeking him. Initially planning to stay a while, Zhang Fan now resolved to leave quickly, as the assessment for the Interstellar Hunters was approaching, and he needed to participate to become a hunter. Zhang Fan prepared to visit the Mechanical Academy to retrieve necessary items from Chu Ingxian for the assessment. He suddenly spotted someone. Upon seeing this person, his brow furrowed, and he followed discreetly. That moment, Zhao Cheng had finally succeeded in wooing a beauty from his class, and he led her into a small grove within the academy. Intending to engage in some thrilling activities, upon entering the grove, Zhao Cheng immediately pushed her to the ground, his hands exploring her body, while she initially resisted but soon embraced him, cooperating with his advances. Zhang Fan observed the actions of Zhao Cheng and his companion from a distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. The reason he found himself confined in the Ability Prison was due to the schemes of this very individual. Despite having spared him on several occasions, it seemed this fellow had no sense of gratitude and sought to retaliate instead. Even within the prison walls, Zhao Cheng had summoned others to trouble him, a quintessential example of vindictiveness. "Since you harbor such animosity, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. Initially, I intended to seek you out, but since fate has conspired to bring us together so swiftly, it seems you have brought this upon yourself." As Zhao Cheng stripped himself of clothing, Zhang Fan began to approach. Each step he took crunched leaves beneath his feet, startling Zhao Cheng and his companion. Upon turning, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in sheer terror. "How can it be you? How are you still alive?" He exclaimed at, "Ah, Zhao, my dear young master, it has indeed been a while. Pray tell, why should I not be alive?" Zhang Fan teased, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Cheng's exposed form. My, young master, it appears your endowments have failed to impress. That lady seems utterly disinterested. Surely you can perceive her feigned enthusiasm?" Zhao Cheng, suddenly aware of his nudity, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Zhang Fan's words struck a nerve. As they echoed one of his greatest despairs, he turned to see the woman, who had previously indulged him, now flustered and hastily dressing, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, which only fueled his fury. He advanced towards her, poised to kick, but Zhang Fan intervened, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Zhao Cheng crashing against a tree. The impact shaking loose leaves from its branches. With a painful groan, Zhao Cheng fell to the ground, his bare skin meeting the harsh stones beneath him. "What do you intend to do? I am the heir of the Zhao family," he stammered, gritting his teeth against the pain. "Indeed, you are the Zhao heir, but what does that signify to me? It holds no power over my resolve. Yes, I recall. We seem to have no personal vendetta," Zhang Fan replied, advancing steadily. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's words, Zhao Cheng eagerly nodded. Yes, we have no enmity. Please, spare me. I can offer you wealth, power, anything you desire. That woman is yours as well. I admit my faults. I was foolish, just a moment of folly." The woman, overhearing Zhao Cheng's callous proposition, turned pale. Zhang Fan, smirking, responded, "Yet you have caused me considerable suffering. It seems only fair that I impose a fitting punishment upon you." Zhao Cheng's eyes sparkled with hope. "As long as you spare my life, I will comply with anything you ask." Zhang Fan scrutinized Zhao Cheng, then nonchalantly kicked a stone on the ground. The stone hurtled towards Zhao Cheng, striking him sharply in a most sensitive area. A piercing cry escaped his lips as he rolled on the ground, blood seeping from beneath him. Hearing Zhao Cheng's agonized wails, Zhang Fan felt no remorse. This was merely poetic justice for someone who reveled in the suffering of others. If he enjoyed tormenting women, let him be rendered incapable of doing so in the future. Though modern science might offer restoration, it would never equate to the genuine experience. Zhang Fan then turned his gaze towards the woman, who now looked at him with a mixture of helplessness and fear. How of observing Chu Yingxuan's demeanor, Zhang Fan realized that if he remained silent, she would undoubtedly seek alternative means to extract information from him. Moreover, she had previously assisted him in safeguarding certain items, and he did not perceive those matters as taboo. Thus he addressed Chu Yingxian with so many inquiries at once. Which one should I tackle first? Perhaps in chronological order? As she spoke, Chu Yingxian surprisingly pulled over a nearby chair and seated herself, assuming the role of an attentive listener. Noticing this, Zhang Fan chuckled. "Is there something lacking in your provisions?" "Not at all. Please continue," she urged, her curiosity piqued. "I sense your recent experiences must have been quite exhilarating." "Well, after I was taken away, I was directly sent to a prison for the capable. You are aware of what that entails, correct?" Zhang Fan paused before inquiring further. Chu Yingxian nodded in acknowledgement. "I've heard the elders mention it. Are you one of the capable? What abilities do you possess?" "I am not one of the capable." Upon my arrival at the prison, Zhang Fan succinctly recounted the series of events that transpired thereafter, deliberately omitting unnecessary details, although his narration was neither lengthy nor overly detailed. The sparkle in Chu Yingxuan's eyes indicated her rapt attention. Upon learning that Zhao Cheng had orchestrated these actions through his family, Chu Yingxian expressed her indignation, exclaiming, "The Zhao family is hardly virtuous." "Is there a conflict between you and the Zhao family?" Zhang Fan inquired. Noting Chu Yingxuan's fervent expression, if she indeed had grievances with the Zhao family, he felt compelled to assist her, for he understood the nature of the Zhao family would not allow them to relent easily. Feeling a surge of warmth from Zhang Fan's concern, Chu Yingxian reassured him, "Fear not. The Zhao family dares not lay a finger on me. I have a host of formidable allies, should they attempt to harm me. They would be courting disaster. I recently had a minor altercation with one of their disciples, but it was easily resolved." Reassured by her words, Zhang Fan recalled that she was not as vulnerable as he, and thus assistance from him might be unnecessary. Sensing the passage of time, he gathered his belongings and bid farewell to Chu Yingxian. "Where do you intend to go next?" Why not accompany me to meet some of those esteemed individuals? Rest assured, they are merely obstinate scholars in the field of mechanics. Point one of them accompanied me to the security bureau to find you last time. I have mentioned your talents and ideas to them, and they are most eager to make your acquaintance. If you visit them, I believe you would garner significant attention, and the Zhao family would think twice before troubling you, she suggested, attempting to persuade him to stay. Zhang Fan appreciated Chu Xuan's kindness, but had his own pursuits to attend to. The sacred fruits of Atlantis awaited his discovery, but he could not afford to accompany a group of old scholars on academic endeavors. Thus, he gently declined her invitation, expressing hope for future encounters before departing from her laboratory. After leaving her laboratory, Zhang Fan made his way out of Yunyang Academy and headed toward the outskirts of Yunyang City. Throughout his journey, he maintained a low profile, drawing little attention from those around him. Upon reaching a secluded area, he halted, turned, and addressed the presence behind him. Come out. You have been tailing me from Yunyang Academy until now. Do you intend to continue this pursuit? As he spoke, a figure emerged from behind a nearby tree. Zhao Gang, a familiar adversary from their previous encounters. Zhao Gang grinned menacingly, revealing his yellowed teeth. Seeing Zhao Gang, Zhang Fan remained unfazed and remarked, "Here to avenge Zhao Cheng." Zhao Gang shook his head, stating, "Young Master Zhao Wujia has sent me to bring you back." Zhao Wujia, Zhang Fan recalled Zhao Gang's brother, the student council president of Yunyang Academy, who exuded an air of command. "Young Master said you possess something you brought from the prison, that if you are willing to reveal it, your life will be spared." Zhao Gang continued. "Something from the prison?" Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, suspecting that Zhao Wujia sought the data he had copied from the prison laboratory. The laboratory's holographic computer had been destroyed, presumably erasing the data. Thus, Zhao Wujia was after those records. Realizing what Zhao Wujia wanted, Zhang Fan resolutely shook his head. "I do not know what young Master Zhao is referring to." "You will deny it, so I must take you back for further discussion." Zhao Gang maintained his unwavering demeanor. "Take me back? Is that even possible?" Zhang Fan scoffed, subtly reminding Zhao Gang that he had previously bested him in 3 rounds. Rubbing his fists, Zhao Gang replied, "There are no rounds now. And no one is here to assist you. Oh, then do give it a try." Zhang Fan's disdain for Zhao Gang's arrogance fueled his confidence. In the past, he may have struggled, but he had since grown exponentially stronger. Confronting Zhao Gang now posed little challenge. Seeing Zhang Fan's nonchalant attitude, Zhao Gang's expression darkened, and a murderous aura emanated from him. He charged at Zhang Fan with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Zhang Fan's face. With a mere flick of his wrist, Zhang Fan countered the blow, effortlessly blocking Zhao Gang's full-force punch. The shock in Zhao Gang's eyes was palpable. How had Zhang Fan grown so much stronger in such a short time? Doubtful, Zhao Gang threw another punch, his body radiating a crimson hue as a surge of red energy enveloped his fist. He unleashed this enhanced strike at Zhang Fan. Once again, Zhang Fan raised his hand to defend. A layer of energy enveloping his palm. The red energy was neutralized, and the residual force from Zhao Gang's attack was easily absorbed. This moment, Zhao Gang was thoroughly astonished. How could this be? His mind raced with confusion. "That was your second punch. You have one more opportunity," Zhang Fan stated calmly. Realizing the truth, Zhao Gang understood that Zhang Fan had indeed undergone significant transformation, surpassing him in strength. Zhang Fan's mention of the previous 3 rounds weighed heavily on Zhao Gang's mind, and he hesitated, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Green stripes manifested across Zhao Gang's body, coalescing into a fiery visage upon his face. "Is this a modification plan?" Zhang Fan pondered, recalling that Zhao Gang's transformation resembled that of the subjects in the capable prison. Had Zhao Gang also undergone such a procedure, considering the Zhao family's control over the capable prison? It seemed plausible that they were the primary beneficiaries of the experiments conducted there. Zhang Fan felt a sense of foreboding about the Zhao family's potential secrets. As Zhao Gang completed his transformation, Zhang Fan's demeanor shifted, shedding his initial underestimation. The golden orb within his dantian stirred, revealing 2 distinct golden stripes. Until now, he had not fully tested the powers granted by this golden orb. Now seemed the perfect opportunity to gauge his strength against Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, feeling an immense surge of power within him, at least 10-fold compared to his prior self, hesitated before charging at Zhang Fan. Despite his newfound strength, he sensed an ominous shift in Zhang Fan's presence. "Come," Let this be our third round, Zhang Fan declared nonchalantly. Zhao Gang, realizing that even with his modifications, he was no match for Zhang Fan, felt a burning desire to ascertain Zhang Fan's true strength. This desire propelled him to unleash his full might. The fiery visage on Zhao Gang's face radiated a brilliant red glow, while the green stripes on his body shimmered with azure luminescence. Creating a stunning interplay of colors, a formidable force coalesced in Zhao Gang's left fist, which he hurled toward Zhang Fan with all his strength. As Zhang Fan observed the oncoming strike, an unexpected thought crossed his mind. Too weak. Just as Zhao Gang's fist approached, Zhang Fan calmly raised his hand. Not in a mere defensive gesture, but in a counterattack of his own. Boom! Zhao Gang's full-force punch collided with Zhang Fan's light and airy fist, creating a tremendous wave that emanated from their fists in a circular motion, reverberating outward. In that moment, Zhao Gang felt his fist was feeble compared to Zhang Fan's, although his fist was larger. It seemed as if Zhang Fan's small fist harbored an incomprehensible power, rendering Zhao Gang's full effort utterly insignificant in comparison, but a level 4 ability user. Zhao Gang inquired in astonishment. After undergoing his transformation, Zhao Gang believed that his abilities could already suppress a level 3 user, and he had mentally categorized Zhang Fan as a level 4, specifically of the enhancement type, as only such powers could wield such immense strength. He had never witnessed Zhang Fan employing any other energy techniques. Their confrontations had always been physical. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, Zhang Fan remained silent, still immersed in the sensation of his newfound strength. He was astonished by the potency he possessed after transforming into a golden core. Had he possessed this power during his encounter with Luomas in prison, he would not have had to struggle so fiercely. Zhang Fan concentrated the energy from his golden core into his eyes and ears, discovering that he could simultaneously utilize spiritual sight and hearing. The surrounding environment appeared to slow down and magnify in his perception, while the sounds he could discern became clearer and more distant. His spiritual hearing, a skill he had named for its ability to amplify auditory discernment, was now at its peak. Roar! Zhao Gang's furious roar surged forth, further amplifying his innate power. The already fearsome Zhao Gang erupted with an even more explosive energy, and the fiery mask upon his face became increasingly animated. This was Zhao Gang sacrificing his vitality to augment his strength, a process that came at the cost of his life. Once the battle concluded, the user would inevitably perish. Observing Zhao Gang's state, Zhang Fan recalled the records he had seen on the prison's holographic computer. Recognizing that Zhao Gang was employing such a method, he sighed internally and addressed Zhao Gang. What is the purpose of this? We bear no enmity. If you leave, I will not pursue you. You cannot possibly defeat me now. Is it worth depleting your life force for the Zhao family? In response, Zhao Gang grinned, because I am a Zhao. I was born to sacrifice for the Zhao family. My mother, my father, all my kin share this fate. We willingly abandon our lives for the Zhao family. Come, let me witness your true power, so I may comprehend the strength I face. Zhang Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Zhao Gang had indeed been thoroughly indoctrinated by the Zhao family, a misguidedly loyal individual. With a thunderous strike aimed at Zhang Fan, Zhao Gang unleashed a punch that sent a roaring gust through the air. Zhang Fan, utilizing his spiritual sight, clearly perceived a colossal fist imprint surging towards him. Its might formidable. He closed his eyes, clenched his right fist at his waist, slightly bent his left hand into a palm raised before him. This technique, conceived during his confrontations with the ruffians in the ability user prison, had the potential to double his original strength. A thick layer of energy from the golden core coiled rapidly around Zhang Fan's right fist. At this moment, Zhang Fan had mastered this technique, and he speculated that its power, if unleashed back then, could have obliterated the ruffian. A tremendous force erupted from Zhang Fan's fist, shattering the oncoming fist imprint from Zhao Gang. While the energy he unleashed struck Zhao Gang directly, Zhao Gang was struck head-on by Zhang Fan's blow, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as the immense force ravaged his body. The glowing patterns on his skin dimmed, ultimately fading away, and the mask upon his face began to dissipate, leaving him pallid and devoid of color. Internally, Zhao Gang's body was reduced to a shattered mass. His bones pulverized and his eyes bulged, severing his life force. Yet in Zhao Gang's death expression, Zhang Fan discerned a hint of relief. A gentle breeze swept through, and Zhao Gang's imposing form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing Zhao Gang's lifeless visage, Zhang Fan sighed softly, feeling a pang of pity for him. From Zhao Gang's words and actions, Zhang Fan surmised that his relentless pursuit of battle was merely a quest for death. Had he chosen to depart earlier, Zhang Fan would not have pursued him. Even if he returned with a failed mission, he would not face punishment. Zhang Fan inferred that Zhao Gang's desire for death stemmed from his belief in sacrificing for the Zhao family, which had offered him nothing but a life of servitude. Perhaps this fatalistic existence had plunged Zhao Gang into despair, leading him to seek liberation through confrontation, despite knowing he could not prevail. The Zhao family. What heinous deeds have you committed? Zhang Fan's disdain for the Zhao family deepened as memories of the infant subjected to experiments in the ability user prisons surged forth, igniting a fury within him. While he did not consider himself virtuous, he at least held firm to his principles and moral boundaries. The Zhao family, it seemed, possessed none. After calming his thoughts, Zhang Fan departed, confident that it would not be long before someone came to retrieve Zhao Gang's body. As dusk fell, he wandered aimlessly, seeking a place to rest for the night before acquiring a new identity to leave Levian Star and participate in the Hunter assessment. After a lengthy stroll, he decided to visit an internet CF to explore that mysterious website, pondering the whereabouts of Uncle Chun. He mused, I wonder how Uncle Chun is faring now. In a lavish chamber, Zhao Wuji stood in silence before Zhao Gang's lifeless body. An elderly butler awaited his perusal of a stack of documents, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a moment, Zhao Wuji finally broke the silence. What was the cause of Zhao Gang's death? Young master, all of Zhao Gang's internal organs were obliterated. The forensic analysis indicates he was struck by an immense force directly, the old butler responded. An immense force? Logically, Zhao Gang possessed considerable bodily resilience. In this Levian Star, no one should be capable of shattering his insides. Could there truly be someone of such overwhelming power? Or has Zhang Fan grown formidable to such an extent? Zhao Wuji pondered aloud. Based on prior intelligence, Zhang Fan's escape from the ability user prison was facilitated by Oscar and others, primarily due to Oscar stalling Luomas, while Zhang Fan merely served as a tactical advisor. In terms of strength, he was barely the new prison overlord. Could it be that Zhang Fan had allied himself with some enigmatic powerhouse? This thought reminded Zhao Wuji of the last encounter when Zhao Cheng and Zhao Gang sought trouble with Zhang Fan, only to return defeated. That scoundrel Zhao Cheng, as he reflected on his brother. Zhao Wuji felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. If Zhao Cheng were not his sibling, he would have long since dealt with him, for he was nothing but a source of trouble. Young master, we have received updates regarding Zhao Cheng. His condition has stabilized, but the doctors say he may never walk again. The old butler conveyed through his communication device. Unable to walk? Let it be. Also, mobilize everyone to locate Zhang Fan. We must retrieve the documents he possesses at all costs. With that, Zhao Wuji rose and departed, while the old butler began issuing commands through his device. In the Interstellar Internet CF, a hub for various online services, Zhang Fan found himself embroiled in a troublesome situation that a drunken man, reeking of alcohol, clung to him stubbornly. Excuse me, are you this gentleman's friend? A staff member inquired. Friend? I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not his friend, Zhang Fan replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. How could you? I thought of you as a brother. Yet you don't consider me a friend. What a waste of my goodwill. The inebriated man slurred, squinting his eyes. Excuse me, your friend has been drinking here without settling the bill. Could you assist in covering it? The staff member presumed Zhang Fan to be the man's companion, presenting the bill. You misunderstand. I truly am not his friend, Zhang Fan insisted, attempting to pry the drunken man's grip from him, but the man refused to relent. And Zhang Fan was wary of using too much force to avoid causing injury. I don't have a friend like you. Get off me. At that moment, the inebriated man began to mumble incoherently. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was rendered speechless as he noticed the waiter staring at him intently. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Fan asked, How much? I'll cover his bill. The waiter promptly announced the total, 10,000. What? 10,000? Zhang Fan was taken aback, but felt compelled to pay for the unfamiliar, hefty man to retrieve his card and handed it over. As the waiter swiped the card, his eyes lit up. It displayed a staggering 10 million. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning the source of such wealth. He then recalled that this card had been arranged by Uncle Chun before his departure, aside from a few transactions while working at Yunyang Academy. He had not used it since. Could it be that Uncle Chun had sent him money? With this thought, Zhang Fan felt reassured, concluding that it must indeed be from Uncle Chun. Subsequently, he dragged the still unconscious drunkard to a nearby bank to check the deposit date, which revealed it had been made a week ago. This discovery brought him unexpected peace. It seemed Uncle Chun was safe. Chapter 62. Departure. Hey, wake up. Hey, Zhang Fan urged, shaking the man still sprawled across him. Don't disturb me. I'm so sleepy, the drunk murmured. Bystanders passing by cast curious glances at Zhang Fan, some even breaking into amused smiles as they walked away. Zhang Fan felt a wave of embarrassment. The man's position was far too awkward to articulate. Fortunately, there were not many passers-by as the drunk continued to cling to him. Zhang Fan decided to carry him swiftly to a hotel, entering his room amidst the waiter's peculiar gaze. Upon entering the room, Zhang Fan plopped down onto the bed, and to his surprise, the inebriated man instinctively rolled onto the bed and fell asleep. Zhang Fan sighed in relief. He had feared the man would remain clinging to him until he regained consciousness. Moments later, the room was filled with the sound of the drunkard's snoring. Confirming that he was truly asleep, Zhang Fan stepped out to the front desk to book another room for himself. The following morning, a figure entered Zhang Fan's room. After a night of rest, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, looking toward the entrance. "Who is it?" He called out that, "It's me," came the response as the drunk from the previous night emerged from the doorway. "That it's you, if you're awake." "That's good. Here's your bill from last night, along with the hotel receipt." Upon realizing who it was, Zhang Fan's initial wariness dissipated. However, recalling the trouble the man had caused, he handed over several bills from the bedside without offering any warmth. I'm really sorry about last night. That I'll definitely reimburse you for this bill. And here's your reward," the drunkard said, now far more coherent, though still reeking of alcohol. He placed a stack of money beside Zhang Fan's bed, along with another smaller pile. Zhang Fan scrutinized the cash, his brow furrowing slightly before he stated, "That's a total of 15,000. You can keep the rest." "What? Are you dissatisfied with the amount I gave you?" The drunkard's expression shifted to one of indignation. Zhang Fan, feeling increasingly uneasy, sensed something was off about the man. He ignored him, rising to gather his belongings as he was running late for an appointment with Han Yun. "Stop right there. It's just money, right? Here, take it," the drunk shouted, pulling out a banknote and scribbling a series of numbers before tossing it to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan caught it, noticing it was worth 1,000,000 galactic credits. He placed the note alongside the cash on the bed and replied coolly, "Money cannot buy everything. You should understand why you drank so much last night. Now leave me be. I have matters to attend to." With that, he took his belongings and departed, leaving the man speechless. On board the interstellar ship BLV, Zhang Fan leaned back in a chair, awaiting takeoff, after acquiring new identification documents with Han Xing 2 days prior. He had purchased a ticket for today's journey to Earth using his new identity. He was quite pleased with this new persona, the sole heir to the estate of his late single father, Zhang Feng, who had traveled extensively. According to the information provided by Han Yun, Zhang Feng indeed existed in reality, having a son who had never been seen by anyone. Neighbors managed his funeral arrangements, while the son remained absent. Investigations revealed that this son had died long ago, a fact that would be crucial if the Han family learned of it. This identity was thus perfect for Zhang Fan at present. An hour later, the ship officially launched, a first-time flyer. Zhang Fan felt a surge of excitement, soon experiencing a force pushing against his back that lasted for a while before dissipating, leaving him with no further sensations. To him, it felt just like riding in a vehicle. Peering through the window beside his seat, he gazed at the enchanting green meadow star he was departing from. The blue seas and green fields appeared ethereal under the starlight. "Is this truly the planet I have always called home?" Zhang Fan mused. He then unfolded an interstellar map and guide. His ship would not reach Earth directly, but would first stop at Yunyu Star for a transfer. After some time, an announcement informed passengers that they would soon enter a wormhole, requesting everyone to turn off their personal devices. The transition into the wormhole was smooth, with no incidents occurring during the journey. The wormhole travel was remarkably swift, taking just a few days to cover the distance of over 10 light years between the two planets. Most passengers opted to sleep away the monotony of these days. "Attention, passengers, we will soon arrive at Yunyu Star." That a few days later, the ship successfully docked at Yunyu Star. Zhang Fan disembarked but did not leave the terminal. Instead, he awaited the next flight to Earth. Noticing that there were still 3 hours until departure, he settled into a nearby restaurant, ordering a special dish from Yunyu Star while passing the time. "Hey, beautiful. Are there any empty tables?" A young man with short black hair, wearing sunglasses and flamboyant clothing, entered the establishment. His striking looks combined with his eccentric outfit lent him an air of charisma. The waitress, charmed by his presence, replied eagerly, "Just a moment. Let me check." She then looked down at the electronic screen displaying seating availability. "I'm so sorry, but there are no empty tables left. However, we do have some seats available. Would you like to wait or share a table with others?" The waitress offered apologetically. "Oh dear, how unfortunate," the young man replied. Disappointment evident in his voice, but he then scanned the room and his gaze landed on Zhang Fan's table. "Since there are no available tables, I'll join that friend over there." "Excuse me, miss, that table should have some space, right?" He removed his sunglasses and flashed a charming smile at the waitress, who was momentarily captivated by his gaze. "Yes, let me take you there," she quickly responded. Chapter 63. "Hades, could you please bring me these dishes?" Hades said, sitting across from Zhang Fan. He swiped through the menu, selecting his choices, after which the waitress departed with his order. Hades kept his eyes on her as she walked away, captivated by her movements, before turning his attention to Zhang Fan, who was savoring the local delicacies. "Hey, friend, waiting for a flight?" Hades inquired. Zhang Fan looked up, nodding politely without responding verbally, then returned to his meal. Hades felt a bit awkward at the lack of conversation, but pressed on. "Are you heading to Earth?" "Yes." Zhang Fan's reply was brief, and he did not lift his gaze. Hades, feeling slightly snubbed, pondered whether his recent skincare routine had faltered, diminishing his usual allure. "What time is your flight?" "Perhaps we're on the same flight," he continued, determined to engage. 5 o'clock. Me too. It seems we're quite fated. Let us raise a toast to our serendipity, as Edith raised the wine glass that had been served and drank it in one gulp. Zhang Fan remained silent, refraining from toasting or celebrating with him. Instead, he continued to savor his meal, which left Edith feeling quite embarrassed after finishing his drink. I could see that moment. The waitress who had brought Edith's dishes couldn't help but chuckle at the handsome man's awkwardness. Noticing her laughter, Edith turned to the waitress and said, "Thank you. Beautiful." He lightly brushed his fingers across the soft skin of her hand, his eyes sparkling with a charm that was particularly captivating to women. The waitress felt her heart race, her fair complexion flushing crimson like a red crystal. "You're welcome. Please enjoy your meal," she replied, forcing a calm demeanor before quickly retreating, fearing that lingering any longer might lead her to succumb to an infatuation with him. Observing the waitress's reaction, Edith felt a surge of satisfaction. It seemed his allure had not waned. He then turned back to Zhang Fan, who had not engaged in conversation, and attempted to steer the dialogue toward discussing the beauty of various locales and his own encounters with women. While Zhang Fan quietly enjoyed his food, occasionally nodding to indicate he was listening, as Edith spoke, he inched closer to Zhang Fan, who, while outwardly unaffected, was internally summoning his energy in preparation for any potential conflict. From the moment Edith entered the restaurant, Zhang Fan had been vigilant, sensing a unique aura emanating from him, one only possessed by those of formidable abilities. When Edith finally sat before him, Zhang Fan remained on high alert. "By the way, I've been talking for so long, yet I haven't introduced myself." Edith suddenly leaned in closer, a mysterious glint in his eyes and a hint of pride in his voice. "I am Edith." After declaring his name, he reclined into the soft chair, raising his glass with a look of self-satisfaction, as if anticipating a surprised reaction from Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked up, furrowing his brow in confusion, and simply replied, I'm Zhang Fan." Zhang Fan's reaction momentarily stunned Edith. This can't be right. How could he not react more? Has my reputation in the circle truly hit rock bottom? Clearing his throat, he continued, "Well, now that we've introduced ourselves, Zhang Fan, it's a pleasure to meet you." Extending his hand, Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment before smiling and shaking Edith's hand. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Edith." Their handshake was brief and devoid of any contest. Initially, Zhang Fan expected a display of strength during their exchange, but it seemed Edith was not as he had imagined. That moment, an announcement regarding the flight to Earth echoed through the restaurant, prompting some patrons to rise and head toward the boarding area. Edith, however, followed Zhang Fan into the terminal, and to Zhang Fan's surprise, both had booked tickets in economy class, with their seats conveniently adjacent to one another. Once seated, Edith flashed a smile that was particularly alluring to women and remarked, "It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Look, our seats are right next to each other." Zhang Fan, feeling perplexed, thought it strange that a person with such evident abilities would choose economy class. A sense of suspicion enveloped him, and an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something unusual was bound to occur during this journey. Once the spacecraft took off and settled into a steady flight, Edith, ever the chatterbox, began to talk incessantly, urging Zhang Fan to respond or share his opinions on various topics. Zhang Fan, do you know about the 9 planets of the solar system? Earth is one of them, and our ancestors came from there. This is my first time visiting Earth. Could you keep it down, country bumpkin? A neatly dressed, middle-aged man from the back interjected, his tone dripping with disdain. Edith turned to the man, a smile gracing his lips. Excuse me, sir, but what exactly is a country bumpkin? Is it something delicious, or perhaps made of soil? Like you? Caught off guard by Edith's retort, the man stammered, momentarily speechless that, oh, come on, if you had the means. Why not sit in first class instead of calling us country bumpkins? You look quite dapper in that outfit. Yet here you are with us in economy. Edith continued, casting the man a few scornful glances before returning to his seat. Nearby passengers stifled laughter, some giving Edith thumbs up for his cleverness, while others openly chuckled, casting mocking glances at the middle-aged and, in contrast, the man seethed with rage, his face reddening, but he dared not respond. Opting instead to close his eyes in silence, brimming with indignation that you're truly not someone to provoke, Zhang Fan murmured. Not all. I'm quite easygoing, it's just that people like him are so self-important. From the moment he sat down, I sensed a strong country bumpkin vibe emanating from him, that he seems like the type who bullies the weak but cowers before the strong. Dealing with such folks requires a firm hand. Otherwise, they keep boasting about themselves. How could he dare call me a country bumpkin? Has he ever met someone as charming as me? Edith rambled on, lost in self-admiration. Zhang Fan chose to ignore Edith's further comments and picked up the manual beside his seat, diving into its contents, while Edith, feeling bored, leaned back and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the spacecraft jolted violently, shaking inexplicably, accompanied by a jarring noise that unsettled the passengers. After a moment, calm returned, but confusion hung in the air. What just happened? Some travelers asked, pressing the call button beside their seats. Electromagnetic wave frequency interference, causing the spacecraft to lose stability and exit wormhole travel. Edith explained, a gleam in his eyes, given the current operational status of the spacecraft. Such an error shouldn't occur. It suggests someone is emitting electromagnetic interference from outside the wormhole, but if I'm not mistaken, we might be encountering space pirates. The middle-aged man, eavesdropping on Edith's deductions, turned pale, trembling as he clutched his bag tightly. Upon hearing the term space pirates, he leapt to his feet in terror. Edith's voice remained steady as he spoke, yet the surrounding passengers wore expressions of panic, while others began to speculate about the situation, growing increasingly anxious without any announcements from the crew. Zhang Fan felt a wave of resignation wash over him, wondering why misfortune always seemed to find him. He focused his energy into his ears, activating his enhanced hearing, eager to discern the pirates' intentions. Typically, space pirates would board ships to rob without much ado, and it seemed unusual that no one had yet approached economy class after more than 10 minutes. Perhaps they deemed economy passengers unworthy of their time, opting instead for first class, a notion Zhang Fan dismissed as improbable. Soon, he overheard snippets of conversation through the noise. Have you found anyone? No. We've checked the upper levels. They're likely in the economy section. Let's go down and look. Realizing the pirates were making their way to their section, Zhang Fan glanced at Edith, who appeared remarkably unfazed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Zhang Fan's instinct suggested that this situation was intricately linked to Edith, and it seemed highly likely that the pirates were indeed after him. Upon this reflection, Zhang Fan rose from his seat, wishing to avoid any involvement with that individual, that he surmised that the other party would not harm those aboard the spacecraft. It was likely that they intended to leave as soon as they found him. Meanwhile, as Zhang Fan observed Hades was acutely aware of Zhang Fan's demeanor. Noticing that Zhang Fan's expression remained unchanged and calm throughout, Hades thought to himself, this seemingly ordinary fellow possesses hidden depths. From their encounter at the Cloud Rain Star restaurant, Hades had immediately taken note of Zhang Fan. The reason was simple, his instinct and the sheer ordinariness of Zhang Fan. Among the masses, Zhang Fan was strikingly unremarkable, easily forgotten. Yet this very ordinariness drew Hades' attention. Trusting his intuition, Hades felt that Zhang Fan might bring him unexpected surprises. As Zhang Fan attempted to leave and the hatch opened, a group of menacing figures armed with guns entered. Hades suddenly raised his voice. Zhang Fan, where do you think you're going? This exclamation immediately caught the attention of the newly arrived space pirates. At that moment, Hades slung his backpack over his shoulders and stood up. The pirates furrowed their brows upon seeing Hades' face. One of them pulled out an electronic screen, comparing a photo with Hades. Then turned to his companions and declared, "Found him." They advanced directly towards Hades. Zhang Fan noticed their approach, glanced at Hades, and, feeling resigned, realized Hades was intentionally drawing him into this predicament. He halted and awaited their arrival. "You, come with us," barked the pirate holding the electronic screen as he confronted Hades, while the others aimed their weapons at him, ready to fire if he refused to comply. In response, Hades raised his hands in a gesture of cooperation. Just as he was about to follow the pirates, he turned to Zhang Fan and said, "Zhang Fan, I hope we meet again." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan inwardly cursed, thinking, "I never wish to see you again. Do I even know you? Moreover, why are you dragging me into this situation?" The pirates, hearing Hades' words, then pointed their guns at Zhang Fan, commanding, "You come along too." With no choice left, Zhang Fan reluctantly followed them. Watching Hades' cunning smile, Zhang Fan felt an overwhelming urge to punch that face. The passengers in the cabin observed as Zhang Fan and Hades were taken away, too fearful to speak, especially the middle-aged man seated behind Hades, who averted his gaze, afraid of being taken as well. As Hades passed by, he kicked the man's chair, startling him into a jolt, forcing him to cling tightly to his seat. Chapter 65. Bounty Hunter under the scrutiny of more than a dozen guns. Zhang Fan and Hades were escorted into the main control room of the spacecraft. The former captain and crew lay unconscious in a corner, just as Zhang Fan had suspected. The intruders had not yet resorted to lethal force, though their future intentions remained uncertain. "Boss, we've brought them," announced one of the pirates seated at the main control position, twirling a gun in his grasp, his beard framing a fierce visage. Ignoring Zhang Fan, he focused on Hades, his tone grave. "Where's the item?" "The item? What item? I have no idea what you're talking about." Hades waved dismissively. The pirate, observing Hades' demeanor, signaled his subordinate to retrieve Hades' backpack. One of the pirates approached, gun aimed at Hades, attempting to snatch the backpack away as they reached for it. Hades stepped back, coldly warning, "The contents of that bag are not for you to take. The consequences would be dire." "Hand it over," the pirate retorted angrily, stepping closer to Hades. That moment, Hades' expression sharpened, a glint flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a painful cry erupted from the pirate as he collapsed, clutching his abdomen. The sight sent the other pirates into a frenzy, their fingers reflexively tightening on their triggers, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Just then, the lights in the control room flickered out, plunging the space into darkness, which prompted the pirates to fire wildly in panic. Zhang Fan had been acutely aware of every development and activated his spiritual senses, perceiving the unfolding events with clarity. When the pirate had approached Hades, he struck with lightning speed, knocking the assailant down. As the remaining pirates began to shoot, Hades swiftly produced a small device from his pocket and pressed a red button, extinguishing the lights in the control room. The darkness did not hinder Zhang Fan, who deftly evaded the incoming shots, dispatching any pirate who stumbled into his path. Taking refuge in a corner, he observed Hades' movements in the shadows, seemingly at ease in the dark. Hades dispatched the pirates with remarkable speed, neutralizing them all in under a minute. Afterward, Hades pressed the button on the device again, restoring the lights. The control room was now littered with defeated pirates, and Hades stood triumphantly with his foot on the head of the pirate leader, activating a holographic display that revealed a face and a name, accompanied by a series of numbers. Comparing the image with the subdued leader, Hades remarked, "Alex, with a bounty of 10 million galactic credits." Chuckling, he mused about the unexpected windfall from a mere flight. Following this, Hades roused the unconscious crew members and contacted the Interstellar Patrol, completing his tasks with efficiency. Turning to Zhang Fan, he said, "Give me 3 minutes. I will deal with the remaining pirates on their ship." With that, he vanished swiftly. Approximately 5 minutes later, the patrol arrived at the spacecraft. Upon spotting the pirates, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they inquired of the captain, "Who rescued you?" It was that gentleman," the captain replied, gesturing to Hades, who was conversing with Zhang Fan. The patrol leader approached Hades, saluting him. "Thank you for your assistance. We will report this, and the government will reward you." Suddenly, Hades waved his hands. No, I don't need a reward. Just transfer the bounty for the pirates to this account." The patrol leader paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing that Hades was a bounty hunter specializing in capturing pirates for rewards. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to the patrol, who had occasionally enlisted their help against piracy. The patrol leader, eyeing Hades with curiosity, replied, "I'm sorry, but this is beyond my authority. We need to report and get confirmation." "Is it really that complicated? By the way, do you have a scanner?" Hades inquired. "Yes," the patrol leader replied, promptly summoning one that Hades produced a card emblazoned with a red and black X, swiping it across the scanner. A unique pattern printed from the device, which Hades tore off and handed to the patrol leader. "Take this to your superior. They will automatically transfer the bounty to my account. And please double-check my account number, though 10 million is not an insignificant sum. It represents my hard work," Hades said with a grin. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan felt a stir of emotions, recognizing that Hades' card bore a striking resemblance to his own, albeit more refined. Curiosity swirled in Zhang Fan's mind as he pondered Hades' true identity. An interstellar hunter, perhaps? Hades approached Zhang Fan, observing his expression and smirking. "Shall we depart? By the way, would you like some compensation? Typically, spacecraft operators provide generous consolation payments to those who endure encounters with space pirates. Together, we might secure a considerable sum." Hearing Hades' words, Zhang Fan shook his head and replied, "Is this the reason you pulled me into this mess? Or were you merely showcasing your formidable prowess?" Upon hearing Zhang Fan's candidness, Hades chuckled and remarked, "You see, I've already laid bare my true self before you. Now, you can reveal your genuine identity, can't you? I refuse to believe you are an ordinary person." The series of events that transpired, from being brought here to the ensuing gunfight, has demonstrated your remarkable composure. No ordinary individual could maintain such tranquility that I have no idea what you are talking about. "I am merely an ordinary person," Zhang Fan replied, shaking his head as he made his way toward the economy class. Upon hearing that the pirates had been dealt with, the passengers on the spaceship collectively exhaled in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped calamity. Many travelers who had been holding back their discomfort rushed toward the restrooms, creating a brief congestion in the aisle. Amidst the throng, a female passenger, perhaps jostled by someone, collided with Zhang Fan. Instinctively, he steadied her, causing a card to slip from his pocket. Hades, who had been trailing Zhang Fan, noticed it immediately and deftly snatched it up, returning to his seat. Hades observed the middle-aged man behind him, who was now relaxed, wiping sweat from his brow with a tissue. Seizing the moment when the man was distracted, Hades exclaimed, "The pirates are coming." The startled man tumbled from his chair. "Huh, you coward! Look at you!" Hades laughed heartily before settling back down. The middle-aged man, flustered and irate, glared at Hades, unsure of how to respond, regretting his earlier decision to engage with this troublemaker. "Hey, you dropped something," Hades said to Zhang Fan as he took his seat. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, and reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. His expression hardened as he coldly addressed Hades. "Return it to me." Seeing Zhang Fan's demeanor, Hades was unfazed and smirked. "Is it really necessary to be so serious? It's just a card." He flicked the card back to Zhang Fan, who swiftly caught it and confirmed it was indeed his before stowing it away. Then resumed his previous demeanor, thanking Hades. "Are you preparing for the Interstellar Hunter assessment?" Hades inquired curiously, lowering his voice so that only Zhang Fan could hear. Zhang Fan nodded after a moment of contemplation. "So, you're not yet an interstellar hunter? I had thought you were one of us. But soon, we might be colleagues. You see, you too will possess this card, known as the Hunter's License to ITS, a valuable asset." Hades waved his earlier scan card in front of Zhang Fan. "Are you so certain I will pass the assessment?" Zhang Fan queried in response to Hades' assertion. "Well, I believe you'll .my instincts, despite the bizarre nature of each year's assessments. Tell me you will succeed," Hades replied confidently. Zhang Fan, bemused by Hades attributing his confidence to intuition, remarked, "If you were a woman, your intuition might hold some merit. But as a man, discussing intuition, that he let the sentence trail off. His meaning clear. Hades paused, realizing Zhang Fan had a point. After all, intuition is often considered a woman's gift. Nonetheless, he believed his instincts were consistently accurate. "Well, the truth will reveal itself in the results of your assessment," he said with a mischievous grin. "Are you a bounty hunter?" Zhang Fan asked, recalling Hades mentioning the hunter's license and the bounty on the pirates. "Yes, I am a hunter, but not a bounty hunter. Allow me to enlighten you. There are various types of interstellar hunters, each with unique preferences. Upon becoming a hunter, One typically engages in tasks aligned with their interests. Thus, we categorize hunters accordingly. There are culinary hunters, those who seek out exquisite food; bounty hunters, who undertake reward-based missions; treasure hunters, who explore relics and treasures; and the most common, mercenary hunters, who are hired for various tasks such as bodyguards or caretakers that AS for me. I'm a freelance hunter. I undertake all sorts of jobs, but refuse to work for free, Hades explained animatedly. Listening to Hades' explanation, Zhang Fan nodded in understanding. Noticing Zhang Fan's demeanor, Hades asked curiously, "If you pass the assessment, what type of interstellar hunter do you aspire to be? Or do you have any plans? Perhaps you could join me." Zhang Fan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. "Let us discuss this after I pass the assessment. It is imperative that I succeed." Suddenly, Zhang Fan turned to Hades. "Could you share your contact information? I may need your assistance in the future, especially if I do not pass the assessment." Need assistance? Not passing the assessment? You seem a bit lacking in confidence. That I thought you were always self-assured. Are you hoping to borrow my hunter's license? That cannot be done. Hades chuckled, then added, "However, I could help you gather some information if needed." For the first time, Zhang Fan smiled at Hades, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you," his tone sincere. Hades was taken aback by the gratitude, remarking, "Could you refrain from being so sentimental? You almost made me choke." After the patrol team's intervention and reassurance, the spaceship crew conducted final checks on the vessel's systems and confirmed its readiness for departure. The spaceship once again entered the wormhole, this time with smooth sailing. Upon emerging from the wormhole, the spaceship had reached the solar system. Zhang Fan gazed out the window, observing 9 planets revolving around a glowing sun. Following the handbook's description, he identified Earth, a stunning blue planet, more beautiful than the green meadow star he had previously known, adorned with intertwining blue and white hues. Below Earth, there was a silver sphere, identified in the handbook as the Moon, a celestial body perpetually orbiting Earth. The Moon's various phases were visible each night. What a beautiful planet! This must be Earth, the dwelling place of our human ancestors, Hades exclaimed, also admiring the approaching Earth through the window. Upon disembarking the spaceship, Hades bid farewell to Zhang Fan, the two parting ways in different directions. Before leaving, Hades uttered a cryptic remark that left Zhang Fan puzzled. "I believe we will meet again soon." The spaceship had landed in a region of Earth known as Nanchang City. According to the handbook, apart from some geographical changes, Earth retained much of its appearance from 1,000 years ago. Although now divided into 5 major regions, East, West, South, North, and Central, many places within these regions had altered names while a few preserved their ancient titles. Nanchang, where Zhang Fan found himself, was noted in the introduction as the same city from a millennium ago. Though places retaining their original names were scarce, in terms of ecological conditions, Earth had undergone substantial transformation over the millennium, with numerous species and plants exhibiting mutations to varying degrees. Certain areas were deemed hazardous and classified as no-go zones, prohibiting general entry. However, access was possible at one's own risk. The Federation had opted not to intervene in Earth's natural development, allowing it to evolve without disruption to its ecosystem, merely maintaining necessary infrastructure. Despite lacking the advancements of other planets, Earth, being humanity's ancestral home, attracted countless tourists annually, and many chose to settle there. Consequently, Earth had become a lucrative hub for merchants, with its economic growth rivaling that of other more advanced planets. Zhang Fan, after spending a night at a hotel in Nanchang, proceeded to the location for the Interstellar Hunter assessment. Unlike the aerial routes of other worlds, Earth was characterized by its solid terrestrial roads, traversed by antiquated automobiles powered solely by electricity. Following the address provided in a letter, Zhang Fan hired a seasoned driver, presumably in his 40s, who claimed to be well acquainted with all the routes in Nanchang. "Young man, you must have just arrived on Earth," the driver remarked, breaking the silence as he engaged in conversation during the journey. Hearing the question, Zhang Fan offered a friendly smile, as he had inquiries of his own, replying, "I just arrived yesterday. You must be here for a trip. If you're exploring Earth, I can certainly provide some recommendations. There are numerous famous sites to visit, but a few must-sees include the Great Wall, the ancient pyramids, and Mount Everest." The driver enthusiastically listed various destinations frequented by tourists over the years. Zhang Fan listened attentively until the driver had finished. He then asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you know where I could find books on Earth's history or places where archaeologists gather?" "Archaeology? Young man, are you looking for antiques? If so, there's a gathering spot for antique enthusiasts in Shanghai City to the south, where people sell ancient artifacts daily, the driver misunderstood, muttering to himself. Not wishing to pursue the conversation further, Zhang Fan decided to investigate later when he had more time. The terrestrial roads were not as smooth as aerial ones. Some segments were unpaved, causing the four-wheeled vehicle to bounce uncomfortably. Fortunately, not all stretches were like this, as there were highways available for travel. After 3 hours, Zhang Fan finally arrived at his destination, Milan Town. Upon settling the agreed fare with the driver, he began searching for the specified location. Milan Town was relatively large, and after asking for directions and consulting a map, he found himself at a dilapidated little bar that appeared seldom frequented. Outside, a wooden sign proclaimed the name Tianshang Renjian. This was indeed the establishment Zhang Fan sought, the registration point for the hunter assessment. Upon entering the bar, Zhang Fan was surprised to find it bustling with patrons, each seemingly extraordinary in their own right. As he stepped inside, most of the customers turned to gaze at him. But upon realizing he was merely an ordinary, slender youth, they resumed their conversations. "Hello? I'll ask who you are." A friendly waitress approached with a warm smile. "Is this the place for the Interstellar Hunter assessment?" Zhang Fan inquired directly. The waitress looked at him with a puzzled expression, replying, "Sir, what is the Interstellar Hunter assessment?" Taken aback, Zhang Fan was momentarily speechless. Just then, a striking young woman clad in red, with a long braid tied with a red ribbon cascading down to her waist, approached and tapped Zhang Fan on the shoulder. "Hey, you're rather clueless, aren't you? Just hand over your introduction letter and card for the hunter assessment to her, and don't ask anything else." Zhang Fan, filled with skepticism, looked at the young woman and questioned, "Are you sure that's how it works? Why would I deceive you? I'm merely offering a helpful reminder. Believe it or not, it's up to you," she retorted, turning away as Zhang Fan remained unconvinced. After she departed, Zhang Fan turned back to the waitress and asked again, "Is this the location for the Interstellar Hunter assessment?" The waitress repeated her prior question, her expression still one of confusion. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Fan decided to follow the advice of the girl in red, retrieving his hunter introduction letter and card to present to the waitress. Upon receiving them, she smiled and said, "Congratulations on completing your first task by arriving at the assessment location. Here is your badge. Remember, this is your credential for this assessment, so please keep it safe." She handed him a round badge. Chapter 68. The girl in red. After the waitress departed, Zhang Fan realized that several patrons in the bar were now fixated on him, their gazes revealing an unabashed greed. Frowning, he chose an empty seat and pondered the waitress's cryptic remark about completing the first task without any further instructions. Although uncertain about his next steps, he deduced that the assessment had likely already commenced, and all he could do now was wait. Ordering a drink from the bar, the girl in red reappeared beside him and addressed a burly man seated next to Zhang Fan. "Hey, could you please sit elsewhere?" The man turned slowly, an expression of annoyance crossing his face as he scrutinized her. "Who do you think you are, little girl? Go back where you came from. Please, just move to another spot," she insisted, her tone growing icy. The man, now agitated, retorted, "You think I'll just leave because you say so? Are you looking for trouble?" With that, he crushed his glass in his hand, a menacing aura enveloping him. "You won't leave? Then I'll make you," the girl in red declared, summoning a red ribbon that lunged toward the man, ensnaring his neck. Caught off guard, the man struggled as the ribbon tightened, rendering him breathless. Zhang Fan observed in astonishment as gray rock-like material began to form on the man's body, a sign of his ability to manipulate earth. Despite the man's transformation, the red ribbon held firm, leaving deep imprints on the rocky defenses he conjured. Realizing he had underestimated this seemingly fragile girl, the man began to gesture for mercy. The girl maintained her grip on the ribbon, effortlessly subduing him without any further action. Once he surrendered, she coldly responded, then yanked the ribbon, sending him crashing through the bar's entrance. Witnessing the spectacle, some patrons began to memorize the girl's appearance, wary of provoking her during the assessment, while others exchanged knowing glances. In a corner, a clown holding a stack of playing cards watched intently, a glimmer of desire in his eyes as he continued to build a paper tower with the man dealt with. The girl in red took his former seat beside Zhang Fan. "Well, did I not tell you the truth? However, you owe me an apology for doubting me," she said, signaling the waitress for a drink. "Thank you," Zhang Fan replied sincerely, acknowledging that the girl had indeed been right all along. He then inquired, "Could you tell me why you chose to help me?" As the waitress delivered her drink, she took a hearty sip, displaying a casual demeanor. and then said with a playful smile, "Haven't you noticed? Everyone here is either brutish or bizarre, and here you are, a rare, normal person. How could I not lend a hand? Otherwise, I do have no one to talk to. I certainly don't wish to mingle with these unusual characters." Taken aback by her reasoning, Zhang Fan realized that his appearance had unwittingly attracted good fortune. Yet, observing her formidable prowess in the earlier confrontation, he would never have guessed that this seemingly delicate girl was, in fact, a force to be reckoned with. "Hey, what number is your token?" At this moment, the girl in the red dress had finished her drink and curiously inquired about Zhang Fan. "Number 4001, Zhang Fan replied directly, displaying his token for her to see. "Ha, you really have no reservations about me. Well, let me tell you something. This token should not be casually shown to others, nor can it be taken away. That it represents your qualification for the upcoming examination. If lost, it means you forfeit your eligibility for the hunter assessment, essentially being eliminated." The girl in red blinked and continued, "Now you understand why those people have been staring at you. They see you as an easy target. With one less competitor, their chances of success in the subsequent assessments increase." After hearing her explanation, Zhang Fan finally comprehended the sudden intensity in the gazes of the bar's patrons. He then asked the girl, "Isn't passing the Interstellar Hunter's assessment sufficient? Why would they want others to fail?" "Haha, you didn't come here without understanding anything about the Interstellar Hunter assessment, did you? Didn't the hunter who recommended you to participate tell you?" The girl laughed at Zhang Fan's question. No. Zhang Fan could only respond, realizing that no one had informed him about this, and that his recommendation letter had been arranged by Uncle Food. He didn't even know the hunter who recommended him, and thus could not have been briefed on such crucial details. "It seems the hunter who recommended you is quite irresponsible," the girl commented, then answered Zhang Fan's earlier question. "Every assessment sees a multitude of participants, but the profession of Interstellar Hunter is not meant for everyone. Generally, only those ranked at the top are granted the hunter's license. Those who rank lower, even if they pass all the assessments, are still deemed failures." Chapter 69. The changing nature of the hunter assessment. Such rules exist? Zhang Fan inquired. "What criteria are used for these rankings?" Of course, the chief examiner is responsible for the evaluation. However, each year the chief examiner changes, and the assessment projects are set by them, making each year's Interstellar Hunter assessment unique. There is also a significant element of luck involved. Some years, the questions posed by the chief examiner are exceedingly difficult, and only a few can succeed, while in other years, the questions might be quite easy. The girl in red seemed to know everything, slowly explaining it to Zhang Fan. Listening to her, Zhang Fan nodded and said, "I didn't expect the hunter assessment to have such unpredictable factors. Have there been any particularly bizarre chief examiners or unusual occurrences in past assessments?" He thought the girl seemed well-informed and might know some extraordinary tales regarding the assessment, which could shed light on its complexity. "Well, there are indeed such incidents, but..." The girl turned her head for a moment, looking at Zhang Fan. "Why should I tell you these things?" She then took a large sip of the drink the server had brought. Seeing this, Zhang Fan addressed the server, "Put this lady's bill on my tab, and please bring her another drink." "Hey, not the same one, get a different kind," the girl suddenly interjected, smiling at Zhang Fan. "You're quite perceptive. You want to know the true difficulty of the hunter assessment, but forget it, there's really no basis for it. Essentially, it all depends on the mood of the chief examiners to AS for those peculiar incidents in past hunter assessments. There was one year when all participants were collectively eliminated in the first round. That year, the chief examiner simply set the assessment task as enduring a single punch from him to pass. No one could withstand even one punch, leading to widespread protests from the candidates. However, during the hunter assessment, the chief examiner has the final say, and even the Interstellar Hunter Association has no power to intervene. The chief examiner ended up beating the protesting candidates once more. At this point, the girl could not help but laugh, recalling how unfortunate that year's candidates had been. Zhang Fan was taken aback. He had not realized the chief examiner wielded such authority, nor that they possessed such strength. Thousands of candidates participated in the first round, and those who came for the hunter assessment were generally not ordinary people. The thought that a single chief examiner could overpower them all was astonishing. Glancing around the bar, Zhang Fan noticed that everyone here appeared to be formidable characters. "Are all these people participants? I thought there were supposed to be thousands. It looks like there are fewer than a few hundred here. Of course, they're gathering in other locations as well. However, during the assessment, they gradually converge here. I have a feeling this round of the hunter assessment is going to be quite entertaining. Almost like a game of passing levels, the girl suddenly whispered. Passing levels? Zhang Fan frowned, recalling earlier when a waitress mentioned completing the first round task. This seemed reminiscent of a task mode in a game. That be why the way, I've talked so much, yet I don't even know your name. Let's get acquainted. I'm called Hongdo, the girl suddenly asked. I'm Zhang Fan, he replied, smiling and nodding. Suddenly, the bar door was kicked open, and a group of about 10 individuals stormed in. Zhang Fan turned to see among them the burly man whom Hongdo had just thrown out, now following a bearded man in a skull-patterned robe and a beret. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Fan understood they had come to seek revenge on Hongdo. They approached her menacingly, but she remained indifferent. Sipping the drink Zhang Fan had ordered for her, I've heard you're quite impressive, girl, that I'm Bispa, and that man you just hit was my subordinate. I'm here to avenge him. Are you too scared to turn and face us? The man behind the burly figure taunted, eliciting laughter from his companions, who displayed their abilities to intimidate others in the bar. Bispa, it's him. Some patrons recognized the name, murmuring in surprise, isn't he the one who constantly robs others of their tokens? Indeed, I just saw him snatch a token from someone who had just received it yesterday. Who do you think you are? Hongdo finally turned around, spitting the drink in her mouth directly at Bispa. This act ignited the flames of conflict. Infuriated by her blatant disrespect, Bispa felt humiliated, especially after having built his reputation by intimidating others. He could not fathom why this girl would dare to act so defiantly in front of him. Particularly when he had a group of capable subordinates behind him. A dark energy field enveloped Bispa, black flames emanating from him, exuding a chilling aura as if straight from the depths of hell. Chapter 70. Armor Transformation. As Bispa displayed his abilities, his subordinates also revealed their formidable powers, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Relying on numbers. Are we? Don't forget where you are. Excuse me, can we engage in large-scale battles here? Hongdo inquired of a nearby waitress that, it's best not to start brawl here, as it would disturb the bar, and that would anger the adults, the waitress whispered. Everyone paused, surprised at the mention of adults. Which adult? Is it the chief examiner for this assessment? Bispa sneered. Humph. Do you really need a crowd to deal with a little girl? Besides, the waitress just said that while group fights are prohibited, one-on-one duels are permissible, that I alone am enough to handle you. Humph. Do not presume that conjuring a mere flame can intimidate me. Engaging in combat. I have never been afraid of such a thing, especially when it comes to a brawl. I merely wish to remind you. Should you face defeat, refrain from shedding tears. It would be quite amusing for someone of your stature to weep this moment. Hongdo resembled a tomboy. Devoid of any feminine grace, a red silk ribbon appeared in her hand, swirling in the air as she launched an unprovoked attack, mirroring her approach against Bispa's subordinates. Bispa, caught off guard by her immediate assault, suffered a cut on his cheek, a trickle of blood cascading down. Fool, do you really expect your adversary to announce their intentions before striking? How naive. The red silk ribbon twisted in mid-air, while Hongdo perched upon it, swinging like a child on a swing, taunting Bispa. Enraged by her mockery, Bispa's black flames surged more violently, his teeth bared as he lunged at Hongdo, a cold black flame hand forming to strike. As it approached, the flame morphed into a grotesque visage, its maw wide open to consume her. Humph, a mere imp seeks to frighten me. How childish. It's no wonder that despite your imposing physique, your intellect is lacking. What a waste of the sustenance you've consumed over the years. She deftly controlled the red silk, spinning it gracefully. Hongdo continued her taunts, inciting further fury in Bispa. The ribbon formed a captivating vortex, drawing in the ghastly face and extinguishing Bispa's flames. Witnessing this, disbelief flickered in Bispa's eyes. How could his attack be so easily neutralized? The black flames coiled around his hands, forming claws as Hongdo's ribbon clashed against them. In a moment of desperation, Bispa seized the red silk, his flames attempting to incinerate it. Yet a sly smile crept upon Hongdo's lips. The once soft ribbon transformed into an incredibly rigid sword, and as she twirled it, the blade emitted a fierce wind. Bispa, unprepared for this sudden shift, found his fiery claws severed, his hands bloodied. If he hadn't released his grip swiftly, he might have lost a hand. Brother! Bispa's subordinates, witnessing the turn of events, activated their abilities, their gazes menacingly fixed on Hongdo. But what's this? Your leader fails to best me, and you wish to try your luck? Hongdo stood atop a table, wielding the formidable sword derived from her silk, pointing it toward Bispa's followers with a tone laced with disdain. With a cold snort, Bispe summoned an even greater intensity of black flames, enveloping his body and coalescing into a suit of flame armor. A flaming sword materializing in his grasp. Observers gasped as they recognized the manifestation of Bispe's ultimate ability. Armor transformation. T appears Bispe is truly enraged. A voice murmured, the words barely suppressed yet audible. Armor transformation. Isn't that a power belonging to the Asuda family? What connection does Bispe have with them? Could he be the 15th heir who departed from the Asuda family 2 years ago? Speculations arose among the onlookers. With a furious roar, Bispe unleashed a shockwave that rattled the tavern as if an earthquake had struck, but he now stood as a fearsome warrior returned from hell. His black flaming sword shifting in his grasp. You truly resemble a demon now. Hongdo mused, her brow furrowing as she recognized the change in Bispe. The previous dismissiveness she felt was swiftly replaced with caution. Hongdo's sword morphed back into a silk ribbon, coiling around her while its tip hovered in readiness. With a sudden burst, Bispe vanished, reappearing before her, his flaming sword descending toward her face. His speed, amplified by the armor transformation, rendered him a completely different adversary. Hongdo barely managed to block the strike with her ribbon, which now bore cut, the force pulling her down. The ribbon swiftly retracted, and as Bispe pursued, he unleashed his flaming sword again, this time multiplying his attack into 3, intensifying the onslaught. Hongdo, determined not to allow him to reclaim control, exerted her strength, causing the red ribbon to fold swiftly into segments. Grasping it tightly, she transformed it into a rigid blade. As the red blade took form, a smile graced Hongdo's lips. She raised the blade in response to Bispe's incoming 3 fiery swords. A sharp metallic clang resonated through the tavern as she effortlessly parried the strikes with her blade. Bispe's expression darkened. He couldn't fathom how easily she had deflected his attack, especially with the ribbon once again transforming from soft to rigid. His brows furrowed in confusion. He understood the intricacies of his own assault, yet she stood unfazed, wielding her blade with confidence as she parried. Hongdo countered with an even sharper technique, the red blade seeming almost alive in her hands, forcing Bispe to retreat. With each strike, the edge of his flaming sword dulled, until Hongdo delivered a decisive blow, her blade penetrating his flame armor. A soft pop echoed, yet the armor remained intact. However, Bispe's expression shifted as a powerful recoil surged from the armor, shattering the red blade's grip and unleashing a wave of chilling black flames toward Hongdo. Reacting swiftly, she withdrew, her red blade spinning to create a barrier against the approaching flames. You shall never defeat me. My flame armor is impenetrable. You lack the strength to breach it, and even if you cannot defeat me, you will never surpass my defenses. Bispe laughed, a smug smile adorning his face. Is this truly all the power you possess after transforming? Hongdo teased playfully, her demeanor contrasting sharply with her potent presence. With a swift motion, she wielded the red blade once more, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth before dissipating. Leaving only a faint wisp of smoke at the tip, a gentle breeze ruffled her hair, casting her in a heroic light. Watching from the sidelines, Zhang Fan felt the immense power radiating from Hongdo. His heart racing, he sensed an overwhelming force within her, a power that had surged forth only to be swiftly subdued, leaving merely a trace of smoke at the blade's tip. It is said that the armor forged by the Izidor family possesses unparalleled defensive capabilities. I wonder if my strike can cleave you in two. Hongdo's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as she spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words and witnessing the escalating intensity of her aura, which radiated an invincible sharpness, Bispe realized that she was preparing to unleash her full power. Moreover, he sensed that her strength had now overwhelmingly suppressed his own. Furrowing his brow, Bispe summoned forth black flames that blazed vigorously, enveloping the fiery armor he had conjured, thereby maximizing its defensive potential. He resolved to withstand the impending onslaught with his utmost resilience. Contrary to expectations, Hongdo's attack did not carry a grandiose aura. Instead, it appeared rather subdued. She closed her eyes, and the red blade in her hand danced with her movements, the tip emanating a faint wisp of smoke that formed an enigmatic pattern as it glided. Blade slash, Hongdo silently chanted within her heart. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, and the blade descended with a deliberate slowness that belied its incredible swiftness, creating an illusion of languidness. Suddenly, a chill ran down Bispe's spine. He had initially believed he could withstand this strike, but now he felt utterly incapable of doing so. In a moment of panic, he attempted to evade, but time had run out for him to escape. With a resounding crash, the red blade, entwined with smoky tendrils, struck the fiery armor of Bispa, causing his complexion to drain of color. The impact felt like a mountain pressing down upon his chest. The force was immense, far beyond his capacity to counter. The so-called invincible black flame armor shattered instantly under the strike, extinguishing all the flames that had enveloped him. Severely wounded, Bispa's face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His chest caved in, and his injuries were grievous. Yet despite his condition, he stubbornly refused to succumb. "Boss!" Bispa's subordinates cried out in alarm upon witnessing their leader's dire state. Their faces contorted with rage as they glared at Hongdo, though they dared not approach her, aware that their defeated leader would not benefit from their intervention. They could only offer him their moral support. Hongdo, indifferent to their animosity, allowed her red blade to transform once more into a soft crimson ribbon, which coiled around her waist. She then approached Bispa and spoke coldly, "Hand over your token, or I shall take your life." "Umph." Bispa scoffed defiantly. At this moment, you possess no strength to resist. Your bravado is but a fleeting echo. Have you not often seized others' tokens? Now it is my turn to claim yours. Congratulations, you have been eliminated." Hongdo taunted, reaching out to search Bispa's person without regard for any sense of propriety. Moments later, she retrieved a token marked with a number 3456, Chapter 72. The Journey of Survival, observing the digits on Bispa's token. Hongdo remarked lightly, "Not a bad number, though it no longer belongs to you." With a flourish, she commanded the crimson ribbon to sweep Bispa away, propelling him out of the bar's entrance. His subordinates, attempting to catch him, were swept away by the same force that propelled their leader. A loud crash resounded at the bar's entrance. Calmly, Hongdo returned to her seat amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, finishing her drink in one gulp. "So, what do you think? My strength is quite impressive, isn't it? Fear not. Should any trouble arise during the assessment, I shall protect you, considering you treated me to a drink," she said, winking at Zhang Fan. Hearing her words, Zhang Fan smiled and nodded in gratitude. Understanding that Hongdo was subtly intimidating potential troublemakers, he then cast a glance around the bar, noting that the patrons who had previously eyed him with interest had now lowered their heads to their drinks. As the revelers continued to imbibe, a child entered from the back of the bar. Dressed in a black suit and polished shoes, his slick-back hair gleamed, and he suckled a lollipop with a cherubic pout. Presenting an utterly unique appearance, the child's arrival captured the attention of everyone in the bar, who were acutely aware of the change in atmosphere. "Sir," the bar servers rose in unison to greet him. "What? Is he the one in charge of this bar? He looks like a mere child," murmured one patron, only to suddenly realize that those present were no ordinary individuals, and this child might surpass them all in capability. He could very well be the chief examiner, and thus, the words were swallowed back. "Zhang Fan, that child is so special, so adorable. I want to pinch his chubby cheeks," Hongdo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Seemingly eager to embrace the child if given the chance, Zhang Fan was rendered speechless, fully aware that this child was indeed the chief examiner. The thought of pinching the face of the examiner was nothing short of reckless. "Time's up. Those who are not here are considered to have failed the task," the child announced. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am your chief examiner, Hank. That I will oversee this hunter assessment. You have completed the first task by reaching this point. And now we shall commence the second task, the journey of survival." Hank spoke with an air of indifference. "Anshi, distribute the wristbands to them." "Yes, sir," replied the server, named Anshi with respect. Soon, a multitude of special wristbands was distributed among the participants. "Now, put on your wristbands and prepare for the second task. Let me explain the rules. The journey of survival is quite simple. You will survive for 7 days in the forest behind this small town. The wristbands will randomly transport you to various locations within the forest. The wristbands also have a display function containing information on certain exotic beasts. Your survival task over the next 7 days is to gather materials while ensuring your survival. Materials will be counted as points, and at the end of the 7th day, the top 100 will advance to the third round of tasks. At that time, the wristbands will automatically bring you back." Hank succinctly explained the rules of the second task. The crowd was taken aback. What kind of assessment was this? Merely collecting materials. With their abilities, they could potentially devastate the forest. It appeared that the child examiner had concocted a game-like task for them. "So, the hunter's license is within reach. yet only the top 100 can progress to the third round. The elimination rate is indeed steep, Zhang Fan mused. Zhang Fan, we seem to have struck lucky. The task is so simple, Hongdo exclaimed excitedly beside him. Zhang Fan, however, furrowed his brow. Sensing that it could not be as straightforward as it seemed, he scrutinized the wristband in his hand, but could not discern any issues. Nonetheless, he felt an unease surrounding the wristband. Once everyone donned their wristbands, a beam of light enveloped each participant, and they vanished from their locations, radiant beams scattering in the air before ultimately landing in the depths of the forest behind Milantown. After the participants had been transported, Anshi approached Chief Examiner Hank, presenting him with a cup of milk. Sir, is it prudent to send them so deep into the forest? Could it be too dangerous? The president has cautioned against causing too many fatalities. Rest assured, the wristbands will inquire if they wish to leave when faced with life-threatening danger, should they choose to remain beyond 7 days. It indicates their lack of capability. Such individuals should not aspire to become interstellar hunters. Once they become hunters, the threats they face will not afford them the opportunity to choose their fate as they do now. Hank reassured her that as he spoke, other servers in the bar set up a massive electronic display, segmenting it into numerous screens, each showcasing the participants' images. Every individual displayed expressions of panic and observing the scenes. Hank smiled, as though he had anticipated this moment. That moment, Zhang Fan found himself transported to a rocky cave deep within the forest. The cave was engulfed in darkness, prompting Zhang Fan to concentrate his energy, activating his spiritual sight while simultaneously honing his spiritual hearing. Even so, the pitch-black cavern only allowed him to perceive a radius of 5 meters around himself, leaving the rest shrouded in obscurity. Through his enhanced hearing, Zhang Fan detected a series of footsteps ahead, disordered and chaotic in nature. He cautiously approached the source of the sound, his steps light, and as he drew near, the cacophony intensified, revealing that it was not merely footsteps, but rather a trampling, accompanied by rapid, labored breathing. As the sounds grew increasingly nearer, Zhang Fan took lighter steps, uncertain of the situation and wary of making too much noise. Soon he arrived at the source of the sound and beheld a severed hand lying 3 meters before him, adorned with a bracelet identical to his own. Zhang Fan's pupils dilated. Had it begun so soon? At that moment, a faint crack echoed, and through his heightened senses, Zhang Fan discerned the sound of bones breaking that he pressed himself against a stone, cautiously peeking around it towards the source of the noise. To his astonishment, he witnessed a dismembered individual whose mouth was blocked by an unknown substance, while a grotesque creature of considerable size loomed over him. The beast's hideous head bore strands of white fur, its bulging eyes protruding from their sockets, revealing enormous orbs. Its long tail hung suspended in the air as it sank its teeth into the man's neck, seemingly exerting all its strength to extinguish his life. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, perplexed. This creature did not appear formidable. One would expect that those capable of participating in the hunter's assessment could easily handle such a beast. How had this calamity transpired? After ensuring the prey was truly dead, the white-haired creature bit into several other parts of the body, finally relaxing its guard to feast. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan stepped out from behind the stone, contemplating an approach to the creature. However, the white-haired beast suddenly became alert, turning to find another human, Zhang Fan, in close proximity. Its menacing visage revealed a predatory gleam. It emitted a loud, piercing shriek that felt disorienting to the ears, as if it sought to intimidate Zhang Fan into submission before launching an attack. Yet, Zhang Fan had already concentrated his energy in his ears, rendering the creature's threats utterly ineffective. Remaining motionless, he intended to observe the creature's next move. Mistaking Zhang Fan's stillness for compliance, the beast, though cautious, did not pounce, but instead opened its maw wide, expelling a torrent of white liquid. Through the lens of his enhanced vision, Zhang Fan noted that the liquid contained an abundance of tiny, grotesque caterpillars, densely packed and unsettling to behold. He swiftly evaded the spray, which splattered against the stone he had just vacated, immediately solidifying and adhering to its surface. Realizing the substance that had sealed the other man's mouth, Zhang Fan noted the beast's sudden recognition of him as a different threat. Instinctively aware of its peril, the creature fled into the depths of the rocky cavern without a moment's hesitation. Surprised by the creature's alertness, Zhang Fan approached the lifeless body, now mangled beyond recognition. He had initially considered burying the remains out of respect for humanity, but given the circumstances, he decided against it. Just then, a sound emitted from his bracelet. Pressing the glowing button, a projection revealed a list detailing the points associated with each material the chief examiner, Hank, required. Zhang Fan scrutinized the information. Each material bore a different point value, the lowest being 1 point and the highest 100, presumably reflecting the difficulty of acquisition. Suddenly, he noticed an entry. The eyeballs of the white-headed beast, worth 20 points. Accompanying this were descriptions and images of the creature. Confirming it as the very one that had just fled, it is called the white-headed beast. Zhang Fan mused that it seemed he was indeed tasked with material collection, though the dangers involved were likely substantial. He pondered how the man had fallen victim to the creature, seemingly without a chance to retaliate. Perplexed, Zhang Fan turned his attention to the depths of the cavern where the beast had retreated. His current objective was to pursue the white-headed beast, as he had already encountered it. The whereabouts of the other materials remained uncertain, making the immediate target clear, especially given the substantial points at stake. With both his enhanced vision and hearing activated, he cautiously advanced deeper into the rocky recesses. Meanwhile, in a luxurious bar, Chief Examiner Hank reclined in a chair, surrounded by platters of assorted fruits, while several beautiful attendants peeled the fruits and fed them to him. Angel approached Hank, reporting, "Sir, subject 3025 has perished. How could it be so swift?" Hank responded, astonished that someone had died before even utilizing their bracelet. "Bring up the recorded footage. I wish to see what transpired." "Yes, sir," Angel replied respectfully, and soon the screen displayed the last moments of subject 3025. The footage revealed the individual, upon being teleported into the cavern, encountering the white-headed beast. Underestimating the creature, the subject raised their arm to attack. Yet nothing occurred. Their hand remained aloft as fear flickered in their eyes. In that instant, the white-headed beast struck, severing the subject's arm before sealing their mouth with the white liquid. Understanding the situation, Hank terminated the display, remarking, "The teleportation is random. This individual simply had poor fortune, lacking time to acclimate. Their mindset was woefully inadequate, and I suspect many others will meet similar fates." Beside him, Angel nodded in comprehension. Just as Hank finished speaking, reports of additional fatalities began to filter in, corroborating his assessment that in the cavern's depths, Zhang Fan remained vigilant, aware that while he sought the white-headed beast, other dangers might lurk within the shadows. The further he ventured, the more the darkness enveloped him, and he noted a reduction in the range of his enhanced vision, heightening his alertness. Fortunately, his acute hearing remained sharp, ready to detect any disturbances. After navigating through the oppressive gloom, Zhang Fan soon spied a faint glow ahead. As he approached, he quieted his footsteps, for he discerned faint murmurs nearby. Upon reaching a well-lit area, however, he found that his enhanced vision had inexplicably vanished. Confounded, he dismissed the energy concentrated in his eyes, discovering that his natural sight mirrored what he had seen through his enhanced perception. This indicated that his ability had ceased to function in this location. Though puzzled, Zhang Fan suppressed his curiosity for the moment, focusing on resolving the matter of the white-headed beast. Gradually, he reached the end of the passage, where the environment brightened, and he cautiously peered outside. To his astonishment, a multitude of white-headed beasts lay lazily clustered together. This must be their nest, Zhang Fan thought, contemplating how to eliminate them all for the substantial points they represented. Suddenly, his heart jolted violently, causing him to cough up blood. Alarmed, he scanned his surroundings, grappling with the mystery of his sudden distress. After a brief moment, the abnormal rhythm subsided, leaving him bewildered and questioning the cause of such a tremor. At that moment, Zhang Fan's heart suddenly trembled violently once more, sending waves of pain through his chest. Something must be amiss. Suppressing the anguish, he murmured to himself in confusion, turning once again towards the group of white-haired elders. He noticed, to his astonishment, that 2 of them were standing upright rather than lying down, engaged in some mysterious activity. Squinting, Zhang Fan strained his vision to see better and soon realized something was awry. One of the standing elders was the very one he had encountered before. He continued to observe the 2 white-haired elders, noting that the one which had previously fled had bulging eyes, while the other fixated on its counterpart's protruding gaze. After a moment, it turned around and raised its right claw, which emanated a greenish glow, and then it suddenly jabbed at the left hand of a humanoid figure on the ground. In that instant, Zhang Fan felt an inexplicable dislocation in his left arm. a sharp pain radiating throughout his body. Could it be the doing of this elder? The correlation was undeniable, as the elder struck the ground figure's left hand. His own arm had inexplicably dislocated. Zhang Fan then scrutinized the humanoid figure, noting that its head bore a deep indentation where its eyes should be. Recalling his earlier inability to activate his spiritual sight, he felt a strong conviction that the white-haired elder was indeed responsible for this predicament. Zhang Fan glanced back at the elder that had delivered the jab, which was now once more fixated on its counterpart with bulging eyes. A chill ran through him. It was imperative to eliminate the elder staring at him, or he risked losing his limbs entirely. To his surprise, it appeared that these creatures possessed abilities, and this elder had a particularly peculiar power. No time to waste. It must be dealt with immediately. Suddenly, Zhang Fan accidentally kicked a stone underfoot, the sound echoing ominously in the stillness, startling all the white-haired elders. They turned in unison to fixate on his position. Realizing there was no longer a chance to hide and ponder, Zhang Fan charged forward, intent on eliminating the elder before it could jab the humanoid figure again. As he approached, the elders began to roar in unison. But instead of attacking him immediately, they encircled the elder in the center, shielding it from his assault. Could it be the Elder King? Zhang Fan speculated, yet he pressed on, determined to breach their ranks and slay the elder. His dislocated arm throbbed painfully, yet he endured, knowing he had to act swiftly. With a powerful strike, he hit the elder protecting the center, sending it flying. Taking advantage of the moment, he leaped into the fray with remarkable speed. As the elder he struck was knocked away, another quickly took its place, but Zhang Fan's momentum was greater, allowing him to slip past the protective barrier. He gathered energy into his fist, targeting the Elder King directly. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, a searing pain erupting in his right chest. The Elder King had jabbed at the humanoid figure's chest, deepening the indentation and exacerbating Zhang Fan's agony, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. The guardians of the Elder King turned their attention towards Zhang Fan, unleashing a cacophony of shrill cries that reverberated throughout the rocky cavern. The combined roars were terrifying, sending shockwaves through the air, causing Zhang Fan's ears to ring and his head to spin. Realizing the peril he was in, he summoned the energy from the golden core within him, dispelling the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. As he regained his composure, the white-haired elders unleashed a torrent of white liquid towards him from all directions. Leaving him no room to evade, he was engulfed, encased within a sphere of white. The elders erupted in a peculiar celebration, their voices filled with excitement. The Elder King, with its protruding eyes, surveyed the white sphere, sensing something amiss that it let out a sharp call, prompting the surrounding elders to disperse and re-encircle it, isolating it from Zhang Fan's encased form. Silence fell over the nest of white-haired elders, their focus unwavering on the white sphere, which remained still. The Elder King, now perplexed, emitted a cry, prompting one of its subordinates to investigate. After circling the sphere, it rushed back to the Elder King, seemingly responding to a prior command. Hearing the report, the Elder King contemplated before issuing another command, leading its guardians to part ways. Slowly, it approached the white sphere, its eyes reflecting a myriad of colors as it remained troubled by a lingering sense of danger. Suddenly, the white sphere exploded, sending shards flying. The Elder King, closest to the blast, was struck by numerous fragments. In the chaos, Zhang Fan emerged, dashing towards the Elder King with lightning speed, his right hand, charged with energy, aimed directly at its head. Momentarily stunned by the debris, the Elder King was caught off guard as Zhang Fan's hand pierced through its head, cleaving it in two, blue blood spilling forth onto the ground. The remaining white-haired elders, witnessing the demise of their leader, shrieked in horror and charged at Zhang Fan, unleashing streams of white liquid and slashing at him with their claws. Yet, Zhang Fan felt no fear. These elders lacked strength, their former order now in disarray. Without their king, that he deftly evaded their attacks, dispatching them one by one. With the king's defeat, chaos reigned among the elders, who attacked recklessly and failed to flee, making his task considerably easier. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, Zhang Fan vanquished all the white-haired elders, dedicating another 10 minutes to harvesting their eyes. He collected around 100 pairs, each orb remarkably beautiful, transforming from vertical slits into radiant blue spheres upon extraction. The eye of the Elder King, however, was distinct. Though devoid of slits, it contained a horizontal line surrounded by luminescent dots. resembling a starry sky. Upon surveying the bounty before him, Zhang Fan calculated that his points had reached 2,100. According to the information on his wristband, the Elder King's I was worth significantly more than the others. Granting him 100 points, it became clear that points were indeed linked to strength. Had he not patiently awaited the Elder King's approach within the protective sphere, he would not have easily defeated it. Given the Order and the King's peculiar abilities at this moment, Zhang Fan found himself in a quandary. With so many eyeballs to carry away and lacking any bags or containers, he realized that the rocky cave offered no means of storage. Ultimately, he had no choice but to remove his coat and wrap all the eyeballs of the white-headed crow within it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Hong Do was racing through the underbrush in a state of disarray. Pursued by 5 individuals, she ran. A sense of frustration welled within her. In the past, she could have easily dealt with these 5 adversaries, but now she felt utterly beleaguered by this accursed wristband. Cursing the device on her wrist, she continued to flee when suddenly, one of her pursuers, a man with a handlebar mustache, leapt ahead, agilely using the surrounding tree trunks to block her path. The 5 men quickly encircled her. "Hey there, sweetheart, hand over the materials, and we might just let you have a little fun with us. If you cooperate, we can even help you complete this round of tasks," the man with the mustache leered. The others chuckled sinisterly, their eyes greedily scanning Hong Do's figure. Anger flared on Hong Do's fair face, her fists clenched tightly. "How dare you? That ghostly herb was discovered by me first. Why should I hand it over to you?" she retorted defiantly, adopting a combat stance, her gaze fixed intently on the 5 men, ready to engage in battle that you're already ours. "Do you really think that herb belongs to you?" One of them sneered. "Are you not fearful that I might use the wristband to escape and recover my abilities to settle the score with you later?" Hong Do threatened. The 5 men erupted in laughter. By the time you escape, you'll likely be eliminated, and as for recovering your abilities, we'll be ready too. What tricks could you possibly pull off, little girl?" Just then, one of them charged at Hong Do. Attempting to subdue her, with keen awareness, she swiftly countered, dropping low to grab his elbow and executing a perfect shoulder throw that slammed him into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. She then lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick to his head. The man, attempting to rise, was sent crashing back to the ground, grimacing in pain. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, taken aback by the agility displayed by this seemingly frail girl. The mustachioed man narrowed his eyes and commanded the others. "Let us all attack together. She's just one person and can't put up much of a fight. What does it matter if she fights well? Let us all draw our weapons." Another urged, producing a dagger from behind him. The others followed suit, brandishing clubs and brass knuckles. Seeing their weapons, Hong Do furrowed her brows and reached for her waist, pulling out a red silk ribbon. This ribbon, unlike the one she had used in the bar, appeared ordinary and limp, almost as if it would fall to the ground if not held. What can a mere strip of cloth do? "Allow me to cut it into pieces," the man with the dagger mocked. Despite their taunts, the men recognized that she was not someone to be underestimated. After all, only capable individuals participated in the Interstellar Hunter assessments. They were determined to eliminate her, as it would enhance their chances of ranking in the top 100. The dagger-wielding man, a skilled fighter, twirled his knife with dexterity before being the first to approach Hong Do. She quickly coiled her ribbon and, as the dagger came for her, she skillfully ensnared his wrist with it. However, he seemed to anticipate her move, smirking as he pulled back on the ribbon, momentarily halting her. At that moment, a long object appeared before her. With a resounding thud, a club struck her abdomen, sending her flying backward. She relinquished her grip on the ribbon, crashing against a tree and bleeding from her mouth. Wiping the blood from her lips, she glared at her assailant, determined to rise and charge forward once more. Just then, a thin thread appeared at her throat. "Don't move. If you do, your head might part ways with your body." "I doubt that wristband can outpace my reflexes," the mustachioed man said coldly, having crept up behind her. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Hong Do halted. The man she had thrown earlier was now back on his feet, advancing toward her while nursing his injured chest. "How could I be ambushed by you? When I get my turn, you'll see just how formidable I am," he snarled, raising a hand to strike her. With a sharp slap, he cried out in pain, clutching his bloodied hand as he tumbled to the ground beside a bloodied stone. The sudden turn of events stunned the onlookers, but in that instant, Hong Do seized the opportunity and swiftly retreated, breaking free from the thread held at her neck. She collided with the mustachioed man. Xiangzi, the others rushed to assist their injured companion, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Who did that? The dagger-wielding man shouted at that moment. Hong Do and the mustachioed man engaged in combat, exchanging blows. While both were skilled, Hong Do's prowess slightly surpassed his. However, the mustachioed man's innate strength as a male kept the fight evenly matched. Alu, go help the boss. I'll keep an eye on Xiangzi. Du Chong. Watch for any ambushes. One of them commanded, prompting the others to spring into action. Alu, armed with a club, joined the fray against Hong Do. And she suddenly found herself at a disadvantage. You're fighting now, yet you don't come to my aid. Stop pretending to be a saint. If you want to be a hero, now's your chance. Hong Do shouted amidst the chaos. Just then, a figure emerged, stepping in front of her and easily pushing both the mustachioed man and Alu aside. I asked that you. Hong Do gasped in surprise. Recognizing Zhang Fan, who smiled back at her, if you hadn't called out, I was curious to see how long you could hold on. How dare you? Hong Do exclaimed, incredulous at his nonchalance, upon seeing Zhang Fan. The mustachioed man and his companions hesitated, assessing the unexpected young man. The mustachioed man frowned and cautioned, Brother, this is our business with her. Are you sure you want to intervene? Zhang Fan replied with a smirk. Intervene? A bunch of men bullying a single woman. You truly have no shame. That I never expected to see such disgraceful behavior in the Interstellar Hunter assessments. He continued, besides, I might have just crushed one of your comrades' hands. Are you sure you want to let me off so easily? Realization dawned on the mustachioed man as he recalled the stone that had struck one of them. This young man was not to be trifled with. Look behind him, Alu whispered to the mustachioed, and as he glanced back, he noticed the faint glimmer emanating from the bundle Zhang Fan was carrying. Materials, so many, he thought, his greed rekindled. Understanding the potential for points, he decided to shift his strategy, plotting to seize both the materials and the young man standing before him. I end this moment. The man with a mustache subtly gestured to his companions nearby. The one who had been tending to another individual, previously struck by Zhang Fan, dragged the fallen Xiangzi to the side and subsequently joined the mustache man's side, revealing their weapons. Observing their demeanor, Zhang Fan furrowed his brow and glanced back at Hong Do, questioning her with his eyes. However, Hong Do, upon noticing Zhang Fan's gaze, also frowned, appearing uncertain about his inquiry. Realizing this, Zhang Fan turned his attention back to the four adversaries. Are you planning to seize the materials behind me? Zhang Fan stated nonchalantly. Otherwise what? You shouldn't flaunt so many materials while wandering about. It's bound to attract attention. The mustache man chuckled. Do, it seems you were quite confident earlier. Come on, let us have it out, Zhang Fan asserted, brimming with confidence. At that moment, an imperceptible layer of energy enveloped Zhang Fan, swirling around him as he moved. Attack, commanded the mustache man, and the four launched their assault on Zhang Fan. The dagger-wielding man approached first, his knife twirling as he aimed for Zhang Fan's elbow. Just as the blade was a mere centimeter away from contact, it abruptly shattered. The dagger-wielder's eyes widened in shock. And at that moment, Alu, armed with a stick, swung down fiercely from above. Zhang Fan, however, made no unnecessary movements. His energy-covered hand instinctively blocked the strike overhead. The stick too broke apart just before it could make contact. As both attackers stood stunned, Zhang Fan seized the opportunity, launching a punch that sent them both sprawling. Observing this, the mustached man and another attacker hesitated to advance. You weren't sealed? The mustache man asked. Astonished. Sealed? What seal? Zhang Fan replied, his brow furrowing in confusion, not grasping the implications of the question. Let us go, the mustache man decisively stated, leading his companions away without a second glance at Zhang Fan's materials. Hey, how can you let them go? Catch them. Hong Do, who had been watching from the sidelines, exclaimed as the group fled. Zhang Fan shook his head, saying, Why chase them? There's no benefit in that. But they just attacked me. She protested. That's your concern. You can pursue them if you wished. This. Hong Do found herself at a loss for words, especially since they had just helped her out. Zhang Fan then placed the eyes of the white-haired elder on the ground and turned to Hong Do, asking, Why do I find you all so peculiar? Why are you relying solely on physical prowess? Shouldn't you be utilizing your abilities? Hearing this, Hong Do's eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What is it? Zhang Fan inquired, puzzled by her expression, which mirrored that of the mustached man earlier. "Haven't you been sealed?" she asked, echoing the previous inquiry and deepening Zhang Fan's confusion. Seeing his bewilderment, Hong Do clarified. "Sealing refers to the suppression of abilities. The rings we wear have the power to seal one's abilities. Once worn, no one can use their powers and must rely solely on their strength." If I could use my abilities, would I need your assistance?" Zhang Fan replied, his earlier confusion dissipating. He pondered whether the individual slain by the white-haired elder in the rocky cave had been overpowered due to their abilities being sealed. Zhang Fan examined the ring on his own hand, but felt no change. He could still harness his energy. Could it be that this ring did not suppress energy? "Hey, are you really not sealed?" Hong Do pressed. "Perhaps my ability is rather unique. This ring does not affect me," Zhang Fan replied, nodding without elaborating further. "I could see this." Hong Do's eyes sparkled as she produced a plant from her belongings and handed it to Zhang Fan. "This is ghost grass, worth 50 points. Here, I previously mentioned covering for you. Now you cover for me. With you around, who could possibly challenge us in this forest? All the materials will be ours, and we'll secure the top ranking." Zhang Fan was taken aback by Hong Do's sudden enthusiasm, but returned the ghost grass to her, stating, "I already possess materials worth about 2,100 points, as you mentioned, if everyone else is sealed. Collecting materials shouldn't be so swift. I believe this amount should suffice to place me within the top 100. Upon hearing this, Hong Do gazed at the pile of Zhang Fan had laid on the ground. Recognizing the materials he had collected, "Did you raid the white-haired elder's lair? That's an impressive haul. Not being sealed is quite the advantage. You must cover for me now," she teased playfully. Chapter 78. The gathering thread in the depths of the forest. Some companions, previously scattered by the rings, gradually regrouped. In this collection mission, everyone's abilities have been sealed, rendering what was once perceived as a non-threatening forest exceedingly perilous. In such circumstances, working solo was often less advantageous than banding together, as it mitigated the risks associated with gathering materials. The dangers, however, did not solely arise from the forest's monstrous inhabitants. They also stemmed from other candidates participating in the hunter assessment, who were often more formidable than the creatures lurking within it. In the past 2 days, numerous candidates have been forced to abandon their efforts due to pressure from fellow participants, resulting in their elimination. The task at hand was twofold: to collect materials fervently and to eliminate competitors to enhance the likelihood of entering the top 100. Though 2 days seemed brief, the battles that unfolded were frequent, with skirmishes concluding nearly every minute, leading to further eliminations. Recently, a rumor circulated through the dense forest that Zhang Fan possessed an abundance of materials, and that acquiring them could guarantee a spot in the top 100. Consequently, the candidate's focus shifted from 2 tasks to 3, the third being the pursuit of Zhang Fan. Within a vast, shadowy tree hollow, Zhang Fan was currently engaged in defeating a colossal vine serpent. Once he had vanquished the creature, Hong Do, who had been hiding nearby, emerged, small knife in hand, and swiftly climbed onto the serpent's massive body to sever its fangs. The serpent bore 2 fangs, and after handing one to Zhang Fan, Hong Do proclaimed, "This is yours, 60 points worth of materials. With you leading the way, the top ranks are surely ours. Let us move on to our next target." Zhang Fan accepted the fong, stowing it in his already full satchel, confident that his amassed points would secure a spot in the top 10. Hong Do, similarly burdened with her own collection of materials, examined the fong and remarked, "This is a key component used in forging laser precision blades. No wonder it's so valuable. The vine serpent is indeed ferocious. Most would struggle against it, let alone extract its fangs." With that, she tossed the fong into her makeshift pouch fashioned from red silk. Since meeting Zhang Fan, Hong Do had leveraged his unique ability to gather high-point materials without the hindrance of the sealing rings, allowing her to ride on his coattails under the guise of mutual benefit. After a few minutes, they climbed out of the tree hollow, only to find themselves surrounded by over 30 individuals. Zhang Fan's brow furrowed at the sight. "Zhang Fan, they might be here to steal our materials," Hong Do whispered, voicing her suspicion. Zhang Fan nodded, having come to the same conclusion, as he noticed several individuals eyeing the materials behind them with avarice. A quick glance revealed that the escape routes had all been blocked. It seemed they had been lying in wait. "Hello, my name is Sasaki." A handsome young man with striking features stepped forward, smiling as he introduced himself. Recognizing him as the apparent leader, Zhang Fan nodded slightly and asked, "What do you intend to do? Steal our materials?" "Oh no, We're not here to rob you in this forest. The beasts are everywhere. Without the sealing of abilities, these creatures pose little threat. However, now that everyone is sealed, they've become a significant danger. Collecting materials from the beasts is the best way to accumulate points. But tackling them alone can be quite challenging. That's why I'm here to invite you both to join us. Together, we can gather materials and secure our places in the top 100. Sasaki elaborated, laying out his proposal. Upon hearing the other party's words, Hongdo interjected. So it turns out you are forming a faction that if you want us to join, that is acceptable. But I have a question. After we join, will the materials I previously collected remain ours? Since we are joining a team, the benefits should be shared and contributions made to the team, as our goal is for everyone to enter the top 100 together. Sasaki maintained a smile and responded. Upon hearing this, Hongdo suddenly burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, you could have just said you wanted our materials outright, instead of being so roundabout. Don't you realize how foolish that makes you look? No, it makes you look utterly ridiculous. The materials are ours, collected through our own efforts. Why should we share them with you? Furthermore, we do not need to join your team. Sasaki did not respond to Hongdo's remarks, but instead turned to Zhang Fan with a smile, asking, you must be Zhang Fan, right? What is your opinion? Zhang Fan was taken aback and furrowed his brow, responding, how do you know my name? I don't believe we've met before. Sasaki chuckled, of course, today is our first meeting. However, your name has spread throughout the entire forest. It is said that you possess an abundance of materials that could guarantee a place in the top 100 that a multitude of people in the forest are searching for you. If you join us, at the very least, no one will dare to challenge you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan felt even more perplexed. How had word of his materials gotten out? Suddenly, he recalled the individuals with mustaches he had allowed to escape while rescuing Hongdo. They were the last people he had encountered, and it appeared they were the ones who had spread the rumor. Hongdo's voice echoed in Zhang Fan's mind, reflecting the same thoughts. Zhang Fan nodded slightly. But it seemed the mustached individuals had not divulged that his abilities remained unsealed. Otherwise, they would not be so brazen in threatening him. This realization brought a smile to Zhang Fan's face. It appeared that the mustached men were deliberately stirring up trouble, seeking to attract more people to harass him, as for their motives. Zhang Fan had yet to discern them. One possibility was that they wanted to challenge him directly, and then create chaos. Another was to reap the rewards by using him to eliminate others and thereby secure their advancement. Meanwhile, in a nearby cave, the mustached man was speaking with his companions, saying, once they are eliminated by Zhang Fan, our chances of breaking into the top 100 will increase significantly. That presumes you won't be eliminated first, came a voice filled with excitement. Chapter 79. The effeminate man. That presumes you won't be eliminated first. A strange voice echoed, filled with enthusiasm. Who? The mustached man and his companions jumped at the sudden sound. They turned to see an effeminate man, his face adorned with clown-like makeup, a tear painted beneath his eye. His delicate features accentuated by a playful smile, dressed in clothing emblazoned with playing card motifs, leaning against the cave entrance while casually twirling a playing card. Who are you? The mustached man inquired again, signaling his comrades to await a cue to strike. From what you just said, it seems that Zhang Fan has not had his abilities sealed by the wristband, the effeminate man remarked, ignoring the mustached man's question. His small eyes glinting with excitement, as if he had discovered prey. Seeing that the effeminate man was not responding, the mustached man frowned, signaling his companions to prepare for an attack. In this dense forest, skirmishes were rampant. Every individual or group would engage if they believed they could overpower their opponent, as they were all rivals. The mustached man, recognizing the impending danger from the effeminate figure, was determined to eliminate him. Believing that in a situation where abilities were sealed, the greater number would always hold the advantage. This was why more individuals banded together, aside from Zhang Fan, whom the mustached man did not believe was akin to the effeminate man, who he presumed would also have his abilities sealed. As the mustached man and his companions surrounded the effeminate man, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a charming smile gracing his lips. Commendable courage. This will be thrilling. With that, a playing card appeared in his other hand, replacing the one he had been holding. Holding the card between his fingers, the effeminate man suddenly lunged at the group with astonishing speed, the edge of the card slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Upon witnessing the effeminate man charge at them, the mustached man and his companions were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as the effeminate man cleaved through the staff of the lead attacker. Alu, effortlessly. Simultaneously, Alu froze in place as if time had stopped for him. With a resounding thud, a crimson line appeared on Alu's cheek, and he collapsed backward, eyes wide open in shock. The remaining group members, enraged by the sight, shouted Alu's name like a T that moment. The dagger-wielding man swiftly hurled his weapon like a dart towards the effeminate figure. The dagger cut through the air with incredible speed, aimed directly at the effeminate man's head. In an instant, the effeminate man contorted his body in an impossible manner, narrowly avoiding the projectile. However, the sharp blade still left a gash on his face. Blood trickled from the wound, and the effeminate man languidly licked the blood that had dripped to his lips, a thrill evident in his eyes that, blood. What a delightful sensation, he mused to himself, charging again towards the mustached group. Everyone, attack together. We outnumber him. Avenge Alu, shouted Xiangzi, who was bandaging his wound, leading the charge toward the effeminate man. Seeing this, the others followed suit, yet the effeminate man proved to be vastly superior in agility and skill, evading their strikes and inflicting considerable injuries upon them, with only a few exchanges resulting in mutual harm. The effeminate man plunged his hand through one of the attacker's chests, grasping a still-beating heart, blood gushing forth. Die. He whispered ominously into the ear of his victim, and with a fierce squeeze, the heart exploded in his grip. The once five-member team was now reduced to three. The scene fell silent, and the mustached man realized that the man before them was no mere human, but a bloodthirsty beast. He was certain that the effeminate figure had not even used his abilities. And it was this very fact that made him truly terrifying. If the effeminate man could unleash his powers, who could possibly stand against him? Use the wristbands, the mustached man commanded decisively. But Alu and Du Chong are dead. I want to kill this guy, Xiangzi retorted angrily, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the effeminate man. That we cannot defeat him. He is a monster. Quickly, use the wristbands to escape, or we will all perish. The mustached man shouted. Haha. None of you will escape, the effeminate man replied sinisterly, producing 3 playing cards that he hurled with lightning speed. The cards pierced through the thighs of the 3 remaining members, causing them to cry out in agony and collapse to the ground. The effeminate man narrowed his eyes, licking the blood from one of the cards with a look of ecstasy before turning his gaze upon the remaining trio, his eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger. Quickly, activate your wristbands and leave. I will hold him off, the dagger-wielding man declared with resolve, charging at the effeminate figure. Witnessing this, the mustached man steeled himself and pressed the button on his wristband, quickly activating Xiangzi's wristband as well. A mechanical voice confirmed their departure, and a layer of white light enveloped them. As the effeminate man saw this, he launched 2 playing cards directly at the mustached man and Xiangzi. Just then, the dagger-wielding man leaped into the path of the cards, but the powerful projectiles pierced through his body. The moment the cards entered him, his pupils dilated and blood erupted from his mouth. Third brother, Xiangzi shouted, attempting to rush toward him, but the white light prevented his escape. In an instant, the light vanished, leaving the scene to they fled. How boring, the effeminate man remarked, glancing up at the departing figures. Suddenly, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Zhang Fan, how intriguing. Chapter 80. The frenzied elimination at the base of the immense tree hollow. Zhang Fan and Hong Do were diligently gathering materials from the over 30 individuals sprawled across the ground, their faces etched with expressions of despair and astonishment. With each person they stripped of their materials, Hong Do callously kicked them aside, taunting, "Did you really think you could outsmart us?" How foolish. Sasaki, however, found himself in a rather peculiar predicament. Suspended upside down from a tree, he hung there in shame, his face a deep crimson. Once all the materials were collected, they formed a pile measuring 3 cubic meters. Hong Do's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Zhang Fan, we didn't secure first place in points this time, but I refuse to believe it. We can find a spot to rest and simply wait for time to pass. This game isn't challenging at all." Her laughter rang out, much to the dismay of those who lay on the ground, their expressions a mix of incredulity and frustration. If our abilities weren't sealed, we could easily have turned the tables. How could your wristband be defective, leaving your powers unsealed? Is the Hunter Association so financially strained that they resort to using inferior equipment? Zhang Fan, what shall we do with these individuals? Hong Do inquired cheerfully after they had completed their task. At her words, a collective sense of dread washed over the gathered crowd. who cast pitiful glances at Zhang Fan. Some even spoke up, claiming they had been deceived by Sasaki and were not affiliated with him at all. As one person distanced themselves from Sasaki, others quickly followed suit. Sasaki, overhearing this, felt a surge of humiliation, never anticipating such shamelessness from them. Observing the scene, Hong Do's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she addressed Sasaki. "Look at the company you've kept. Did you really intend to use these people to rob us? Were you genuinely their leader?" Fuming, Sasaki wished he could unleash a torrent of insults, but with his mouth silenced. He could only seethe in frustration. Zhang Fan regarded the expressions of those present and then turned to Hong Do, asking, "How do you propose we handle these individuals? Shall we eliminate them? That seems rather ruthless. Perhaps we could simply eliminate them from the game instead? They possess wristbands. After all, we could just press the transport button and send them back. This would reduce our competition," Hong Do suggested with a mischievous grin. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Fan and Hong Do swiftly lined up the 30 individuals, including Sasaki, and pressed the transport buttons on their wristbands. A brilliant white light enveloped the group, creating a spectacular display as they ascended into the sky. "Wow, goodbye." Hong Do waved cheerfully, eliciting expressions of anger and helplessness from the onlookers, now enveloped in the radiant light. The dazzling spectacle captured the attention of others in the forest, some of whom decided to investigate, while others continued their material collection, unfazed. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the woods, a slender man who had sent away a mustachioed fellow gazed at the bright light in the sky, a grin spreading across his face. He tucked away his playing cards, revealing a joker card with a sense of triumph. "Found you," he murmured to himself, hastily moving towards the source of the white light. "Wow, fireworks in broad daylight. How beautiful," Hong Do exclaimed, bouncing gleefully as she watched the spectacle above. Zhang Fan observed her, realizing that in this moment, she embodied the essence of youthful exuberance. After a brief moment of joy, Hong Do noticed Zhang Fan's gaze upon her and sobered up, saying, "Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and gather the materials." That spectacle was likely seen by many. They might be heading this way. Prompted by her words, Zhang Fan hurried to collect the scattered materials. Tossing them into the expansive tree hollow, they had decided that further material hunting was unnecessary, as they had gathered more than enough. Their priority now was to safeguard their bounty and await the passage of time. As for those who sought trouble, Zhang Fan remained unperturbed, confident that those who approached would only serve to deliver more materials to him. In the following days, numerous individuals arrived, just as Zhang Fan had anticipated, seeking to seize their resources. However, they were swiftly eliminated and sent skyward by Zhang Fan and Hong Do, who managed to dispatch over 300 individuals in a matter of days. On the 5th day, at the Tianshang Ren Jianbar, Chief Examiner Hank listened intently as Shi reported on the candidate's progress. "How many has Zhang Fan sent away today?" he inquired, his tone deceptively calm, yet his face revealed genuine interest. "Today, 5 individuals were eliminated, bringing the total to nearly 400, Shi replied, standing behind Hank in her maid outfit, pressing a button on her device, which displayed the current status of Zhang Fan and Hong Do. Almost half of the over 1,000 participants have been eliminated by Zhang Fan alone, leading Hank to speculate that the quota of 100 might be excessive. "Have you determined why Zhang Fan's abilities remain unsealed?" Hank continued. "According to our investigation, there is nothing wrong with Zhang Fan's wristband. He simply is not an ability user. Thus the wristband has no effect on him," She responded softly to Hank's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. "I didn't expect Zhang Fan to be a non-ability user. Have you traced his family background?" "Sir, Zhang Fan does not belong to any prominent family. He is merely the sole heir to his late father's estate. However, it is suspected that his identity may not be genuine. Further investigation is underway." "Oh," Hank exclaimed, taken aback, "there's no need to pursue his identity any further. If he's using a false identity, he likely harbors ulterior motives, which are of no concern to you." She nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will issue the orders immediately." On the evening of the 6th day, after Zhang Fan and Hong Do had once again dispatched a group of troublemakers, a man appeared before Zhang Fan. Chapter 81. The powerful and Ruya Di. Upon seeing the slender man before him, Zhang Fan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing him as one of the individuals he had observed at the Tianshang Ren Jianbar. The man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhang Fan and Hong Do, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "That I didn't expect to find you two here." Zhang Fan and Hong Do instantly assumed a defensive stance. sensing the danger emanating from this man. Though they did not believe he was like them, unencumbered by sealed abilities, it was precisely this uncertainty that filled Zhang Fan with trepidation. And Ruya D. Hong Do murmured softly, "Oh, you know him?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Just a little, that a truly terrifying individual," Hong Do replied, her expression grave. Hearing Hong Do's assessment confirmed Zhang Fan's own feelings of unease, prompting him to ask, in a hushed tone only she could hear, "What do you know about him?" "Powerful, bloodthirsty, combative, reckless," she succinctly listed, her tone growing heavier with the last word. Zhang Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating her words before asking, "Are you here to steal materials?" And Ruya D smirked, revealing his trademark grin. "You must be Zhang Fan, and I'm not interested in the materials. Rather, I have my sights set on you. Interested in me?" Zhang Fan realized that this man sought a battle, precisely as Hong Do had warned. "You must know my abilities remain unsealed. Do you still wish to fight? Isn't that what makes it more thrilling? I crave combat. Come on, let me enjoy a good fight," and Ruya D responded, his eyes glinting with ferocious excitement as a clown card appeared in his right hand. Understanding that this confrontation was unavoidable, Zhang Fan signaled to Hong Do to step back, took a deep breath, and summoned the golden core within him, a powerful aura enveloping his being. Despite facing a seemingly sealed and Ruya D, Zhang Fan felt the weight of the man's terrifying presence, which lingered even in the absence of his abilities. Onruyati observed the transformative changes occurring in Zhang Fan. His eyes ignited with fervor as excitement surged within him, awakening a deep-seated yearning. With a thunderous boom, the battle was imminent. In an instant, both vanished from sight, unleashing a flurry of fierce strikes against one another. Beside them, Hong Do watched in astonishment, not at the clash itself, but at Onruyati's astonishing speed despite his abilities being sealed. It struck her that if Onruyati's powers were unbound, the fight might not even be necessary. From the outset, their combat was intense, devoid of restraint or hesitation, each unleashing their full might. It was evident that Zhang Fan's martial prowess paled in comparison to Onruyati's. Many of Zhang Fan's formidable attacks were effortlessly dodged or neutralized. Even with his heightened senses engaged, Onruyati's movements seemed to defy the very laws of time. Yet Zhang Fan still found himself struck. Suddenly, Onruyati executed an improbable maneuver, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Fan's side, sending him crashing into a nearby tree with a resounding thud. The tree toppled, enveloping Zhang Fan beneath its weight. Witnessing this, Hong Do shouted in alarm, her concern palpable. Onruyati's might was truly formidable. Yet instead of seizing the moment to attack, Onruyati's narrowed eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at Zhang Fan. Pinned beneath the fallen tree, Zhang Fan contemplated the overwhelming strength of his opponent. He had summoned the power of his golden core, yet it merely sufficed to withstand Onruyati's onslaught, barely matching his strength. The disparity in martial skill and combat experience was stark. As Hong Do had observed, this adversary was indeed powerful and exceptionally experienced. However, Zhang Fan's spirit ignited with a fierce desire to measure himself against Onruyati. To discern the breadth of their differences, the golden core within him spun wildly, its golden markings radiating a faint glow. In an instant, an immense surge of energy coursed through Zhang Fan's being. With a forceful gesture, he hurled the tree aside, his demeanor transformed, exuding a sharp, piercing aura as he locked eyes with Onruyati, brimming with battle intent. Onruyati, witnessing this shift, felt his pupils dilate with excitement. Akin to a child discovering a new toy, his thrill palpable. "Excellent! Marvelous!" Onruyati exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Concurrently, at the Tianshang Ren Jian Bar, the chief examiner Hank watched the unfolding battle on a large screen. "Angel, who is this Onruyati?" Hank inquired, seemingly unfamiliar with the fighter. "Sir, the records indicate that Onruyati's history is largely blank, with documentation only beginning a year ago when he emerged in a notorious underground fighting arena, achieving an undefeated streak of 100 victories. Since then, his whereabouts have been erratic, although witnesses describe him as a battle enthusiast," Angel replied softly. Hank nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the emergence of such formidable contenders in this year's Hunter examination. "It's nearly the 7th day. Let's tally the remaining participants," he instructed. Meanwhile, Onruyati, with a wicked grin, taunted, "Let us grow stronger, shall we?" With a powerful thrust, Zhang Fan propelled himself off the ground, the energy of his golden core amplifying his strength. In mere moments, he closed the distance to Yadi, delivering a full-force punch that struck Yadi squarely in the face. Taken by surprise, Yadi was sent reeling back, crashing against another tree, which then fell upon him as Zhang Fan prepared to advance. Hong Do called out, but he raised a hand to signal her to stay back at a tree, propelled by Yadi's force, hurtled toward Zhang Fan with alarming speed. Instead of evading, Zhang Fan met the tree head-on with a powerful punch, shattering it into fragments. Yet, Yadi surged forward once more, excitement etched across his face as he flung a playing card toward Zhang Fan, its edge glinting menacingly. Zhang Fan, utilizing his heightened perception, tracked the card's trajectory and, bolstered by the golden core's energy, evaded with a deft turn, closing in on Yadi once again, with the support of his internal energy. Zhang Fan's strength began to overshadow Yadi's, while he simultaneously adapted to Yadi's combat style. Learning from their exchanges, Yadi, equally astonished, noted Zhang Fan's rapid adaptation to his techniques. Gradually, Zhang Fan began to gain the upper hand. With a simultaneous strike, both landed powerful punches to each other's chests, sending them flying apart. What a thrill! Unfortunately, it still feels insufficient. Yadi laughed, his striking features marred by bruises, his eyes glinting with a peculiar intensity that beguiled. Zhang Fan, however, remained vigilant, recognizing the true strength of his opponent. Despite unleashing his utmost power, he could not entirely subdue Yadi. "What level are you?" Zhang Fan inquired. "Level. I have never believed in such classifications. My strength lies within my very being, driven by my desire for battle." "You are impressive. I haven't relished a fight like this in ages. If only I weren't bound by this wristband, I would relish this sensation even more," Yadi remarked, cracking his neck to release tension. Zhang Fan nodded, realizing that if Yadi were unbound, he would be completely outmatched. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fan centered himself, exuding a unique calmness that he crouched slightly, his right fist poised at his waist, with his left hand resting atop it. The energy from his golden core surged and coalesced into a swirling sphere of light atop his clenched fist. This was a technique from the Chi manipulation chapter, which Zhang Fan dubbed Spirit Fist. Unlike his previous method of launching energy orbs, this technique allowed him to fuse the energy with his fist for close-quarters combat, ensuring the attack could not be easily evaded. Yadi watched, a smirk forming as he eagerly anticipated Zhang Fan's preparations, his excitement palpable. "That I yearn for this," he mused, his anticipation mounting. "I am coming," Zhang Fan announced as he charged at Yadi, a whirlwind of energy propelling him forward. He closed in. Yadi's eyes widened with excitement. Instead of meeting Zhang Fan's punch head-on, he leaped, aiming to strike Zhang Fan's wrist while delivering a kick to his head. Zhang Fan, now adept from their prior encounters, adeptly countered Yadi's retaliation, his martial skills having improved significantly, making him a formidable challenger. As Zhang Fan's left hand blocked his head from the impending attack of Yadi, he swiftly positioned his right hand beneath the pressure. Bang! The two immediately separated, and Yadi regarded Zhang Fan with a faint smirk, remarking, "Your technique appears formidable, yet after employing it, your speed seems to diminish. You cannot keep pace, and thus cannot land a hit. No matter how great the power, it is rendered futile." Zhang Fan, acknowledging this truth, recognized that while this technique indeed possessed extraordinary strength, it was still too taxing for him to wield effectively at present. The inability to maintain speed translated to squandered effort. However, he could not dwell on these thoughts any longer. He needed to find a way to strike his opponent amidst the fray. "Let us meet again," Yadi suddenly interjected just as Zhang Fan was about to launch another offensive. Taken aback, Zhang Fan inquired, "What do you mean?" "We shall see each other again, but you must grow stronger for next time." "I will kill you," Yadi stated. Casting a gaze full of infatuation at Zhang Fns, he uttered the final words. A chilling malice enveloped him, striking Zhang Fan with an icy dread, as if a scythe from the grasp of a harbinger of doom were poised at his throat. Watching Yadi depart, the spiritual energy coalescing in Zhang Fan's right fist began to dissipate. As the energy retreated, he closed his eyes and collapsed, utterly exhausted. This had been the most grueling battle he had ever faced. Chapter 83. Return. When the seventh day arrived, all the participants in the forest instinctively ceased their activities, awaiting the designated time. Some, however, took advantage of the remaining hours to continue hunting for materials from the exotic beasts. For most, the experience of confronting ferocious creatures while their abilities were sealed was nearly unbearable, often culminating in attacks from these beasts. Weaker individuals were quickly eliminated, and in the final 2 days, many who had formed teams found themselves in disarray, vying for the last 100 spots. Despite the perilous conditions faced by those undergoing the assessment, the exotic beasts were equally afflicted, as the 1,000 participants included many who, although their powers were sealed, still possessed remarkable strength, posing a catastrophic threat to the beasts within the forest. In his daze, Zhang Fan suddenly heard a voice calling his name, growing louder until he slowly opened his eyes to see Hong Do beside him. Upon noticing Zhang Fan had awakened, her eyes widened, her expression suggesting she had been waiting for quite some time. "You're finally awake. I was just about to leave if you didn't stir." Confused, Zhang Fan asked, "What happened? Look at the sun. It's almost set." Hong Do exclaimed anxiously. Zhang Fan turned to see the sky painted with twilight hues, a beautiful sight, yet confusion clouded his mind, seeing his perplexed expression. Hong Do clarified, "You've been asleep for quite a while, you know. Today marks the 7th day, 18 noon. The wristbands notified everyone to return before 8 o'clock tonight, that if you miss the deadline, you're disqualified. It's already 6. Hurry up. We need to go. I've gathered all the materials, and while you've been sleeping, I've had to do everything myself. I even used my red silk ribbon to weave bags." Turning, she began to collect the large pile of materials she had extracted from the hollow of a tree. Zhang Fan followed her gaze and saw 2 substantial heaps of materials, clearly organized by Hong Do. Otherwise, they would have been cumbersome to transport. Then, Zhang Fan examined his right fist and felt the golden core within his dantian. The core continued to rotate slowly, absorbing energy, though its golden stripes now seemed somewhat dimmed. It appeared that employing the spiritual fist remained somewhat beyond his capacity. Once used, regardless of whether he engaged in battle, his energy was sapped, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Clearly, his physical constitution had yet to catch up. Using the spiritual fist is still a strain, Zhang Fan mused. Fortunately, despite employing it, Henriati had refrained from further conflict, sparing him the more severe repercussions of fatigue and allowing him to make his escape in time. Feeling his strength returning, Zhang Fan stood and approached Hong Do, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Consider it a return for covering me in this round," she replied. "Now let us get ready to leave. This larger pile is yours, and the smaller one is mine, as long as we hold onto the red silk ribbon. The transporting light will cover these as well." Zhang Fan nodded in understanding, and the 2 pressed the transport buttons on their wristbands. 2 beams of white light enveloped them, lifting them into the sky as they soared in a specific direction. Heaven and Earth bar at this moment. The chief examiner, Hank, observed the screen displaying Zhang Fan and Hong Do being transported away. Checking the time, he noted there was still an hour remaining. He rose, and his assistant, Angel, promptly draped a small jacket over him, handing him the prepared documents. Hank glanced at the materials in hand, a playful smile curling his lips. If Hong Do were to discover this list, she would surely be enraged. Ha. Angel, overhearing, wore a faint, inscrutable smile. She had been closely observing Zhang Fan and Hong Do throughout the days and had gleaned some understanding of Hong Do's character through the footage. It was precisely this insight that prompted Hank's remark. "Let us depart. We should arrive just in time for 8, Hank instructed. "Yes, the airship is ready outside and can take off at any moment," Angel replied. In an expansive clearing whose location was unknown, a smattering of people stood scattered about, as beams of white light continually descended upon the ground. Among these were Zhang Fan and Hong Do, and as the white light faded, their presence drew the attention of all, for with them appeared the mountainous piles of materials they had each collected. Observers gazed in awe at the stark contrast between their own meager collections and the impressive heaps before them, realizing they were but small fry in comparison. Naturally, the crowd also scrutinized Zhang Fan and Hong Do, recognizing the formidable strength they must possess to gather such bountiful resources. "Hey, Zhang Fan, it seems we've become the center of attention," Hong Do remarked, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she surveyed the scene. Carrying this massive load of materials, it's hard not to be noticed. Suddenly, Zhang Fan's brow furrowed as he spotted someone in the distance, who seemed to have also caught sight of him, offering a peculiar smile. "Henriati, is he looking to fight again?" Hong Do asked upon noticing Zhang Fan's expression. Zhang Fan shook his head. "Not likely. He is too strong. I suspect that during the next round, the wristband will lift the seal on our abilities. With his powers restored, he would be nearly unbeatable. However, Hong Do's eyes brightened. That may not be the case. Look, he doesn't have any materials with him that he must have spent these days searching for battles instead of collecting materials. Without resources, he won't complete his task and will be eliminated. We might not have to face him again. Her excitement was palpable as she nearly leaped with joy at the prospect of avoiding Enruyati. Chapter 84. Team Formation. Observing Hong Do's enthusiasm, Zhang Fan felt a mix of exasperation and agreement. Her reasoning held merit, prompting him to scrutinize Enruyati once more, confirming that he indeed had not gathered anything as the last beams of white light ceased to fall. A dirigible gradually approached the clearing, landing gracefully as the clock struck 8. The hatch opened, revealing the childlike figure of Chief Examiner Hank, accompanied by his assistant Angel. Once everyone had gathered, Hank cleared his throat and smiled broadly. Congratulations on completing the second round of tasks, the survival journey. As I previously mentioned, only the top 100 participants may proceed to the third task, ranked by the points earned through material collection. It is evident who the top two are, the owners of those impressive material heaps, Zhang Fan and Hong Do. He chuckled, but as for the remaining rankings, your wristbands will display them shortly. I must also inform you that the number of participants for this survival journey has not met my expectations. Only 60 individuals have arrived at this clearing. This means everyone present is advancing to the third round. Hearing Hank's statement, the crowd was taken aback. Over 1,000 participants had been reduced to merely 60. Such a brutal elimination was indeed terrifying. However, some individuals wore enigmatic smiles, exuding an air of calmness, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Red Bean, upon hearing this, wore a pained expression, initially believing she could eliminate Enruyati, only to discover that the total number of participants had dwindled to 60, leaving them all within the top 100. It felt as though her painstakingly gathered materials had been in vain. Observing Red Bean's dismay, Zhang Fan offered comforting words. It's not all bad. We have the first and second place, don't we? Perhaps the upcoming tasks will also yield additional points. Once the crowd settled into silence, Hank continued, congratulations on reaching the third round of tasks. That I will now disclose the nature of the third task. But before that, you need to form teams, at least 3 members and a maximum of 5. You may combine freely. By the way, in this task, the seals on your wristbands will be lifted, allowing you to fully utilize your abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of joy, as they had likely grown weary of their powers being suppressed. Subsequently, they began forming teams of 3, 4, or 5, with some quickly establishing groups and engaging in conversation, while others lingered in the crowd, seemingly observing everyone to find suitable teammates. May we join you? A pair of red and blue-haired twin brothers timidly approached a pre-formed trio. You want to join us? That's fine, but you need to tell us how many materials you've collected in your rankings, one member of the trio inquired. Well, we gathered 1 herb and are ranked 58th and 59th. The red-haired brother replied meekly. The trio laughed upon hearing this, realizing the twins had merely slipped in among them. Could you share how you managed to hide in the forest without being eliminated? Seeing their demeanor, the twins understood they would not be accepted and turned to seek others. What should we do now, brother? The blue-haired twin asked. Don't worry. With our abilities unsealed, we won't feel as constrained as before. Let's find someone to join us, the red-haired brother reassured him. Just then, he noticed Enruyati, who sat alone and untouched by others. The red-haired brother led his blue-haired sibling to Enruyati. Upon standing before him, Enruyati lifted his gaze, his eyes holding a peculiar and intriguing glint, emanating a faint yet intimidating aura that enveloped the brothers, stunned by Enruyati's presence. The red-haired brother comprehended why no one approached him. The aura radiated danger, deterring any close contact. Nevertheless, summoning his courage, he steadied his voice and asked, would you consider joining us? At that moment, the onlookers were taken aback. The 2 unwanted twins dared to invite the terrifying figure into their ranks. Was it not a tad naïve? Did they not fear for their lives? It seemed implausible that Enruyati would agree. To everyone's astonishment, he did. With a slight squint, Enruyati looked at the twins, his eyes sparkling with inscrutable meaning, and replied, sure, pleased to meet you. The red-haired brother, taken aback by this unexpected acceptance, took a moment to gather himself and nodded vigorously. We are equally pleased. Thank you for agreeing to join us. We will follow your lead in future tasks. Thank you. Thank you. The red-haired brother expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Zhang Fan, how could you not seek out in Riyadh? Look, he's now teamed up with those two kids, Red Bean remarked, keeping a close watch on a Riyadh situation. That shouldn't we join in, as it would make a perfect five? You claim to dislike in Riyadh. Yet you wish to team up with him? Zhang Fan chuckled. I don't like him. His aura makes me uncomfortable. However, this is a hunter assessment, and since the examiner has allowed us to form teams, it indicates that this round will be challenging. It is nearly impossible to succeed alone, that if we join forces with that formidable individual, our success is assured. Besides, the examiner mentioned that the seals on our wristbands would be lifted, making in Riyadh even more powerful, Red Bean explained. Zhang Fan nodded, recalling how he had benefited from the previous tasks without being sealed and breezed through. However, this round marked the true test of strength. With over 1,000 participants whittled down to 60, that he estimated that around 400 had been eliminated, suggesting that many formidable opponents remained among the 60. It was these individuals who had achieved such a high elimination rate. If it were solely the beasts of the forest, the number of survivors would certainly exceed 60, perhaps leaving 100 or 200. During this time, others sought to team up with Zhang Fan and Red Bean, recognizing their proven strength through the materials they had collected. Yet, whenever someone approached, Red Bean dismissed them with disdain. Have you not found someone satisfactory yet? Zhang Fan inquired, having entrusted the task of team formation to Red Bean, who claimed the unsealing meant she would find suitable partners. Not yet. They are all too unattractive or peculiar. One had an excessively long tongue. It was quite off-putting, and another was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, which I detest. Red Bean expressed her grievances. Zhang Fan shook his head, realizing that finding capable teammates would become increasingly difficult as time passed. Don't worry. With our abilities unsealed, we won't need assistance from others. Just watch me soar, Red Bean assured him. That moment, a bespectacled gentleman with an unremarkable appearance approached, dressed in a white shirt tucked into his trousers, and inquired, Are you looking for team members? Red Bean's eyes brightened upon seeing him. He appeared somewhat agreeable. Yes. Are you interested in joining us? We only need one more for our 3-person team. The bespectacled man nodded. It's just me. May I join? Certainly, you're in, Red Bean called to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan turned to the newcomer and politely introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhang Fan. The man extended his hand in response, smiling behind his glasses. Hello, I am Lu Yun, a native of Earth. Their hands met briefly before parting. Zhang Fan found Lu Yun to have a rather ordinary demeanor, but in the context of the Interstellar Hunter assessment, such normality suggested strength. Sensing no malice from Lu Yun, Zhang Fan chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that they were all there for the Hunter S license, and their current alliance might merely be temporary. As Zhang Fan assessed Lu Yun was also scrutinizing him. Initially, he thought Zhang Fan might be attempting to gauge him through their handshake, but it turned out that Zhang Fan's intentions were purely cordial. Zhang Fan is indeed an intriguing individual, Lu Yun mused internally, maintaining his benign smile. Hey, I'm a team leader here. Why are you two ignoring me? Are you perhaps smitten with each other? Red Bean interjected. Feigning annoyance at being overlooked, both men paused, taken aback by her words, before breaking into laughter and redirecting their attention to her. Red Bean then stated, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Red Bean, the captain of this team. Fear not, for I shall protect you both. Lu Yun smiled and nodded. Then I shall rely on you. Captain. Haha, no problem. By the way, Lu Yun, you mentioned you're native of Earth? Is that your origin? Red Bean inquired, recalling Lu Yun's introduction. Indeed, my family has resided on Earth since my great-grandfather's time, so I'm truly a native of Earth, Lu Yun replied. Not bad, but how can we say that our ancestors were originally Earthlings? Perhaps we were all one family 5,000 years ago, Hong Do joked. In response to Hong Do's jest, Lu Yun, who was evidently quite articulate, began to analyze. It might not even take 5,000 years. According to historical records, the progression from Earth to interstellar development occurred in far less than that time, approximately 1,000 years. During this period, some Earthlings departed to reside on other planets, while others returned to Earth. My great-grandfather came back from another planet to settle here, and it's possible that our ancestors were acquainted long before that. Lu Yun spoke eloquently, and both Zhang Fan and Hong Do nodded in agreement, finding some merit in Lu Yun's words. Suddenly, Zhang Fan interjected, Are you well-versed in history? Not really. I've merely perused some records in my spare time. Hardly qualifies as research, Lu Yun humbly replied. Then, is it true that Atlantis once existed on Earth? Do you have any knowledge about Atlantis? Zhang Fan continued to inquire. Upon hearing Zhang Fan's question, Lu Yun paused, glanced at Zhang Fan, and adjusted his glasses, saying, according to some materials in my home, the origin and discovery of Atlantis seem to be linked to Earth. However, there are not many detailed records regarding Atlantis. After all, it is merely a legendary relic, and its existence remains uncertain. Zhang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, thanked Lu Yun, and refrained from further discussion. Meanwhile, Hong Do, brimming with curiosity, interjected, Zhang Fan, are you searching for Atlantis? Yes, don't worry. If I come across any information about Atlantis, I will certainly inform you. Seeing that Zhang Fan appeared slightly disheartened, Hong Do quickly offered words of comfort. Thanks, Zhang Fan replied with a smile to indicate that he was fine. The three continued their conversation, sharing their abilities in preparation for future tasks. An hour later, Hank emerged once more from the airship. Observing the already formed small teams with the same smile as before, he said, it appears you have all organized yourselves into teams. So let us now commence the announcement of the new third round of tasks. The third round promises to be quite enjoyable, an underground maze adventure. Shortly, the wristbands will transport you to various entrances of the maze. But there is only one exit. This time, the task condition is to successfully navigate through the maze. Reaching the exit will qualify you for advancement. Just to let you know, the next task following this maze will be the final one. And upon completion, you will qualify to become interstellar hunters. You may proceed now. The wristbands will automatically guide your groups to the same location. See you at the next task point, Chapter 86, the eerie amusement park in a brilliantly illuminated underground world. Zhang Fan and his companions gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Colorful giant doll statues towering 5 meters high, cavalry puppets riding enormous wooden horses, opulent carousels spinning endlessly, and bubble pools filled with various colorful balls. An array of gigantic children's toys created a whimsical amusement park. Hong Do's eyes sparkled with excitement as a surge of childlike exuberance compelled her to jump in and play. Zhang Fan, do you think we were transported to the wrong place? This isn't an adventure at all. It's merely a playground. By the way, Hank, our examiner, is really just a child at heart. I bet he designed this on purpose. Yay, I love this kind of examiner, Hong Do exclaimed, nearly bouncing with joy. Hold your horses. Did you not notice that there's only a suspended bridge leading forward? We must cross it first, Zhang Fan cautioned, blocking Hong Do, who was eager to dash ahead. It's just a suspended bridge. Even if there's danger, it can be easily resolved. Don't forget my red silk ribbon. Our powers are now activated. As she spoke, a red silk ribbon unfurled from Hong Do's waist, playfully wrapping around her. Lu Yun interjected. Zhang Fan is right. This place is not so simple, and it feels rather peculiar. As if there's something amiss. That suspended bridge must have some hidden trick. We should proceed with caution. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement, and seeing that both were on the same page, Hong Do reluctantly suppressed her playful spirit and listened to their advice. After some deliberation, they decided to let Hong Do's red silk ribbon connect them, allowing each to cross the bridge one by one. And a minute later, they crossed the bridge with ease, arriving at the other end, where an unusual silence enveloped them. Zhang Fan and Lu Yun maintained stoic expressions, while Hong Do's face was flushed, her lips twitching in a restrained smile, that if you wish to laugh, let it out. Don't hold it in, it's not good for your health, Zhang Fan finally said. His words. Hong Do burst into laughter, collapsing onto the ground in fits of giggles. Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? Has Hong Do lost her mind? Observing her uncontrollable laughter, which lasted nearly 2 minutes and became increasingly outrageous, Zhang Fan turned to Lu Yun for insight. Lu Yun nodded, saying, I somewhat hope that we were not family 5,000 years ago. I wonder if such a condition can be inherited over millennia. Just as Lu Yun finished speaking, a red silk ribbon suddenly shot out, aiming for Lu Yun. However, Lu Yun evaded it effortlessly with a couple of graceful steps. And they told me not to laugh. The two of you were so cautious about the bridge's dangers, strategizing on how to cross it. Now look, nothing happened. It's just an ordinary bridge. How embarrassing. Hong Do exclaimed, unable to suppress her laughter once more. Her words. Both Zhang Fan and Lu Yun felt their cheeks flush, and they turned in unison to face forward, ignoring Hong Do's laughter. Seeing that they were unresponsive, Hong Do too found it lacking in amusement and decided to lead the way, saying, Let us go, follow me. Let us check out that bubble pool. With that, she dashed ahead, prompting Zhang Fan and Lu Yun to exchange glances and shake their heads before following her. Unbeknownst to them, the giant, colorful doll statues along the passage blinked their eyes eerily and subtly turned their heads toward the direction in which Zhang Fan and his companions were headed. Upon reaching the bubble pool, Hongdo, disregarding any potential danger, leaped high into the air and jumped in, only to be propelled back up, landing again before bouncing up once more. She then used her red silk ribbon to wrap around a nearby, luxurious carousel, effortlessly moving herself onto it with a radiant smile on her face. Was she always like this? Watching Hongdo play so exuberantly, Lu Yun adjusted his glasses and asked with a smile. Well, I've only known her for a short time. She is genuinely a nice person. That much is true as for her current demeanor. This is my first time witnessing it, but I find it quite delightful. Zhang Fan replied. Yes, I once had a sister. If she were still here, she would likely be just like her, Lu Yun said, his tone suddenly somber. But his sister. Zhang Fan's brow furrowed at this revelation. Ah, it's nothing, just a sister who has passed away. I was merely feeling nostalgic, Lu Yun explained, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Fan understood that Lu Yun did not wish to discuss it further, and being someone who preferred not to pry into others' affairs, he did not press the matter. In the amusement park, Hongdo continued to frolic among the attractions like a child, trying out each ride. As time passed, both Zhang Fan and Lu Yun began to sense that something was amiss. Did you notice anything unusual? Zhang Fan inquired, his expression tense. Lu Yun nodded, and just then, as Hongdo prepared to use her red silk ribbon to bind another attraction, Zhang Fan suddenly leaped forward and restrained her. What are you doing? Don't stop me from playing. Hongdo retorted coldly as Zhang Fan held her back. Hongdo, Zhang Fan exclaimed, gripping her shoulders and turning her to face him. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. Hongdo's eyes had become vacant, exuding a chilling aura. I want to play, she declared coldly. Hongdo, what is wrong with you? Lu Yun, can you figure out what is happening? Zhang Fan asked Lu Yun anxiously. Observing Hongdo's condition, Lu Yun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Just then, Hongdo, still held by Zhang Fan, suddenly glared at him with a cold glint in her eyes. And a red silk ribbon shot from her hand, fiercely attacking Zhang Fan. That I want to play. You're blocking my fun, she shouted, her voice piercing as she launched her assault. Zhang Fan was taken aback by her sudden aggression, quickly releasing her and dodging the attack. She must be under an illusion or hypnosis. At this moment, she wouldn't recognize us and would only attack. Lu Yun's eyes lit up with realization, and he promptly warned Zhang Fan. Chapter 87. Red Bean battles Flowing Cloud. She suspected that she had fallen under an illusion or perhaps had been hypnotized. At this moment, she would not remember us and would only attack. Flowing Cloud, witnessing Red Bean's sudden aggression towards Zhang Fan, seemed to have realized something, her eyes brightening as she promptly warned Zhang Fan. Boom! At this moment, Red Bean launched another attack at Zhang Fan, her red silk ribbon slicing through the air with ferocity. Since the assailant was Red Bean, Zhang Fan refrained from retaliating for fear of harming her. Moreover, with Red Bean's strength having recovered, their powers were now nearly equal, making it a daunting task to subdue her entirely. Thus, he could only strive to evade her assaults. I want to play. If you want to let me, I will kill you. Red Bean's gaze was vacant as she skillfully wielded the silk ribbon, attacking indiscriminately around her, with Flowing Cloud also joining in the onslaught. The red ribbons danced in the air, striking everything around them with force, causing the surrounding amusement park facilities to be utterly destroyed. What can we do to bring her back? Zhang Fan urgently inquired while dodging the attacks. I'm not entirely sure either, but first, we need to subdue her, Flowing Cloud replied. Having just evaded a strike from the red silk ribbon, I'll draw her attacks. You find a way to knock her out. With that, Flowing Cloud intertwined her hands, forming various intricate gestures before bringing them together. Suddenly, her eyes glinted, and two beams of light shot through her glasses, aimed directly at Red Bean's eyes. That I will kill you. Red Bean momentarily paused as the special light struck her, but quickly turned her gaze towards Flowing Cloud, screaming, her hollow eyes reflecting a glimmer of light. In that instant, she shouted, and the red silk ribbon rapidly retracted and hardened, transforming into a long, sharp red blade. A fierce aura emanated from her, shooting outwards and creating ripples in the air. Zhang Fan observed this scene with astonishment, realizing the extent of her control and the formidable power she wielded. Yet he noted with relief that whatever special strength resided within Red Bean seemed unactivated. Perhaps her adversaries were unaware of it or unable to harness IT that moment. Red Bean had transformed into a sword-wielding warrior, her red blade striking towards Flowing Cloud with breathtaking speed, creating numerous sword shadows, each capable of inflicting real damage, cracking the ground beneath them. Flowing Cloud, however, elegantly evaded the lethal attacks, moving with an ethereal grace that left Zhang Fan in awe. He recognized that even he would struggle to dodge such ferocity, but Flowing Cloud was evidently a master, her movements so intricate that they could confound any foe. After being struck by Flowing Cloud's peculiar light, Red Bean seemed to focus solely on her, ignoring Zhang Fan entirely. This change made Zhang Fan realize that Flowing Cloud's previous attack must have affected her. Seizing the opportunity, he cautiously approached Red Bean's rear, waiting for the right moment to incapacitate her. As the relentless attacks continued, Red Bean, frustrated that her strikes failed to reach the bespectacled Flowing Cloud, unleashed a surge of energy, raising her red blade high. She emitted a unique aura that locked on a Flowing Cloud. Flowing Cloud sensed something amiss, but found herself unable to evade. The energy released by Red Bean had directly targeted her. Chi manipulation? Flowing Cloud's heart raced as she recognized the danger. Blade slash, Red Bean shouted, her red blade shimmering as she attacked Flowing Cloud, a pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon her. Be careful. That's Red Bean's most lethal move, Zhang Fan exclaimed, urgently warning Flowing Cloud as he watched the attack unfold. Flowing Cloud, aware of the imminent peril, executed a series of cryptic steps, suddenly appearing in a different location. However, the attack from Red Bean mysteriously adjusted to follow her movements, relentlessly pursuing her. Indeed, it's chi manipulation. Who is this Red Bean? How can someone so young master such a skill? Realizing there was no escape, Flowing Cloud ceased her flight. Standing firm, she summoned a peculiar breeze that lifted her hair and clothes, extending her arms forward in a slow, deliberate motion. She gestured. A white vortex began to form before her, spinning rapidly until it took the shape of a lotus flower. Lotus shield. Flowing Cloud silently proclaimed. An extraordinary aura radiated from the lotus as it fully materialized, meeting Red Bean's blade attack head-on. The red blade collided with the center of the white lotus shield, and, as the force of the strike intensified, the shield began to spin faster, gradually diminishing the blade's lethal edge. Boom! In the final moment, Red Bean's attack and Flowing Cloud's lotus shield erupted simultaneously, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent both combatants reeling due to their proximity. At that moment, Zhang Fan, who had been waiting for an opportunity, sprang forward, rushing to Red Bean's rear. The red silk ribbon, which had formed into a blade, reverted to its original state after the recent attack. As Zhang Fan approached, the ribbon instinctively struck at him, attempting to protect its master. Not needing to exert much effort, Zhang Fan easily deflected the ribbon and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a precise strike to knock Red Bean unconscious. Once subdued, the once agile ribbons fell limp. Resembling ordinary ropes, coughing and supporting her chest, Flowing Cloud approached, relieved to see Zhang Fan had subdued Red Bean. Finally dealt with her. This girl packs quite a punch, she remarked, gazing at the unconscious Red Bean. You were impressive too, managing to withstand Red Bean's blade strike, Zhang Fan replied, acknowledging her prowess. Chapter 88. The amusement park manager, upon hearing Zhang Fan's compliment, Flowing Cloud smiled gently. It's merely a family technique. Besides, Red Bean was under control, so her power was diminished. Had she been in her right mind, I might not have been able to withstand it. Zhang Fan, respecting her modesty, refrained from further inquiries. He turned his attention back to the now unconscious Red Bean and asked, what should we do now? Is her being unconscious enough? Well, that depends on the nature of the illusion or hypnosis that Red Bean fell under. If it's hypnosis, it should be manageable once she awakens. She should be fine if it's a low-level illusion. The same applies that I hope it's nothing too complicated. However, I suspect hypnosis is more likely, as casting illusions isn't something just anyone can accomplish. Flowing Cloud contemplated. Hearing this, Zhang Fan felt a slight reassurance. They could only wait for Red Bean to regain consciousness to assess the situation. Zhang Fan, have you noticed anything unusual? Flowing Cloud inquired, her brow furrowing as she scrutinized their surroundings. Unusual? What do you mean? Zhang Fan responded, intrigued. I just have this feeling that something is different about this place. Flowing Cloud expressed her concerns. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Fan began to pay closer attention and concentrated his energy into his eyes. Activating his spiritual sight, the world around him magnified. He meticulously observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed something unexpected. The giant wooden cavalry puppet mounted on a colossal wooden horse seemed to move slightly. A minuscule motion that was amplified through his enhanced vision. Realizing the gravity of this discovery, Zhang Fan maintained his composure and continued to survey the area. Indeed, he soon confirmed that all the giant puppets in the amusement park exhibited subtle movements, converging towards their location. These puppets are problematic, Zhang Fan whispered to Flowing Cloud, ensuring their conversation remained private. Flowing Cloud, having caught wind of his observations, nodded in understanding after scrutinizing the surroundings. Let us move. We need to find another exit from this amusement park with Red Bean, she instructed. Zhang Fan complied, helping to lift Red Bean as the trio proceeded along their path. Throughout their journey, both Zhang Fan and Flowing Cloud discreetly monitored the puppets. As they advanced, the movements of the puppets intensified, hastening towards them. Suddenly, a giant cartoon cat puppet appeared directly in their path, blocking their way. It seems we are indeed in trouble this moment, Lu Yun observed more clearly, murmuring softly to herself. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had unknowingly formed a small orb of light in his hand, which he pressed against the giant cartoon cat puppet. He then quickly retreated with Hongdou. And Lu Yun, seizing the opportunity, followed suit. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the giant cartoon cat puppet was obliterated from below, reduced to mere fragments by Zhang Fan's light orb. The entire amusement park trembled in the wake of this explosion, and the previously sluggish puppets ceased their pretense, swiftly converging on Zhang Fan and his companion's location. Surveying the situation, Zhang Fan conjured another orb of light, ready to annihilate another puppet. A fierce, electronic roar echoed. And a massive gorilla puppet leaped into action, its enormous arms raised high as it descended directly towards Zhang Fan's position with alarming speed and ferocity. Seeing this, Zhang Fan had no time to release the orb. With Hongdou unconscious by his side, he could only hastily flee from their original spot. The ground resounded with a deafening crash as the gorilla puppet struck down. Watch out above, Lu Yun's voice suddenly rang out. Having narrowly evaded the gorilla puppet's attack, Zhang Fan, without raising his head, swiftly moved away with Hongdou once more. Bang! A colossal wooden axe struck where Zhang Fan had just been, embedding itself half a meter deep into the ground. A testament to its immense power, a bare-chested giant puppet with a bushy beard approached, seizing the entrenched wooden axe and effortlessly pulling it free. Dahaha! I didn't expect you to be quite adept at dodging. A child's voice chimed, imbued with a rare cheerfulness. Zhang Fan and Lu Yun followed the sound, spotting a plump man in his 30s seated on the gorilla puppet's shoulder, his voice curiously childlike. Observing the bewildered expressions on Zhang Fan and Lu Yun's faces, he introduced himself. I am Lu Shi, the overseer of this amusement park, and it is my duty to protect it. If you wish to pass through, you must first obtain my permission. Otherwise, you shall remain here to entertain me. Both Zhang Fan and Lu Yun were momentarily taken aback, and Zhang Fan promptly inquired, May I ask if Hongdou is all right? In response, Lu Shi replied in a youthful tone, That young lady merely fell victim to my little hypnosis spell. She will be fine once she wakes up. Hypnosis? Both Zhang Fan and Lu Yun gasped in astonishment. The ability to hypnotize someone without their awareness was no small feat, especially considering Hongdou's considerable strength. It became evident that Lu Shi was not jesting about keeping them there. He possessed the power to do so. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Hongdou was unharmed, Zhang Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. How can we gain your permission? Lu Yun asked. Haha. Simply play with my puppets. My two puppets adore engaging in combat. They often wrestle with each other. You need only defeat both of them, but it must be fair, one-on-one. And you, Lu Shi pointed at Zhang Fan. You destroyed my cartoon cat. Although it was just a simple puppet, you owe me a compensation. Since you have nothing of value, you shall face off against two puppets. Roar! At that moment, a tiger composed of blocks let out a fearsome growl. Approaching Lu Shi beside the gorilla, ha. You want to fight too? Then come join, Lu Shi exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 89. The Giants' Confrontation. It seems we truly must win over this peculiar fellow, Lu Yun remarked, observing the unfolding situation. Zhang Fan nodded in agreement and gently placed the unconscious Hongdou on a nearby bench. Shall I go first? Or will you? Zhang Fan inquired. I'll go first. You take care of Hongdo, Lu Yin responded. Are you ready? Lu Dishur called from the shoulder of the gorilla puppet. If you are, it's about to begin. A splendid show awaits, despite appearing to be a 30-something rotund man. Lu Dishur had the demeanor of a child, his face alight with glee. As his words faded, the entire amusement park trembled, the terrain shifting dramatically. The ground around Lu Yun and the giant puppet began to rise. Massive blocks of wood elevating and assembling into a colossal circular arena that enclosed them. Zhang Fan and Hongdo's position also ascended, transforming into a viewing platform, while Lu Dishur leapt down from the gorilla's shoulder to join them. Indeed, it feels quite fitting, Lu Yun remarked, surveying the surroundings. Roar! The bare-chested giant puppet bellowed, swinging the enormous wooden axe in its grasp, its bushy beard swaying with emotion. Lu Yun, standing at merely the height of the giant puppet's knee, remained undeterred by its size. Hey, big guy! Just shouting won't do you any good. Despite the giant puppet's imposing stature, Lu Yun displayed no sign of intimidation. Seemingly understanding her words, the giant puppet swung its colossal axe towards Lu Yun, its vast attack zone casting a shadow over her position. Boom! A wave surged as the axe descended, reverberating through the arena. From the viewing platform, Zhang Fan observed Lu Yun's lack of evasive action against the giant puppet strike, indicating something unusual. That Lu Dishur, also watching, was taken aback by her decision to confront the giant puppet head-on. Beneath the descending axe, Lu Yun clasped her hands together, bracing against the wooden giant's blow. The ground beneath her feet sank several centimeters, fissures spidering out from where she stood. The giant puppet attempted to lift its axe, but found it surprisingly immobile. You thought it would be that easy to take it away? Lu Yun's eyes sharpened, a hint of a smirk playing on her lips, as a surge of power erupted from within her. A whirlwind centered around her, sweeping across the arena and enveloping even the giant puppet. I didn't expect this individual to possess such strength. It must be the capability of a level 6 adept. Wait, no, it seems they haven't truly utilized their ability yet, Lu Dishur mused, astonished by the turn of events. In the circular arena, the sudden, powerful whirlwind destabilized the giant puppet, causing its wooden axe to wobble in its grip. Seizing the moment, Lu Yun unleashed her strength, forcefully yanking the axe to the side. The giant puppet, now off balance, toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the arena. With the giant puppet down, Lu Yun swiftly dashed to retrieve the wooden axe, gripping it firmly and heaving it aloft. She leapt high, aiming the axe's blade at the giant puppet struggling to rise. The colossal axe, now wielded by Lu Yun, descended upon the giant puppet, mirroring the earlier strike. Let us see how you fare against your own weapon. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed as she directed the wooden axe towards the giant puppet. Observing from the sidelines, Zhang Fan marveled at the strength emanating from Lu Yun's form. It appeared she had no trouble dealing with the giant puppet. However, noticing Lu Dishur's peculiar expression, Zhang Fan's brow furrowed. Perhaps the giant puppet's capabilities exceeded their initial impressions. That moment, the giant puppet turned its head, spotting its own wooden axe hurtling towards it. Its cartoonish eyes shifted in hue, transforming into a stony gray, reminiscent of rock. Zhang Fan's heart raced at the revelation. The giant puppet possessed the ability to turn to stone, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. With a resounding thud, the colossal wooden axe struck the head of the giant puppet. That moment, the puppet had fully transformed into a rocky form, and the sharp blade of the axe left no mark, inflicting no harm whatsoever. After withstanding the blow, the giant puppet let out a furious roar, its body reverting to its original state. Seizing the moment, it grasped the wooden axe once more and swung it fiercely towards the position of Lu Yun, creating a powerful gust of wind. This time, rather than bracing for impact as before, Lu Yun swiftly evaded the oncoming axe, leveraging his speed to close the distance to the giant puppet. In a sudden motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the puppet's leg that instant. The area where Lu Yun struck transformed into a grayish hue, solidifying into rock. Surprised to witness the puppet's ability to partially petrify, Lu Yun's heart raced. A glance at the spectator's platform revealed the presence of Lu Dishur, and he silently concluded the identity of the rotund figure with the childlike voice controlling the hunter.